Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, A Kind Soul. Miss Takamura, please move back inside the building so we can discuss this, a police officer yelled into his megaphone from the street below. His voice cracked slightly, whether from the strain of shouting or from emotion, it was hard to tell. We don't want to have to try and pull you inside. We're asking for you to work with us. The woman didn't move. She couldn't move. Every muscle in her body felt frozen, caught between the urge to step forward into nothingness and the desperate desire to step back into a life that had become unbearable. The wind tugged at her clothes, at her hair, at her very soul, and for a moment, she wondered if it was trying to make the decision for her. Below, the crowd had grown. Office workers on their lunch breaks craned their necks upward, some recording with their phones, others calling out encouragement or prayers. News vans were beginning to arrive, their satellite dishes extending like mechanical flowers blooming toward tragedy. The whole scene felt surreal to her, as if she were watching it happen to someone else. Suddenly, a voice rang out beside the police officer. Jumper. Yeah. The exchange was brief, the policeman hadn't even seen who he had talked to. Then came a burst of speed and wind that surged upward with such force it nearly knocked the hat off the officer, along with several other policemen and women who were stationed at the site. Papers scattered, barriers shifted, and everyone looked up in surprise. The woman felt the building shake slightly beneath her feet, and then... Hello, Takamura. The voice was directly beside her now, on the roof. She kept her eyes squeezed shut, her knuckles white as she gripped the ledge. This was it. This was when they would grab her, drag her back, force her to continue existing in a world that felt like broken glass under her skin. I thought we might talk for a bit, the voice continued, surprisingly gentle. I understand you've probably been going through a lot lately, and dash. Before the person could finish their sentence, before they could reach out and touch her, she exploded into words that had been building pressure inside her chest like steam in a kettle. Don't you dare touch me. That's what you want, isn't it? Wait until I drop my guard and then you grab me and take me down there by force. Because you can. Because you heroes are stronger than me. Because you know I can't stop you. The words tore from her throat, accompanied by tears that had been falling all day, her eyes still closed tight against the world. You'll drag me back down there and everyone will applaud and say how wonderful it is, and then tomorrow I'll be right back where I started, except now everyone will know, everyone will stare, everyone will whisper dash. Takamura, the voice interrupted softly. I'm not a hero. Something in the tone made her pause. It was distinctly juvenile. Beside her stood a boy who couldn't have been more than 14 years old. His blonde hair fell to his nape in an organized mess if that was possible, and his eyes were the same color as the sky above them. A sword hung at his waist, in the most beautiful sheath she had ever laid her eyes on, not that she had seen many sheaths, mind you. She recognized him immediately from the news reports, the gossip of the populace, the blurry photos that never quite captured him clearly. Arthur. The name the news had given him, they had named after Arthur from Arthurian legend given the similarities. He was an infamous vigilante who had been operating over the past 4 years, and yet he was nothing more than a child. You. She breathed, her voice barely audible over the wind. Me, the boy said with a small, almost sad smile. For a moment, they simply looked at each other. Below, she could hear the confusion of the crowd, the frustrated shouts of heroes who had arrived to help but found themselves inexplicably unable to reach the building. Some invisible barrier held them back, and she realized it had to be this boy's doing. Somebody said that when you give your word you never break it. Is it true? She asked. The boy stayed quiet for a moment, as if thinking his answer over. Is it? She reiterated more forcefully, desperate for an answer she could trust. Yes, he finally replied, and something in his voice made her believe him. She took a shaky breath, feeling as if she were about to make the most important bargain of her life. Then I want your word. I want your promise that you won't try to take me down by force, and that if I choose to jump because it's my choice, you won't stop me. You won't let anyone else bring me down, no one else gets here. Her voice cracked as she continued, if you do that, I'll talk to you. Arthur looked at her for a long moment, weighing her words, mulling them over in his mind. I give you my word, he said finally. I won't stop you, and I won't let anyone take you down against your will. The relief that flooded through her was unexpected. For the first time in months, someone was giving her control over her own life, even if that control meant choosing to end it. From down below, Kamui Woods had arrived at the scene, his wooden limbs already extending as he listened to 2 police officers discuss the situation. I thought he was gonna bring her down. What's he doing up there? It looks like he's talking to her. About what? The view. I'll go up there, Kamui Woods declared, his arm slinging forward and growing as it stretched toward the top of the building. But as it neared the roof, it struck something invisible with a resounding clang that echoed across the street below. More heroes began to arrive, death arms, others whose names she didn't know, but each one discovered the same thing. They couldn't approach the building. And atop that building, Takamura and Arthur talked. After I buried my mom, she began, her voice hollow with exhaustion. I stood there after everybody else had left, and I thought, is this it? I mean, is this all there is? Working in a cubicle 6 days a week until I'm too old to do it anymore, then I die. As she spoke, the boy simply listened. She noticed his arm waver slightly, then she heard a muffled clang, like a whisper in the wind. She didn't know what it was. What she did know, however, was that his attention never left her face. Is that it? She added, her hand reaching to her forehead as fresh tears formed in her already reddened eyes. Is that what we're here for? What's the point of any of it? She went quiet, her hand falling to her side, her eyes closing, her head turned downward. She couldn't look at him, couldn't look at anyone. Every time she tried, she saw judgment, pity, or worse, indifference. When I graduated high school, she began again, we all thought, we're gonna go off and do great things. That we were gonna change the world. Save the world. If somebody had said, hey, you're gonna pump gas your whole life, or, better get used to cleaning up after people because that's gonna be your whole life, we would have laughed at them. The tears came harder now, hot against her cold cheeks. But that's exactly what happened, isn't it? I've been cleaning other people's messes for 10 years. Making other people's coffee. Filing other people's reports. Living other people's dreams while mine just died. Her voice rose to a shout that cut through the wind. It's not fair. None of it is fair. And don't you dare tell me it is. She pointed at him accusingly, expecting the usual platitudes, the empty reassurances. I won't, Arthur replied calmly, because you're right. It's not fair. The simple acknowledgement caught her off guard. The boy stayed quiet for a moment, as if carefully choosing his words. But it's not unfair either, it just is. That's the best you can do, she replied, a desperate, almost hysterical grin spreading across her face. It's neither fair nor unfair, it just is. Because that's the truth, the boy replied simply. You're right when you say we all believe we can save the world when we're young. And sometimes we do, like All Might did. And sometimes. His head lowered slightly as he mulled it over, his arm wavering for just a moment as he blocked another hero trying to reach them. Sometimes we don't. So you don't think about saving the world. You think about saving just one person, because sometimes that's enough. All I know is that we have to try. That's what life is. We try. We push back against the darkness just a little, Can we? She interrupted, pressing her palms against her temples, can we just not talk about this anymore for a while? My head hurts. I've been crying all day. I just want to rest for a bit. Okay, Arthur answered without hesitation. You rest. I'll be here when you're ready to talk. And so she crouched there on the rooftop, isolated from the world by the boy at her side who asked nothing of her except her presence. Evening came with its red hues coloring the sky, heroes and tried and heroes failed, eventually leaving the site one by one until only the police were left below. Night fell not much later, bringing with it a chill that made her shiver in her thin business suit. The boy remained by her side, never complaining, never checking his phone, never showing any sign of impatience. The police had set up large floodlights directed at them, probably to keep an eye on the situation, though the harsh glare made her eyes water. Finally, when her throat felt raw and her eyes burned from the combination of tears and artificial light, she spoke. Can you have them turn that off? It hurts my eyes. Without a word, the boy's arm moved slightly. There was a series of sharp sounds from below, metal being cut, and suddenly the harsh lights disappeared, leaving them in the gentler glow of the city's ambient illumination. Better. Thank you, she said, rising slowly from her crouched position. Her legs were stiff and unsteady, and she had to grip the ledge for balance as she looked down at the street below. Lots of people down there. Yes, Arthur said quietly. I've seen people splattered on the sidewalk before. Are you sure you want to do that to them? The blunt question should have angered her, but instead it made her think. She pictured the police officers, the paramedics, the random pedestrians who would witness the impact. People who would carry that image with them for the rest of their lives. I don't know, she admitted, her voice small. I feel like I don't know anything anymore. I don't know what to do. Can I make a suggestion? Arthur asked gently. A friend of mine, many years ago, took her life. She was terminally ill, every day was an agony, and she decided one day that she knew, without question, that she would never have another happy day. And she, well, I guess you could say she clocked out early. He paused, and she could hear the pain in his voice as he continued. I understood. I didn't approve. Still don't. But I understood. Fresh tears began to fall, but she didn't try to stop them. Someone else had felt this way. If you honestly believe in your heart of hearts, the boy continued, that you will never, ever have another happy day, then step out into the air. I'll keep my promise. I won't stop you. He turned his body toward her, extending his hand, the same hand that had been holding back an army of heroes, that had been protecting her right to choose. But, he said, his blue eyes meeting hers in the dim light, if you think there is a chance, no matter how small, that there might be just one more happy day, then take my hand. She stared at his outstretched hand, small and calloused, belonging to a boy who had probably seen more darkness than most adults ever would. Taking it would mean stepping back from the edge, but it would also mean stepping back into a life that had driven her to this point. But maybe it would also mean stepping into something different. Something she couldn't see from where she stood now. The woman took a step forward and, with a trembling hand, took his. The boy, although slightly shorter than her, seemed somehow much more substantial than his size suggested. When he hugged her close, it wasn't the performative embrace of someone doing their job, it was the genuine comfort of someone who understood exactly what she was feeling. It'll be all right, he whispered into her hair. You're safe. You're safe. All the emotions she had been holding back, the grief, the exhaustion, the overwhelming sense of futility, came pouring out as she cried into his shoulder. Between sobs, she whispered the only word that seemed to make sense anymore, each repetition quieter than the last as exhaustion finally claimed her. Okay, okay. Okay. Chapter 2, A Kind Soul, 2. Takamura was in Arthur's arms, breathing slowly. She really seemed to have fallen asleep, her face somewhat peaceful, which brought ease to Arthur's weak heart. Arthur carefully adjusted his grip, making sure she was secure before he moved. He gracefully jumped off the building, his enhanced abilities allowing him to control his descent perfectly despite the considerable height. The wind rushed past them as they fell, but Arthur absorbed most of the impact as he landed amidst the police cars, ambulances, and news vans that had gathered below like vultures around a scene of potential tragedy. The moment his feet touched the ground, Arthur was moving again. He quickly opened the nearest ambulance door, gently placing Takamura's unconscious form on the stretcher inside. He accomplished this transfer in the span of a single second, his movement so fast that most of the gathered crowd hadn't even realized what had happened. And at that moment, a police officer finally noticed what had transpired, his eyes widening as he registered the vigilante's presence among them. Kid, wait, the officer called out, his hand instinctively moving toward Arthur. Arthur paused, turning slightly to acknowledge the man. She needs someone who'll listen to her, Arthur replied quickly, cutting the man off. The officer nodded slowly, perhaps understanding more than Arthur had expected. But before either of them could say anything else, Arthur felt it, the distinct sensation of being watched by someone. Which should have been weird since he was used to having people gaze at him, however this one felt different. His head turned, scanning the crowd of police officers and emergency personnel until his eyes found the source. Standing slightly apart from the main group was a man whose appearance was as distinctive as it was disheveled. A long, gray scarf wrapped around his neck and shoulders like a cocoon, and yellow goggles with narrow slits covered his eyes. He honestly looked pretty tired. Arthur honestly had no clue who he was, but it was most likely a hero. Arthur then felt the police officer's hand reaching out to touch his shoulder, the man's fingers extending in what might have been an attempt to detain him or simply to continue their conversation. But just as the officer's hand was a mere inch from making contact with Arthur's shoulder, the vigilante's body flickered with contained energy. In an instant, Arthur dashed away at supersonic speeds, his sudden acceleration creating a miniature sonic boom that rattled windows throughout the immediate area and sent papers, debris, and loose objects swirling in a chaotic whirlwind that marked his passage. The sheer force of his departure left several people stumbling and covering their ears, while car alarms began wailing in response to the sudden pressure wave. That kid really is fast, huh? Aizawa muttered, mostly to himself, his tired eyes following the streak of displaced air that marked Arthur's trajectory across the city skyline. Yes sir, the police officer replied, still recovering from the sudden departure and the ringing in his ears. We really don't know how to stop him from his vigilante activities. Whatever we throw at him, the kid just shrugs it off. It's like he's always 3 steps ahead of whatever plan we come up with. Aizawa turned his head slightly, his expression deadpan as he regarded the officer with the kind of look reserved for people who had missed an obvious social cue. I was speaking to myself, he said in a voice that could have frozen water. Oh, sorry sir, the officer replied, his face flushing with embarrassment as he realized his mistake. No need to apologize, Aizawa replied with the same flat tone. I should have just thought it rather than saying it aloud. Though I suppose after this many years of dealing with overeager students and well-meaning but misguided civilians, I should expect people to respond to rhetorical observations. The officer nodded somewhat awkwardly, clearly unsure whether the hero was being understanding or subtly criticizing him further. Aizawa turned his attention back to the ambulance where Miss Takamura had been placed, watching as the paramedics began their preliminary assessment. Through the open doors, he could see that she appeared to be sleeping peacefully, her vital signs strong and steady according to the quiet conversations of the medical personnel. At least he hasn't gotten anyone killed yet, Aizawa observed, this time clearly speaking to himself but not caring if others overheard. That's more than can be said for some licensed heroes when they were starting out. Sir, the officer said, his voice tentative as he worked up the courage to voice something that had been bothering him. Yes. Aizawa replied without turning around. Do we actually have to catch him? It isn't like he's doing anything particularly wrong aside from using his quirk in public without a license, and he saved a lot of people while doing so. I don't know, it just feels a bit wrong to be hunting down someone who's genuinely trying to help people. The officer was honest with his words, he really didn't think Arthur was doing anything wrong. He himself had joined the force to protect people, and watching someone who was clearly committed to the same goal being treated as a criminal didn't sit right with him. So? Aizawa asked, his tone giving nothing away about his own thoughts on the matter. I don't know. The officer said, his voice trailing off. He's a vigilante and needs to be caught, no matter how much good he does, Aizawa said firmly. Vigilantism only leads to worse outcomes in the long run. Arthur may inspire other people to also begin acts of vigilantism, and who's to say they'll be as effective or as restrained as him? While his feelings are in the right place, he needs to understand this isn't how things are supposed to be done. There are proper channels, legal frameworks, and oversight systems for a reason. So we have to arrest him, the officer said, his voice carrying more conviction this time, though it seemed forced. Yes, we do, Aizawa confirmed. The law doesn't make exceptions for good intentions, and society depends on people following established systems rather than deciding for themselves what's right. And sir, the officer continued, how exactly are we going to do that? Because we can't catch him. He's faster than anything we have, stronger than our restraints, and smart enough to stay ahead of our strategies. Oh, you don't have to worry about that, Aizawa replied, and for the first time since the conversation began, there was something that might have been amusement in his voice. We have someone working on that case. At that exact moment, a sonic boom resounded from somewhere above them, the sound wave rolling across the city like thunder from a clear sky. It seems she finally caught up to him, Aizawa added with what was definitely satisfaction. Arthur, POV. I landed on another rooftop, the familiar impact of concrete beneath my feet grounding me after the chaos of the rescue scene. Turning my head back toward the direction I'd come from, I could see the lights of the emergency vehicles still clustered around the building where Takamura had made her stand against despair. You have to be kidding me, she's still chasing me, I muttered to myself, letting out a long sigh. Who was chasing me, you might be wondering. Well, that's simple enough to answer, though the reality of it was anything but simple. A bunny woman was pursuing me across the rooftops of Muzurafu. And no, before your mind goes to strange places, she wasn't a woman in a bunny costume, that would have been much weirder and considerably less problematic. The person who had been chasing me with sonic booms and cracking concrete was a literal bunny woman. Quirks are interesting like that, I guess. The rabbit hero, Mirko, currently ranked 5th in the professional hero rankings and known throughout Japan for her aggressive fighting style and complete lack of patience for anything resembling subtlety or negotiation. I looked to my sides, noting the familiar landmarks that told me we were almost at the border of Muzurafu. Just a bit more distance and I would slow down enough to let her catch up to me properly. There was no point in dragging this chase through populated areas where civilians might get hurt by the collateral damage from our inevitable confrontation. 2 seconds later, we had crossed out of the city limits and were running through the dense forest that bordered the urban area. Here, surrounded by trees that could absorb the impact of our conflict and far from any innocent bystanders, I came to a complete stop. Behind me, another sonic boom resounded through the forest, the shockwave tearing nearby trees from their roots and sending them crashing to the ground with thunderous impacts. When the dust and debris settled, she was standing directly in front of me, having used her momentum to position herself between me and any possible escape route back toward the city. Mirko was exactly as the reports had described her, a tan-skinned woman of average height with an athletic build that spoke of countless hours of intense physical training. She had narrow red eyes framed by long eyelashes. Straight white hair reached down to her waist, with bangs that extended to the left side of her face. But what drew immediate attention were her arms and legs, which looked especially powerful, whether because of her own quirk or her training I had no clue. So? Mirko yelled, her voice carrying the excited edge of someone who had been looking forward to this confrontation. It seems like you aren't as fast as everyone says you are. It looks like I'm not, I replied calmly. Everything about her posture suggested coiled energy ready to be unleashed at a moment's notice. So why were you chasing after me? I have to bring you in, after all, she said, though something in her tone suggested that wasn't her primary motivation. We can't have a vigilante running wild through the city, can we? So they sent the number 5 hero, I replied back. I'm quite honored that they think I warrant that level of response, though I'm sure you could be used in more urgent situations. Sent. Mirko laughed, the sound carrying genuine amusement and perhaps a hint of disdain. Nobody sent me, you brat. I came here looking for a challenge, and you look strong enough to provide one. Bringing you in is just a bonus on top of what I'm really here for. So you want to fight? I asked, scratching my hair as a tired sigh escaped my lips. This was exactly what I had been hoping to avoid, but it seemed inevitable now. I do, she confirmed with enthusiasm that bordered on bloodthirsty. Good thing I lured you out of the city then, I muttered under my breath. What did you say? She demanded, her enhanced hearing having caught my words despite my attempt at keeping them quiet. Is that an actual question, or do you just want me to reiterate myself? I replied. Because I was pretty sure your bunny ears gave you hearing capabilities that surpass most heroes, so I know you heard me the first time. Mirko didn't bother replying with words. Instead, she launched herself at me with explosive force. Boom. The sound of her leap breaking the sound barrier filled the forest as I moved slightly to the left, just enough to avoid the devastating axe kick that smashed into the ground where I had been standing. The impact created a crater several feet deep and sent cracked spider webbing outward through the earth. Before the fissures had finished spreading, another kick was already coming toward my head with the same devastating force. I opened my palm and caught her foot, receiving the full brunt of the attack and feeling the incredible power behind it. The force was enough to have pulverized concrete or cut through steel, but it only managed to move me back about 3 inches, my enhanced durability and strength allowing me to absorb the impact without significant damage. Look, I'm sure we can talk this out so I can be let go, I said, still hoping to resolve this without serious violence. We've done enough talking, don't you think, she replied, and I could see a maniacal grin spreading across her face that promised pain and destruction. At that exact moment, she spun her free leg, using the leverage of the one I had caught to generate additional force as she kicked me straight in the gut. The impact made me skid backward several feet and forced me to release my grip on her leg. Now fight, she shouted, her voice carrying a kind of wild excitement like a kid in a candy store. I felt a slight sting where she had kicked me, but the sensation faded in less than a second as Avalon immediately began repairing any minor damage. Look, I'm sure I can convince you, and then you can let me go, I tried once more, still hoping against hope that reason might prevail. I received no reply as I saw her charging at me again, this time with another devastating kick that carried enough force to level a home. I dodged it easily. But as I watched her attack patterns and saw the genuine joy of combat in her eyes, I realized that words weren't going to be enough. Mirko wasn't here because she had been ordered to capture me, and she wasn't driven by a sense of justice or duty to uphold the law. She was here because she wanted to fight someone strong, and she had identified me as a worthy opponent. There was only one way this was going to end. I'm really sorry for this, I muttered, genuinely regretful about what I was about to do. Sorry for what? She yelled, launching into another powerful kick that would have been devastating if it had connected. At that moment, I activated Mana Burst, feeling the familiar surge of energy flow through my body as my already considerable physical capabilities were amplified beyond my abnormal limits. Instantly, I was moving at speeds that made my previous velocity look sluggish, closing the distance between us faster than even her enhanced reflexes could fully track. I lifted my fist, and although her body seemed to react on its own, some primal instinct telling her to back away from the incoming danger, it was already too late. Mirko herself hadn't even consciously registered the threat yet. My fist met her stomach with carefully controlled force, enough to incapacitate but not to cause permanent damage. She doubled over the impact, her eyes widening in shock and pain as the air was driven from her lungs. Before she could recover, I followed up with my other fist to her head, rendering her unconscious and hoping I had controlled myself enough not to cause serious injury. Mirko's body went limp, and I caught her before she could fall to the forest floor. Again, I'm really sorry. Chapter 3, A Kind Soul, 3. There we go, I muttered as I gently laid Mirko down on a vacant hospital bed, adjusting the pillow beneath her head. What, I wasn't going to just leave her there unconscious in some random forest. What if something came by and harmed her while she was defenseless? Now time to get out of here, I added, my right foot already on the ledge of the window ready to jump out. I really didn't like hospitals. Much too white, for how much misery was brought inside, like a lie meant to bring peace to whoever resided in it. However, something stopped me, a voice. It sounded weirdly, squeaky, almost cartoonish in its pitch. It turns out I was right, I knew you'd get here. Just what was going on? My muscles tensed instinctively, and I found myself scanning the room for potential threats or escape routes. The voice had an oddly cheerful quality to it, which somehow made it more unsettling rather than less. You may be wondering what is going on. Well, that is simple, I wanted to have a nice little talk with you. My ears twitched at the man's voice, my head snapping toward a corner of the room where a small camera lay attached to the ceiling, its red recording light blinking steadily. The lens seemed to track my movement slightly, confirming that whoever was speaking could see me clearly. How did you know I'd be here? I asked, keeping my voice level despite the unease creeping up my spine. Oh, some simple psychology based on who you are as a person and probability calculations, nothing I can't handle. You see, I already guessed you'd overpower Mirko even if none of the footage we have captured of you would suggest you possessed that level of strength. Still, I needed to get you to a controlled space where we could have a proper chat without interruption. So I calculated the trajectory you and Mirko ran in, cross-referenced it with your known behavioral patterns, then I checked to see what hospital was closest to your likely stopping point, factored in your apparent moral compass and reluctance to leave injured people unattended, ran a few more calculations, and voila, here we are. The casual manner in he spoke really did make me think it had been easy for him, a quirk that made him smarter perhaps. So what do you want to talk about exactly? I asked, positioning myself between the camera and Mirko's unconscious form. Wait just a moment, if you don't mind. I'd much prefer to talk face-to-face rather than through this impersonal camera system. Much more civilized, don't you think? And so I waited, though not for very long. The door handle turned with a soft click, and the hospital room door opened up, revealing the person whom the voice belonged to, though calling him a person was being generous. He looked like something out of a children's cartoon, a curious mix of a dog, a mouse, and a bear all rolled into one impossibly small package. He had the distinctive head of a mouse, complete with a black button nose and large rectangular ears that twitched slightly as he moved. A prominent scar ran across his right eye, giving him a somewhat battle-worn appearance that contrasted sharply with his otherwise adorable features. Both of his eyes were perfectly circular and completely black, like buttons sewn onto a stuffed animal. He was impeccably dressed in a formal suit that consisted of a crisp white shirt and bright red tie, paired with a black waistcoat and matching pants that had been clearly tailored to fit his unusual proportions. The ensemble was completed by a pair of oversized orange sneakers that seemed almost comically large on his small frame, and a thin tail that swished behind him as he moved. He walked slowly into the room, his small hands clasped behind his back as he carefully inspected Mirko's sleeping form. "She's gonna be fine," I told him, trying to read his expression. "Oh yes, I know you'd never seriously hurt a pro-hero," he replied without looking away from her. "Your psychological profile suggests you have an almost pathological aversion to causing unnecessary harm. Then why are you checking on her so thoroughly?" The small creature's ears drooped slightly, and for a moment his cheerful demeanor seemed to crack, revealing something more genuinely caring underneath. A principal worries about all his students, even if she graduated a few years ago already. Old habits, you understand. "You're a principal?" I asked, unable to hide my surprise. This tiny, mouse-like creature was in charge of a school. The animal hybrid's face lit up with what could only be described as pride, his chest puffing out slightly. "Why yes, I am. In fact, I am Nizu, the principal of the most prestigious hero school in Japan, possibly in the world, depending on how you measure these things." "UA?" I asked, though I was fairly certain I already knew the answer. He nodded his head enthusiastically, his ears bouncing with the motion, before walking over to a chair that sat in the corner of the room. Despite his small stature, he climbed onto it with surprising grace and settled in, his feet dangling several inches above the floor like a child's might. He smacked his lips together thoughtfully for a moment, his nose twitching slightly in what seemed to be an unconscious habit. "Are you okay?" I asked, noticing his apparent discomfort. "Oh yes, just a little parched. I'd love some tea right about now, too bad hospital tea is notoriously terrible. Either way, you shouldn't be worried about my minor discomforts. We're here to talk about you, after all." His black eyes fixed on mine with an intensity that seemed to see right through me. I nodded, settling into a more comfortable position while keeping my guard up. Though this principal really didn't seem to have some ulterior motive, it really did seem like he just wanted to talk, then again I may have just been too trusting. "So, what's your name?" he asked, tilting his head slightly to one side. "My name?" I asked back, taken somewhat aback by the question. "Yes, your name. I'm guessing it's not actually Arthur, although it would be quite the amusing coincidence if the moniker the news gave you happened to match your real name perfectly." I stayed quiet for a long moment, weighing my options. "Oh come now, lad, don't keep me in suspense," he said with an encouraging smile that somehow managed to be both friendly and slightly unnerving. "I won't tell anyone, even if it turns out to be something embarrassingly ordinary." After another moment of hesitation, I finally replied, "It's Aki." "Aki Tadashi." Nizu said thoughtfully, scratching his chin with one small paw. "I have to say, I like Arthur much better. It has a certain heroic ring to it, don't you think?" I found myself scratching my own nape unconsciously, a habit I'd developed when feeling awkward. "Honestly." "So do I," I replied, a bit of unexpected laughter breaking through my words. "Then I'll just call you Arthur, if that's all right with you." I nodded, finding his casual acceptance oddly comforting. "So Arthur," his tone shifted slightly, becoming more serious, "you know you're in quite a lot of trouble, don't you?" The weight of my situation came crashing back down on me. "I know." "Then may I ask why you decided to take up this vigilante lifestyle of yours? What drives a 14-year-old boy to take on criminals and villains single-handedly?" "Honestly." I laughed, though there wasn't much humor in it. I just wanted to help people at first. You know, simple things like helping an old woman cross the street or getting a cat out of a tree. Small acts of kindness that anyone could do. But then I started encountering situations where people were getting hurt by villain attacks, collateral damage from fights between heroes and criminals. I couldn't just stand by and watch innocent people suffer when I had the power to help them. That led to me directly confronting the villains themselves, and before I knew it, I trailed off, spreading my hands helplessly. Honestly, it's all got a bit out of my hands at this point. It got out of your hands, Nizu replied, and I could see him struggling to contain his amusement at my choice of words. That's certainly one way to describe becoming one of the most wanted vigilantes in the country. May I ask you something? Nizu said, smacking his lips once more. He really did seem to need that tea. Go ahead, I replied, curious what this strange creature wanted to know. How old are you, exactly? I mean, you look 14, but I could be wrong, so I'd rather know for sure. 14, though I'll be 15 next month. His black eyes seemed to light up with interest. May 4th, he asked. I nodded, not even bothering to be surprised that he knew my birthday. Excellent then, Nizu said with sudden excitement, clapping his small hands together with a sound like tiny applause. How about I help you get things back under your control? How? I asked warily. Well, by becoming one of my students, of course. He practically bounced in his chair with enthusiasm. I'm sorry, what? I couldn't have heard that correctly. Yes, it's perfect. You, a vigilante with incredible potential but lacking proper training and guidance, come to study at UA to learn how to become a proper, licensed hero. It's absolutely perfect, don't you think? We solve your legal troubles while giving you the education and structure you clearly need. But isn't UA extremely prestigious? Don't you need to pass incredibly difficult entrance exams? Also, why would becoming a student at UA make the authorities drop the charges for illegal quirk usage? Nizu's smile took on a slightly mischievous quality. That, my dear friend, is because of a wonderful thing called institutional influence. Some might call it nepotism, but I prefer to think of it as recognizing and nurturing exceptional talent before it's wasted. A talent like yours mustn't be caught and put in a cell where it will only waste away. No, you must be trained, you must learn proper techniques and ethics, you must understand what it truly means to be a hero. You want to do good in this world, correct? Well, this is how you do it properly. The offer was tempting, incredibly so. To have a chance at legitimacy, at learning from the best, at becoming the hero I'd always dreamed of being without constantly looking over my shoulder for law enforcement. Then I'd very much appreciate the opportunity to be a student at UA. Hi, I said carefully. Wonderful. Now then, I'll need permission from your parents, of course, but we can set up a meeting to discuss dash. I don't have parents, I interrupted quietly. His enthusiastic expression faltered slightly. Then I'll need to speak with your legal guardian about enrollment procedures and dash. Don't have one of those either. Now he looked genuinely concerned, his ears drooping. Then who takes care of you? Who's been responsible for your well-being all this time? I do. You do. Yeah, I take care of myself. But how do you even live? Where do you stay? How do you eat, do laundry, handle basic necessities? I shrugged, uncomfortable with his obvious concern. I kind of just jump around mostly. Sleep wherever seems safe, find food where I can, help people when they need it. Well, no more of that. Nizu declared firmly, his protective instincts clearly kicking in. You're going to be a UA student, for heaven's sake. No, you absolutely must have proper living quarters, regular meals, clean clothes, stability. Come on, the sooner we get this sorted out, the sooner we can dash. Honestly, this was all happening a bit too fast, wasn't it? The offer was generous, incredibly so, but when something was too good to be true, it normally was. Wait, I interrupted, voicing the concern that had been growing in the back of my mind. If I go to UA, will I be able to keep being a vigilante? The question hung in the air between us. Nizu's legs stopped their gentle swinging, and his expression grew very serious. For a long moment, he simply stared at me with those black button eyes, which looked extremely eerie for some reason. Finally, he spoke, his voice carrying a finality that left no room for misinterpretation. Why, of course not. What type of question is that? A/N, sub-author here, I hope you are enjoying the story so far. I really appreciate the comments from last chap, it made me feel all giddy inside. Either way, I'd also really appreciate stones and reviews since those seem to help stories out, though I'm not entirely sure how. I also wanted to ask something. Would you guys like it more if he stayed a vigilante, if he went to U.A or found some middle ground? That's pretty much it, author out, and once more THX for reading. Chapter 4, A Kind Soul, 4. Why, of course not. What type of question is that? I stared at the animal hybrid in front of me, his words echoing in the sterile hospital room. No. Of course there had to be a catch. Not that it was really a catch, it was still an incredibly good deal. For heaven's sake, I myself knew how out of hand everything had gotten. The constant running, the sleepless nights, the way every hero in Japan seemed to have my face memorized. I'd go to a school for the first time in 6 years, have some sense of normalcy. And yet. The silence stretched between us as I processed what he'd just said. No more vigilante work. No more late-night rescues. No more being able to help people the moment I saw them in danger. Then I'm sorry, but no, I said, determination filling my voice despite the tremor I tried to hide. No. Nizu's head tilted slightly, his black eyes studying me with an intensity that made me feel like a specimen under a microscope. No, I replied, rougher this time, forcing steel into my words. I was expecting some kind of negative reaction, anger, disappointment, maybe even threats of increased manhunts, not that those would do much to me, especially since Nizu seemed pretty weak aside from all the information he was able to get. Instead, Nizu smiled. Not just any smile, but a widened, creepy grin that stretched from one end of his mouse face to the other, revealing small, sharp teeth that glinted in the hospital lighting. Oh, I just knew you'd be the perfect fit, but this is even better than I calculated. Fit. The word came out more confused than I intended. Oh, I got ahead of myself. Sorry. He waved a small paw dismissively. Either way, may I know why you said no? Even if I do have a hypothesis already. I looked down at my hands, then back up at him. UA is a high school, right? Meaning that if I enter next school year, I'll have to spend 3 years, almost 4 with the waiting time until it starts. The same amount of time I've been a recognized vigilante. Yes, that is right, Nizu interrupted. For years where I won't be able to travel Japan helping people. I looked down at my hands again, one of them sliding down my leg to touch Avalon and Excalibur. It was comforting in a way, I'd had them by side for a long time, and they would never leave me. Do you know how many people I have saved in the past 4 years? I asked, my hand rising from my blade. I have a rough estimate, but please, enlighten me. His voice carried genuine curiosity now, the calculating edge temporarily replaced by what seemed like authentic interest. 13,412. Roughly. No. No, not roughly. My voice grew stronger, more certain. I have saved 13,412 people from grave injury or death. I remember all of them. Each and every one. The memories flashed through my mind, faces, names, moments of terror transformed into relief. The businessman I'd pulled from a collapsing building in Shibuya. The little girl I'd caught when she fell from a fire escape in Harajuku. The elderly couple I'd shielded from falling debris during a villain attack in Akasaka. If I wasn't there, those people would have died. Nizu's expression shifted slightly, becoming more serious. You can't know that. Heroes could have easily been dispatched to help those people, and they probably would have succeeded. And I don't know if that's true either. I stood up from where I'd been leaning against the wall, suddenly needing to pace. Maybe they would have, maybe they wouldn't have. But I don't deal in maybes. I saved those people. I was there when they needed someone, not 5 minutes later when the proper authorities arrived, not after filling out the correct paperwork, not after getting permission from the Hero Public Safety Commission. I was there. The room fell quiet except for the steady beeping of medical equipment and the distant sounds of the hospital beyond these walls. Mirko stirred slightly on the bed but didn't wake. So what? You're going to throw away decades of actual valued hero work just because you can't stop being a vigilante for 4 years now? You can't possibly think that's a good trade-off. I stopped pacing and looked directly at him. Maybe it isn't. Then dash. Maybe it isn't valued hero work, I interrupted, surprising myself with the conviction in my voice. But I value my work. It's not even work. I scratched my hair, a nervous habit I'd developed over the years. It's a calling. My calling. Nizu studied me for a long moment, his small hands clasped behind his back. Okay then. I'll give you that point. But what about all the bad that comes from your vigilante work? Bad. The word came out sharper than I intended. You can't possibly be that naive, right? You are one of the most wanted vigilantes in Japan. That takes resources away from other problems. But I'm not a problem dash. Be quiet. I didn't interrupt when you were making your point. The authority in his voice was unmistakable, and despite everything, I found myself shutting up. Why was this mouse polar bear hybrid putting me on edge than high-ranked heroes or maniacal villains? You are a problem, even though many may not consider you one. You still are. Police go after you wherever you appear. Heroes, he said, pointing at the unconscious Mirko, are sent after you. How many routes could be properly policed if officers weren't chasing shadows of a boy who thinks he knows better than the entire hero system? I opened my mouth to respond, but he held up a paw. How many villains escape while heroes are diverted to deal with you? How many crimes go unreported because witnesses are too busy recording videos of your latest stunt? You may save people, Arthur, but the ripple effects of your actions extend far beyond what you see. I dash. What did I say about interrupting? I shut up. I know what you're going to say, Nizu continued, his voice gentler now. That it isn't you who's spending those resources, it's the government trying to catch you. And you'd be right. Yet the root cause is you. You may want to be the exception to this rule, but that isn't going to be the case. However, I can make you the exception, as long as you do things properly. He paused, letting his words sink in. The hospital room felt smaller somehow, the walls closing in as the weight of his argument settled on my shoulders. Besides, it's not like you won't be able to be a hero for long. In your second year, you're able to get a provisional hero license, so at most it'll be a year, maybe less. Join UA. Do things the right way, not your way. A year. 12 months of sitting in classrooms while people died. 12 months of following rules while emergencies unfolded. 12 months of being a student instead of a savior. But then I thought about the resources he'd mentioned. The police officers who could be patrolling dangerous neighborhoods instead of chasing me. The heroes who could be stopping actual villains instead of trying to bring in someone who was trying to help. The consequences to my actions beyond just helping people. I started, then stopped. The words I wanted to say, the defiant rejection, the passionate defense of my methods, died in my throat. I couldn't form a proper counterargument. Every point I tried to raise crumbled under the weight of his logic. So little by little, I quieted down, the fight draining out of me like air from a punctured balloon. Besides, Nizu added, his voice taking on an almost fatherly tone, it's not like you won't be able to help people at UA. Do you know how many future heroes you could influence as their comrade in arms and books alike? Think about more than just the now, think about tomorrow, and the next day and every day after that. Nizu jumped off the chair and walked up to me, his small stature somehow not diminishing the authority he carried. He stretched his hand out to mine, and I found myself staring down at the offered paw. So what do you say? I looked at his furry paw and sighed. Just 1 year. That's it. Then you'll be an actual hero, or at least a provisional one. You can help people the right way, with proper support, with backup, with resources. You won't have to carry the weight of the entire world on your shoulders anymore. The thought was both terrifying and relieving. I reached out and shook his hand. Oh, and there is still 1 year until school begins, by the way, so. I smiled, and for the first time since this conversation started, it felt genuine. He smiled back, that same wide grin from before, but somehow it seemed less creepy now, still a bit creepy though. 1 year to live the remainder of my vigilante life. I turned toward the open window, the cool night air calling to me like it had for so many years. Oh wait, how will I contact you? I asked, turning back to Nizu. He rummaged in one of his pockets, bringing out a sleek smartphone and handing it to me. The device was sleek and thin, honestly it looked pretty brittle. The password is 1234. My number is already programmed in. Call me when you need me, and remember, 1 year though I would prefer if you stopped your vigilante work within 11 months. No more than that. Yeah, I whispered, pocketing the phone. 1 year. A/N, so what do you guys think about the chapter? Good? I sure hope so, haha. If I'm being honest, I forgot when some stuff happened, mainly that being that the UA entrance exam occurs in February and that school years in Japan begin in April lol. Either way, I saw a FIC doing this so I thought about trying it out myself, you know, as incentives, for you guys, gals, and myself. Extra chapters, I'll provide an extra chapter every 200 power stones and every 5 reviews, so the ball is in your court. Author out and THX for reading. Chapter 5, Last Year as a Vigilante. Narration POV. Arthur ran out of the window, leaving an unconscious Mirko and a smiling Nizu behind. The moment the vigilante disappeared into the night, Nizu's smile fell. He rummaged in his vest with his right paw, pulling out his phone. The device recognized his face immediately, unlocking with a ping that would give nightmares to college students as it sounded distinctly like an alarm. He opened an app and began scrolling down through various names. He stopped. It read, Arthur. Aki Tadashi, huh, Nizu muttered to himself, staring at the screen. I wonder what happened to you to make you this way. His paw hovered over the screen, he seemed about to do something when a sound close to him made him stop dead in his tracks. Mirko was waking up. Nizu quickly pocketed the phone and began walking to her side, his expression shifting to one of concern. Are you okay? He asked, genuine worry filling his voice as he approached the hospital bed. Principal Nizu. Mirko's voice was groggy, confusion evident as she tried to orient herself. What are you doing here? Where am I? Last thing I remember was kicking the kid. She didn't remember getting knocked out. Nizu had calculated Arthur would be stronger, but it seemed he had still underestimated him. Mirko, while 5th in the rankings, was actually the 3rd strongest hero in the rankings. It was just that she didn't focus much on popularity polls or crime aside from strong villains. So to be able to defeat her without her even noticing just how. Principal? Mirko asked, already standing up from the bed, her powerful legs steady despite her recent unconsciousness. Nizu sighed, deciding to tell her outright. He knocked you out and brought you here. We are at Musudafa Hospital right now. He knocked me out, she asked, somewhat bewildered. Her hand instinctively went to her head, feeling for any injuries. There were none, not that she would have minded. The only thing that could slow her down was a teared-off limb, and even then she didn't think she would have stopped. Nizu nodded, watching her reaction carefully. Then a maniac smile began to spread across her face, her red eyes gleaming with something that made even the hyper-intelligent principal slightly uncomfortable. That's fun. Well, that couldn't be good. Mirko, Nizu began cautiously, I hope you're not planning on dash. Oh, I'm absolutely planning on it, she interrupted, cracking her knuckles. Arthur POV. I stopped dead in my tracks on the ceiling of a building in Nagoya, my enhanced senses scanning the city far and wide. My right hand went down to Excalibur's hilt and I couldn't help but smile. I remembered the first time I ever held them in my hands, 6 years ago when everything changed, when. I shook my head, clearing out those thoughts. The past was the past, and dwelling on it wouldn't help anyone tonight. Come on then, girls, I whispered to my weapons. We have 1 more year. Let's make the most of it. At that exact moment, a police siren reached my ears, its wailing cry cutting through the night like a knife. My enhanced vision immediately locked onto the source of the disturbance. Racing through the streets below was a figure on a motorcycle. Even from this distance, I could see the writhing mass of serpents where his hair should be, each one thick as a man's arm and apparently growing larger by the second. Without hesitation, my back foot smashed against the concrete rooftop, propelling me into the air. The building beneath me cracked from the force of my departure, but I was already soaring through the night sky, wind whipping past my face as I adjusted my trajectory. I appeared in front of the speeding motorcycle, my feet touching down on the asphalt with barely a sound despite the tremendous speed of my arrival. The bike was approaching fast, too fast for a normal person to react. But I wasn't normal, and neither, apparently, was the rider. Slowly, deliberately, I drew Excalibur from its sheath. The blade emerged with its characteristic ring of steel on steel, the sound somehow audible even over the roar of the approaching engine. The weapon shined. People would have thought it was just the street light refracting of the steel, but Excalibur did shine. It was just that cool, or that sacred. However, that light would be the one I would be known for. When people saw Excalibur's light, it would mean they would be safe, no harm would come to them, and I would make sure that the light reached everyone. The man on the bike, however, didn't seem inclined to stop or surrender at the light. Instead, the snakes writhing atop his head began to grow at an alarming rate. What had been hair-like serpents moments before suddenly expanded, first to the size of pythons, then anacondas, and before long they were each the size of small cars, their scales gleaming wetly in the artificial light. The transformation was both mesmerizing and horrifying. The man's quirk was clearly powerful. The sheer mass of the serpents was already throwing off his balance on the motorcycle, and I could see him struggling to maintain control. The snakes lashed out in every direction in an unscrambled mess. Perhaps the man just wanted to create as many distractions as possible, and if that was his plan, it was succeeding. Several struck at me directly, their massive heads moving with surprising speed for their size. Others attacked the surrounding infrastructure, street lights, traffic signs, building facades, tearing them from their moorings with casual violence. The most concerning group, however, turned their attention to the pursuing police cars, their jaws unhinging to reveal rows of gleaming fangs. Time seemed to slow as my enhanced reflexes kicked into high gear. I could see every scale, every movement, every potential trajectory of destruction. A street light, torn free by one of the serpent heads, was spinning through the air toward a residential building where I could sense sleeping civilians. Another snake was preparing to crush the lead police car, its occupants visible through the windshield, their faces masks of determination and fear. I moved. Excalibur became a blur of motion in my hands. In the span of a single second, I slashed exactly 100 times, each strike precise and calculated. The sword moved so fast it seemed to be in multiple places at once, creating afterimages all over the wide street. The street light and the attacking snake head were simultaneously reduced to perfect cubes, each piece exactly the same size, falling harmlessly to the ground with a series of soft thuds. The geometry was so precise it looked almost artistic, a side effect of Excalibur's otherworldly sharpness and my own supernatural precision. But even as those pieces hit the ground, I could see the severed snake head already beginning to regenerate, new flesh and scales growing from the cleanly cut stump. The man's quirk apparently included rapid healing, which complicated matters significantly. I didn't have time to admire my handiwork or worry about the regeneration. More snakes were still attacking, and the motorcycle was still speeding toward me. I slashed once more, this time targeting the bike itself. Excalibur passed through the machine like it was made of paper, bisecting it perfectly down the middle. The two halves separated cleanly, sparks flying as metal scraped against asphalt. My back foot slammed against the concrete again, propelling me past the now airborne rider and directly toward the police cars. 7 serpent heads, each with their massive maws opened wide, were descending toward the vehicles like striking vipers. I could see the terror in the officers' eyes, could hear their shouts of alarm even over the chaos. I wouldn't let them be hurt. Not on my watch. I slashed at each head in rapid succession. Each cut was perfect, each angle calculated to maximize damage while minimizing the risk to nearby civilians and officers. The severed heads fell to the ground with wet thuds, but I knew they would regenerate soon. In that same fluid motion, I intercepted the various street lights and debris that were still flying through the air, courtesy of the earlier serpent attacks. Each piece of potentially lethal projectile was either sliced into harmless fragments or deflected away from populated areas. A traffic sign that had been heading for a convenience store instead embedded itself harmlessly in the street. A chunk of concrete that might have crashed through someone's window instead shattered against my blade. The next second found me standing over the fallen rider, who had hit the pavement hard when his motorcycle was destroyed. He was conscious but dazed, his snake hair already beginning to regrow from the stumps I had created. Blood trickled from a cut on his forehead, but his injuries appeared to be relatively minor, more bruises and scrapes than anything serious. I raised Excalibur's hilt and brought it down in a controlled strike against the man's temple, applying just enough force to render him unconscious without causing permanent damage. His body went limp, and the regenerating snakes immediately stopped growing, instead beginning to shrink back toward their original size. "Sorry for this," I said softly, looking down at the unconscious criminal. "Normally I would have grabbed you and tried to talk you into giving yourself up, but I don't have the time for that tonight." I placed my hand gently on the man's now almost bald head, feeling the small serpents that were still present writhing weakly beneath my palm. Even unconscious, his quirk was still partially active, though greatly diminished. I wondered what had driven him to this. "I do hope you find a better path in life," I whispered, meaning every word. With that I was gone. A/N, sorry about the late chapter, was out partying with friends and completely forgot about this lol. Either way, I hope you guys enjoyed it. I won't drag this year out, at least I hope I don't. Also, we will learn about Arthur's, Aki's, past, don't know exactly when, but I will reveal it. That's pretty much it for today. Power Stones, reviews and comments are appreciated. Author out. Chapter 6, Last Year as a Vigilante, 2. Narration POV. Welcome back to Juzo News, I am Yuriko Miyazaki. Today we will talk about the past month and the exponential increase of sightings of the vigilante known as Arthur throughout Japan. A woman with black hair and cat ears spoke, adjusting her papers as the red recording light blinked steadily above the camera. The studio was modest but professional, with warm lighting that cast a gentle glow over the news desk. Behind Yuriko, a large screen displayed a map of Japan dotted with red markers indicating Arthur's reported appearances across multiple prefectures. Of course, we all know about Arthur himself. He began his vigilante work 4 years ago when a man with a gigantification quirk was destroying Kobe, the capital city of Hyogo Prefecture. However, we have been able to find out that his first unrecognized act, which we believe led to him becoming a vigilante 2 years later, it was when he saved a child from a crumbling building during a villain attack. The screen behind her shifted to show grainy footage of a blonde figure moving at incredible speeds, rescuing civilians from various disaster scenes over the years. The footage we're seeing has been compiled from security cameras, cell phone videos, and hero agency recordings across the past 4 years. What's particularly striking is the consistency of his methods and the care he takes with civilian safety, Yuriko continued, her professional demeanor masking her own conflicted feelings about the vigilante. She paused, glancing at her notes before looking directly into the camera. Today with us is an expert on vigilantes and their cautionary tales. Please give a warm welcome to Jiro Jino, owner of the podcast Get Vigilantes Under Control, or GVUC. The camera panned to reveal a man on the other side of the polished news desk. He had a severe military haircut and was dressed in a formal navy suit, but the feature that immediately drew everyone's attention was his oversized mustache that was somehow balled up into 2 angry-looking fists at the ends, most likely his quirk. "So, Jiro Jino." "Call me JJJ, he interrupted, his mustache fists twitching, almost as if he were shaking a closed fist at her. "Well then, JJJ, what can you tell us about the recent surge in Arthur sightings across Japan? Some reports suggest he's been spotted in cities hundreds of kilometers apart within hours of each other." JJJ's face reddened slightly, and his mustache began to tremble. "What can I say? What can I say? I say he's a menace. What else is there to say? The mustache fist slammed down on the table with surprising force, causing the water glasses to jump and the microphones to rattle. Yuriko blinked, maintaining her composure despite the outburst. Would you like to elaborate on that assessment? Elaborate. Ha. Elaborate. You're telling me to elaborate. Why don't you elaborate? JJJ's voice pitched higher, his mustache now writhing like angry snakes. Yuriko glanced toward the production crew visible through the glass partition. The director shrugged helplessly while the camera operators exchanged bewildered looks. This wasn't exactly what they had expected when JJJ had practically begged to appear on their show. The truth was, the station hadn't initially wanted to cover Arthur extensively. Public reception of the vigilante was deeply split. Half the population saw him as a hero who filled gaps the official heroes couldn't, while the other half viewed him as a dangerous rogue who operated outside the law. Taking a strong stance either way meant alienating a significant portion of their viewership, which was bad for business. But everything had changed over the past month. Arthur's activities had intensified dramatically, and JJJ's podcast had exploded in popularity due to the heated debates surrounding these issues. The numbers had grown so large that the network decided to ride the wave while they could, even if it meant dealing with volatile guests like JJJ. Fortunately, Yuriko wouldn't have to press for elaboration, as JJJ seemed ready to explode with his own theories. For one thing, have you seen all the places he's been spotted? Osaka, Yokohama, Shizuoka, all in the same day. There's no way one person could be in all those places at once. He must have accomplices in his crimes. Do you understand how much danger that puts us all in? To have even more wild vigilantes dressed like one another running around with no supervision whatsoever. None at all. JJJ's mustache fists gestured wildly as he spoke, punctuating each point with aggressive jabs at the air. At least professional heroes can be investigated and held accountable when they perform their hero work, but this man, this Arthur, he's completely wild. Unregulated. Operating in the shadows with who knows what kind of backup or support network. But JJJ, Yuriko interrupted, deciding to play the role of reasonable counterpoint in this debate. All our evidence suggests that he's actually more careful about civilian safety than many licensed heroes. The statistical analysis shows significantly lower collateral damage in incidents where Arthur intervenes compared to similar situations handled by hero agencies. Even the condition that villains are left in is remarkably good, minimal injuries, no permanent damage. Bah. That's all pish-posh. JJJ waved dismissively, his mustache coiling tighter. JJJ, it's not pish-posh, it's documented evidence compiled by independent research organizations and government statistical analysis departments. Oh, I'll give you something better than evidence, I'll give you facts. JJJ declared, pulling out a tablet and slamming it down on the desk. Arthur POV. The acrid smell of smoke filled my nostrils as I burst through the window of the burning apartment building. Although Avalon immediately healed any of the damage from smoke inhalation. Flames licked at the walls and ceiling, painting everything in shifting orange and red. The wooden support beams groaned ominously overhead, some already turned to charcoal at the edges while their metal reinforcements began to glow white-hot. I lifted a massive wooden beam that had fallen across the hallway, its surface crackling. The metal rim was beginning to melt, dripping molten steel onto the floor below. Carefully, I moved it aside, clearing the path to where I had heard the faint coughing from almost a kilometer away. My enhanced hearing had picked up the sound during my patrol, cutting through the chaos of sirens, shouting firefighters, and the roar of flames. It was a weak sound, the kind that meant someone was running out of time. There, trapped beneath fallen debris in what had once been a living room, I found her. An elderly woman, probably in her 70s, her gray hair singed and her clothes covered in ash. She was conscious but struggling, each breath bringing another harsh cough. "You all right there, ma'am?" I asked, immediately realizing how stupid the question was as another fit of coughing seized her. She could only respond with more coughing, her body racked with the effort. "Yeah, probably shouldn't have said anything." "Sorry about that, ma'am," I apologized, feeling genuinely bad about my thoughtless words. Sometimes I forgot how powerful Avalon and Excalibur made me, which made me lose sight of how fragile humans were, even those with quirks. I carefully lifted the woman, cradling her as gently as I could. One hand supported her head to prevent whiplash from the acceleration I was about to subject her to. Then I activated my speed, but kept it controlled, just fast enough to get us out safely, not so fast that the sudden movement would harm her. We shot through the window opening I had created, and I used my body to shield her from any remaining glass shards. The cool night air hit us at once, from the warmth of flames to icy air, it was quite the feeling. I landed softly on the street below, my enhanced strength allowing me to absorb all the impact so she felt nothing more than a gentle settling. Slowly, I helped her stand on her own feet. She coughed for several more moments, her lungs working to clear the smoke, but her breathing was already improving in the clean air. The paramedics rushed over immediately, they had been waiting, for firefighters or heroes I didn't know, and I didn't really care, she was the only one in the fire. As they began to guide her toward the ambulance, she stopped them with a surprisingly firm grip on one paramedic's arm. "Cough, thank you, cough," she managed between coughs, looking directly at me with eyes that held a lifetime of gratitude. "Thank you, ma'am." "Just take care of yourself," I replied, meaning every word. As the paramedics led her away, I noticed their different reactions. One of them nodded at me respectfully, the other, a younger woman, seemed irritated by my presence, her jaw tight with disapproval. I was used to this by now, everyone's a critic. My phone buzzed insistently in my pocket. I pulled it out and glanced at the caller ID, already knowing who it would be. I only had one contact. Nizu. Without hesitation, I declined the call and shoved the phone back into my pocket. "You gave me 1 year. Stop calling me so much," I muttered, frustration creeping into my voice. With a final glance at the woman being loaded into the ambulance, I launched myself into the night sky, already listening for the next person who might need help. Narration POV. Fact number 8 against this Arthur. JJJ bellowed into his microphone, his face now completely flushed with righteous indignation. He slid his tablet across the desk toward Yuriko, and the studio's main screen lit up with video footage. This right here was 4 days ago. This was the Muzutafu incident where that explosion quirk boy was held hostage by that sludge villain. The footage began to play, showing a chaotic street scene. Emergency vehicles lined the road, their red and blue lights painting everything in alternating colors. Citizens had been evacuated to a safe distance, held back by police barriers. On the screen, a blonde, spiky-haired 14-year-old boy could be seen struggling desperately against a writhing, dark green mass that had engulfed him. The sludge villain had completely surrounded the teenager, leaving only his head and one arm free. Small explosions sparked from the boy's free hand as he tried to blast his way out, but the gelatinous villain simply absorbed the attacks and reformed around him. "Look at this situation," JJJ narrated, pointing aggressively at the screen. "Multiple pro heroes on scene, and what can they do? Nothing. Mount Lady can't get through because the narrow streets are her weakness. Kamui Woods can't approach because fire is his weakness and there are flames everywhere. No other hero present could help without endangering the hostage." The camera showed exactly what JJJ was describing. MT Lady stood at the end of the street, her massive form unable to navigate the tight space between buildings. Kamui Woods paced at a safe distance from the fires that had broken out from damaged gas lines. Other heroes looked on helplessly, their quirks either unsuited for the delicate rescue operation or too dangerous to use with a civilian so close. The footage continued. Suddenly, a green-haired kid in a school uniform, obviously another student, came running into frame from the crowd of evacuated civilians. Tears streamed down his face as he threw his yellow backpack at the sludge villain, then began clawing desperately at the gelatinous mass with his bare hands. "Look at this!" JJJ exclaimed. An untrained civilian child putting himself in mortal danger because the heroes can't act. This is what happens when vigilantes undermine the proper system. Even children start believing they can act like they want. The green-haired boy's efforts were brave but futile. His fingernails scraped uselessly against the villain's surface while he shouted something inaudible at the trapped blonde student. Then, without warning, boom. A massive gust of wind exploded through the scene. The sludge villain was instantly scattered, his gelatinous form splashing against nearby walls and windows like liquid. The two students stood blinking in the sudden calm. Every person on the street, heroes, police, civilians, stood frozen in shock at the sudden resolution. What exactly is this supposed to prove? Yuriko asked, genuinely confused by JJJ's presentation. JJJ's eyes gleamed with manic triumph. He grabbed the tablet and began rewinding the video. "Watch this. Watch very carefully." He stood up from his chair and began advancing the footage frame by frame, his mustache quivering with excitement. The first frame showed the chaos, sludge villain, trapped student, heroes standing helplessly. The second frame looked identical. The third frame, still the same. Then, suddenly, in the fourth frame, there was something new, a blur of gold and blue streaking through the image at impossible speed. The fifth frame showed the aftermath, villain scattered, students safe, everyone staring in bewilderment. "See that?" JJJ jabbed his finger at the blurry streak. "First nothing, then gold and blue at supersonic speeds. Coincidence? I think not." Yuriko squinted at the screen, trying to make sense of the barely visible blur. "JJJ, what exactly is this meant to prove? Don't you understand the implications? Look at how fast he was moving. Those are supersonic speeds. Do you have any idea how dangerous that is? The sonic booms alone could shatter windows, rupture eardrums, cause structural damage to buildings. And he's doing this in populated areas." JJJ's mustache was now writhing like an angry octopus as he gestured wildly at the screen. "But," Yuriko interjected, "there's no evidence of any of that damage in the aftermath footage." No broken windows, no injured civilians from sonic booms. That's not the point. JJJ shouted. The point is that he could cause that damage. He's moving at speeds that normal human bodies can't handle, in areas filled with innocent people, with no oversight, no safety protocols, no accountability. The studio fell silent for a moment as JJJ's breathing became labored from his passionate outburst. His mustache slowly deflated from its aggressive coiling. Yuriko, the crew, and undoubtedly the viewers at home all looked at the freeze-frame image of the golden blur and came to the same unspoken conclusion. This guy is completely insane. A/N, sorry for not posting yesterday, I hope you ladies and gents can forgive me, now on to other things. This chapter was so damn fun to write, had a smile on my face the entire goddamn time, smiley face. I hope you enjoyed reading it as much as I enjoyed writing. Now on to the usual begging, the offer of every 200 Power Stones or 5 reviews, still stands and will stand for the foreseeable future, that is all. Author out. Chapter 7, Last Year as a Vigilante, 3. Arthur POV. Ring, ring. For the love of God, I muttered as I ran across a beach along the east coast of Japan. The sound of my footsteps against the sand created a rhythmic pattern, each step sending giant clouds of yellow granules into the air behind me, making an enormous trail like a carved path. I picked the phone from my pocket, and just as I was about to decline the call once more, something I'd done way too much for me to remember by now, the phone seemingly accepted on its own. Okay, what? The screen flickered to life without my input. Then that squeaky voice echoed from the device, along with the face of the animal hybrid known as Nizu appearing in crisp detail on the screen. Don't hang up, he yelled quickly, his mouse-like features animated with urgency. I came to a stop, sand blowing forward from the sudden cessation of my speed. Which was kind of a hassle since it flew over me, small particles of sand blowing into my own clothes, shoes, and even hair. You gave me 1 year, I said, trying to keep the exhaustion from my voice. It's barely been a month. Yes, I know, but I didn't expect you to just cut all ties with me on that note. I mean, come on, you don't pick up a single phone call, Nizu replied, his tone carrying a mix of exasperation and genuine concern. I could see his office behind him through the video call, shelves lined with books, certificates on the walls, and what appeared to be a rather sophisticated tea set on a side table. A mouse with OCD. I'm sure there was a joke there. So what do you want to talk about exactly? I felt a bit bad about being so blunt and kind of disrespectful, but to be fair I had gone an entire month without sleep or food. Then again, Avalon made it so those things weren't necessary, but I still enjoyed them nonetheless. The legendary Scabbard's healing properties had long since adapted my body to function at peak efficiency regardless of conventional human needs, though the psychological comfort of routine meals and rest remained appealing. Well, for one, it would be nice to talk to you about how this turnaround is gonna go with the press, Nizu began, adjusting what appeared to be reading glasses perched on his snout. So you want me to go on a press tour? I asked, somewhat bewildered. The thought of sitting in front of cameras, answering questions, it just... No, I won't do that, I added, shaking my head vehemently. Oh, I know that, Nizu answered quickly, waving a small paw dismissively. And no, I don't want you to actually show up in interviews or something like that. But there are a few officials I'd like you to at least greet. Just a brief meeting, nothing public. But once again, this isn't why I keep calling you. His expression grew more serious, and I could see him leaning forward slightly in his chair. Whatever this was about, it was clearly important to him. Then why? I asked, cocking my head to the side. You remember when I said you'd be a good fit? I nodded, recalling our conversation in the hospital room. The memory of his words echoed in my mind, something about being perfect for UA, though he hadn't elaborated much at the time. Then the thing that you'll be being a fit for is coming up, and you are needed here, he continued, his voice taking on an almost urgent quality. What exactly is this thing I need to be a fit for? Too important to share over the phone, Nizu replied. Just come to UA. I'll be waiting for you at the door. It will take me a while. I looked around the empty beach. I was somewhat close to Muzurafu, but he didn't need know that. I just get a cat out of the tree and then head straight to UA. Yeah, I do just that. I know your location, he said matter-of-factly. Be here in 15 minutes. After today, I'll call you once more 8 months from now, by my calculations, that's when most of the proceedings will be done. The line went quiet for a moment as I processed his words. You there? Nizu asked, his voice cutting through my thoughts. This is a lot of trouble, isn't it? I finally responded. Of course, but good things aren't easy. I'm sure you know that, he replied, and I could that same eerie smile as the one he had showed me in the hospital a month ago. Yeah, I know. See you soon, Nizu, and, thanks. Thank you, young lad. I'll try to make the meeting quick. Then the phone turned off by itself, leaving me alone with the sound of waves lapping at the shore and the distant cry of seabirds. I pocketed the device, took a deep breath of the salty air, and got into position. My legs coiled like springs, energy building in my muscles as I prepared for the journey ahead. Then I sped across the beach, a sonic boom resounding behind me, shaking sand and disturbing the still water at the shore. Narration POV. UA was many things, a school for one, a training ground for another. However, more than either of those things, it was Nizu's very own playground, a place where his extraordinary intellect could be put to its fullest use. And right now, he was waiting to receive his newest guest who would soon become his student. The principal stood alone outside the imposing gates of UA High School, dressed in his characteristic thin business suit. Nizu checked his watch. Then raised his head as he stared down the street, watching for any sign of movement. The road was empty, lined with cherry trees that had long since shed their spring blossoms. He blinked, and suddenly, there he was. Blonde hair in a disheveled mess, blue eyes bright and molten. Arthur stood before him as if he'd materialized from thin air, which, Nizu supposed, wasn't far from the truth. "It took you 3 minutes," Nizu observed with a slight smile. "I gave you 15. "Really?" Arthur asked, shaking his head. "You gonna berate me for speeding here?" "I'm just joking, lad," Nizu chuckled, his whiskers twitching with amusement. "Come on, let's get you a change of clothes. You reek, which I guess I should have calculated. I mean, you are a teenager in hormone season." Arthur's face flushed slightly with embarrassment. "I stink?" he asked, genuinely clueless. He raised his armpit, smelled himself, and detected nothing unusual. "You can't smell yourself, it's the same as tickling, only other people can do it to you, so come on, get inside," Nizu said as he went behind Arthur and gently pushed him forward. The massive doors to UA opened automatically as they approached, seemingly welcoming Arthur in. More likely than not they were actually welcoming Nizu. 20 minutes later, Arthur stared at himself in a full-length mirror in one of UA's many preparation rooms. He had just come out of a wonderfully warm shower, which he had enjoyed much more than he would ever admit aloud. Now he was dressed in a crisp UA uniform that fit him perfectly, which made him wonder if Nizu had somehow taken his measurements during their brief encounter at the hospital. The dark blazer felt comfortable across his shoulders, and the tie was already knotted to the perfect length. Even the shoes were the right size. "You look good," Nizu said from behind him, having entered the room with his characteristic silent footsteps. "So how's the uniform comfortable? 'Cause that's what you'll be wearing for most of the day once you actually enroll." Arthur turned to face the principal, still adjusting to how different he looked in the mirror. "Yeah, these are comfortable," Arthur replied. Nizu however lowered his gaze to the sword hung at Arthur's waist. "Could you take that off?" Nizu asked, pointing at the blade. Arthur's hand fell to the sword's hilt, his eyes meeting Nizu's button-like ones. "No, I'm sorry, but I can't." Nizu shrugged his shoulders. "Well, okay then," Nizu said, turning around and beginning to walk away. He cocked his head back to stare at a still Arthur. "You coming? We wouldn't want to keep our guests waiting." Arthur smiled as he began to jog after Nizu, a smile on his face as they both walked down a corridor side by side. Finally, they reached a conference room, and Nizu opened the door with a theatrical flourish. Inside were 3 men, well, one was clearly a teenager, arranged around a polished wooden table. The room itself was impressive, with floor-to-ceiling windows offering a view of UA's training grounds and a chandelier that spoke to the school's considerable budget or Nizu's refined taste, could be one or the other. Seated on one side was a man who immediately commanded attention. He was tall, lean, and muscular, with sharp and elongated features that seemed almost predatory in their intensity. His shiny hair was worn smoothed down and parted to his left, and was dark green with 3 distinctive yellow streaks toward the front, 2 on his right and 1 on his left. His eyebrows were also yellowish, matching the rims of the triangular glasses he wore and the strikingly bright yellow irises of his stern-looking eyes. To Arthur, it looked like the man was constantly glaring at everything in the room with barely contained disapproval. Beside him, however, was his complete opposite. The boy, for he was clearly still a teenager, had an ever-present smile that seemed to radiate genuine warmth and enthusiasm. He was also wearing a UA uniform identical to Arthur's, and the similarities didn't end there. Like Arthur, he had blonde hair and bright blue eyes, though his hair was styled differently and his build was much larger. But it was the third figure that made Arthur's breath catch in his throat and nearly caused him to stumble over his own feet. The symbol of peace. All Might sat across from the others, and even in a seated position, he was an imposing presence. His towering frame was somewhat compressed to fit in the chair, which would have been comical if it had been anyone else aside from the symbol of peace. He had the chiseled facial features that graced countless posters and merchandise, a strong jawline that could probably deflect bullets, pronounced cheekbones, and bushy eyebrows that seemed to have their own gravitational field. His short blonde hair was swept backward in his characteristic style, with 2 distinct tufts that stuck up slightly to each side. And his eyes were the same shade of blue as the 2 other blondes in the room. The number 1 hero. The man who had saved more lives than anyone could count, who had stood as humanity's shield against the forces of evil for decades. And he was sitting in a conference room at UA, apparently waiting to meet a 14-year-old vigilante. Then Nizu's squeaky voice resounded in the room, breaking the moment of odd silence. "Wait, I know this one," he said, his whiskers twitching with barely suppressed amusement. Three blue-eyed blondes walk into a bar. "Wait, this is an office. I guess it doesn't work. A/N, boom baby, chapter out, hope you lads and ladies enjoyed it. This is all from me, and once more I'd like to apologize for the late update. I really should start writing a stockpile, simply so stuff like this doesn't happen, lol. Either way, I have done my part, now you do yours, send me your stones. Also, if any of you are able to come up with a punchline to the three blondes walk into a bar joke, I will write it in the next chapter. Let's get some interaction going. Hope you all enjoyed reading this, and until tomorrow. Author out. Chapter 8, Last Year as a Vigilante, 4. Arthur POV. All Might, I whispered, my knees almost buckling beneath me. The symbol of peace. Here. In the same room as me. The man whose debut video I'd watched hundreds of times as a child, whose catchphrase had echoed through my darkest moments. The hero who saved people with a smile, who made everyone believe that everything would be alright just by being there. My hand instinctively moved to Excalibur's hilt. If any other person in the world could ever wield her, it was him. Yes, the symbol of peace, All Might. Now come on, introduce yourself, move forward lad, Nizu said as he pushed me to the seat at All Might's side, which positioned me also in front of the other teen in here. The chair felt too small, or maybe I felt too small sitting next to such a giant. Nizu walked behind his desk with measured steps, his small form somehow commanding the room despite being dwarfed by everyone else present. He carefully sat on his chair, the leather creaking slightly under his weight, grabbed his teapot, porcelain, decorated with tiny mice chasing cheese, poured it into his teacup with practiced precision, and drank a long sip, which echoed in the otherwise silent room. I looked at All Might at my side, admiring the symbol of peace in all his glory, yet something felt off. All Might drummed his fingers, and he was sweating. Tiny beads of perspiration dotted his forehead. Why would the symbol of peace be sweating? The room wasn't particularly warm. If anything, the air conditioning made it slightly cool. Was he nervous? The thought seemed impossible, yet the evidence was right there, glistening on his brow. Okay then, Nizu began, setting his teacup down with a delicate clink. First of all, let me introduce you all. Of course, you all know about All Might. His hand, paw, then pointed at the dark green-haired man sitting opposite to All Might and the blonde-haired teenager. This is Mirai Sasaki, otherwise known as Sir Naitei and the former sidekick of All Might himself. Sir Naitai's eyes bore into me through those triangular glasses, and I felt in a similar way to how that pro-hero looked at me over a month ago. Though they couldn't look more different, for one, the pro-hero looked like he was about to go to sleep at any moment, while this man seemed to want to control everything to the most minute detail. Next to him is his protege, Mirio Togata, second-year student here at UA. The blonde boy's smile somehow grew even wider at his introduction, and he gave a small wave that seemed to contain more enthusiasm than most people's full-body movements. The lad I brought is Aki Tadashi, though he's more widely known as Arthur, vigilante extraordinaire and future student here at UA. I saw Sir Naitai's jaw tighten almost imperceptibly, his fingers pressing slightly harder against each other. Mirio's eyes widened at the revelation, bright blue orbs sparkling with what looked like genuine excitement. He sprung from his chair with such enthusiasm that it rocked backward slightly, a wide smile splitting his face. Nice to meet you, he said excitedly as he grabbed my hand, shaking it with a force that would have dislocated a normal person's shoulder. His grip was strong, not quirk-like strong but still strong. Likewise, I answered, a smile spreading over my own face despite the tension in the room. There was something about Mirio's enthusiasm, which was just so infectious. You brought a criminal to this meeting. Sir Naitai's voice cut through the moment like a blade, each word precisely enunciated, directed at Nizu with the force of an accusation, almost as if he had performed some amazing transgression. He soon won't be a criminal, Nizu began, his voice maintaining that pleasant, almost sing-song quality that somehow made it clear he wouldn't be argued with. But before he could keep formulating any of his defense, All Might's booming voice cut through the tension, the hero rising from his chair, which creaked ominously under the shifting weight, with a wide smile that seemed to light up the entire office. Young Arthur, I have heard much about you. The word struck me. All Might knew who I was. All Might had heard about me. The symbol of peace had taken notice of my work. My heart hammered in my chest. You have. Only good things, I hope, I replied somewhat awkwardly, my voice cracking slightly on the word hope. I mean, could you blame me? I have heard of your great exploits. His voice filled the room, bouncing off the walls with an almost physical presence. Then his expression shifted slightly, becoming more serious, though the smile never fully left. But I must agree with Sir Naitei, vigilantism is illegal for a reason. My stomach dropped. Here it came, the lecture. The hero I'd looked up to my entire life was about to tell me everything I'd done was wrong. My hand found Excalibur's hilt again, not to draw it, but just to feel her comfort at what was to come, and yet it never came. Instead, a squeaky voice interrupted him. Now, everyone get back to your seats, please get off Arthur's back. I have already reached a deal with him, so let's talk about what we came here for. Nizu paused dramatically, taking another sip of his tea before continuing. The best fit to become your protege, All Might. Wait, what? All Might's protege? That was what I fit. That was why I was here. Awesome. No, beyond awesome. This was amazing. Spectacular. To learn from All Might himself, to carry on his legacy, to become the next symbol of peace. Oh, about that, All Might answered, his voice suddenly growing meeker, though meek for All Might still meant it boomed across the room. I am sorry to inform you I have already chosen a protege. The words made the entire room freeze. You have. Sir Naite, Nizu, and I asked in an almost perfect chorus, our voices overlapping in shared disbelief. Mirio, on the other hand, just kept smiling through it all, though I noticed his eyes flickering between All Might and Sir Naite with something that might have been concern. Yes, I have. He's a boy who encompasses what it means to be a true hero. All Might's voice was filled with what I could only identify as pride. When was this? Nizu asked, and for the first time since I'd met him, the principal seemed genuinely caught off guard. His ears had drooped slightly, and his paw had paused midway to his teacup. 5 days ago. I have already begun his training. All Might's massive hands gestured as he spoke, painting pictures in the air. He has much to learn, but his heart is that of a true hero. So All Might already had a protege, huh? I wondered what he was like to capture All Might's attention. It wasn't like I was particularly jealous of who it was. For one, I hadn't even known about this protege thing before today, and for second, what did it matter? I already had Excalibur and Avalon. However, my thoughts were interrupted as I watched Sir Naite rise from his seat. His face was a mask of professional neutrality, but his eyes, those sharp, analytical eyes, burned with something that might have been anger or disappointment or both. Well then, there isn't anything else to say, Sir Naite said as he fixed his tie. I won't say that I approve, but it is your choice in the end. He paused, his gaze lingering on All Might for a moment longer than necessary. Mirio, come on, let's go. Mirio looked at Sir Naite, then at All Might and finally at Nizu. The teen's smile faltered for just a second, but it wasn't because of disappointment for himself. Rather, it felt like he was sad at how Sir Naite was taking the news, worried about his mentor's relationship with his former hero. Still, Mirio rose from his chair. He walked over to me, and I stood to meet him. He took my hand once more, this time with both of his, leaning in close as he whispered in a low voice. I don't think you're a criminal, in fact I think you're really cool. We should spar sometime. With those parting words, he jogged after Sir Naite, pausing at the door to give one last wave to the room before closing it softly behind him. The click of the latch seemed to echo in the sudden silence. Nizu sank into his chair, the leather creaking softly as he settled deeper into it, his small form almost disappearing into its embrace as he watched all of this unfold. Why didn't you just tell us through the phone if you had already chosen a protege? Nizu asked, his paw massaging his temple in small, circular motions. This meeting took considerable arrangement. Sir Naite cleared his schedule. Mirio has been training extra hard in preparation. I felt like I at least owed telling you face to face. All Might's voice carried a note of genuine regret. You've been a friend, Nizu. All of you deserve better than a phone call. I appreciate the sentiment, Nizu replied, though his tone suggested the sentiment wasn't quite enough to make up for the awkwardness of the situation. All Might, seemingly reading the room, rose from his chair, which seemed to sigh in relief, and came to mine. My body moved on its own and I held my hand out. His hand engulfed mine. It was nice meeting you, young Aki. Call me Arthur. I'm sorry. Call me Arthur. I prefer it. Well then, it was nice meeting you, young Arthur. It was a pleasure meeting you too. You're my hero. The words came out before I could stop them, earnest and maybe a little too vulnerable. You're the reason I wanted to save people in the first place. Thank you, boy. Keep doing good work. The right way, of course. All Might then left, his footsteps surprisingly quiet for someone of his size, the door closing with a soft finality that seemed to mark the end of one possibility and the beginning of something else. So this is what you called me for? I asked in a joking manner, trying to lighten the mood as I turned toward Nizu, who was still sinking into his chair like he was trying to become one with the furniture. I'm sorry. If I had known, I assure you I wouldn't have made you come. His voice carried genuine regret. This was meant to be a beginning, not this. Hey, I got to meet my childhood hero. How often will I get to do that? I tried to keep my voice light, though part of me was still processing the strange mixture of excitement and disappointment churning in my chest. Pretty often, Nizu answered with a slight perk of his ears. He's going to be a teacher here, next year. He is? I asked, wide-eyed, the disappointment evaporating in an instant. Yep. Told you UA is the best hero school in the world. We get the best heroes as teachers. Yeah, but still, All Might as a teacher, I said, staring at the door which All Might had left through, trying to imagine the symbol of peace explaining homework assignments or grading papers. I can't see it. Neither could I at first, but he's good. Surprisingly good, actually. He has a natural way with young people. So, I began as I walked closer to Nizu's desk, curiosity overcoming my earlier dejection. You thought I could be the next symbol of peace? Short story? Yes. And long story? I can't tell you the long story. Not yet, anyway. Maybe someday, when you're ready to hear it. So should I go? I asked, noticing how Nizu's posture had changed, becoming more animated, more like the Nizu I had met at the hospital. I didn't call you here just for this, Nizu said as he gulped down what remained of his tea in one long sip and jumped down from his seat with surprising agility. He opened a drawer at his desk, standing on his tiptoes to reach it, and took something out. Blue wrapper and a golden bow. A little bit late, since your birthday was 2 days ago, but still, I thought you might want something. I grabbed the package, the paper crinkling under my fingers, undid the bow with careful movements, and tore off the wrapper with less care than the gift probably deserved. What lay in the box was a blue scarf, a somewhat deeper shade of blue than my own eyes. I know, it's May. You don't need a scarf, but hey, use it for winter times. I felt the fabric under my fingers, silk smooth, it felt warm, and I felt something catching in my throat as I stared at the blue silk. How long had it been since someone had given me a birthday present? Since someone had remembered my birthday at all? And really, come more often to UA. You already have a dorm ready for you. I mean, you can't be saving damsels in distress and reeking now, can you? Hey, Nizu, I interrupted, my voice thicker than I intended. Yeah, he replied, cocking his head to the side, his button-like eyes now filled with glee. Thanks a lot. The words felt inadequate for what I wanted to express, but they were all I had. Don't worry about it, Nizu said as he walked over to one of his windows and pressed a button, making it open wide. The spring air rushed in. Now go on then. I'm sure you're itching to go back to your vigilante work. Thanks, Nizu, I said once more, fixing the scarf over my neck despite the warm weather. It felt right. Then I was running out of the window, the wind catching the scarf and making it stream behind me like a banner. This had been a pretty good day. A/N, loved writing this chapter, loved it, Mirio is so damn fun to write, I can't wait to write more of him. Oh, and a few other things I decided to begin asking now, who do you guys want the love interest to be? Honestly, I thought Mirko would be a really good fit since she could actually challenge Arthur, not power-wise but mentality-wise, but the age thing is throwing me off, so who would you lads and ladies want? Power stones and reviews are very much appreciated. THX for reading, and I hope you enjoyed the chapter. Author out. Chapter 9, Last Year as a Vigilante, 5. 8 months, that's how much time had passed. 8 grueling months, without sleep, without food. Just because I knew, I could do much more, be much more. And even if I was just able to save one more person, if I was just able to cheer up one person, if I was able to ease someone's worries, then it was all worth it, every sacrifice I had done and would continue to do. Every single one was worth it. Yet right now I couldn't sacrifice this, for it was a road, the road to do the most good. The weight of those 8 months pressed against my shoulders, taking their toll however small it was. I had crossed Japan more times than I could count, from the northern peaks of Hokkaido to the southern islands of Kyushu. Every prefecture, every major city, countless smaller towns. The numbers kept growing in my head, 18,343 people saved. Each face burned into my memory, each grateful smile, each tearful thank you. The old woman in Hiroshima who had clutched my hand after I pulled her from the wreckage of her collapsed home. The construction worker in Sendai whose legs I'd freed from under a fallen beam. The child in Fukuoka who had been trapped in a villain's ice quirk for hours before I arrived. All of them mattered. All of them had lives to return to, families to embrace, dreams to pursue. And I would save them, simply because it was right. Right now, I was wearing a suit similar to Nizu's, Excalibur hung on my waist and Nizu's scarf was circling my neck. I had just finished eating, showering, doing my due diligence to look presentable as Nizu had called it. I honestly didn't understand it. I pulled at my pants, suddenly feeling them pressing against my thighs, which were starting to sweat, probably from nerves. I stood at Nizu's side. Nizu himself was on his desk chair looking at the monitor, licking his paws and grooming his fur, probably to look the best it could. It seems even he felt nervous every once in a while. And today was that once in a while. Not a great sign if I was being honest. Nizu, I said quietly, adjusting the collar of the suit, what if they say no? His grooming stopped entirely. For a long moment, the only sound in the office was. Actually, there wasn't a sound in the office, there were sounds outside the office, mainly the training grounds below, but I digress. They won't say no. But what if they do say no? Arthur. His voice was firmer now. For science's sake, you save people's lives on the daily, could you not be so pessimistic? I laughed at that. He laughed too. Yet in an instant he stopped and I followed. Nizu released a long sigh and said in a mutter, here we go. The monitor turned on by itself and there on the screen was a table filled with men in suits. The office wasn't much of anything, mainly because it was incredibly dark. Maybe one of these bureaucrats had a quirk that could hide the faces of everyone, or maybe they just liked the dim lighting, but the only thing I could see were the silhouettes of 12 men. Principal Nizu, the one at the head of the table, said, his voice gruff, not rough, gruff. The only thing that was distinguishable about him was his thinning hair, because of the hole only being able to see their silhouette steel. Chief CO, Board of the Hero Public Safety Commission, Nizu greeted. I'd like you all to meet, the topic of our discussions, Aki Tadashi, otherwise known as Arthur. The men, seemingly in unison, turned their heads slightly, their gazes falling on me. They were all judging me, one of them was even scowling. I was a bit nervous, mainly because there wasn't much I could do in this situation except to do what Nizu had told me. Be yourself. Which was good advice for most things, but weirdly it didn't feel like good advice for this situation. After all, it was being myself that had driven me to this exact spot in space and time. Being myself in front of these men felt like signing my own arrest warrant. But I had promised Nizu I would try, just as I had promised myself I would see this through to the end. It was at that moment I realized I had been silent for way too long. Awkward. Hello sirs, it's a pleasure to meet you, I finally managed, trying to inject some of the confidence I felt when facing down villains into my voice. Well, at least the kid is respectful, one of the men said, again no distinguishable features aside from the fact he had a small afro. May I repeat, the silhouette thing was a drag. Bah, he's a vigilante, he doesn't have any respect for anyone, another added unabashed. Calm yourself Mr. Fujio, Chief CO said, his voice still as gruff as before. The man could silence a room, if anything, maybe that was his quirk. I just can't believe we are actually doing this. We didn't even receive the report on the kid's life like Nizu said he would provide. Mr. Fujio's voice carried a note of frustration that went beyond this meeting, as if he'd been fighting this decision for months. Report. A chill ran down my spine. I had known Nizu would need to provide some information about me to make this arrangement work, but I had assumed it would be limited to my vigilante activities. The thought of these men knowing about my life before, about what had driven me to pick up Excalibur in the first place. I gave you the essentials, the rest is private for a reason, Nizu argued back. You gave us nothing we didn't already know. Mr. Fujio's scowl deepened, and I could see him flipping through a folder that looked disappointingly thin. Really? Yes, really, Mr. Fujio answered, slamming the folder shut with more force than necessary. Calm yourself, Mr. Fujio, Chief CO repeated, this time with a warning note in his voice. But. I said calm yourself. And at that he quieted down, though his displeasure was written clearly across his face, not that I could see his face, but I could see his scowl. Nizu and I already reached an agreement, Chief CO continued, his gruff voice cutting through the silence. Arthur's life before he was a vigilante is and will be kept private. Relief flooded through me, but it was quickly followed by a new worry. Nizu knew about my life before Excalibur. How much did he know? I honestly didn't know how I felt about it. When I told him my name I kind of guessed he would do research on me, but it still felt like a twist in my stomach. The memories I kept locked away, the reasons I had been alone on those streets 6 years ago, the day that had changed everything, did he know about all of that? Had he seen the police reports, the medical files, the social services documentation that I had hoped was buried forever? So, the plan, Mr. Fujio said, clearly eager to move past the topic of my privacy. Yes, the plan. As we have agreed, Arthur will enter UA and will stop all his vigilante activities once he enrolls. He will also declare a formal apology for his illegal use of quirk in public along with his vigilantism, however he will not do so on live television, Nizu said, his voice taking on the practiced cadence of someone who had rehearsed the speech multiple times. All who agree? Chief CO asked. 10 men raised their hands while 2 kept them down. 10-2, motion passed. Wait, I interrupted, my brain finally catching up to everything, my voice stronger than I had expected it to be. I won't apologize for my vigilantism. The men quietened down, the sudden silence in the room deafening. Nizu sighed beside me, but it didn't sound disappointed, more like resigned, as if he had expected this moment would come. I was expecting outrage, from Mr. Fujio most likely, but instead the man who spoke was the chief, his voice carefully changing from its gruffness to a monotone tone. May I ask why? Because I did good things as a vigilante, I replied back, my voice confident, simply because I knew I was right. I won't say I was perfect because I'm not, no one is, but I did good and I won't apologize for the good I do. I've saved 18,000 people over the past 4 years. I've stopped villains who were hurting innocents. I've prevented tragedies that would have destroyed families. I've given hope to people who had lost it entirely. I paused, thinking of Miss Takamura, of all the others whose faces flashed through my memory. If using my quirk without a license to save lives is wrong, then I'll apologize for breaking the law. But I will never apologize for choosing to help people when they needed it most. That's not something I can or will regret. Again I was expecting outrage, but instead the chief's gruff voice went monotone and he said in a low rumble, "Fine then, you won't apologize for your vigilantism acts, only your unauthorized public use of your quirk." The concession stunned me into silence. Again I had expected outrage. I had expected this to be the end of the negotiation, the moment when they decided I was too difficult to work with and sent me away. Instead, Chief CEO had just given me exactly what I wanted. Then finally the outrage came. "Chief!" Mr. Fujio's voice exploded through the speakers, his face probably turning red from indignation. The call got cut at that moment, the screen going black as suddenly as it had illuminated. "Well, that went better than I thought it would," Nizu said as he poured a cup of his green tea, the scent filling the room with its calming aroma. "Especially that last bit. I mean, not apologizing for the vigilantism charges, don't know how you made that good of an impression on Chief CEO, but it's good for us nevertheless." "Nizu," I said, cutting him off, the question that had been eating at me finally bursting free. "How much do you know about me? How much did you give them?" Nizu smiled, that creepy, eerie smile I had slowly gotten used to, not fully though. "I know nothing." "You don't?" "No, I don't." "I don't believe you." "Well then don't believe me, but I promise I didn't fish out any information from your past before your vigilante work, which is already public knowledge, began 6 years ago instead of 4. Before that, any information about Aki Tadashi has been automatically blocked. Believe it or not, I don't like people being invasive, me included. When you want to tell me about your past before whatever actually turned you into this, I'll be glad to listen, and who knows, maybe I'll tell you about my own past sometime." I released a sigh of relief I didn't realize I had been holding. The knot of anxiety that had formed gone just as quickly. I really didn't want anyone to know about. My thoughts got interrupted by Nizu's squeaky voice. "Now come on, get out of that suit, which I'm sure is killing you, and put on some sport clothes and head back to your vigilante work, however it is you do it." He jumped off his seat, gave me a pat on my back and walked out of his office. I grabbed Nizu's scarf that hung on my neck and felt a smile spread across my cheeks. Then a creak. The door opened as Nizu got back in. "Why did I get out? This is my office, you get out." A/N, sup ladies and gents. I know, I'm kind of speeding through his last year as a vigilante, but I honestly don't want to drag it too long, especially since things will slow down a bit once UA starts. It won't slow down a lot, but it will slow down a bit. Also, I've seen the power stones, we are close to 200 and we will most likely reach the goal today. I honestly expected the 5 reviews to be the thing that gave you a bonus chap, but I guess I was wrong. So since I'm morally bankrupt unlike Arthur, I've decided to up the ante for the next bonus chapter, 10 reviews for a bonus chap or getting into the top 100 for power stones. Yeah, I'm a greedy fucker. I will start writing the bonus chap for 200 power stones as soon as possible. That is all, THX for reading, I hope you enjoyed it. Author out. Chapter 10, Arthur's First Lesson, Bonus Chapter. Today was February 26th, and the morning air carried that crisp bite that promised spring was still weeks away. I had been running across the rooftops of Kyoto when Nizu's call came through. Yeah, I had begun picking up his calls much more often, mainly since most of the time I was just running from one place that needed me to the next, and it felt nice to be able to talk to someone. Either way, in our previous calls we had discussed how me going public as enrolling into UA would be done as late as possible, since after that happens I'd have to stop all my vigilante activities. "Arthur, I need you at UA within the hour," he had said, no preamble, no explanation. "Is everything all right?" I had asked, already changing direction mid-leap, my body automatically adjusting trajectory toward Nuzurafu. "Everything's fine. Consider this is educational." And now here I was, standing in Nizu's office, still catching my breath from the supersonic journey. Well, actually that was a lie, I didn't need to catch my breath ever, thanks Avalon. "So may I repeat, why did you call me back in?" I asked, watching Nizu meticulously organize what appeared to be student files. His small paws moved by themselves, which made sense. I mean, he had been a principal for a decade at the least. It would be kind of weird if he didn't have muscle memory for these kinds of things. "I wanted to show you something," he finally said, aligning a fresh stack of papers with that muscle memory I had talked about earlier. "Think of this as your first lesson." He grabbed a stapler from his desk and brought it down with a sharp snap that echoed in the otherwise quiet office. To be honest, I kind of flinched back at the noise. I didn't expect it to be so loud. After stashing the papers in one of his many drawers, Nizu's gaze finally met mine. Those small, dark button-like eyes which made him look like a stuffed animal, not a cute one, more like the creepy one that stares at you from a cupboard in the dead of night. What kind of lesson? I pressed, though part of me already suspected I wouldn't like the answer. Instead of responding immediately, Nizu reached under his desk and pressed what I assumed was a hidden button. The ceiling above us rumbled for a microsecond and a massive television descended from above. The screen was easily 8 feet across, dominating the entire wall in front of Nizu's desk. As the display flickered to life, it divided itself into 24 distinct sections, each showing a different aerial view of what looked like an urban environment. What am I looking at? I asked, though recognition was already dawning. Mach City A, Nizu explained, his voice taking on the tone of a professor delivering a lecture. One of our practical sites, this one is being used for today's practical exam. Each section of the screen showed groups of teenagers, all roughly my age, lined up at various entry points, like zones or areas, to the simulated urban environment. They wore a mixture of athletic clothes and what appeared to be makeshift hero costumes. Some looked confident, others nervous. A few were stretching, although I did recognize two, since I had saved them before. One was the blonde spiky-haired kid, who had been captured by the sludge villain. He had this wild grin on his face. It looked eerily similar to Mirko's when she tried to fight me. Was this guy a battle maniac too? Either way, I didn't stay on those thoughts, as in another area was the other person belonging to the sludge incident, a green-haired teen who was nervous beyond belief. In fact, he almost looked like he was shivering. I remember him since he tried to save the blonde one, although he did put himself in quite a lot of danger. My recollections were brought to a foregone conclusion since Nizu's squeaky voice reached my ears. As you know, Nizu continued, settling back, probably to get comfy, you'll be entering UA by recommendation. My recommendation, specifically, which means you won't have to take any of the entrance examinations. I felt a familiar twist in my stomach. Great, now I feel bad. Oh, don't you worry about that, lad, Nizu said, though his smile suggested he wasn't entirely sympathetic to my guilt. You've done more than enough to garner a place in our school. Your record speaks for itself. You don't have to prove your worth as a hero to me or to any of the teachers at this school. At that I felt a little better. I mean, while I didn't help people because I wanted perks, it did feel kind of nice to have them. Plus. Nizu trailed off, his expression shifting to something that might have been amusement. Plus. I prompted, though I was beginning to suspect I didn't want to hear the rest. He sighed dramatically, the sound somehow both theatrical and genuine. Plus, I think you wouldn't have made it past the written portion of the exam 2 weeks ago. You don't. I don't, he confirmed, and there was no malice in his voice, just matter-of-fact assessment. Not because I think you're a buffoon or anything of the sort. In fact, you have quite a high emotional intelligence. But Arthur, you haven't attended a proper school in 6 years. 6 years. Yeah, I forgot about that. I'm betting, Nizu continued gently, that you don't actually know enough about mathematics, history, Japanese literature, or even, funnily enough, given your codename, English. I know English, I replied automatically, the defensiveness in my voice surprising even me. Oh, you do you? Nizu's tone carried that slight humor once more. Yeah, my mom taught me. She was British, I said, feeling that familiar sad smile tugging at the corners of my mouth. I felt Nizu's small paw pat my back in what was probably meant to be a comforting gesture. For such a small creature, his presence had a way of filling spaces much larger than himself. It's fine, I said, though we both knew it wasn't entirely true. Some wounds never fully healed, they just became part of who you were. Shaking off the melancholy, I focused back on the screens in front of us. The students were getting into position now, and I could see the tension building in their body language. So why did you pull these up? I already told you, Nizu said, his attention returning to the monitors. This is going to be your first lesson. And what lesson exactly am I going to learn? I asked, though something in his tone was setting off warning bells in my head. Restraint, Nizu answered. His gaze remained fixed on the television, watching as the students made their final preparations. Restraint. I repeated, not liking where this was heading. Restraint, he reiterated, nodding his head slowly. No matter what happens in this exam, I don't want you to interfere. If you move from the spot you are currently standing on, then you fail. I looked down at my feet, suddenly hyper-aware of my position on Nizu's office carpet. It seemed simple enough, just stand still and watch. How hard could that be? But even as I thought it, I knew Nizu wouldn't have made this a test if it was going to be easy. He was a hyper-intelligent mouse after all. What do I get if I succeed? I asked, mostly out of curiosity. Nizu's smile widened, showing small buck-like teeth that somehow managed to look both endearing and slightly menacing. If you stay where you are, and I mean exactly where you are, not even a step in any direction, I'll design and make your official hero suit. Just to let you know, I'm pretty good with my hands. Well, more accurately, I'm exceptionally good with my brain, but the hands follow what the brain says, so I suppose what I said is still correct. A custom hero suit designed by one of the most brilliant minds in Japan. The offer was tempting. Oh, by the way, the scarf you have, that was also made by me, so that should give you a rough idea about the qualities of my work. I grabbed the scarf hanging at my neck, smiled. Decision made. You're on, I replied, extending my hand toward him. His small palm met my hand, my palm covering his entire hand up to the wrist. That eerie smile spread across his mouse face again. Maybe I would actually never get used to it. The television screens flickered, and suddenly a booming voice filled the office. And start. At that exact moment, the students rushed into the mock city like water breaking through a dam. A/N, the bonus chapter for the 200 Power Stones is here. I kept my promise. Now on to other things. The exam is already here, so I had to decide who wouldn't make it into Class 1A. The first one that came to mind was the one you're probably all thinking of, Mineta. God, I hate how that character acts most of the time, although his quirk is really cool. However, I have a plan for Mineta so that rules him out. Then I thought, to check the actual points everyone got, but I was only able to find the points for the top 10. Then I thought of something else. What characters have the least impact in the story? I came up with 2, which you can vote on. Please vote on the paragraphs of the characters. Koji Koda, Voice, gives him the ability to command any creature in the animal kingdom by speaking to them. Whatever command he gives, the animal will carry it out. However, he cannot exert control if they cannot hear his command. The target must also be a real animal and not merely animal-like. Rikido Sato, Quirk Sugar Rush, allows him to increase his strength 5-fold for 3 minutes. To activate his quirk, he needs to consume 10 grams of sugar. When converting sugar into strength, his cognitive functions gradually drop, making him sleepy afterward. For every additional 10 grams of sugar he ingests, he extends the time of increased strength by another 3 minutes. I myself am leaning towards Koji since Rikido is the more interesting character IMO. Expect the next chapter at the usual time. I hope you enjoyed the chapter. THX for reading. Author out. Chapter 11, Arthur's First Lesson, 2. Narration POV. A room. Inside said room are people, and not just people but rather pro-heroes, and not just pro-heroes but seasoned pro-heroes who were also the teachers of the prestigious Hero Academia, UA. They were all staring at the same giant TV in front of them. It was divided into 24 sections and each section monitored an area of the practical exam. The atmosphere in the faculty lounge was actually pretty relaxed. After all, this wasn't the first time they had seen the practical exam, and it most certainly wouldn't be the last. This new batch looks good, Midnight said, a proud smile on her face as she watched a black-haired kid dodge a robot's attack and then seemingly welded it into a wall. I guess it's true what they say, every new generation is getting stronger and stronger, Cementas said as he stared at a particular screen where a 15-year-old blonde boy with spiky hair had just blown a 2-point robot to bits with explosive firepower. But, there are always some who are too big for their britches, Ectoplasm added, his multiple eyes focusing on different screens simultaneously. His gaze lingered on a particular green-haired boy who just got saved by a blonde-haired kid who shot a laser from his belly button. Still, you are right, this batch is strong. At this rate the average point for the hero course will be about 28, maybe more. Present Mike leaned forward in his chair, his signature falling to the bridge of his nose. Why isn't Nizu here? He never misses these, and there are only 5 more minutes before this ends. He has his own setup in his office, he's probably watching from there. A man cocooned in a sleeping bag, Aizawa muttered without moving his head. You think his protege is in there with him? Midnight asked, genuine curiosity in her voice as she twisted a strand of her dark hair around her finger. I wouldn't put it past him, Aizawa answered, his gaze landing on a contestant who had just eaten what appeared to be a full pack of gummy bears in one go, his muscles expanding slightly with each chew. The conversation took a more serious turn as Vlad King, his red eyes narrowing, spoke up. I still can't believe we are letting him get into UA without an exam. I still can't believe we are letting a vigilante into UA, Ectoplasm added. He had argued vehemently against Nizu when the idea was first brought up. You could say he was a man of rules. Would you guys lighten up, Midnight said, still staring intently at the screen where she was now watching a boy with what appeared to be a tape quirk that came out of his elbows wrap a one-pointer. He's just a kid, and he's done good, maybe not the best way, but he's done good. You really think that? Aizawa asked, finally lifting his head slightly to look at his colleague. I do. Then you're just as naive as the boy himself, maybe that's why you teach art. Midnight's expression shifted, a flash of irritation crossing her features. What does naivety have to do with art? I'll have you know most art touches very deep and tragic themes, some as dark as you can imagine. Art is often born from the darkest corners of human experience. Everyone be quiet, the show's about to start, Snipe interrupted, his hand hovering over a control panel before him. His gloved fingers, pressing a giant red button that screamed, "Press me." Across different zones, a rumbling sound echoed through the mock cities like thunder rolling across the landscape. Buildings across the practice areas shook and fell as if an earthquake had just hit them, and out of the rubble emerged massive green robots, each one standing several stories tall with glowing red eyes and arms capable of crushing concrete like paper. The arena traps, the zero-pointers, had been activated. Boom. Koji Koda was a great many things. Timid for one. Quiet for another. Kind-hearted, gentle, and possessed of a deep love for all living creatures. Qualities which would have served him well, that is, of course, unless your quirk had to do with you being heard by creatures as far away as your voice could carry. And right now his timidness was being completely overwhelmed by another feeling, pure, unadulterated fear. One of the arena trap gimmick robots had appeared just a few blocks in front of him. The massive mechanical giant cast a shadow that seemed to swallow entire streets, its red optical sensor, which looked like a giant red eye scanning the area, until it fell on little old him. The robot raised one of its gigantic hands, fingers the size of cars, and Koji could see the hydraulics hissing as it prepared to bring destruction down upon the mock city. His breath caught in his throat. The ground trembled beneath his feet as the robot took a step forward, and Koji realized with growing horror that running might not be enough. Boom. Run as fast as you can. Those were the thoughts racing through Mina Ishito's head right now, her pink skin glistening with sweat or acid, or maybe both as she moved through streets of the practical exam on a trail of her own acid. There was no fighting the zero-pointer, that much had been made clear in the briefing. These massive robots were worth 0 points and served only as obstacles to avoid. So she just had to skate away on her acid and find 1 and 2 pointers to destroy before time ran out. And yet, despite every logical thought in her head screaming at her to keep moving, she didn't skate away. Because through the mechanical whirring and grinding of gears, through the sound of distant explosions and shouting voices, she heard something that made her heart clench. She heard a voice, a yell. A plea. Help. Her feet moved on their own, acid propelling her toward the sound as her hero instincts overrode her test-taking strategy. She was skating through the rubble, dodging falling debris and scattered robot parts, following the voice. There, trapped under a collapsed section of concrete and twisted metal that must have weighed several tons, was a boy with blue hair. His breathing was labored, and she could see that one of his legs was pinned beneath a particularly large chunk of debris. "Please help," he yelled again, his voice cracking with pain and fear. Mina moved quickly, her acid skating coming to an abrupt halt as she arrived in front of the trapped student. Try to cover yourself as much as you can, she instructed, her voice shaking, which probably didn't inspire the trapped exam taker, but then again she didn't have much of a reason to be confident, especially when she could hear the rumbling of the zero-pointer behind her. The boy did as she said, using his free arm to pull at his jacket so as to shield his face and torso. Mina then pressed her palm against the farthest edge of the concrete debris, careful to position herself where she could control the acid's flow without endangering the trapped student. Acid slowly began dripping from her palm. She could have expelled more acid, created a torrent that would have dissolved the debris in seconds, but she didn't want to risk dehydration, not with the exam still ongoing. More importantly, she didn't want to accidentally injure the other student with her corrosive quirk. So as her acid slowly but steadily ate through the concrete, she watched the boy's face for any sign that he was getting free. The process felt agonizingly slow. Each second that passed was another second of exam time ticking away, another opportunity for points slipping through her fingers. She had been hearing the giant rumble of the zero-pointer throughout the rescue, its mechanical roars echoing off the mock city's buildings like some prehistoric beast, but this time the sound seemed different. Louder. Closer. She looked up and felt her heart stop. The massive robot's foot was directly above them, blotting out the sky like a mechanical eclipse. In the shadow of that enormous metal appendage, she could see hydraulic systems preparing to bring tons of metal and circuitry crashing down upon them. Time seemed to slow as realization dawned. Boom. "Come on, you tin can." Bakugo yelled at the zero-pointer that stood defiantly in his path, his crimson eyes blazing with competitive fire. "Let's see what you're made of." The massive robot seemed almost to regard him with its glowing optical sensor, as if it were genuinely considering his challenge. Steam rose from Bakugo's palms as his quirk activated, nitroglycerin-like sweat beginning to accumulate and ignite in controlled bursts. With a feral grin, he dashed at the robot, his palms positioned behind him for maximum propulsion, the sweat on them ignited into deadly sparks that sent him flying through the air at incredible speed toward the metal giant he had dubbed a tin can. But before his explosive assault could make contact with its target, something else reached the robot first. Something golden. Something impossibly fast. Something he had seen once before. Boom. The teachers were all watching the television monitors with varying degrees of interest and concern. Some leaned forward in their chairs, completely absorbed by the unfolding drama of the practical exam. Others maintained a somewhat detached professionalism. With just 1 minute and 5 seconds remaining on the clock, the atmosphere in the faculty lounge was tense. Points were being tallied, final assessments were being made, and the fate of hundreds of hopeful students hung in the balance. Then, without warning, one of the zero-pointers suddenly got blown to bits by the unassuming green-haired kid, leaving all the teachers astounded, especially since they had seen the boy seemingly about to turn his back to the robot mere moments before. The boy himself appeared to be falling from a great height, his arm twisted at an unnatural angle, clearly having sacrificed his body for whatever incredible attack had just demolished the giant robot. What the hell? Present Mike started to say, but his words were cut off by something even more spectacular. A brilliant golden light suddenly blazed across the exam areas like a shooting star, moving with such incredible speed that it was barely visible even on their high-speed cameras. In what seemed like the same instant, the remaining 3 zero-pointers began to disintegrate. Not explode. Not fall apart. Disintegrate. Each massive robot was methodically, precisely, impossibly cut apart. First in half, then quarters, then eighths, 16ths, 30 seconds, and on until what had once been towering mechanical giants were nothing more than perfectly uniform metal dust settling gently to the ground. The entire process took perhaps 2 seconds. What just happened? Present Mike asked, his usually boisterous voice subdued to barely above a whisper. I think that was Nizu's protege, Seikijiro-kan, otherwise known as Vlad King, answered slowly, his red eyes staring intently at the screens. Holy hell, that kid is strong, Midnight said in wonder, her previous casual demeanor completely abandoned. She turned from the TV to look at Aizawa, genuine sympathy in her expression. Good luck, Shota. It looks like you're really gonna need it. Aizawa nodded as if in gratitude, though his expression remained carefully neutral. His eyes landing on the destruction before them. No, it couldn't even be called destruction, as Arthur had left no remains of the zero-pointers. There was no rubble, no twisted metal, no scattered debris that might fall and injure civilians. Just a fine metallic dust that would probably blow away in the next strong wind. Arthur POV. You fail. A/N, well, this is it for today. Also, yeah, I saw it. You guys reached the 10 reviews, so I owe you another extra chapter. I honestly thought it would take longer, like a week at least, not a day and a half. LOL. I would sigh, but none of you would hear me. Either way, tomorrow I'm going on a road trip and I'm driving for like 7 hours straight. So I will try my best to release both the bonus and the normal chapter tomorrow, but no promises since I'll be beat. Then again, writing relaxes me, so who knows. I've also decided to up the ante for the next bonus chapter. It's going to be 30 reviews or the top 70 Power Stones for all dates next week. Let's see you do that. On another note, Arthur has incurred his second loss in this story, although maybe you guys think that him losing in the argument against Nizu at the hospital shouldn't count as a loss, but I count it. LOL. I hope you enjoyed reading this chapter as much as I enjoyed writing it. That's all THX for reading. Author out. Chapter 12, Arthur's First Lesson, 3. You fail. The words echoed in my ears, as I stared down at who had muttered them. For the first time since I met Nizu, I felt something different than wariness, happiness, and curiosity. I was angry. Extremely so. My hands clenched into fists at my sides, and I could feel the familiar weight of Excalibur at my waist, as if the blade itself was responding to my emotions. The room felt smaller now, though maybe the fact that I was focusing on the only other inhabitant in the room wasn't helping. Yet as I stared at Nizu's casual demeanor, it only made the fire in my chest burn hotter. You put them in danger. Did I? Nizu asked as he swished the spoon in his freshly made tea, the scent filling my nostrils. The question was most certainly rhetorical, delivered with that same infuriating calm he always maintained. However, I didn't care that it was rhetorical. You put people in danger, simply to win a bet, I almost spat out, my voice carrying a venom I rarely let slip. The memory of what I'd just witnessed flashed through my mind, students trapped under rubble, the massive zero-pointer robots bearing down on helpless teenagers, the fear in their eyes as tons of metal threatened to crush them. The green-haired kid from the sludge incident, his right arm and legs broken. Thankfully he got caught by another test taker, otherwise I would have caught him too. I mean, I didn't do it, Nizu said, still stirring his tea with maddening patience. One of the professors pressed the button to activate the zero-pointers, plus they would have been activated whether you accepted my bet or not. His casual dismissal only fueled my rage further. How could he be so flippant about this? I stepped closer, my restraint on my strength waning for just a bit, making me crack one of the tiles. I stepped closer. People. I stepped closer, until I was looming over his small form. In danger. I now stood a foot in front of him, gazing down at his button-like eyes. He really was like a stuffed animal, he had no emotion behind those eyes. I thought that maybe. So, he asked, sipping from his tea. The single word hit me like a slap. So. Don't yell. The command was delivered in the same tone he might use to ask for more tea, and somehow that made it worse. I tried to calm myself, releasing a shaky sigh that did little to quell the storm raging inside me. Nizu wasn't a bad person, I told myself. He had helped me, given me a path forward, shown me kindness when no one else would. He wouldn't have put people in danger without reason, and yet that justification still didn't help me much. The images kept flashing through my mind, students who could have been crushed, lives that hung in the balance while I stood there like a statue, bound by a stupid bet. Why? I asked. Why what? His head tilted slightly, a gesture that might have been endearing if not for the context. Why did you put them in danger? Nizu actually seemed to show one emotion at my question. Befuddlement. I mean, we already did that when we sent them into Mach City A. The 1-pointer, 2-pointers and 3-pointers all can cause considerable damage given the right circumstances. He paused, taking another sip. Why didn't you act out before then if you were worried about their endangerment, or are you just a hypocrite? Nizu, this isn't some game, I said, my voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. I want you to tell me right now. But it is a game, he said, sipping his tea once more with that same infuriating calm. That's it. The last thread of my self-control snapped. My hand moved to Excalibur's hilt, and the blade sang as it cleared its sheath in one fluid motion. The holy sword gleamed in the office light, its edge sharp enough to cut through basically anything like a paper. For a moment, the room was filled with Excalibur's sacred light, making Nizu squint. A cool sword, Nizu observed with genuine interest, leaning forward slightly to get a better look, his eyes squinting all the more. I never actually saw it up close, but what exactly are you gonna do with it? I know your pathological aversion to violence. If you want to be threatening, you actually have to follow through. He was right, and we both knew it. I had never seriously hurt anyone in all my years as a vigilante. I couldn't start now, especially not with someone who, despite everything, I still considered an ally. I gnashed my teeth in frustration and sheathed Excalibur. Please just tell me why. My voice came out smaller than I intended, almost pleading. Nizu's expression softened slightly, though that wasn't saying much. Why? Well, they are trying to earn their spot in UA. Their spot as future heroes. Pillars of society and morality, but pillars crumble all the time. He stood up from his chair, walking over to the window that overlooked the practice grounds where the exam had taken place. The lesson they had to learn about the 0-pointers was an important one for anyone who's learning to be a pro hero. You can't always win, he continued, glancing back at me with what might have been sympathy. His gaze lingered on Excalibur and Avalon at my side. And maybe you can, but for everyone else, nope. Sooner or later everyone finds a bigger fish, so when you do find that bigger fish, what you must do, is escape, run and protect those you can while in the process. In fact, we even told them in the briefing, you see a 0-pointer, you avoid it. I felt some of the tension leave my shoulders, but the knot in my stomach remained. That's just a lesson, you haven't told me what would happen to the students who didn't run away. Well then, in that case most likely they would have gotten hurt, yes, he admitted with the same casual tone he might use to discuss the day's lunch menu. And you don't see the problem with that. It wasn't really a question anymore. I was beginning to understand something fundamental about the person I had agreed to trust with my future. Nizu operated on a different morality than mine. He thought of people as numbers, the more people the more numbers, the more valued the person the more they counted. Nizu was a person who would sacrifice the few for the many. The greater good. Nizu turned fully to face me, his dark eyes meeting mine with an intensity that made me want to look away. No one would have died. I put severe limits on the 0-pointers, just for that purpose, and anyone who did get hurt would be healed right up by our nurse, recovery girl. Her quirk, heal, is quite potent. They would still have gotten injured, I protested, my voice rising again despite my efforts to stay calm. In fact some did, don't you understand the pain? Lad, Nizu interrupted, his voice taking on a different quality. What just happened to you, to turn you like this? The question caught me off guard, so I snapped. Me. What about you? Fine, you're right, they are training to be pro heroes, they should learn that they are risking their lives, that pain comes with the job, but why are you smiling about this topic? You hurt people today, good people, it doesn't matter what they signed up for. Just what happened to you, to make you not care? The words poured out of me like a dam bursting, carrying with them all the frustration and confusion and anger I had been holding back. Nizu's small smile never wavered, and somehow that made everything worse. I do care, he said simply, leaving it at that. I stared at him for a long moment, searching his expression for some sign of the callousness I had been railing against. But instead I saw nothing. I needed to clear my head. I turned around, ready to burst out of the open window and get ready to run, for as long as I could. Wait. I didn't stop, I was ready to burst out when. You lost the bet. I stopped, my body freezing mid-step. The bet. That stupid damn bet. I did, so. You were going to get something if you won, but you never asked me what I would get from you. I felt a chill crawl up my spine. What do you want? I asked, wanting to be done as soon as possible. I don't want anything, Arthur, I have pretty much everything a hyper-intelligent mouse would ever need. I want you to mull it over, why the first lesson I tried to teach you was restraint. Restraint. I muttered, the word tasting bitter on my tongue. I know about restraint. I've been restraining myself for 6 years. Then I burst through the window, out of the office and out of UA. A/N, yeah, Arthur did not like the practical exam for UA or the bet for that matter. Now his relationship with Nizu is a bit different, it isn't strained exactly, but Arthur needs some time away from dear old principal. On to other things, the votes have been decided, but since I'm the author I have decided not to listen to the votes. Yeah, I know, I'm a bad guy, however I have listened to one comment and have decided to make Koji Koda a student of 1B and to discard a 1B student we knew nothing about. You may be wondering who, but I won't tell you. Let's see if you can figure out who. LOL. Chapter 13, Arthur's First Lesson, 4, Bonus Chapter. I tried to understand, no I did understand, and yet I couldn't agree with it, just like. I shook my head. The anger still burned in my chest, a simmering heat that refused to die down. How could Nizu be so cavalier about putting students in danger? How could he smile when talking about injury and pain? I needed to keep myself occupied. I looked around from my perch atop a skyscraper and realized that I could hear no one that needed my help. The city stretched out below me, peaceful in the late afternoon light. Instead, I felt a heat from my pocket. My phone. The phone Nizu had given me. I turned it on. The passcode opened up. I pressed it in. I hadn't changed it. Then I saw an app. YouTube. I hadn't used the phone for anything aside from talking with Nizu, but I guess that was about to change. Maybe some mindless distraction would help cool the fire in my chest. On the entrance page, at the recommended line was a video. Arthur the Vigilante, A Menace to the Rising Sun by JJJ, I read, releasing a sigh. Of course. Even the algorithm was against me. I turned off the phone. I really didn't want to know why this JJJ was against me. I simply pocketed my phone. Was this all right? Being a vigilante or being a hero? As the months had passed, with every thank you of gratitude I got from civilians, my want to enter UA had crumbled. Could I really just stop? Was it selfish of me? Were the arguments Nizu had given me enough of a reason? Maybe the government would stop spending resources trying to catch me, but what about all the people I wouldn't be able to save in the meantime? But I remembered what I had told Nizu. I don't deal in maybes, and yet here I was, drowning in them. My thoughts spiraled, each question leading to 10 more. What if someone died while I was sitting in a classroom learning about hero theory? What if my absence meant the difference between life and death for someone? But then again, what if my vigilante activities really did have dangerous repercussions? What if I inspired copycats and one of them died, because they weren't like me? What if I was causing more harm than good in the long run? Before the spiral could drag me down completely, I felt my ears twitch, the sound of crying. I burst from the building roof I was on, arriving at the scene in a second and a half. A kid was crying. He was huddled up underneath a park tunnel that stretched from one climbing tower to the next. He couldn't have been more than 6 or 7, with scraped knees and dirt-stained clothes that suggested he'd taken a tumble. I was about to move forward, to try to help, but I stopped myself. I restrained myself. Why? Well, because a girl had walked up behind the boy before I could reach him. She seemed to be around the same age, with pigtails and a bright yellow dress. She tapped his shoulder gently. Are you okay? The boy shook his head, pointing at his scraped knee with a trembling finger. Blood seeped through the torn fabric of his pants. The girl looked at the injury with the serious expression only children could muster when faced with another's pain. Ooh, that looks like it hurt, she said sympathetically. But check this out. She opened up her palm in front of the curious boy, glancing left and right as if checking for eavesdroppers, then closed her eyes in concentration. On her palm, water began to gather, first into a small puddle, then rising into a ball. The liquid began to shift and change, flowing into recognizable shapes. When the transformation was complete, a perfect water figurine of All Might stood in her palm, complete with his trademark smile and heroic pose. The boy's tears stopped immediately, his eyes widening in wonder. He laughed, a pure, delighted sound that made something warm bloom in my chest. The girl laughed too, clearly pleased with her success. That's so cool, the boy exclaimed. How did you do that? It's my quirk, she said proudly. I can control small volumes of water, just don't tell anyone I used it in public, she added, her other hand making a shushing gesture with her index. The boy brought his hand forward, fingers outstretched in curiosity. His middle finger made contact with the water figurine first and, splash. The All Might figure collapsed, water splashing across the girl's palm and onto both children's shoes. I'm sorry, the boy said quickly, his face falling. The girl, however, laughed even harder. Don't worry. There's a lot more water where that came from. New water began to gather in her palm, remaking the All Might figurine. Both children laughed in unison, the boy's injury temporarily forgotten in the face of such wonder. Does it still hurt? The girl asked, nodding toward his knee. The boy looked down, seeming surprised to remember his scrape. A little, but it's okay. That was amazing. Come on, the girl said, standing and offering her hand. Let's go find your mom. Moms can make everything better. It looked like I wasn't needed here. So I began to walk away, but instead of immediately leaping to another rooftop, I found myself walking slowly through the streets of Musurafu. The sun was moving slowly overhead, painting everything in warm golden hues. For once, I wasn't rushing to the next emergency or crisis. I was just walking. And as I walked, I began to notice things I usually missed in my haste to save the world. I saw the next person who needed help, an elderly man struggling with multiple grocery bags, his thin arms shaking under the weight. Paper bags threatened to tear, and I could see cans rolling dangerously close to the edge. I was about to intervene, my body already tensing to move, when a voice stopped me. You need help with that, sir. A middle-aged man in a business suit had paused seemingly on his way home from work. The old man blinked in surprise, then smiled gratefully. Yes, that would be wonderful. Thank you, young man. The businessman nodded, grabbing 3 of the heavier bags from the elderly man. No problem at all. Where are you headed? My car's just over there, the old man said, pointing to a small blue Toyota parked nearby. I'm sorry for troubling you. I thought I could manage, but my arthritis is acting up today. It's no trouble at all, the businessman assured him. My father had arthritis too. I know how it can sneak up on you. They walked together, the businessman matching the older man's slower pace, chatting about the weather and the rising cost of groceries. When they reached the car, the businessman helped load the bags into the trunk, even going so far as to arrange them so nothing would shift during the drive. Thank you so much, the elderly man said, shaking the businessman's hand. It's nice to know there are still good people in the world. Just paying it forward, the businessman replied with a genuine smile. My grandmother always said kindness is free to give but priceless to receive. I smiled as I watched them part ways, each continuing their journey with a little more lightness in their step. While it felt good to do good, seeing good was a different kind of wonderful. I couldn't quite explain it, so I didn't. Instead I found myself shooting to the roof of a nearby building. I stood there and watched the life unfolding below, seeing the city through new eyes. The fact that humanity was good, that was the real miracle. In times of need, people would extend helping hands not for personal gain, not for recognition or reward, but because of the simple thing that made us human, empathy. I saw a father pushing his young daughter on the swings at a small playground, her delighted squeals of infantile joy. The man's face was tired, probably after a long day at work, but he smiled at every request, every giggle. I saw a teenager with purple hair and multiple piercings, gently helping an elderly lady cross a crosswalk. The old lady gave him a hard candy afterwards. I saw a woman in baggy clothing sitting on a park bench, her baby crying inconsolably in her arms. Instead of growing frustrated, she began making funny faces, tickling tiny feet, and humming a soft lullaby until the infant's cries turned to curious babbling, then content cooing. I saw construction workers sharing their lunch with a homeless man, not making a big show of it, just quietly including him in their circle as they ate and joked together. I saw children sharing toys with strangers at the playground, their parents exchanging knowing smiles and contact information for future playdates. I saw an elderly couple helping each other walk. At all these scenes, I smiled. Maybe I didn't need to carry the weight of the entire world on my shoulders. The sun had set for a while now, I was drowned in the night, the glow of moon and stars falling onto the ceiling roof I was on. It was late, but there was one place I still wanted to visit before returning to UA. It didn't take me long to reach it. Musurafu Cemetery. I walked across the graves, headstones big and small filling my vision. I had seen them hundreds of times before, and yet I still grew heavy with sadness when I looked at them. Could I have done anything for them? Maybe not. I reached the place where I always came to release my worries, to find some semblance of peace. 2 graves lay in front of me, 2 modest headstones with names inscribed in simple, elegant script. The first read, Haruto Tadashi, loving father, husband and son. Underneath that line was a quote he'd always lived by, words that had shaped my entire worldview, even if I didn't remember him saying them to me. Be the change you want to see in the world. Below that were the dates that encompassed his too short life. 2156 to 2189, hey, Dad. I looked at the stone beside it. Unlike my father's, this one didn't have a quote. It simply read, Victoria Tadashi, loving mother, wife and daughter. 2157 to 2194, hey, Mom. I smiled despite the tears that threatened to fall. I know it's been a while. I'm sorry for that, I said, settling cross-legged on the grass between their graves. My clothes dampened from the dirt, but I didn't care. But I wanted to ask you guys something. Something I don't know how to deal with. I unsheathed Excalibur, driving her tip gently into the earth between the headstones. Her sacred light emanated outward, casting both graves in a warm, golden glow. What would you have told me? The question hung in the air, met only by the gentle rustling of leaves in the evening breeze. I shook my head, already knowing the answer. I know what you would have told me, to go to UA. In fact, you probably would have made me go. I laughed, but it came out hollow. But I still feel selfish doing it, I continued, my voice dropping to barely above a whisper. Still, is it wrong that I want this? Not just the school, but the year of rest. Maybe to not feel like the world is on my shoulders for a while. Maybe not to feel so, alone. The word came out cracked, broken. I hadn't realized how lonely I'd become until I said it out loud. I felt tears at the edge of my eyes, hot and insistent. Japan can wait, right? I said, thinking back to today's observations, how people had helped each other without my intervention, how kindness flowed naturally between strangers. The people can help each other and do without me, at least for a little bit, right? A/N, boom bonus chapter, first chapter that I programmed to release and didn't just upload when I finished the revision and editing. Fucking did it. Also, you guys are popping off with the stones. We blew past the top 70 mark, so you get another bonus chapter, but like always I'm gonna up the ante, smiley face. Let's say that the next goal is top 15 in the all dates chart. I also wanted to say another thing. This story finally got its first bad review. Not that it's bad, it's pretty good, just that this story wasn't for that person, but that made me think of all the rest of you guys, gals, robots, multicellular, unicellular and even energy-based life forms reading and supporting this. I thank you all from the bottom of my heart. Last thing before I go, Arthur is simple in his morality but not in his character, hence this chapter and the one before. We will explore him as time goes on. That is all for today. THX for reading. I hope you enjoyed this chapter as much as I enjoyed writing it. Author out. Chapter 14, and so it begins. Narration POV. Nizu sat in his office, rocking his chair back and forth, over and over, over and over. He was thinking, just like he usually did, just that now, he was thinking about something he normally didn't think of, the feelings of another. More specifically, the feelings of a 15-year-old boy who had given his trust to him. Why did Arthur have this aversion to anyone getting hurt? Nizu had met heroes who jumped into valiant efforts, who would lay down their lives to protect the innocent, who would spend weeks awake simply to help one more person. All Might filled all of these examples and more. But even then, All Might knew how to not interfere. During examinations like today's, All Might would have watched from the sidelines, trusting in the safety measures put in place. Yet Arthur simply couldn't. There was something deeper there, something that made the boy incapable of watching others suffer even the smallest amount of pain. It wasn't just heroic instinct. Nizu had seen enough heroes to recognize the difference. Although he wasn't quite sure what it was that Arthur suffered. All these thoughts led to one thing: he couldn't sit still, hence why he was rocking his chair, and he was beginning to doubt if his decision had been the right one. The lesson in restraint had backfired spectacularly. Nizu stopped rocking and turned on his monitor. His paws moved across the keyboard with practiced efficiency, navigating through layers of security that would have taken most people hours to breach. He clicked a few things and landed on a page that he had deliberately avoided accessing for months. Name, Aki Tadashi. Codename, Arthur. Information, locked. His mouse hovered over the third line. The cursor blinked mockingly at him, as if daring him to click. He wanted to know, to understand. His brain demanded it. The need to comprehend Arthur's motivations was like an itch he couldn't scratch. And yet he restrained himself. Because he knew that if he learned this without Arthur's permission, whatever it was, the relationship they had, whether master and protege or simply friends, would be irreparably damaged. He didn't want to betray that trust. He didn't want to betray a person who had no one and nothing looking after him, because it reminded him of himself. Nizu's paw moved away from the mouse, and he leaned back in his chair. His own past was something he rarely dwelt on, but Arthur's situation brought back memories he had spent years burying. No one had cared about him during those early years. They had experimented on him, day in and day out, simply to understand why he had manifested a quirk despite being an animal. The feeling of loneliness, of being utterly alone in the world, was something he knew intimately. The scientists had poked and prodded, subjected him to tests that would have broken most minds. They had treated him like a specimen, a curiosity to be studied rather than a sentient being with thoughts and feelings. Even after he had proven his intelligence, demonstrated capabilities that far exceeded any human, some had continued to view him as little more than a very clever pet. He knew what they had turned him into. The experiments, the isolation, the constant scrutiny, it had all left its mark. Some you could see like the scar across his face and some you couldn't. He knew he wasn't entirely right in the head, that his emotional responses were sometimes skewed. His sense of humor was darker than most, his methods more calculating. But despite all of that, he still wanted to do good. For Arthur, for his students, for the people of Japan. Perhaps that was why he felt such a kinship with the young vigilante. They were both broken in their own ways, shaped by circumstances beyond their control. But they had both chosen to use their abilities to help others, even when the world seemed determined to misunderstand them. His computer locked itself and turned off automatically, a security feature he had programmed years ago. No one would know Arthur's past until Arthur himself told Nizu it would be okay. Aki Tadashi would remain a ghost in the system until then. He looked out of his windows. Night had fallen while he was deep in thought, and in fact, it looked like dawn would begin to shine through soon. Had he really been sitting here all night? The campus was obviously quiet at this hour. In a few hours, it would be bustling with students and faculty preparing for the new academic year. In just over a month, Arthur would be walking these halls as a student. Nizu grabbed his phone and opened it up. He scrolled through his contacts until he found the one he was looking for. Arthur. He knew his call wouldn't get picked up. Arthur himself was probably out there doing what Nizu had come to think of as vigilanteing, not that that was a real word, but it was the closest thing to describe Arthur's multiple month-long escapades across Japan. The boy had been more active than ever since their meeting, as if he was trying to cram as much good as possible into his remaining time. So instead, he typed out a message. "I'm sorry for the bet. That was a dumb idea." He closed his phone, expecting it would take hours, maybe days, maybe even weeks until Arthur looked at the message. Arthur was notorious for ignoring his phone unless it was an emergency, preferring to focus entirely on whatever crisis he was currently resolving. But... ping. His phone rang immediately, a message notification lighting up the screen. From Arthur. "I'm sorry for lashing out too." Nizu smiled despite himself. The kid really was too polite for his own good. Even when angry, Arthur still found a way to take responsibility for his part in their argument. Nizu typed back quickly. "How long will you be out this time?" The response came almost immediately. 2 days until UA begins." "Good, that will give us 1 day to announce everything. See you then." "See you, Nizu." Nizu set his phone down and finally allowed himself to relax. Well, not really relax, his quirk wouldn't allow him to, but he would get as close to relaxing as his brain-changed quirk would allow. 1 month and 2 weeks later. It was a busy day in Jizo News. Interns rushed back and forth carrying coffee and papers, producers huddled in corners having urgent whispered conversations, and the makeup artists were working overtime to ensure everyone looked their best. Why all the excitement? Because they had 2 prolific guests coming in, and the combination promised to be either pure gold or complete disaster, possibly both, which was great for the ratings. The first was one who had been on Jizo News a few times already. Jiro Jino, otherwise known as JJJ. He was a man who actually brought in quite the viewership, though for wildly different reasons depending on the viewer. Some took what he said as comedy, laughing at his increasingly unhinged theories about vigilante conspiracies. Others took him quite seriously, nodding along as he ranted about the dangers of unsupervised quirk usage. And this audience of people continued to grow because Arthur himself had been becoming more and more prolific in the past year, seen more and more across Japan's major cities, that is until yesterday. When, without warning, suddenly no one had seen him, for over 24 hours. His sudden disappearance after over a year of constant activity was more than just an oddity, it was front-page news. However, more unusual was the other guest who had arrived, the infamous recluse, Nizu, principal of UA High School. The mouse-like creature rarely made public appearances, and rarely left the UA grounds. What was particularly weird was that he himself had asked to come on the show to talk about Arthur of all things. Yuriko Miyazaki adjusted her earpiece and glanced at her notes one final time. This was either going to be the scoop of the century or a complete circus. She looked at the 2 guests, each with their distinct quirks. Nizu was calmly making tea at the guest table, having brought his own kettle and cup. JJJ, on the other hand, was shaking his mustache fists at anyone who caught his eye, including the camera operators, the sound technicians, and at one point, his own reflection in a monitor. "Is he always like this?" whispered one of the interns to another. "This is him on a good day," came the reply. The director from behind the glass held up his hand, then spoke through the microphone. 3, 2, 1, and we are live. Yuriko straightened in her chair and stared directly into the camera, her professional smile firmly in place. "Hello, dear viewers, I am Yuriko Miyazaki and welcome back to Jizo News. Today with us are 2 very important guests." She gestured to her right. Jiro Jino, host of the popular podcast Get Vigilantes Under Control. "Hello, Yuriko." "I am glad to be here," JJJ said, his mustache fists uncurling slightly in what might have been an attempt at a wave. "Though I have to say, I'm shocked that it took this long for mainstream media to take the vigilante threat seriously." And, Yuriko continued, turning to her left, the principal of UA High School, Nizu. Hello, everyone, Nisa said pleasantly, taking a delicate sip of his tea. Thank you for having me. So today we will be discussing the sudden disappearance of Japan's most prolific vigilante, Arthur. Mr. Jino, you've been tracking Arthur's activities for months. What's your take on his sudden absence from the public eye? JJJ's entire face lit up with vindication. His mustache fists actually uncurled completely as he leaned forward eagerly. Well, what can I say? I'm sure an underground hero has finally captured that menace and brought him to Justy Dash. Could you please shut up? The squeaky voice cut through JJJ's triumphant speech like a knife. Nisa didn't even look up from his tea as he delivered the request. The entire studio fell silent. Camera operators paused mid-zoom. Even the bustling newsroom beyond the studio seemed to quiet down. What did you just say? JJJ yelled back, his mustache fists immediately recurling and beginning to shake with rage. Did you just tell me to dash? I said for you to shut up, Nisa repeated calmly, finally looking up from his teacup to meet JJJ's furious gaze. Your voice is grating beyond measure, and I can measure a lot. You dash, JJJ began, rising halfway out of his chair. But Nisa didn't let JJJ get another word in. Instead, his face and words were directed straight at the camera, his small form somehow commanding the attention of everyone in the studio and everyone watching at home. Some people even leaned forward in their seats. I have come on here today to say one simple thing, Nizu announced, his voice carrying despite its high pitch. Arthur is entering UA, starting tomorrow. A/N, the normal chapter for today. I'll try to get the next extra chapter out as soon as possible, but give me a few days, cause otherwise I might get burnout, lol. Also, we are finally about to start the actual UA arcs, yeah. This was longer than I expected it to be, if I'm being serious, but as the relationships developed, I needed more chapters to flesh stuff out, mainly Nizu's and Arthur's, because people were getting the wrong idea about Nizu, mainly that he was some Machiavellian manipulator who wanted Arthur to dance in the palm of his hand. He isn't that, by the way. Power Stones, reviews, comments are all greatly appreciated. THX for reading. I hope you enjoyed reading this chapter as much as I enjoyed writing it. Author out. Chapter 15, and so it begins, too. Yuriko couldn't believe it, and as she looked at everyone else on set, they didn't seem to believe it either. The camera operators had frozen mid-shot, the sound technician's mouth hung open behind the glass partition, and even the usually unflappable director was frantically gesturing for them to keep rolling. However, the person who was most awestruck by the news was no one but JJJ himself. His mustache fist slammed on the table with such force that Yuriko's coffee cup jumped, spilling its contents across her notes. What did you just say? I really don't like to reiterate myself, Nizu replied, taking another delicate sip of his tea as if he hadn't just dropped the biggest news story of the year. So I won't. You are saying that menace is going to UA. JJJ's voice had reached a pitch that made several crew members wince behind their headsets. Well, yes he is, Nizu smiled back, his expression serene and somewhat eerie, despite the gravity of his words. You're letting a vigilante, a criminal, into UA. Are you insane? JJJ's mustache fists were now trembling with barely contained rage. Yuriko tried to regain control of the situation, leaning forward with her professional anchor voice. Mr. Nizu, this is certainly unprecedented. The public will want to know. I mean, he's the right age, has the strength and ethics to back it up, Nizu interrupted smoothly, completely ignoring Yuriko's attempt to moderate. The only thing that doesn't already make him a hero is a license. Isn't that the main distinction between a hero and a vigilante? As for your point about him being a criminal. Nizu brought out his phone with deliberate slowness, like a magician about to perform his greatest trick. He tapped several things on the screen, and suddenly the large display behind them changed from the Juzo News logo to something entirely different, a photo of an official document with multiple seals and signatures. This, as you can see, is a paper signed by the Hero Public Safety Commission, a federal judge, and the Prime Minister himself. By all accounts, Arthur is now no longer a criminal as long as he sticks to these agreements. The document officially pardons all previous vigilante activities and grants him provisional status pending his enrollment and successful completion of UA's hero course. JJJ's face had turned an alarming shade of red that clashed terribly with his mustache. This is outrageous. You can't just wave a magic wand and dash. And on that note, Nizu continued, completely steamrolling over JJJ's objections. He pressed another button on his phone, and the screen changed once more. This time it displayed a video player, and Yuriko could see it was queued up and ready to play. The thumbnail showed what appeared to be an office setting. This was recorded yesterday, Nizu explained, pressing one more button to start the playback. The video quality was crisp, in fact it almost had a shine to it which would have made anyone in videography drool. It showed a spacious office. Standing right in the center of the room was a young man who could only be Arthur himself. For all the speculation and blurry photographs that had circulated over the years, this was the first time most people would see the infamous vigilante clearly. He appeared to be around 15, with blonde hair that fell to his nape and striking blue eyes. He wore a simple but well-fitted dark suit. At his waist was the infamous sheath that held the sword he had gained his moniker from. "Hello, people of Japan," Arthur began. "As part of my agreement to be able to become a student at UA, I, Arthur, would like to formally apologize for my illegal use of my quirk in public and any trouble said actions might have caused." The young man's bow was deep and held for several seconds, then he straightened, looking straight into the camera. To everyone who looked at him, it felt like they were being dragged, pulled into his eyes. The message ended there, and Nizu turned the giant screen behind them off with another tap of his phone, sliding the device back into his suit pocket. "See. Everything is perfectly clear now," Nizu said, standing up from his chair and brushing imaginary dust from his vest. "So I guess I will be taking my leave. It has been a pleasure to be on this program, even if some guests were less than ideal." "Wait!" JJJ yelled, his mustache fist slamming against the table once more with enough force to make the entire set shake. "You can't just leave like this. You drop this bombshell and think you can just walk away. Am I restricted in some manner?" Nizu asked, tilting his head with genuine curiosity. "Because if not, I can leave whenever I so please. I'm not under any obligation to endure your particular brand of discourse." Yuriko, sensing that she was losing control of what could be the interview of her career, quickly interjected. "Mr. Nizu, I would greatly appreciate it if you could stay for just a bit longer, if only to answer some of our questions. This has been a stunning revelation, after all. Our viewers deserve some clarity on this unprecedented situation." "Yeah, our questions," JJJ bellowed, as if volume alone could compel cooperation. Nizu's gaze drifted to a clock mounted on the studio wall, and after a moment of consideration, he nodded slowly. "Very well then, I suppose I could spare some time for your questions, but my time is valuable, so be quick. How about JJJ and I each take turns asking questions?" Yuriko suggested, hoping to maintain some semblance of professional order. "Is that arrangement acceptable to you, JJJ?" "Fine by me," JJJ growled, though his mustache continued to twitch with barely suppressed agitation. Nizu. "Acceptable, but you only get 6 questions total, 3 for each of you. Choose them wisely." Yuriko opened her mouth to begin, but was immediately cut off. "How long have you been working with this vigilante?" JJJ practically screamed into his microphone. Nizu winced slightly at the volume. Working with him is the wrong way to phrase it. I believe you mean for how long I've been in contact with him. As for the answer to that question, it's confidential information." Next question. Yuriko, determined to make her questions count, asked carefully, "What is the vigilante Arthur's actual name?" "Confidential," Nizu replied without hesitation. "Does this Arthur have any associates he used for his vigilante activities?" JJJ demanded, his voice reaching new heights of indignation. "For heaven's sake, you really should stop yelling," Nizu said, massaging one of his ears. "As for the answer to that question, I have no knowledge of any associates, but based on all available evidence, he appears to have operated entirely alone. Rather remarkable, actually, considering the scope of his activities." Next question. Yuriko leaned forward, trying a different approach. "What is Arthur's quirk exactly? We haven't been able to determine a consistent set of abilities that would logically constitute a single quirk. The speed, the apparent super strength, the sword techniques, it's all quite puzzling to quirk analysts." "I have no definitive answer to that," Nizu replied, and for the first time, he seemed genuinely uncertain. "He hasn't provided me with a complete explanation of his abilities. So rather than saying that I have no definitive answer, it would be more appropriate to say I have no clue." JJJ had been visibly struggling to contain himself during the previous exchanges, but now seemed to have found some measure of control. When he spoke again, his voice was more measured, though still tinged with suspicion. "How exactly did you get in contact with the vigilante in the first place? This couldn't have been a chance encounter." "Oh, that involved much more complex calculations and behavioral analysis than you could probably comprehend," Nizu said with what might have been a slight smirk. "So I suppose my answer would be, a very carefully orchestrated plan involving probability matrices, psychological profiling, and strategic positioning. Mathematics can be quite beautiful when applied correctly." Next question, and this is the final one. JJJ's eyes narrowed behind his glasses, and Yuriko could practically see the gears turning in his head as he tried to formulate the perfect gotcha question. Meanwhile, Yuriko was facing the same dilemma. This was her last chance to get something substantial. After a moment of intense consideration, she decided on what felt like the most important question of all. "What drove you to contact Arthur in the first place, and why did you go through all of this elaborate process to get him enrolled at UA?" Nizu's expression shifted slightly, becoming more thoughtful. "That is technically 2 questions, my dear, but they're related enough that I'll answer both. There are a multitude of reasons why I decided to contact Arthur, but the most appropriate answer would be potential. Potential to do extraordinary good without having to endure people like your guest here tearing down a child while he sacrificed everything for the benefit of society. As for why I went through this process. He paused, looking directly at the camera. Because these were the necessary steps to help that potential grow into something that could truly make a difference in the world. Nizu then hopped down from his chair with surprising agility, his teapot in one hand and his now empty teacup balanced expertly in the other. He maneuvered them both behind his tail, freeing his hands as he began walking toward the studio exit. Wait! JJJ yelled, his composure finally cracking completely. No one expected that outburst to accomplish anything. Nizu had clearly made his decision to leave the program. However, he did pause at the studio door, though he didn't acknowledge JJJ. Instead, he turned to face the camera directly, his small form somehow commanding the attention of everyone in the room. Oh, and one more thing, he said with a smile that suggested he'd been saving this revelation for exactly this moment. UA has acquired a new teacher this year. You may know him, his name is All Might. With that bombshell delivered as casually as a weather report, Nizu pushed through the studio door and disappeared, leaving behind a room full of people too stunned to speak. The silence stretched for several seconds before chaos erupted. JJJ was shouting incoherently, the director was frantically trying to signal the camera operators, and Yuriko was staring at the door through which the most significant news story of the decade had just walked. Yet while all this pandemonium was unfolding in the Juzo News studio, in a quiet dormitory room at UA High School, a blonde boy, Arthur was doing something with a peaceful smile on his face. Something he hadn't been able to do in years. Something he hadn't been able to do since he had become a vigilante. Something he hadn't been able to do since he was 8. He was sleeping. A/N, Nizu is kinda goat, can't lie lol. I don't have much to say about this chapter other than the fact that JJJ is extremely fun to write. I decided to upload earlier today, but this doesn't mean you'll get the bonus chap from the top 70 today, since these take way too much time to write, and I didn't have time this morning to write the actual bonus chapter. Oh, question for you lads and ladies, what do you guys want Arthur's hero name to be? I had 3 ideas, please vote on the paragraphs or give me your own. If they're good enough I'll use them. 1. Arthur Pendragon, simple one. 2. King Arthur or Arthur for short. 3. Caliban, give some love to Arthur's other sword lol, plus the name is pretty badass. This would also just make Arthur his nickname and what people who know him call him, not his actual hero name. Power stones, reviews, and comments are all greatly appreciated. THX for reading. I hope you enjoyed reading this chapter as much as I enjoyed writing it. Author out. Chapter 16, and so it begins. 3. Bonus chapter. Arthur POV. Okay, Arthur, I muttered looking into the mirror, loosening my tie a bit. The reflection staring back at me looked weird. I normally didn't care for my appearance, but this time, I did. After all, Nizu had told me first impressions were everything. Still, it was strange how different I looked. I really did look like a normal 15-year-old, on his first day of school. That was of course if you excluded Excalibur and Avalon at my side, not that I would ever exclude them. It's just your first day of school, nothing wrong with that, I said to my reflection. Yeah, you've talked to other teens before, of course that was when they were suicidal, in peril, or doing damages to their surroundings, but it's mostly the same, right? I went out of the bathroom and into my room. On the bed was Nizu's gift, my blue scarf, although now there was a gold accent to it, which Nizu had added. He said that it was to add flourish. I grabbed it from the bed. The silk was as soft as the first day I wore it. I circled it around my neck. At least I had one friend here, even if he was technically my principal. Everything's gonna be fine. Yeah, fine, I continued my pep talk, though my voice didn't sound entirely convinced. The truth was, I had no idea how to be a normal student. A lot of my memories from my time in actual school were quite hazy, for the simple reason that I hadn't cared to remember them in a long time. Through my dorm window, I could see the sprawling campus of UA and beyond. On the outside of UA, I could see reporters shoving their mics into students who were just arriving. I could see the door close behind the students who had crossed the mass. I honestly felt a tinge bad about it, but then again, most of them were here because of All Might, so it wasn't entirely my fault, right? I thought about my conversation with Nizu yesterday, our final check-in before classes began. Okay, I muttered again, trying to encourage myself. My grip tightened over Excalibur's hilt. Let's do this, girls. I walked out of the dorm room. My first day of school begins now. Oh wait, my backpack. Looks like it had to wait a little longer. Narration POV. Midoriya walked towards UA, he clutched his backpack straps nervously. It was his first day in UA, something to be both proud and nervous about, at least it felt that way to Midoriya. When he was close to the school, however, he saw a commotion that made his step slow. News reporters were piling around the gate like moths to a flame, their cameras and microphones creating a chaotic wall of media attention. Vans with satellite dishes lined the street, and he could see camera crews setting up for what looked like live broadcasts. He knew why. Of course he knew, everyone in Muzurafu, no probably everyone in Japan knew. All Might was a teacher at UA this year. There was also another reason that had brought its own stockpile of reporters, one that made Midoriya's stomach flutter with a mixture of excitement and nervousness. Arthur the Vigilante was going to be his classmate. If Deku were to describe Arthur in one word, it would be fast. Fast beyond belief, beyond comprehension, beyond anything he'd ever seen even in professional hero footage, aside from All Might of course. Now that he was thinking about Arthur, he thought back to the 2 times he had seen him, although seen was a bit much since hadn't gotten an actual look at him. The first, of course, was when he had tried to save Bakugo from the sludge villain and failed spectacularly. He remembered the desperation, the way his body had moved before his mind could stop it, the feeling of his fingernails scraping uselessly against the villain's goopy form. And then, a rush of wind so powerful it had nearly knocked him over, and suddenly Bakugo was free, the villain splattered across nearby buildings. He had hardly seen Arthur's face before he blew past them, just a blur of gold and blue moving at impossible fast, none of them even got injured. The second time had been during the UA entrance exam, after being saved by Uraraka from his own reckless attempt to help others. He'd been falling from the massive height, his body broken from using one for all beyond his limits, when that same golden streak had appeared. But that time Arthur simply looked like a golden comet tearing through the air, and almost everyone at the exam grounds had seen it, how he obliterated the other 0-pointers. Turning them to ash. Deku closed his fist, determination burning in his green eyes. That was the level he wanted to reach, no, not reach, surpass. He wanted to be the kind of hero who could save everyone. His determination however crumbled as he finally approached the gathered crowd of reporters. The moment they spotted his UA uniform, it was like a feeding frenzy had begun. Microphones were shoved into his face from every angle, cameras flashed, and voices began overlapping as they asked questions at the same time. Oh, you're a UA student. What's your name? What's your quirk? What do you think about having a vigilante in your class? What do you think about All Might teaching here? Do you think Arthur should have been pardoned for his crimes? Do you know Arthur personally? Have you met All Might yet? The barrage of questions hit him all at once. It was honestly a bit much. Midoriya felt his social anxiety spike as the crowd pressed closer, their eager faces and demanding voices making his head spin. I am sorry, let me ETH rough, he stammered, his voice barely audible over the crowd. He tried to push through the sea of reporters, his heart racing as more cameras turned his way. Please, I just need to get to class. Someone grabbed his arm, a reporter trying to keep him from escaping their questions. Just one quick comment about Dash. I really can't, I'm sorry. Midoriya managed to break free and practically sprinted toward the gate, fumbling for his student ID card with shaking hands. The gate sensors recognized his credentials immediately, and the massive doors swung open just wide enough for him to slip through before slamming shut with a decisive thud, separating him from the chaos outside. The sudden silence was almost deafening. Thank God for the UA barrier system. Deku leaned against the gate for a moment, catching his breath and trying to calm his racing heart. Shaking his head to clear away the lingering anxiety, he started jogging across the school's courtyard. The campus was even more impressive up close, towering buildings designed to accommodate students with all kinds of quirks, training grounds visible in the distance. Basically it was the best school Midoriya had ever laid his eyes on. 1A. Where's 1A? Deku muttered as he navigated the school halls, which seemed designed more for giants than 15-year-olds. The corridors were wide enough for students with size enhancement quirks, and the ceilings were high enough that someone could probably fly through them comfortably. This place is way too big. He turned a corner and there it was, a massive brown door that dwarfed him. The characters 1 and A were written vertically in bright red characters. I guess it's that big for people with gigantification quirks, Deku said to himself, then paused at the threshold. This was it. Behind this door were his classmates, the other students who had passed UA's notoriously difficult entrance exam. The future heroes of Japan. He closed his eyes and placed his hand on the doorknob, steeling himself for what lay ahead. I'll be among the chosen few who passed the exam. I even heard that only 35 people made it through this year instead of the normal 36, but I made it, so let's do this. As he began to turn the handle, Midoriya couldn't help but think, and hope, that if Kacchan and the intense guy with glasses had ended up in Class 1B, he would be eternally grateful. Maybe he could start fresh here. He turned the knob and peeked through the slightly open door, immediately greeted by the sound of raised voices. Don't put your legs on the desk. Don't you think that's disrespectful to your classmates and the upperclassmen who used this classroom before us? A tall guy with glasses was gesticulating dramatically toward a familiar blonde figure. Midoriya's heart sank. No, as a matter of fact, I don't think so. Which middle school are you from anyway, you 2-bit extra? Bakugo yelled back, his legs still defiantly propped up on his desk. Just his luck, Midoriya couldn't help but think. Of course Kacchan was in his class. Of course. I attended a private school, ahem. I'm from Some Junior High School. My name is Ida Tenya. The glasses-wearing student straightened his posture even more, if that was possible. Some. Bakugo's voice dripped with disdain. Well, aren't you an elite? Seems like I've got a fucking reason to end you after all. What nerve? And you want to be a hero with that attitude? Ida asked, reeling back in obvious shock at Bakugo's language and hostility. That was when Ida noticed Izuku lingering in the doorway. Immediately, his entire demeanor changed as he moved away from Bakugo and approached Midoriya with an almost robotic manner. No, seriously, it looked like he was doing the robot dance. Hello. I'm Ida Tenya from Some Junior High. Oh yeah, haha, Midoriya stammered, still processing the fact that his middle school bully was going to be his classmate for the next 3 years. I overheard your introduction. I'm Midoriya Izuku, nice to meet you, Ida. Midoriya. Ida's eyes lit up with what appeared to be genuine admiration. I must hand it to you. You divined the actual nature of that practical skills exam, didn't you? I was completely blind to it, and I totally misread what you were doing. I hate to admit it, but you were the better man. Midoriya didn't know how to respond to that level of praise, especially since he actually hadn't figured out the rescue point system at all. His actions had been pure instinct, seeing someone in danger and moving to help without thinking about the consequences. Instead of explaining this, he could only scream internally while trying to manage a nervous smile. Several students who were already seated in the classroom were beginning to stare at their increasingly loud conversation, which only made Midoriya more uncomfortable. The attention felt similar to the reporters outside, though thankfully less aggressive. Then he heard a familiar voice behind him. Ah. It's you, curly hair. Deku straightened up instantly, startled but pleased as he turned around to see who had spoken. A smile forming on his face when he recognized the kind girl from the entrance exam, the one who had saved him from falling and breaking even more bones than he already had. She had shoulder-length brown hair and bright, cheerful eyes. She was wearing the standard UA uniform like everyone else. You made it into UA, just like Present Mike said you would. Yay, go you. She made a little celebratory gesture with her hands. By the way, that punch you threw at the zero-pointer was totally out of this world. I've never seen anything like it. However, before Midoriya could properly reply, most likely with a stammer, the classroom door opened once more with a soft creak. The conversation in the room seemed to quiet slightly as everyone's attention was drawn to the newcomer. At that moment, Midoriya felt a familiar sense of awe wash over him as he took in who had just walked into their classroom. Blonde hair in a disheveled yet somehow organized mess. Piercing blue eyes that seemed to take in everything at once. And definitely not All Might. This was Arthur. Before Midoriya could say anything to his classmate, Arthur spoke up first, something in his voice making them listen. Sorry, but could you guys please move forward a bit? You're blocking the door. A/N, I have decided to just sit down, scrunch up and write the bonus chap now, since at the rate you guys are going you may actually get a spot in the top 15 and that would make me have 2 bonus chaps on my list, which I don't want lol. Expect the normal chapter in between 3 or 4 hours, most likely don't quote me on it. Some things to say, Nizu's and Arthur's relationship is mostly the same as before the fight, they just have a better grasp on each other's personalities, but they are still mentor and student alongside being friends. Also this chapter was pretty fun to write, especially since Arthur is basically a legend, get it, in Japan right now. THX for reading. Hope you all enjoyed reading this chapter as much as I enjoyed writing it. Author out. Wait no, author not out, I have a thing for you guys to do. Please give me FIC recommendations on this site that are good, aren't MTLS, aren't harem and aren't AI, cause I can't fucking find any new ones. Now really. Author out. Chapter 17, and so it begins. 4. Arthur POV. Sorry, but could you guys please move forward a bit? You're blocking the door, I said towards the people who were standing right in front of the door. The moment the words left my mouth, I felt it, everyone's gaze is on me, like spotlights suddenly focusing on a single point. I looked around the classroom, mentally counting. 19 other students, all staring at me, some much more excited than others, there were even some who couldn't hear. Still I could hear all of their conversational mutterings. It was a bit awkward. I looked back at the people standing by the door, the green-haired kid I recognized from the sludge villain incident, a girl with short brown hair who I recognized as the one who had caught him in the UA practice exam, and a tall boy with glasses who I didn't recognize from anywhere. Please could you move, I reiterated, trying to keep my voice gentle. I didn't want to come across as demanding or rude on my first day. Oh, yes sorry, both the green-haired kid and the girl stammered, practically jumping out of the way. Why were they stammering? Did I say something wrong? Did I make a scary first impression somehow? The last thing I wanted was for my classmates to be afraid of me. I'd spent years trying to be approachable as Arthur the Vigilante, always making sure people felt safe around me. Maybe it was just the shock of meeting someone they'd seen on the news. I tried to give them a reassuring smile, but before I could say anything else to put them at ease, I heard a loud yell from across the classroom. You. I turned to see the blonde-haired kid from the sludge incident, the one I'd saved along with the green-haired boy. He was practically jumping from his chair, his movements aggressive as he stalked towards me. His red eyes were intense, almost feral. Wait, red feral eyes. Wasn't that just like Mirko? Could they be related? Hey, I remember you, I said, trying to defuse whatever tension was building. Nice to meet you properly. The name's Arthur. I stretched out my hand in what I hoped was a friendly gesture. You. The boy looked down at my outstretched hand, and I watched as an equally feral grin spread across his face. My hypothesis about him actually being related to Mirko only grew in my mind. However, I stopped thinking about that as he clasped his hand in mine, and that's when I felt it, a sharp crackling sensation against my palm. I tilted my head to the side, genuinely puzzled. It was ticklish. His quirk seemed to be some kind of explosion-based ability, but the sensation wasn't painful at all. Maybe this was some sort of greeting he enjoyed doing. I'm Katsuki Bakugo, he said, his grin widening as the crackling intensified. Nice to meet you, Arthur. Now it was very ticklish. I had to resist the urge to laugh. Instead, I maintained my friendly smile and gave his hand a firm shake, noting how his eyes widened slightly for some absurd reason. Around us, I could sense the other students watching this interaction with a mixture of fascination and concern. The green-haired boy in particular was staring at us with intense focus, his hand moving slightly as if he was writing something down in his head. I was about to say something else to Bakugo, maybe ask about his quirk or try to establish some common ground, when we heard a voice from outside the classroom. If you're gonna be hunting for buddies, do it somewhere else. We all turned toward the door, where we could see through the opening a yellow sleeping bag containing what appeared to be a man. He looked really familiar, though I couldn't exactly place him from this angle. His voice was tired, almost monotone, and as someone who had slept twice in 7 years, I could say that sleep was one of life's true delights. This is the Department of Heroics, he said as his hands emerged from the sleeping bag, along with what looked like a juice box, which he immediately began drinking from. The effect on the classroom was immediate. Every student began moving toward their seats, the casual chatter and introductions cutting off as if someone had flipped a switch. I glanced around, realizing I needed to find my assigned seat. If I remembered correctly from the brief orientation materials Nizu had given me, I should be in seat number 3. I made my way over, settling into the chair and taking a moment to observe my immediate neighbors. To my left sat a girl with pink skin and small horns protruding from her forehead. I remembered her from the practical exam. To my right was a girl with large, dark eyes and dark green hair that looked kind of froggish. Behind me sat a boy with short blonde hair parted to the right, distinguished by a distinctive black lightning-shaped streak on the left side. Once we were all seated, I got my first clear look at our homeroom teacher as he emerged fully from his sleeping bag. He was a tall, lean man with long black hair and what appeared to be a gray scarf wrapped around his neck. The moment I saw him properly, recognition hit me. He was one of the heroes who had been down below when I talked Miss Takamura down from the building rooftop. I remembered his distinctive appearance, the tired eyes, the scarf, the weird gaze I felt from last time wasn't there weirdly enough, it just felt like a normal, if anything tired look. Still, this guy was going to be our homeroom teacher. It took you lot 10 seconds to quiet down. Life is short, kids. You're all lacking in common sense, he said, his tired voice carrying clearly across the room. I definitely felt his eyes focus on me during the last part of that statement. I'm your homeroom teacher, Shota Aizawa. Pleasure meeting you. Aizawa. The name didn't immediately ring any bells, but then again, I'd never been particularly good at keeping track of hero names and real names, I was much better with faces. His hand disappeared back into the sleeping bag and emerged with what I recognized as UA's physical education uniform, the blue and white tracksuit that I'd seen in the school materials. Wear this immediately and then shove off to the PE grounds, he instructed, his tone brooking no argument. The classroom immediately erupted into motion as students began gathering their things and heading toward what I assumed were the locker rooms. I followed the flow of male students, still processing the fact that my first day at UA was starting with some kind of physical activity. It made sense, I supposed, hero work was inherently physical, and they'd want to assess our capabilities right away. The boys' locker room was a spacious facility with rows of lockers and benches, clearly designed to accommodate students with a wide variety of quirks and physical needs. I found an empty locker and began changing into the provided uniform, trying to blend in with the casual conversation happening around me. That plan lasted about 3 seconds. So you were a vigilante, huh? I looked to my left to see the blonde boy with the lightning streak, the one who'd been sitting behind me in class. His tone was curious and rather social, which was a relief. I'd been bracing myself for more confrontational reactions. Yeah, I replied simply, pulling the UA tracksuit top over my head. Yeah, I saw a video of you beating a guy with an ice quirk, chimed in another voice. This one belonged to a boy with spiky red hair and what looked like unusually sharp teeth. So Vigilante, the lightning-haired boy continued, how did it feel to go around using your quirk? I'm sure it was liberating. I paused in adjusting my uniform, considering how to answer that. The truth was complicated, it had been many things. Exhausting, fulfilling, terrifying, necessary. But liberating wasn't really the word I'd use. It was rewarding, I said finally, settling on something that felt honest without being too revealing. I'm sure you met a lot of ladies while being a vigilante, huh? The blonde boy said with a grin, his elbow nudging my side in what I assumed was meant to be a conspiratorial gesture. I cocked my head to the side, genuinely confused. Yeah, I met a lot of ladies, and men, and children and elderly people, I replied. What's your question exactly? The boy's grin widened, and he gave me what looked like a knowing look. Oh, you're one of those ones. Don't worry, I catch your drift, he said with a wink, leaving me even more baffled than before. Name's Kaminari, by the way. Arthur, I said, stretching out my hand for what felt like the dozenth time today. I know, Kaminari laughed. I think we all know your vigilante name. What's your real name? The question hit me like a cold splash of water. This was exactly what Nizu had warned me about, the inevitable curiosity about my past, my real identity. He'd stressed the importance of keeping that information private. I remembered his words clearly. If you want your past to remain in the past, you cannot reveal your name. In fact, you shouldn't have told me your actual name in our first meeting. He'd reiterated it to me 100 times during our preparation sessions. He had also said I'd have to get an actual surname, I couldn't just keep going by Arthur, so we took it straight from the source. At least this lesson was easy to learn, even if it felt strange to lie to someone who seemed genuinely friendly. No, my name is actually Arthur, Arthur Pendragon, I said, stretching my hand out even more insistently. Kaminari looked surprised for a moment, then shrugged and clasped his hand in mine. Well then, it's nice to meet you, Arthur Pendragon. A/N, the normal chapter for today, and yes I know, it's been 5 hours but I did say not to quote me on that 3 to 4 hour benchmark. Also I've seen it, you blew past top 15, which I thank you all for the support, but also fuck me since I have to write another bonus chapter. As I usually do, I've decided to up the ante to something a reader said, top 3. Let's see you do that. You supportive readers. Also as you can see from the groundwork, Kaminari is going to be one of the characters I focus on. You may be wondering what I mean by focus on. Simple. MHA suffers from something I like to call underdeveloped characters, something pretty common in manga actually, and also something I don't blame Horikoshi for, since developing at least 20 characters, number of people in class 1A, is a tall order very few people can pull off, well. So I will be focusing on around 5 to 6 who hang around Arthur, and no, none of the original trio, Ida, Midoriya, Ochiko, will be part of that focus, since they are so much more developed in the original manga they will have a part to play, but don't expect chapters focusing on them. I've also come to a decision on the hero name thing, which I think you can guess from this chapter, it's gonna be a mixture of all three, you'll see. If I cook correctly it's gonna end up being awesome. This is all for now. I'll get to writing the bonus chapter as soon as possible. THX for reading. Author out. Chapter 18, How Strong is Arthur Exactly? Arthur POV. The entire class of 1A was now standing on the school grounds, and I found myself wondering what we were going to do. I felt a bit naked, as I had to leave my scarf in my backpack. Of course Excalibur and Avalon were still with me. Aizawa stood in front of us, his tired expression unchanged from when we'd first met him in the classroom. We'll be doing a quirk apprehension test, Aizawa announced matter-of-factly. I heard one of my classmates, I think it was the brown-haired girl from earlier, the one who had spoken to the green-haired boy, speak up. Wait, what about the ceremony? And the guidance counselor meeting? Her question seemed to echo the thoughts of several other students. I could see other students wondering the same. Which I couldn't fault them for. UA was huge, it should have been natural to begin by exploring the building where they would spend most of their time for the next 3 years. If you want to be heroes, you don't have the time for frilly niceties, Aizawa replied without hesitation, dismissing her concerns with a wave of his hand. I could agree with that point, in fact I had proved it time and time again. You all understand the school's reputation for freedom on campus, right? Aizawa continued. Well, that freedom doesn't only go to you students, but to us teachers too. There was something ominous in the way he said that, and I noticed several of my classmates shifting nervously. Softball pitch, standing long jump, 50-meter dash, endurance running, grip strengthening, sustained sideways jumps, upper body exercises, seated toe touch. He paused. These are all activities you know from middle school, naturally. I felt a familiar knot form in my stomach. Middle school. I had never gone to middle school. Hell, I had even missed the last 3 years of primary school. Aizawa-sensei, what if we don't know these exercises? I asked, immediately feeling the weight of several curious and confused stares from my classmates. Kaminari just looked confused at my side and at my words, which made me want to dig myself in a hole. They are intuitive, Aizawa said. You don't need to worry, just look at the rest. I nodded along. As I was saying, Aizawa continued, his voice drawing everyone's attention back to the matter at hand. During these tests you were barred from using your quirks. The country still hasn't gotten around to standardizing those sorts of records or keeping track of average performance levels. Well, that's negligence on the part of MEXT. The abbreviation meant nothing to me, and I found myself genuinely lost. Another gap in my knowledge. Who's MEXT? I asked Kaminari, who was standing closest to me. He looked just as confused as I felt and shrugged his shoulders helplessly. Did Kaminari miss years of school too? It's the Ministry of Education, Culture, Sports, Science and Technology, a girl with black hair tied in a ponytail said from my other side. Oh, thanks, I replied, grateful for the clarification. No problem, she said with a small smile that seemed genuine. Our brief conversation was cut short as Aizawa continued with his explanation, his tired eyes scanning our group. Still I didn't feel that weird stare from the first time he had laid eyes on me, more than a year ago now. Bakugo, how far could you pitch a softball in middle school? He asked, directing his attention to the explosive blonde who had tried to grab me earlier. 67 meters, Bakugo answered without hesitation. Come here, and try using your quirk this time around, Aizawa instructed, and Bakugo followed his words with eager enthusiasm. When he reached the designated spot and stood within the marked circle, Aizawa handed him a baseball from a box near the area. As long as you don't exit the circle, anything you do is fine. Don't hold back. You got it, Bakugo answered, stretching his arms and rolling his shoulders in preparation. I watched with genuine curiosity as he pulled his arm back into a throwing position, and then his arm jerked forward with explosive force. A massive explosion crackled from his palm, releasing a thunderous boom as he released the ball. The sound was impressive, my eyes followed the ball, 100 meters, 200, and on it went, until it landed on a soft patch of ground, perfectly fine, which made me wonder. What were the baseballs made of to withstand that kind of explosive force? Before anything else, one must know what they are capable of, Aizawa said, looking at a device in his palm. After a moment, he turned the screen toward us, displaying the result. 705.2 m. Several of my classmates gasped audibly. This is a rational metric that will form the basis of your hero foundation, Aizawa explained. Then some of my classmates began to react with excitement. Awesome, that looks so fun. Kaminari called out, his earlier confusion replaced with obvious excitement. 700 meters, that's unreal, another student added. Can't believe we actually get to use our quirks now, came from somewhere behind me. I found myself pondering what my own score might be. I looked down at my arm, trying to gauge my own capabilities. It wasn't like I had ever tested out how strong I really was in such a controlled, measurable way. My strength had always been applied practically, lifting debris, stopping vehicles, catching falling people. I'd never tried to see how far I could throw something just for the sake of distance. How much force could I actually generate? How much force could I increase with mana burst? However, that train of thought was cut off abruptly as I heard Aizawa's voice turn darker, more serious. It looks fun, you say. His tone had shifted completely, and his hair fell over his face, making him look slightly menacing. So you were planning to spend 3 years having a good old time. What happened to being heroes? The excitement that had been building among my classmates died instantly. All right then, in that case, new rule, Aizawa announced, his voice carrying a finality that made everyone straighten up. The student who ranks last in total points will be judged as hopeless and instantly expelled. That seemed like a bit of an overreaction. I understood the need for high standards, but expelling someone on their first day based on a single test seemed harsh beyond reasonable measure. Our freedom means we dispense with students as we please, Aizawa continued, holding up the hair that fell in front of his face, revealing his eyes fully for the first time. Still I didn't feel that weird gaze from our first encounter. Just what the hell was that? Welcome to this department of heroics. The kid who ranks last will get expelled, someone whispered, the disbelief clear in their voice. This is our first day here, but even if it weren't, isn't this too unreasonable? Another student protested, though their voice carried more fear than real indignation. Natural disasters, massive accidents, egomaniacal villains, irresponsible vigilantes, Aizawa began, and I felt a sharp pang at the last item on his list. He was including vigilantes, people like I had been, in the same category as disasters and villains. All kinds of calamities can happen when we least expect them. Japan is now positively drenched in unreasonable situations, and it's our job as heroes to reverse it all and restore reason. I felt a pit form in my stomach at the reminder. If you were counting on a friendly chat at the local McDonald's after school, well too bad, Aizawa added with what might have been the ghost of a smirk. From now on, for the next 3 years, all you can expect from UA is one hardship after another. Wait. So I'd have to give up sleep and food again. No, he couldn't possibly mean that, after all the other students needed to eat and sleep. This is plus ultra, Aizawa declared, his voice carrying the weight of UA's legendary motto. I expect you to overcome these trials and come out on top. Now then, that was the demonstration. Time to step up to the plate. A/N, I feel kind of meh about this chapter. In fact, I'm almost finished with another chapter which I won't count as a bonus since this chapter was basically a rehash of chapter 5 from the manga, so, yeah. Expect another chapter soon. CK. Chapter 19, How Strong is Arthur Exactly? 2. Narration POV. The first test was the 50-meter dash. Aizawa looked at the first group of people, in which was what could be considered his most problematic student. Arthur Pendragon. At least that was the name Nizu had told them. He didn't believe it for one bit. Seriously, who the hell was named Arthur Pendragon? Still, even if he didn't agree on what the boy did, the truth was what it was, no point in fighting it. However, he did remember the first time he had laid his eyes on him, something Nizu had asked him to do. To use his quirk on Arthur. Yet nothing happened. He sped away at supersonic speeds, meaning that his quirk was a mutant type, however he also seemed to have abilities like an emitter, and that still didn't explain the blade at his waist. Something which Nizu had also told them not to tell him to take off. It really did look like he got attached to the kid. Aizawa adjusted his position slightly, studying the lineup. Arthur stood casually among his classmates, one hand resting near that mysterious sword of his, the other hanging loosely at his side. Despite his relaxed posture, there was something in the boy's stance that suggested coiled energy, like a spring wound too tight. The other students in the first group were chattering nervously. Ida was doing some warp-up stretchers, Yaoyorozu was making something out of her fat, and Todoroki simply stood in stoic silence. These were the 3 who were going to perform the best on this trial most likely. Start, Aizawa called out, Arthur settling on his track. He blinked and it was over. Arthur was across the finish line, not even breathing hard, while the others were still mid-stride. The timer displayed 0.001 seconds, the lowest time it could calculate. Aizawa had expected it, he had seen it once before after all. The other students also looked at the score with varying degrees of awe and concern. Kaminari whistled low. Gotta go fast, huh? That just isn't fair, Ashido said, her finger pointing somewhat indignantly. Like, what kind of quirk does he have? I just run fast, I guess. Aizawa simply sighed. It looked like what Midnight had told him was right. The other students completed their runs with more conventional times. Ida's engines propelled him to an impressive 3.04 seconds, while Todoroki used his ice to create a frozen pathway that let him slide to a 4.08 second finish. The others performed admirably within normal quirk-enhanced ranges. The last one to go was Izuku Midoriya, and Aizawa watched with particular interest. After all, this was the other one he thought was going to be problematic. The boy's body couldn't seem to take the strength of his quirk, leading him to break his limbs. Something he couldn't afford to do while in hero work. Midoriya ran without using his quirk, finishing with a respectable but unremarkable 7.02 seconds. Arthur POV. The next test was grip strength, and I approached the machine with some trepidation. During my vigilante work, I'd learned to modulate my strength carefully. Too much force could turn a rescue into a tragedy. But this was a test, right? I was supposed to show what I could do. I wrapped my fingers around the grip meter. Then I squeezed as hard as I could, releasing mana burst in my hand, to provide me an instant and exponential increase in strength which disappeared in the next moment. Crack. The machine crumpled like paper in my hand, its digital display flickering wildly before going dark. Damn it, I muttered, staring at the destroyed equipment. I'm sorry, Aizawa-sensei. I didn't mean to. It's fine, Aizawa said dryly, making a note on his tablet. We have spares. Just try to be more careful with the remaining equipment. I nodded, feeling a bit embarrassed, which made me grip Excalibur's hilt. Wait, grip. I just realized I always gripped her hilt when I needed to calm myself. Maybe that was why my grip strength was so strong. No, that's stupid. Behind me, I could hear my classmates whispering among themselves. Did he just crush an enhanced grip meter? Yeah, like isn't that made to withstand quirks? When the other students took their turns, I watched carefully, trying to understand the normal range of performance. Shoji managed an impressive 540 kilograms with his multiple arms, while Sato's sugar-enhanced strength netted him 420 kilograms. Most others fell somewhere in the 50 to 200 kilograms range. The third test was the long jump. I landed softly on the grass beyond the designated area, having to speed back to where the measurement tape ended. Immeasurable, Aizawa announced. Cleared the testing area. The fourth test was sustained sideways jumps, which I once again did the best I could in, though this time I tried to hold back more. Even so, I was moving fast enough that I seemed to be on both sides of the jumping line simultaneously, creating brief afterimages that made some of my classmates rub their eyes in confusion. The fifth trial was the ball throw, and this was the first one where I actually came in second place, after Uraraka, who reached infinity with her quirk that seemingly allowed her to manipulate the gravity of objects. Still, I managed to get a little over 11 kilometers, watching the baseball disappear into a tiny speck against the sky. "Dude, come on, at least go easy on us," Kaminari said at my side, slapping my back with exasperation. I didn't reply, because I honestly didn't know what to say. I simply held Excalibur's hilt. We watched as the green-haired kid, Midoriya, came up to the pitch. He was the last one to go and also appeared to be last in the rankings so far. He seemingly hadn't used his quirk even once in any of the tests, which I could understand, seeing what had happened the last time he'd used it and the devastating effects it had had on his body. As he approached the circle, I noticed how his hands were trembling slightly. His green eyes darted nervously around the group before settling on the ball in his palm. He seemed desperate. So, he pulled his arm back, closed his eyes, then jerked it forward. I felt it then, a familiar sensation, one I hadn't felt in more than a year. My head snapped to where I felt it emanating from, Aizawa. That same piercing gaze I'd noticed during our first encounter. 46 meters, Aizawa announced in his characteristically flat tone. "What?" "Ah." "I tried using it for sure just now." Midoriya muttered, his voice so low that probably only a few of us could hear him. Aizawa was apparently one of them. "I erased your quirk," Aizawa said matter-of-factly. As he began explaining his erasure quirk to the stunned boy, I heard a rustle behind us. My enhanced senses immediately picked up on the presence, and my head snapped toward the sound. Someone I had seen once before was standing there, partially concealed behind one of the nearby buildings. All Might. What was he doing here? He seemed to be watching the proceedings intently, though he was clearly trying to remain hidden. Could he just be interested in how Class 1A would perform in general? However, as I followed his gaze, I realized he was focused on one particular student, the one in the middle of the pitch currently getting lectured by Aizawa. Then I remembered our last meeting. His protege, that was what he had said. He had found one already. My gaze landed back on the boy on the pitch, who was stammering beyond belief under Aizawa's intense scrutiny. Could this really be the person whom All Might chose? His quirk seemed incredibly powerful, sure, but he couldn't control it without seriously injuring himself. No, I told myself. I'm sure there was something I wasn't seeing. All Might didn't make choices lightly, his judgment had protected Japan for decades. Aizawa was still giving Midoriya a harsh lecture about the realities of hero work. From what I observed, you can't rein in your quirk's full power, meaning you can't use it efficiently at all. Did you believe someone would come to rescue you after you crippled yourself again? No, I didn't. It's just. Midoriya's stammer was getting worse under the pressure. Aizawa's scarf, as if it had a mind of its own, wrapped around Midoriya. The boy was clearly in pain, his face contorting as the capture weapon tightened. Then I felt myself take one step forward, unconsciously, my body moving before my mind could catch up. "Arthur?" Kaminari asked at my side, his voice concerned. I remembered Nizu's words, echoing in my mind. Restraint. I stopped myself, forcing my feet to remain planted. This was difficult. Every instinct in my body, in my very soul, were screaming at me to intervene, to protect someone who was clearly suffering. This was a lesson, I told myself, trying to internalize Nizu's teaching. This was something Midoriya needed to learn, just like I needed to learn restraint. Whatever hopes you may have nursed of your imminent rescue, Aizawa continued, his voice cold and clinical, as you can see, nobody is in a position to come to your aid. I was. I could be there in a fraction of a second. I could stop this. No. I wasn't supposed to. This wasn't a life or death situation. This was training, education, necessary growth. I gave you back your quirk, Aizawa continued, releasing his capture weapon. Try the ball pitch a second time. I heard several of my classmates murmuring among themselves. Are you worried for him? I for one don't care much. Looks like he's had some coaching before, but he's gonna get expelled for sure. I felt Kaminari's hand on my shoulder. Hey, Arthur, seriously man, you okay? You look a little out of it. Yeah, I'm fine. Thanks, I replied, taking a deliberate step back to center myself. Midoriya approached the circle again, this time with visible determination etched across his features. He pulled his arm back, and then, in one fluid motion, jerked it forward. The pitch looked normal until the very last second. I saw it happening in real time, could track the precise moment when his fingers' muscles exploded with force, far too much force for his body to handle safely. Boom. The ball rocketed into the sky like a meteor, disappearing from sight almost instantly. "Sensei," Midoriya said, holding up his injured hand with a mixture of pain and pride, "I can still move." Aizawa revealed the display, 705.3 meters. Aizawa said, and for the first time, there was something that might have been approval in his voice towards the boy. I heard a rustle from behind us again, and I couldn't help but smile slightly, wondering what All Might was thinking right now about his protégé's performance. Taking a good look at Midoriya, I began to understand what the symbol of peace might have seen in him. Despite the obvious drawbacks of his quirk, despite the pain and the fear, he'd found a way to use it effectively while minimizing the damage to himself. Which was a good start. Some of the students even cheered for him. "You finally got a record suitable for a hero. Your fingers all swollen, just like at the exam. What an unusual quirk. It's not stylish enough, but it's effective." One student, however, was at the complete opposite end of the emotional spectrum. I heard the characteristic crackle of explosions, followed by an enraged yell. "What is this, Deku? Explain now, you shitrag." Bakugo exploded forward, literally propelling himself toward Midoriya with small blasts from his palms. His face was contorted with fury, his red eyes blazing with anger. He was going to do something he would regret. So, I let my restraint go. This wasn't part of training after all. In a single second, I was in front of him, my hand wrapped firmly around his wrist. The sudden stop of his forward momentum created a small sonic boom that rustled everyone's clothes. "Calm down," I said quietly, meeting his wild gaze. Instead of calming down, he yelled and swung his free hand toward my face. "Let me go, you shitbag." His palm, now millimeters from my face, ignited with one of his signature explosions. I felt the heat wash over me, the concussive force that would have sent a normal person flying backward. But, I was still standing exactly where I'd been, completely unharmed. "You need to calm down," I repeated, my voice leveled. This time it seemed to work. His teeth gnashed together audibly, and I felt the tension in his wrist relax, so I released my grip. He stalked back to the group of students, his explosive quirk still popping intermittently around his hands as he tried to contain his rage. Aizawa was staring at me, his capture scarf moving slightly as if preparing for action. I felt a gentle hand on my shoulder. "Midoriya." "Thank you," he said simply. "Don't worry about it," I replied, noticing how his injured finger was already swelling. "Is your finger okay? I can take you to the infirmary right now if you need." "I'm fine," he answered, his characteristic stammer returning now that the immediate crisis had passed. Aizawa's scarf retracted back to its normal position, and he simply nodded at me once before addressing the group. "We're wasting time. Prepare for the next trial," he said. As we moved toward the next testing area, I found myself walking beside Kirishima, who had a genuine grin spread across his sharp-toothed face. "Vigilante instincts?" he asked, pretty cheerful, like he had just seen a jolly good show. "What can I say?" I replied with a slight smile of my own. "Old habits. A/N, now this was a fun chapter to write, seriously the last one was just so, ugh, I don't know how to explain it. Also I said on the last chap this doesn't count as the bonus chap, even though it's 2.4k words so still a lot lol, I need to give you guys. One thing about this chapter one really liked was the very obvious character development. We getting there boys, Arthur is slowly learning what he needs to become the perfect hero. I hope you all enjoyed reading this chapter as much as I enjoyed writing it. THX for reading. Author out. Chapter 20, I'm a student now. The remaining 3 trials went by quickly enough, though each one left me feeling increasingly self-conscious about the gap between my abilities and those of my classmates. The 6th was lifting, where I tied for first place since I just lifted a 10-ton cub, the heaviest weight they had available. I watched as other students struggled with weights a fraction of that size, their faces red with exertion, sweat beading on their foreheads. Not that I could blame them, most of their quirks weren't really designed to lift heavy objects. The only one who did worse than I expected was Ochiko, since as her quirk allowed her to manipulate the gravity of objects I simply thought she could ignore the mass of the objects. The 7th was endurance running, which once again saw me in first place, although this time my speed was much slower than the 50-meter dash since I didn't use mana burst, well more like I couldn't. There was a reason it was called mana burst and not mana continuous or something like that. The 8th and final trial, however, I wasn't as good in. It was a flexibility test, and I came in the middle of the pack, with Mina Ashido taking first, and Momo Yaoyorozu taking second, whose names I had learned during the course of the trials. Finally. Ashido laughed good-naturedly as she bent herself into what looked like an impossible pretzel shape. Something the super vigilante can't dominate at. "Hey, that's pretty good actually," Yaoyorozu said encouragingly, watching as I managed what I thought was a respectable toe touch. "Most people with strength-type quirks struggle with flexibility. You must have put in some real work to maintain that range of motion." I nodded, grateful for her kindness. Time to present the results, Aizawa announced, his tired voice cutting through the chatter of students comparing their performances. I looked at Midoriya, who was standing slightly apart from the group, his shoulders hunched with what I could only assume was the weight of expectation and dread. He had clearly come in last place overall, despite that incredible final throw that had rivaled Bakugo's performance. The sight of him standing there, trying to put on a brave face while clearly preparing for the worst, made my chest tighten with sympathy. I found myself wondering if I should have gone easier during the trials, maybe held back just enough to make the gap between first and last place less staggering. But as I glanced at Aizawa, remembering his earlier words about the harsh realities heroes faced, I knew I had made the right choice. If I had gone easy, he probably would have expelled me for it. He had the freedom to do so, after all, and he struck me as the type of teacher who valued honesty and effort above all else. The total is simply the aggregate sum of each of your scores, Aizawa continued, pulling out a small remote device. If I recited all your scores individually, it'd take 1,000,000 years, so I'll disclose them all at once. He pressed a button, and a holographic display materialized in the air above us, showing a ranked list of all 20 students. I couldn't help but notice how the technology here at UA continued to amaze me. It was like living in an entirely different world. Oh, and the whole expulsion thing was a lie, Aizawa added casually. It was a logical ruse to pull out your best performances. What? The collective shout from my classmates was so loud I instinctively checked to make sure there were no windows nearby that might shatter. I turned to look at Midoriya and felt a genuine smile cross my face for the first time all day. The relief and joy on his face was infectious, he was grinning from ear to ear, his whole body practically vibrating with happiness. When I glanced back toward the building where I'd spotted All Might earlier, I could just make out the distinctive silhouette of the symbol of peace, and even from this distance, I could tell he was smiling too. The relationship between All Might and this green-haired boy was becoming clearer by the minute. It really seemed like I had hit the nail on the head. I had figured out who All Might's protege was on the first day of school. Wait, school? I looked at Midoriya, I wonder if Niza knew. Come on, you guys, use your brains, Yaoyorozu said with a slight laugh, her ponytail swaying as she shook her head. Of course it was just a ruse. UA wouldn't actually expel someone on their first day for poor physical performance. The whole point of school is to improve. She's got a point, Kirishima added, rubbing the back of his neck sheepishly. I should have figured that out. It's not very manly to fall for mind games like that. And right, yep, with that, it's over, Aizawa said, his expression returning to its default state of mild irritation mixed with exhaustion. Your curriculum sheets are back in your classroom, so give them a once-over. And Midoriya. The sudden shift in Aizawa's attention wiped the grin clean off Midoriya's face, replacing it with a look of nervous anticipation. Go to Recovery Girl and get yourself patched up. Since your eyeballs will undoubtedly pop out of their sockets at tomorrow's absurd ordeal. Before Midoriya could respond, a sharp, electronic voice cut through the air. Security level 3 has been breached. Students, please promptly evacuate. The change in atmosphere was instantaneous. Aizawa's entire demeanor shifted, his casual tiredness replaced by alert tension. His hand moved toward the capture weapon around his neck, and his eyes began scanning our surroundings for potential threats. But I was already moving, my enhanced hearing picking up the commotion before the announcement had finished. My head snapped toward the main entrance of the school, where I could hear shouting, the rapid clicking of cameras. The reporters had made it through. The question was how. Okay, stay put, Aizawa commanded, his voice carrying an authority that brooked no argument. We're already outside, so just look at your scores and wait for further instructions. I should have listened. I knew I should have listened. Nizu's lessons about restraint echoed in my mind, along with Aizawa's clear instruction to stay with the group. But something about this situation felt wrong. Nizu prided himself on UA's security systems. I'd heard him talk about them during our meetings, describing the multiple layers of protection, the state-of-the-art sensors, the carefully vetted personnel. He even had zero-pointers placed at critical areas to act as the last layer of defense. Of course this was just level 3, so it wasn't like it had all that, but it was still pretty secure. For that system to have been breached by ordinary news reporters, it didn't make sense. Without fully realizing I'd made the decision, I found myself sprinting toward the main entrance. The world blurred around me as I pushed my speed to just below supersonic levels, fast enough to cover the distance in seconds, but not so fast that I'd create a sonic boom that might endanger the civilians I could hear gathering near the school. I vaulted over the crowd of reporters who had somehow made their way onto UA grounds, landing gracefully on the reinforced walls that surrounded the campus. One of the reporters, a middle-aged man with an expensive-looking camera, recognized me immediately. His eyes widened and he held his camera up at me. Arthur, he shouted, his voice cutting through the general chaos. What do you have to say about Dash? I tuned him out, my attention focused entirely on the entrance they had supposedly used to breach UA's security. What I saw made my blood run cold. The massive reinforced door that served as the main eastern entrance to UA. A door that I knew was designed to withstand direct hits from most quirk-based attacks had been completely destroyed. Not blown apart, not melted, not shattered. It had crumbled into a fine gray powder. It almost looked like it had decayed. Could this really be the work of a reporter? I muttered to myself, looking more closely at the remains. No, it couldn't have been. The reporters below were still shouting questions at me, their cameras flashing incessantly, but I barely registered their presence. I wondered if I should run a 10 kilometers radius of the school simply to see if I could find the perpetrator, but that was a stupid idea. It wasn't like you tell the quirk of a person at a glance if they were an emitter, and this definitely looked like the work of an emitter. So I did the next best thing. Pushing off from the wall, I launched myself through the air, the wind whipping my hair back as I soared over the campus. I aimed for the window that led to Nizu's office, a window that I had noticed was almost always open, as if the principal expected me to use this instead of the door, but hey, maybe I wasn't the only one. "Oh, Arthur, what are you doing here?" Nizu asked without looking up from his desk, where he appeared to be reviewing some kind of financial reports. "Shouldn't you be in class? Aizawa won't take kindly to you abandoning your post." "Sorry," I said, landing softly on the office floor. I heard about the breach, and I couldn't stop myself from investigating. This time, Nizu did look up, his small black eyes studying my face with that unsettling intelligence I'd grown accustomed to. I suppose I can't fault you for that. I'll speak to Aizawa to make sure he doesn't penalize you for it. But do remember our lesson." "Yeah, restraint." "I know. I'm trying." "That's all I ask," Nizu replied, his expression softening into what I had learned was his version of a genuine smile. "So, what did you find? You wouldn't have come here if you hadn't discovered something significant." "I didn't really find anything since it's impossible to miss. The eastern door has been completely destroyed, it's how the reporters got through. Reduced to powder." "Let me check the security footage from that area," he murmured, his brow furrowing in concentration, as he grabbed his phone. After a few moments, he shook his head, his expression troubled. "Nothing, very strange indeed." He looked back at me, and I could see the gears turning behind his eyes. "The cameras have a blind spot, but you have to be almost next to the door to get in it. So what can I do?" I asked, my hand unconsciously moving to rest on Excalibur's hilt. "Do." Nizu's voice carried a note of gentle but firm reproach. "You've already done too much, Arthur. I want you to find a life outside of being a vigilante or a hero. Get back to class, apologize to Aizawa for running off, and talk to your classmates. Leave this to the adults. Understand?" I nodded slowly, though every instinct I had developed over 7 years of vigilante work was screaming at me to investigate further, to hunt down whoever had done this and make sure they couldn't threaten my new home. "Good," Nizu said, pointing toward the window with one small paw. "Now off you go." I nodded again and headed back through the window, landing softly on a patch of grass below. As I sped back toward where my classmates and Aizawa-sensei were gathered, I noticed that All Might was no longer behind the building where I'd spotted him earlier. Had he gone to investigate the breach as well? Or was he involved in the response in some other way? The questions would have to wait. I had a class to return to and an explanation to give. When I reached the group, I found them clustered around the holographic display that showed our test results. Several pairs of eyes turned toward me as I approached, curious. Aizawa's tired gaze found mine immediately, and I could see both irritation and understanding warring in his expression. "Sorry, Aizawa-sensei," I said, bowing deeply in the traditional Japanese manner, to show my respects. "I heard about the security breach, and I couldn't help but check it out. It won't happen again." Aizawa studied me for a long moment, his dark eyes seeming to peer directly into my thoughts. I still didn't feel his erasure from before fall on me. "Your vigilante instincts are showing again," he said flatly. "In the future, when there's a security issue, you stay with your class. That's an order, not a suggestion." "Understood, sensei." "Good." He gestured toward the holographic display with visible impatience. "Now look at your results instead of playing detective." I felt a hand slap my shoulder with friendly force as Kaminari grinned at me, his golden hair catching the afternoon sunlight. "Dude, you're all good. I'm skittish too, you should see how many times I've been yelled at by teachers for flipping a pen in class." "Really?" "Oh yeah, I'll show you sometime." "But seriously," Kaminari continued, pointing enthusiastically at the display, "check out these rankings. Your quirk is something else entirely. Any chance you could teach me your ways? Maybe some training tips?" I looked up at the holographic list floating in the air above us. I had expected it, but still seeing it there in bold letters was somewhat surreal. I really was doing this. I was going to be a student. First place, Arthur. A/N. I love that you guys made the right choice, that being the second one. Seriously, you don't know how much good you've done to Arthur's character by not having me regress him to being a vigilante, and now that I'm on the topic of vigilantes, one of you got scarily fucking close to Arthur's true psychology. good job, still a little off though. I have been dropping clues over the chapters little by little about Arthur's past, and it's awesome to see that it paid off. To the person who got it, you know who you are. I honestly feel like giving you a small cameo on this story, maybe as a civilian Arthur saves or something. I am that impressed, lol. Oh, and I deleted the voting chapter just so you cheeky readers didn't go back and try to figure out who it was. THX for reading. I hope you enjoyed this chapter as much as I enjoyed writing it. Author out. Chapter 21, I'm a student now, 2, bonus chapter. The police came and drove out the press thankfully. Right now we were in class picking up our curriculums for the school year. The curriculums were mostly the same. Before noon it was normal high school lessons, noon we had lunch, and after noon it was hero subjects. Yo Arthur, Kaminari said, sliding his chair closer to mine with a screech against the floor. Wanna come with me and Kirishima to join some clubs? Yeah, what could be manlier than that, Kirishima added enthusiastically, pumping his fist in the air. His shark-like teeth gleamed as he grinned. I looked at both of them, tilting my head slightly. The hopeful expressions on their faces made me feel bad about what I was about to tell them. Had neither of them read the guides? Students in the hero course can't join clubs, I answered, gesturing to the curriculum packet in front of us. It says so right here on page 3. They both looked at each other, then down at their own packets, flipping through the pages with increasing bewilderment. Seriously? Kaminari groaned, slumping forward onto my desk. I was gonna join the music club. They probably have some sick equipment there. And I wanted to check out the weightlifting club, Kirishima sighed, his shoulders deflating. Though I guess we'll be doing plenty of that in hero training anyway. Before I could offer any consolation, a cheerful voice cut through our disappointment. Hey Horn buddy, me and some of the other girls are gonna go to karaoke, wanna come with? Mina said as she practically bounced over Kirishima's desk, landing gracefully beside us. Her golden eyes sparkled with mischief as they fell on Kaminari and myself. What's an art over here can come too. What's? Kaminari blinked, pointing at himself. Art. I echoed, equally confused. Your nicknames, she said matter-of-factly, as if it should have been obvious. Why the hell is my nickname Watts? Kaminari demanded, though he didn't sound particularly offended, more curious than anything. I found myself oddly touched that I had a nickname at all. After all, the only other nickname I had ever gotten was Arthur, and that wasn't so much a nickname as a codename the news had given me, which had now turned into my actual name. 'Cause you know, unit of measurement for electricity, your quirk is electric-based, Mina explained with a theatrical wave of her hands. Not my best work, I know, but it has a nice ring to it, don't you think? Why am I Art? I asked, genuinely intrigued by her thought process. She looked at me with a slight tilt of her head, her horns catching the light. Oh, for you I had a lot of nicknames, but Art sounded the best. Plus, you know, Arthur. Art, it works. You had others? I pressed, now thoroughly curious about what other options had been considered. Yeah, like Unfair Quirk, Vigil Ordinaire, Golden Boy, Speedster Supreme, you know the kind of thing, she rattled off with increasing excitement. But they were all either too long or too obvious. Art is simple and friendly. Gotta say I prefer Art, I answered with a small smile. Me too, she smiled back, her expression brightening even further. So what do you guys say, up for some karaoke? It'll be fun, I promise. You know I'm up to whatever, Kirishima answered immediately, already standing up and stretching. Sounds manly to me. Fine by me, Kaminari added, though he still seemed to be processing his new nickname. Could be cool to see what songs they have. All eyes turned to me. I could feel the weight of their expectation, and for a moment, I hesitated. I remembered what Nizu had told me earlier today, stop being a vigilante, go out with friends, try to have a normal life. The concept of friends was still somewhat foreign to me, but these people seemed genuine in their invitation. I was kind of excited, actually. I had never gone to karaoke before, never really had the chance to do something so normal. So teenage. Sure, thanks for inviting me, I said, and I meant it. The smile that spread across my face went from one end to the other, I was happy. Awesome. Mina clapped her hands together. Tsu, Toru, they're coming with us. She turned and waved at two other girls across the classroom. One was Tsuyu, the girl who sat to my right with the distinctly froggish appearance, and the other was, well, a UA uniform floating in midair. Toru Hagakure, I remembered from the introductions, the invisible girl. We walked over to them, and as I got closer to Toru, something odd happened. I couldn't see her, not really, but I could sense her presence with unusual clarity. It was like an instinct. Similar to the feeling I got when I sensed Aizawa using his quirk. Or when I battled villains during my vigilante work. Nice to meet you both properly, I said, though I had to guess where Toru's face might be. Same here, came a cheerful voice from roughly where I'd been looking. I've been super curious about you since the whole entrance exam thing you did. The pleasure is mine, Arthur, Tsuyu added in her characteristically straightforward manner. I hope we can be good friends, Ribbit. We exchanged more pleasantries and then made our way out of school. The walk through the streets was surprisingly pleasant. I found myself mostly quiet, listening to the easy chatter of my new classmates. It was such a different experience from my usual travels through the city, no rushing to emergencies, no scanning for threats, just walking and talking with people my own age. Hey Art. Mina asked as we paused at a crosswalk. Yeah. Why do you keep that sword at your waist all the time? She gestured toward Excalibur with genuine curiosity, not judgment. Actually, I've been wondering that too, Sue added, her large eyes blinking thoughtfully. It seems like a hassle, Ribbit. Yeah, I've always seen it in the videos that pop up of you on YouTube, Kaminari chimed in. Is it part of your quirk or something? Ugh, YouTube. That accursed platform. Seriously, why did it only recommend videos about that podcast called Get Vigilantes Under Control? I pressed the not interested button 3 times for that channel, and it kept popping up like some kind of digital plague. However, I didn't dwell on that frustration anymore. After all, the subject of conversation was the great Excalibur, and by extension, Avalon. These were the most important things in my life, and if these people were going to be my friends, they deserved to understand their greatness. I began carefully. She? Kaminari asked, raising an eyebrow. Yes, both of them are a she. I could feel their confused stares, but I pressed on. Both. Kirishima said, his red eyes widening slightly. Could I please finish? I asked with a small laugh, holding up my hand. Sorry, go on, Mina said, making a zipping motion across her lips. I took a breath, choosing my words carefully. She came to me in a very low moment in my life. She gave me light, she gave me hope when I had none left. She's the only one I know will never leave my side, and I decided never to leave hers in return. They're not just weapons to me, they're companions, partners, family. The group was quiet for a moment, processing what I'd said. Aha, Mina said finally, her face showing a mixture of bafflement and acceptance. The sword came to you. Well, okay then, I guess that explains it. Everyone has their thing, right? That's actually kind of beautiful, Toru's voice added softly. Having something that means so much to you that you never want to be apart from it. Yeah, it sounds really meaningful, Kirishima nodded approvingly. Very manly to have that kind of loyalty. Their acceptance warmed something in my chest that I hadn't realized was cold. Oh, we're here. Toru announced suddenly, her voice brightening. I looked up to see a building with a large neon sign that was currently turned off for the day. In bright, colorful letters, it read. Karaoke Kansas, come on, let's see if they have a free room, Sue said as she hopped toward the entrance. We followed her through the glass doors into a lobby decorated with posters of various J-pop and international artists. The smell of snacks and the faint sound of muffled singing, well, not really muffled for me, I could hear them all. Still, it was my first time in a karaoke place, and the atmosphere was very welcoming. We approached the reception desk where a friendly-looking woman in her 20s greeted us with a bow. Hello, miss, Mina began politely. We were wondering if you had a free room for 6 people. Yes, we do, the receptionist replied with a professional smile. It's 3,000 yen per person for 2 hours, though we can provide 3 beverages and some snacks each, which costs just 200 yen more per person. That's perfect, thank you. Mina replied enthusiastically. Wait, yen. Money. The realization hit me like a truck. In all my years as a vigilante, I'd never needed money. I didn't need food, water, or sleep because of Avalon after all, and when I moved into UA. I had even less need for money as Nisa gave me a roof, delicious food, and anything else I might need. I grabbed Kaminari's arm and pulled him slightly aside, lowering my voice to a whisper. Dude, I don't have money on me. You don't. I don't. Why don't you have any money? Never needed it before. Kaminari stared at me for a moment. Oh man, that's actually pretty sad. But don't worry about it, I'll pay your share, he said, reaching for his wallet. Just pay me back when you can, okay? Thanks a lot, I said, genuinely grateful. I really appreciate it. What are you guys muttering about? Kirishima asked, leaning in close until our 3 heads were almost touching. He doesn't have money, Kaminari explained quietly. You don't. I don't. Why don't you? Never needed it before. Are you guys having a group hug or something? Why are you all so huddled up? Sue asked, which made us quickly separate and look at the girls, who were watching us with amused expressions. Now we're fine, Kaminari laughed nervously, pulling out his wallet and handing the receptionist the money for both of us. Just guy stuff, you know. Kirishima paid for himself, followed by the girls. The receptionist then led us down a hallway lined with numbered doors, the sound of various songs and laughter echoing from within the occupied rooms. She stopped at room 7 and handed Mina the key. "What would you like to drink?" she asked, pulling out a small notepad. "I'd just like a Coca-Cola," Mina said. "Same here," Kirishima added. "Lime Fanta for me," Tsuyu requested. "Coca-Cola for me too," Toru said. "Pepsi, the superior beverage for me," Kaminari declared with mock seriousness, which earned chuckles from the group. All eyes turned to me. I felt a bit overwhelmed by the choices, having never really had to make decisions about beverages before. "Do you have water?" I asked uncertainly. The lady nodded with a kind smile. "Then water please." "Thank you." As the lady walked away, closing the door behind her, I noticed Mina giving me a curious look. "Water, seriously?" she asked, not judgmentally, but with genuine interest. Okay, it was a bit judgmental. Yeah," I replied, suddenly self-conscious about my choice. "Okay, I don't judge," she said, judgmentally of course. "Everyone has their preferences." We all settled onto the comfortable sofas arranged around a large screen and sound system. The room was cozy, with soft lighting and decorative elements that created a welcoming atmosphere. I found myself sitting between Kaminari and Toru. "So anyone wanna start?" Tsu asked, looking around the group expectantly. "Horn buddies go first," Mina announced enthusiastically, grabbing Kirishima by the shoulder and pulling him toward the microphones at the front of the room. She quickly scrolled through the song selection on the touch screen, chose something upbeat, and handed Kirishima one of the microphones. The opening notes of what sounded like a popular rock song filled the room. Not that I had ever heard it before. In one word, their performance was chaotic. Chaotic in the best possible way. They were both clearly having fun, dancing around and encouraging each other, even when they missed notes or forgot lyrics. Their enthusiasm was infectious, and I found myself smiling despite having no idea what the song was about. Even if their singing was pretty bad. Halfway through their duet, the lady returned with our beverages and a tray of various snacks, chips, nuts, small sandwiches, and candies. She distributed everything and left us to our entertainment. I opened my water bottle and took a sip, but then felt someone gently touch my arm. Looking down, I saw a can of Coca-Cola floating next to me. Toru was offering me some of hers. "Wanna try some?" her voice asked kindly. I looked at the fizzing, caramel-colored liquid with curiosity. I'd never had soda before, but I didn't want to seem rude or ungrateful for her offer. "Thanks," I said, accepting the can and taking a cautious sip. The sensation was immediate and overwhelming, the bubbles, the sweetness, the sharp fizzy feeling on my tongue. I literally felt my pupils dilate as the sugar hit my system. It was incredible. "It's delicious," I exclaimed, maybe a bit too enthusiastically, as I handed the can back to her. "Really? You sound like you've never had soda before," Toru laughed. I realized my reaction had probably been more intense than normal, but decided honesty was the best policy. "I haven't, actually. This is my first time. At least the one I can remember." There was a moment of surprised silence from the group. "Seriously?" Kaminari asked. "How is that even possible?" Before I could figure out how to explain my unusual upbringing, I was already standing up. Sorry ma'am," I called out, opening the door to catch the serving lady who was still in the hallway. "Could you bring another Coca-Cola, please?" She turned to me with a professional smile and nodded. I closed the door and turned back to find a microphone being thrust into my face. "Your turn, Art," Mina said with a devilish grin. "Let's see how well the famous vigilante can sing." I took the microphone, feeling suddenly nervous. The weight of 5 pairs of eyes, well, 4 visible ones, on me was more intimidating than facing down villains had ever been. "Can I sing in English?" I asked, hoping that might give me some advantage. "Sure, why not?" Mina replied, already pulling up the English song section on the screen. Narration POV. Toru looked at Arthur as he took center stage, gripping the microphone with an almost reverent care. She didn't know exactly how, but she felt as if he could see her, not in some vague, he could see her like nobody else could feeling type of way, but actually see her. It was the strangest thing. Throughout her life, her invisibility had been absolute, but somehow this boy seemed to perceive her in ways others couldn't. She had first noticed it when they were walking to the karaoke place. While others would occasionally bump into her or look confused when she spoke, Arthur consistently oriented himself toward her actual position when she talked. It was impossible, and yet it kept happening. So she decided to test it more deliberately. She decided to hand her Coke over to him, and when he handed it back, he didn't miss a step. He reached out to her invisible hand perfectly. No fumbling. Her breath caught in her throat. How was he doing that? She watched as he gripped the hilt of his sword, his knuckles turning almost white with the pressure. The gesture seemed to calm him, like a security blanket or a good luck charm. She really couldn't tell if the sword was actually a she like he claimed, but there was something undeniably intimate about the way he held it, which made her feel. However, her train of thought was completely derailed when a song started playing and a voice echoed through the room, a voice that made everyone fall silent. Song Softly As I Leave You by Frank Sinatra. I recommend you guys put the song on for the next part. Softly, I will leave you softly. For my heart would break if you should wake and see me go. So I leave you softly, long before you miss me. Long before your arms can beg me stay. For one more hour or one more day. The voice that filled the room was unlike anything Toru had expected. It was rich and melodic, with a maturity that seemed beyond Arthur's apparent age. There was something hauntingly beautiful about it. She felt captivated by the sound, completely mesmerized, and she wasn't alone in her reaction. The guy can actually sing, she heard Mina mutter in amazement, her usual energetic demeanor subdued by the unexpected beauty of Arthur's voice. After all the years, I can't bear the tears to fall. So, softly as I leave you there. And pretty well at that, Kaminari whispered, his usual joking manner replaced by genuine awe. Even Kirishima, who normally commented enthusiastically on everything, had gone completely quiet, his mouth slightly agape as he listened. Softly, long before you kiss me. Long before your arms can beg me stay. For one more hour or one more day. She noticed how the hilt on his blade loosened bit by bit until his hand was hanging loosely at his side. After all the years. I can't bear the tears to fall. So, softly as I leave you there. As I leave you there. As I leave you there. They had all quieted down completely as he sang, the usual chatter and laughter of the karaoke room replaced by something approaching reverence. So when the final notes faded away, the silence felt all the more pronounced. Sorry if it was bad, it's been a few years since I last sang it, Arthur muttered nervously, his earlier confidence evaporating as his hand once more reached out to the hilt of his blade. A few years? Toru wondered. How old had he been when he learned this song? And why had he stopped singing it? She wanted to pry but couldn't since at that moment, perfectly timed. The door to the karaoke room opened and the receptionist appeared with a fresh Coca-Cola in her hand. Oh thanks, I'm parched, Arthur said, his nervous energy immediately shifting to gratitude as he walked over to accept the drink. Thank you so much. The lady bowed her head slightly with a professional smile and closed the door behind her, leaving them once again in their private little world. Arthur tilted the bottle back and drank the entire thing in one go, his Adam's apple bobbing as he swallowed. God, this is so damn good, he said, releasing a pop as he smacked his lips together with genuine delight. This has got to be one of life's true delights. He looked around at his still stunned classmates with a bright smile, apparently oblivious to the impact his performance had made on them. So who's next? A/N, not gonna lie, my autistic ass is hyperfixating hard on this shit, like I just want to sit down and write the 250 chapters one have outlined of this story. That number isn't fixed, it can change depending on how I see the story develop, but it's there. But while I know many of you would love it if I wrote day in and day out, I would get the biggest fucking burnout I've ever experienced, lol. This is the longest chapter I've written so far. As you can probably tell, it was also incredibly fun to write. However, I am hyperfixated enough to write the one bonus chapter you guys deserve, without getting burnout, so here you go. Oh, I was also thinking of starting a secondary FIC, but again my autistic ass would hyperfixate, so like Arthur is learning, I must restrain myself. THX for reading. I hope you all enjoyed reading this as much as I enjoyed writing it. Author out. Chapter 22, I'm a student now, 3. The 2 hours went by quick enough. After saying our goodbyes, and me promising once more to pay Kaminari as soon as possible, I found myself walking back toward UA through the darkening streets of Musurafu. It had been a while. I couldn't even remember how long. But I had had fun. To just let loose, to laugh with others, to hear Kirishima's raspy voice trying to reach the high notes of Disney Princess song, especially had been a sight to behold today. It was a day like none I could remember. After all, being a vigilante was rewarding. Being able to save everyone was my calling, but it wasn't fun to see the depths of humanity's despair and baser instincts. It wasn't fun to battle and have to hurt the villains that got loose. For 6 years, I'd been surrounded by crisis, by people at their lowest points, by the darkness that crept into the world when heroes weren't looking. But today I'd seen something different. I'd seen teenagers being teenagers. As I thought all of this, I had reached the UA dorms. I walked into my room, my eyes meeting the black inside in it. I could see someone else hidden in the black, someone who made me smile. I unsheathed Excalibur, her sacred glow lighting up the room like a gentle sunrise. There on the seat of my desk was a very peculiar principal, sitting cross-legged with what appeared to be a cup of tea and a tea coaster balanced perfectly on his small lap. Nizu. Can I repeat how darn cool that sword is, he said, his button eyes reflecting the holy light. No matter how many times I see it, it never gets old. The craftsmanship is extraordinary, I've never seen anything quite like it. Someday you have to tell me how you got it. I smiled, running my thumb along Excalibur's crossguard. What are you doing here? Oh, yeah, what I was doing here. Well, you see, remember our bet. Nisa set down his teacup with a delicate clink on my desk. Yeah, I muttered as I nodded once more, though I was curious why he'd brought it up now. It was a small crossroad on our otherwise almost perfect friendship. I kind of got curious to see what specs exactly you'd make for your hero costume. Maybe enlarging fabric given that your muscles tend to bulge for a second for some reason while you fight, or I don't know, something with reinforced materials to handle your speed, maybe built-in communication devices, temperature regulation. There are so many possibilities for someone with your abilities. But what's this? He held up a paper which both of us were allowed to see what was on it thanks to Excalibur's light. His expression was a mixture of disbelief and something that might have been physical pain. On the paper was a stick figurine, with shorts, a shirt and a scarf, that was it. What's wrong with it? I asked, genuinely confused. It seemed perfectly functional to me. Look, I didn't expect you to draw a masterpiece, but this looks like something out of kindergarten fingerpainting class, and even worse than that, why does it have shorts on? Not even long pants. Arthur, you're going to be a professional hero. You need protection, style, functionality. This is. He gestured helplessly at the paper. This is practically underwear with a scarf. I mean, I don't really need fancy stuff, believe it or not. I shrugged, still not seeing the issue. Avalon kept me from getting hurt, and elaborate costumes seemed unnecessary when simple clothes worked just fine. I believe it, but my point is that you get to have fancy stuff. You're not a vigilante anymore, running around in whatever you can find. You're going to be a professional hero. When people look at you, what do you want to inspire in them? Peace, protection, hope. Your costume is part of that. So, just like that fashionable scarf you're wearing right now. He gestured to the blue silk around my neck that he'd given me months ago. I decided to go back on my word and build your suit myself. Your specs be damned. I already finished it. Well, thank you. I replied, trailing off. It was touching, really, how much thought he was putting into this. That's right, thank you. Either way, I came here to tell you this. Your suit will be there tomorrow along with the others. It has your seat number on it, so you can't miss it. There'll be a class behind it with instructions, just follow them. I grabbed the scarf that wasn't holding Excalibur, feeling the soft silk between my fingers. It had been one of the first gifts I'd received in years, and I'd worn it every day since. It hadn't torn even once, so it was a safe bet to say Nizu was good at making things. So now that I'm here, Nizu began once more, his tone shifting to something more conversational. Wanna tell me what you were doing so late? I noticed you weren't in your dorm when I arrived, which was interesting. I was out. You were out. With some friends. With some friends. We went to a karaoke place. You went to a karaoke place. Could you stop repeating everything I say? I asked, though I was fighting back a smile. I'm not, I'm asking it as a question. There's a difference between repetition and incredulous inquiry. Huh, I really thought you were going to repeat that. I'm baffled, not stupid, he said deadpan. Still, good job. He lifted up a thumbs up, and his whole demeanor seemed to brighten. I knew you had it in you to have a balanced life. This is exactly what I was hoping for when I convinced you to come to UA. Nizu's voice slowly grew quieter, his button-like eyes focusing for a second as if something had just occurred to him. Wait, you didn't have money on you, did you? How'd you pay for it? I gripped Excalibur's hilt slightly harder, feeling a familiar knot of embarrassment in my stomach. Kaminari paid it for me. I have to pay him back. Eesh, not a good way to start a friendship. How much do you owe him? Nizu's expression had shifted to something between concern and calculation. 3,200 yen. You owe someone you met for one day 3,200 yen. Why did he even pay it for you? Is he stupid? Was 3,200 yen a lot? I honestly had no frame of reference for money. Also stupid. I thought back to all my interactions with Kaminari. He'd been nothing but kind, funny, and genuine. Nah, he's as smart as me at least, and I'm not stupid, am I? Okay, don't worry about it, Nizu said, waving a paw dismissively. I kind of expected this financial situation, I just hadn't expected you to be so social so quickly, given your circumstances. Still, I'm proud of you though. As for the money, I'll start giving you an allowance so don't worry about these situations in the future. Wait, allowance? The word felt foreign in my mouth. Yeah, I'll make a new bank account in my name and hand the card to you, then I'll place around 20,000 yen in there every month. That should cover your social activities. Wait, stop. I don't want that, at least have me do something to pay it back. The idea of taking money for nothing felt wrong, somehow. Nizu jumped down from my seat. Look Arthur, I want you to get it through the thick skull of yours, you're a teen. This is something teens get. You're more powerful than most teachers, and that's only because All Might works here now. You are honorable beyond measure. You don't really need this school. In fact, when I was doing those 8 months of work before you met the Hero Public Safety Commission, I tried my best to get you a provisional hero license directly. I couldn't, which is why I didn't tell you. The Hero Public Safety Commission wanted at least a little while for things around you to calm down. He paused, seeming to gather his thoughts. The point I'm trying to make, however, is that you go to extremes very easily. I don't know why, but you do. Just learn to live a balanced life. Putting people above yourself is important to being a hero, but you can't just ignore your own well-being. You understand? I nodded, a feeling of warmth spreading in my chest. Nizu cared about me in a way that went beyond teacher and student, beyond the practical arrangements we'd made. He genuinely wanted me to be happy, to experience the normal parts of being a teenager that I'd missed. Now that I told you what I needed to, expect your card to be slid under your door tomorrow morning along with the 3,200 yen, Nizu said as he began walking out of my dorm. Sleep well, lad. He opened my dorm door, and as he was about to close it, I replied back. You too, Nizu. I awoke the next morning to exactly what Nizu had said, a wallet at the base of my door. It was small and blue, matching my scarf perfectly. I opened it to find a credit card with my name on it and 3,200 yen in crisp bills. There was also a small note in Nizu's precise handwriting, for a balanced life. N. Then I got on with my student day. I had woken up a bit early, so I took a shower, fixed my bed, put on my uniform, and made my backpack. I opened the door to my dorm and stepped out, and at that exact moment someone flew by at high speed. Thankfully I was quick, so I made 3 steps in quick succession which allowed me to dodge them. Sorry, I immediately heard. I looked to where the voice came from. A girl maybe 2 years older than me, with light royal blue eyes and white pupils in the center of her eyes. Her hair was periwinkle blue, reaching down to her knees, flowing behind her like silk ribbons. Oh, and she was floating about 3 feet off the ground, her body surrounded by a faint spiral of golden energy. Don't worry about it, I replied, genuinely meaning it. While I said that, I saw her eyes widen as she looked at me, recognition dawning on her features. They then moved from me to Excalibur and Avalon at my side, and they widened even more if that was even possible. She immediately flew toward me, a brilliant smile forming on her face that could have powered the entire dorm building. You're Arthur, she said as she held both of my hands, her grip warm and enthusiastic. Ah, yeah, that's me. I knew you were here, I mean, who doesn't, but I didn't think you'd be living in the dorms part of UA. I'm such a big fan. Wait. She dropped my hands as her own moved to her backpack, which she slung in front of her, then opened it up. Her hands fidgeted as she brought something out, a small notebook and pen. Can you give me your autograph? I'm a big fan. I still can't believe Mirio got to meet you first. Wait, Mirio. I remembered back to when I had met All Might. Mirio had been there, and in all honesty, he had given me the best impression of the 3 people in that room aside from Nizu and myself. You know Mirio? I asked, curiosity getting the better of me. Aha, he's my classmate. When he told me he got to meet you, I was so jealous. So, autograph. She pushed the notebook and pen toward me with barely contained excitement. Yeah sure, why not? I had never given an autograph before. So I simply wrote down Arthur with a squiggly line stretching below the name from the last R. It looked amateur, but she seemed thrilled. Awesome, she muttered as she looked with almost twinkling eyes at the autograph, holding it like it was made of gold. Then she looked at me, her face reddening for a moment. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Nijire Hado, 3rd year. It's been great meeting you, but I have to go. Sorry. With that, she began to float away, calling over her shoulder, see you around, Arthur. I looked down at Excalibur and Avalon. Girls, this is starting off as a weird day. A/N, the father/son relationship between Nizu is so great to write, Nijire is also pretty fun to write, not as much as Mirio but still kind of fun. I don't have much to say except for the fact that I normally lurk in Bleep server, here's the link if you want to ask me stuff about the story. That's pretty much it for today. Sorry for being a little late. THX for reading. I hope you enjoyed reading this as much as I enjoyed writing it. Author out. Chapter 23, I'm a student now, 4. I walked through the door to Class 1A, immediately my gaze landed on Kaminari, who actually sat behind me. Yo Arthur, he greeted, raising his hand with that characteristic grin of his. Hello Kaminari, I answered, drawing closer to our usual cluster of desks. I then felt an arm land on my shoulders, the familiar weight of Kirishima's friendly gesture. Sup, guys, how you doing in this manly morning? Kirishima asked, his sharp-toothed smile as bright as ever. He kind of looked like a shark with red spiky hair now that thought about it. "I'm doing well," I replied, adjusting slightly under his arm. "Same here, though I'm still recovering from Mina's attempt at that high note yesterday," Kaminari said with a mock wince. I chuckled at the memory. Mina had tried to hit a particularly challenging note in one of the songs, and the result had been memorable, to say the least. "Oh, Kaminari, here you go," I muttered, my hand closing in on my wallet in my back pocket. I opened it up and carefully counted out the exact amount, making sure I had it right before handing it to him. "Oh," Kaminari said, looking genuinely surprised as he accepted the money. "Thanks, but you didn't have to give it back right away." "I appreciate it though, man." He then went over to his desk, grabbed his wallet from his backpack and placed the money inside. "So what do you guys think today's hero class is gonna be?" Kirishima asked, settling into his seat but still turned toward us, clearly excited about the prospect. "No clue," I answered honestly. Before Kaminari could offer his own speculation, the classroom door slid open with more force than necessary. Present Mike burst through, his blonde hair styled in its characteristic directional spikes, wearing his signature leather jacket and orange-tinted glasses. "Now students, take your seats," he yelled in his almost punk rockish manner, his voice carrying the trademark energy that seemed to fill every corner of the room. And so we did. We all took our seats. You probably all know me, but I'm Present Mike and I'll be your English teacher. Now open your books and let's get started with some linguistic adventures. The morning classes passed in a blur. It was hard to keep track. Mathematics with ectoplasm, where I understood nothing. Literature with Cementos, where I understood almost nothing. The only class I wasn't lost in thankfully was Present Mix. Then came lunch, where I ate until I was full. Actually no, I was never full, but the bell rang and I had to leave my food behind, and did I mention how good the food at UA was? You could just stuff yourself, over and over, and still want more. The afternoon finally arrived, and with it came our daily class of foundational heroics. I heard it from outside, no, not just me, everyone in class heard it, a booming voice, joyful beyond measure, a voice I'd heard once before but never in this context, and he definitely wasn't yelling as much. "I am here," we heard him yell as the door slid open with dramatic flair, revealing All Might in one of his characteristic suits, his cape billowing behind him even though there was no wind to make it do so. His presence immediately filled the room with an almost palpable energy. Walking through the door like a normal person. The reaction from my classmates was immediate and electric. "I can't believe it. All Might is gonna be teaching us. That design's so Silver Age. That art style clashes so much it's giving me goosebumps. This is so cool." I watched as several of my classmates practically vibrated in their seats with excitement. Even those who were trying to play it cool couldn't hide the awe in their expressions. It seemed like my classmates were having an even more intense reaction than mine when I had first met All Might, which I couldn't really blame him for. When you thought about heroes, no matter where you were from, you picture All Might. Foundational Hero Studies. All Might began, turning away from us with an almost theatrical quality. "For this class, we'll be building up your hero foundations through various trials. You'll get tons of credit for it too." His voice carried that infectious enthusiasm that made even the most mundane statement sound epic. Then he turned toward us, that wide, characteristic smile blazing across his face and a card in his hand that read battle in bold letters. "Let's jump right into this. The trial of battle," he yelled, and I felt my heart slightly sink. I was going to have to restrain myself again. Wasn't I? "And to go with your first battle," at that moment, cases began to roll in on automated carts, each labeled with our student numbers. "We prepared the gear we had you send in requests for to match your quirks. Our battle gear. So awesome." I heard Kirishima yell behind me, and I could imagine that shark-like grin from before. I looked at my case, trying to figure out what might be inside, but I couldn't tell much from the exterior. I just knew that it looked significantly larger than some of the others, which made me curious about what Nisa had actually designed. "Get changed and we'll be ready to go. Everyone, gather at ground beta." All Might announced with a sweeping gesture. "The garb you bring into battle is vitally important, boys and girls. And don't forget, from here on out, you're officially heroes." Not officially, I thought. I still needed my license. That was what all of this was for. When I opened my case in the boys' changing room, however, I couldn't help but tilt my head in confusion. The contents were almost entirely metal, polished, segmented pieces with thin blue lines crossing each one, that clearly formed some kind of armor. There was a note attached to the top piece, written in Nizu's characteristic neat handwriting. "This is plate armor made from titanium alloy, meaning it's pretty tough plus more flexible than you'd imagine." I put the instructions for how to wear it at the end of this note. "When you're finally done with that, grab your scarf and place it at the back of the chest plate, then let it do its magic. Well, it's science, not magic, but you catch my drift." So I did as the instructions said, putting on the plate armor piece by piece. The process had taken much more time than I'd imagined. Once it was all said and done, however, it all felt a bit loose. Not uncomfortably so, but as if there was room for something more. Still, I followed the instructions to the letter. I grabbed my scarf from the bench where I'd placed it and positioned it against the back of the chest plate as directed. Then I heard it, a soft click, like a mechanism engaging. Then something else happened. The sound of something moving, mechanical and whirring, like the sound of ringing in my ears. I felt it then, the scarf was slowly moving through the armor, and I could understand how. The golden threads Nizu had woven into it weren't just decorative silk, they were something else entirely, some kind of smart material. But he had made the stitches when I'd come back from my lost time as a vigilante. Did he start building it then? Had he even seen my own specs yet? I felt a smile forming on my face, at the thought of Nizu, using the specs thing as an excuse. In mere moments, the transformation was complete. A blue knight's skirt had extended from the waist armor, and a blue cape now flowed from my back, with traces of gold slowly glowing along the edges, not so much that anyone aside from me or someone with enhanced eyesight would notice, but enough to give the whole ensemble an almost mythological feel to it. I began testing the range of motion. Despite the apparent bulk, the armor moved with me like a second skin, never restricting or hampering my movements. I walked out of the changing room to find Kaminari and Kirishima already waiting, both looking impressed as they took in my transformed appearance. Really going all in on the whole knight aesthetic, huh? Kaminari said, in a joking tone. I think it looks incredibly manly, Kirishima added with enthusiasm, giving me a thumbs up. I smiled, adjusting to the weight and feel of the armor, then how well Avalon and Excalibur paired with it at my side. I guess it does look manly. We all walked out together and formed a line with the rest of the class. All Might stood in front of us, somehow managing to look even more impressive against the backdrop of Ground Beta's urban training environment. All right, let's see what you're made of, young heroes. It's time for the trial of battle. I'm liking everyone's styles, very cool. I looked around at my classmates, noting the variety of approaches they'd taken. I could see two others who had also chosen knight-like armor. One was Ida, whose costume looked both knightish and yet it had a futuristic look to it, and the other was Aoyama, whose armor looked a lot shinier than mine. It looked as if they had thrown glitter on it. Cool costume, Art, came a familiar voice from our side. Mina had approached alongside Tsuyu and Toru, all three in their hero costumes. You and Watts look a little basic though, she added with a teasing grin toward Kaminari and Kirishima. I had to admit, Kaminari's costume was fairly straightforward, a black jacket with a lightning bolt design and some kind of targeting device. Hiya, Toru said, waving at us with her gloved hand, one of the few visible parts of her costume. Tsu, on the other hand, was wearing what appeared to be a form-fitting green suit with goggles and flippers, perfectly suited to her frog-like abilities. Why are two of you wearing skirts? Tsu asked with her characteristic directness, looking between Kirishima and me. Both Kirishima and I looked at each other, and before I could formulate a response, he jumped in first. Because it's manly, of course, he said, flexing and showing off his bicep with complete confidence. Hey, Toru, what's with your costume? You aren't, you know. Kaminari decided to ask the question that was clearly on everyone's mind. Her costume consisted of nothing more than a pair of gloves and boots floating in midair. Oh, it's specially made to refract light, making it invisible just like me, she explained cheerfully. The bad part is that you can't really turn the effect off, so I decided to still wear normal battle gloves and boots so you guys could see where I am. You know, I don't want one of you to accidentally bump into me or something during the exercise. That actually made perfect sense from both a practical and safety standpoint. Having some visible reference points would definitely help in team situations. Now then. All Might's voice boomed across the assembly area, drawing all of our attention back to him. Let us proceed to the building where you will be tested. After all, this will be an indoor battle. A/N, you guys did it. There was less than an hour left for the reset and you did it. Fuck. It's fine, I'm fine. I owe you an extra chapter now, give me a few days please, especially since tomorrow I'm spending most of the day with my friends. Now on to this week's Power Stone goals. They are simple enough. Top 10. Top 5. Top 3. Top 2. Top. For each one you'll receive one bonus chapter. So if you want 5 extra chapters a week, start voting wahaha. Also some of you may think this is a bribe and you'd be right. Plus, yeah, I changed Toru's costume, cause that was a really fucking weird idea by Horikoshi, like you're telling me she's just naked 24/7. Fuck no, I'm not going with that. Welp, that is all. Oh, I'm also gonna gloss over Bakugo's and Deku's battle trial since I really don't want to write that. I'll write maybe 3 lines detailing Arthur's thoughts and that is it. Cause all of you know what happens during the battle trial. It doesn't make sense to write 2k words for something you guys and gals already know. Arthur's suit by the way looks exactly like the one in the cover. THX for reading. Author out. Chapter 24, Battle Trial, Bonus Chapter. You see, All Might continued, his index finger straight, pointing at the sky. Villain cleanup is usually seen out in the open, but statistically, the better part of it is an inside job. Most acts of villainy are committed indoors. Imprisonment. House arrest. The black market. In this hero-saturated society, why any villain with intelligence is lurking in the shadows. For this test you'll separate into hero and villain groups. For a 2-on-2 team battle. What about the foundational training? So you asked, her signature ribbit oddly missing. This is the foundational training. Only this time there won't be any robots, it'd be okay to just destroy. Questions started flying from all directions. So how do we determine who wins or loses? Is it okay if we just blow them away? How are the teams going to be decided? Is there a threat of expulsion like Aizawa-sensei's class? I stayed quiet, but I found myself wondering about the same things. Particularly the team assignments. I'd worked alone for so long that the idea of coordinating with a partner felt both exciting and nerve-wracking. I can't hear if you're all speaking over each other. All Might replied, his massive hand then finding a pocket in his suit out of which he brought out a small piece of paper. He cleared his throat dramatically before beginning to read from it. For this training, we'll have the villains guard a nuclear weapon they intend on deploying. The heroes must stop them and their nefarious scheme before it's too late. If the heroes capture the villains or reach the nuclear weapon before the time runs out, they win. If the villains are able to keep the core weapon the whole time or capture the heroes, they win. He said it all in a single breath, finally looking up from the paper back to us with that characteristic bright smile. I thought back to what I had told Nizu when I first met All Might, and while it was a slightly rude thought, I couldn't help but think it again. This guy cannot teach. Don't get me wrong, All Might was incredible. He was my childhood hero, the symbol of peace, someone I'd looked up to when I was young and still saw as someone to strive towards. But watching him struggle with basic classroom management and rely so heavily on that piece of paper, it was clear he was still learning how to be an educator. I heard Midoriya's voice cut through the chatter of other students. Well, pros are often forced to make impromptu team-ups with other heroes they might not know, so this test is probably testing that coordination as well as our individual abilities. All Might interrupted him, the arm that was holding his cheat sheet surging dramatically toward the sky. I see. Always with our eyes on the future, are we? I apologize. He stopped himself, probably from going on one of his rants. Anyway, let's start this. Let me announce the teams. Team A, Izuku Midoriya and Ochiko Uraraka. I glanced over at the green-haired boy. Each team got announced until finally. Team I, Arthur Pendragon and Toru Hagakure. Wait, Arthur. His eyes landed on me. Oh, young Arthur, it is great to see you have given up your vigilante ways and come to the road of becoming a hero. Didn't we literally tell him this in the meeting with Nizu, and if not, hadn't he seen the news? I decided to forego it, maybe he forgot. Thank you, All Might Sensei. Either way, let's get on with the exam. 2 large boxes rolled up on small robots to All Might's sides, each with a single word emblazoned on the front in bold letters. Hero. Villain. His hands fidgeted inside as he brought out 2 balls. Team A will be heroes. Team D will be villains. I watched as Midoriya and Uraraka stepped forward, along with Bakugo and Ida. We moved as a group toward a large concrete building that looked like it could have been an office complex or apartment building. All Might's voice boomed across the training ground as he explained the rules in more detail. The villains will enter first to prepare themselves and set up their defenses. After 5 minutes, the heroes will enter the building. The test will last a total of 15 minutes. I will be monitoring the test from our command center and will intervene if things get out of hand. Wait, intervene. Could I intervene? My hand unconsciously moved toward Excalibur's hilt. But I forced myself to stay still. All Might had this under control. This was his exercise, his classroom. I couldn't intervene. Restraint, I told myself. Most of us moved into the building's basement, where a sophisticated monitoring system had been set up. Multiple screens showed different floors and corridors of the test building, giving us a view of what would unfold. I felt a gentle tug on the sleeve of my left arm. Toru. So we're gonna be on a team together, she said, and I could hear the smile in her voice even though I couldn't actually see her face, more like feel it. Yeah, we are, I replied, trying to keep my own voice steady. You probably have a lot of experience with this kind of thing because of your vigilante work, huh? Please take care of me. The word struck me. Take care of me. A memory surfaced, but I tried not to think of it. I gripped Excalibur's hilt tighter. Yeah, experience, I said, my voice trailing off. You okay, Arthur? Toru's voice was concerned now, and I realized I'd been quiet for too long. Oh, I snapped back to the present. Yes, fine. Thank you, Toru. No problem. We are teammates after all, we gotta take care of each other. There it was again. Yeah, take care, I repeated quietly. Then the first battle trial began, and I forced myself to focus on the screens. I watched as Bakugo immediately went on the offensive, launching himself downward through the building to intercept Midoriya as quickly as possible. There was no sound through the surveillance, so it wasn't as if we could hear what they were yelling at each other. Well, they couldn't. I glanced towards All Might, maybe he could hear the same as me. Their first encounter actually went Midoriya's way. Despite not using his quirk, he managed to throw Bakugo over his shoulder using what looked like basic judo techniques, creating an opening for Uraraka to advance toward the upper floors where the nuclear weapon was located. The fight continued to escalate. Midoriya's refusal to use his quirk was putting him at a serious disadvantage against Bakugo's explosive power. Meanwhile, Uraraka had made it to the upper floors and was engaging Ida. Then Bakugo did something that made my blood run cold. He pulled one of his grenade-like gauntlets forward, the massive piece of support equipment that I'd assumed was just for show. I saw All Might tense beside me, his massive frame coiling like a spring ready to leap into action. And God, did I want to move as well. Every instinct I'd developed over 6 years of vigilante work was screaming at me to intervene, to get between Bakugo and Midoriya before someone got seriously hurt. My entire body was rigid with the effort of staying still. My grip on Excalibur's hilt was so tight my knuckles had gone white. But I didn't move. I stayed rooted to the spot and watched, even as the explosion tore through the building's structure, even as smoke and debris filled the corridor where Midoriya had been standing. The battle reached its climax when Midoriya finally activated his quirk, as he punched upward with everything he had. The shockwave tore through every floor of the building, sending rubble raining down and creating the opening Uraraka needed to secure the nuclear weapon. But the cost was immediately apparent. Midoriya's arm was a mangled mess, hanging uselessly at his side as he collapsed from the pain and exertion. They were in pain. Real pain. And I was just standing here, watching. I wanted to move so badly it felt like my bones were vibrating. My sword arm was shaking uncontrollably now. I felt a gentle hand on my shoulder, Toru's gloved fingers. "Are you anxious?" she asked quietly, her voice barely audible over the excited chatter of our classmates. "Yeah, me too," Toru continued. "But don't worry, everything's gonna be fine." Her words were meant to be comforting, but they only made the shaking worse. All Might had disappeared from beside us, appearing on the monitors in the building as he went to collect Bakugo. I could hear his booming voice even through the cameras. "Let's go, Bakugo, my boy. It's time for your critique." The miniature medical robots loaded Midoriya onto a stretcher and began wheeling him toward Recovery Girl's office. Only then did my sword arm slowly begin to still, the trembling subsiding slowly. I had made it. My heart was hammering in my chest, but I had done it. I had restrained myself. Bakugo, Uraraka, and Ida all returned to the basement along with All Might, where they received fairly detailed critiques of their performance. Yaoyorozu gave an impressively thorough analysis of where each participant went wrong and what they could have done better. Her tactical mind was clearly as sharp as her quirk was versatile. Then All Might reached into the hero and villain boxes again, drawing out 2 more balls. Team B will be our heroes, Shoto Todoroki and Mizo Shoji. I looked over at Todoroki. He had always had the left side of his body encased in ice. Shoji was actually a pretty good guy. And our villains will be Team I. All Might's finger pointed directly at us, and I felt my stomach drop slightly. I looked toward Toru, whose body language had shifted from nervous excitement to something closer to panic as she took in Todoroki's intimidating presence. "Guess it's our turn, ha ha ha," she said, but I could hear the forced cheer in her voice. It was indeed our turn. And somehow, I couldn't believe we were going to be playing the villains. We soon found ourselves in another building. The previous one was too structurally compromised from Midoriya's final attack to be safely used again. This building was similar in layout as the one before. We made our way to the top floor where the fake nuclear weapon had been placed, a large cylindrical device that looked almost cartoonish. "Come on, Arthur, laugh with villainy like me." Ha 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 ha. Toru threw herself into the role with admirable enthusiasm, her earlier nervousness apparently forgotten in the face of the acting challenge. Ha ha ha, I attempted, but even I could hear how half-hearted it sounded. "No, come on. Villainous. Make your voice deeper, like ha 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 ha." Ha 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 ha, I tried again, putting more effort into it this time. "Oh, that one was already there," she said approvingly. She looked like she was going to launch into another coaching session on proper villainous laughter when I heard it. Something was quickly crawling the floors. Then I felt it, the cold. It was ice. "Toru, I recommend you jump right now," I said urgently, my hand already moving toward Excalibur's hilt. "Jump?" she asked, confused by the sudden shift in my tone. "If you don't want to be encased in ice, then yeah." She didn't hesitate, trusting me even without a full explanation. She jumped just as our entire floor became covered in a thick layer of ice, the temperature dropping so rapidly I could see my breath in the air. My feet were completely immobilized, frozen to the floor by ice that was already several inches thick and still growing. Toru landed back on the now icy surface, but thankfully her specially designed boots provided enough grip to keep her from slipping. I unsheathed Excalibur in one smooth motion, her sacred light immediately bathing the room in a warm, golden glow. Wow, I heard Toru breathe beside me, and I could hear the awe in her voice. She's beautiful. Indeed, she is, I replied, raising the blade above my head before driving it point first into the icy floor. The effect was immediate and dramatic. The moment Excalibur's tip made contact with the ice, cracks began spreading outward in perfect ripples, the sacred power contained within the blade proving more than a match for Todoroki's freezing quirk. The ice shattered, fracturing into countless white shards all around us. She's strong too. A/N, yeah, this power stone thing may have been a bad idea. I did not plan to give this to you already, but I have to get the top 3 bonus chap from last week out now or it's going to pile on me lol, cause I already have to give you 2 bonus chaps from this week's ranking. Also I went past the damn 3 lines of the Bakugo and Midoriya thing, so sorry about that, but I mainly wrote about Arthur himself. Actual stuff about Bakugo and Midoriya is like 5 lines, everything else is Arthur and his inner turmoil, which I think I conveyed well. Excalibur is and will always be the most fun thing to write about in this FIC, as a wise man once said. Unlimited power. Either way, this is all for today. 1 bonus chapter down, only 2 more to go. THX for reading. Author out. Chapter 25, Battle Trial, 2. I looked at the broken ice around us. If I looked at them for a while, I could see continuous forming patterns, what had Nisa called them, fractals. Yeah, that was it, fractals. I looked to Toru at my side. It really seemed like the ice had stopped rising as her boots were in pristine condition all things considered. So how are we going to do this, she asked, her voice excited beyond measure even if I didn't understand where said excitement came from. Not sure, do you have any ideas? I replied. During our time at karaoke, I'd gotten the impression that she was more perceptive than people gave her credit for. How about you take Todoroki and I take on Shoji? I remembered Shoji's marks in his physical tests. The guy had scored impressively across the board, and his quirk seemed incredibly versatile for reconnaissance and combat. How are you going to take on Shoji? I asked, genuinely concerned. It wasn't that I doubted her abilities, but Shoji had demonstrated considerable strength and his multiple arms could be overwhelming. Simple, she said, and I could practically hear the grin in her voice, with the villainous element of surprise. With that she took off her gloves and boots, placing them carefully on a section of floor that wasn't covered in ice shards. The moment she removed them, she became completely invisible to normal sight, though I could still sense her tell where she was at all times. Yesh, this is cold, she said, her voice slightly muffled as she moved away from me. I watched as she walked over to a corner, her footsteps barely audible on the icy floor. I could feel her give a thumbs up to me. Remember, be villainous. I looked toward the entrance, gripping Excalibur's hilt tighter. Guess we all had to start somewhere, and this is where my foundational hero studies began. Then questions began piling up. How was I going to do this? I mean, I couldn't just knock them out, right? This was a test after all. They had to show what they could do, right? But at the same time, we were supposed to be villains, and villains didn't usually hold back. I thought back to all the real villains I'd faced during my vigilante work. They never announced themselves, never gave heroes a chance to prepare. Even if this was training, it wasn't as if they needed exposure to the real thing on the second day, right? At that moment, the steps I had been hearing since the ice had made it to our floor grew louder as they walked slowly up the stairs. Reached, I had made my choice. I twirled Excalibur in my hand as they approached. This was a test and I was playing the role of a villain. I breathed in, trying to channel what I imagined a theatrical villain might sound like. How did villains in movies talk? Over the top, dramatic, menacing. Ha 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 ha, my voice boomed across the room, echoing off the walls in a way that surprised even me. Welcome heroes, you have arrived to your doom, to your death, to your end. God, this was embarrassing. I could practically hear Nizu's amusement when he saw these videos. Wait, they didn't have sound, I was safe. I twirled Excalibur again. Releasing a short thought. Sorry Excalibur and Avalon. I know this isn't really our style. Narration POV. Todoroki had expected this to be simple. It didn't matter that this Arthur was a vigilante. Or that he had come in first place in the physical test. Ice was absolute, it could stop anyone, freeze anything. He was the stronger one, he was sure of it. However, when he had finally reached the top, ready to secure what he assumed would be an easy win, he saw Arthur there, completely unfrozen despite the ice he'd sent up earlier, sword in his hand which along with his suit made him look like some kind of medieval warrior, just more kingly. Ha 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 ha, Arthur's voice boomed across the room. Welcome heroes, you have arrived to your doom, to your death, to your end. Todoroki didn't mind the theatrical monologue. Instead, he raised his right hand without hesitation and ice shot out from the earth, sharp spikes racing toward Arthur with intent to win this, as fast as possible. However, just as the ice spikes were about to reach their target, something he hadn't expected to happen, happened. He heard the sound of something whipping in the air, like a slash. Then the ice broke into thousands of little pieces, as if it had struck an invisible barrier. The fragments scattered across the floor like diamond dust. Todoroki hadn't seen how it happened. You may want to try to do better than that, heroes. Ha 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 ha. Arthur released another villain laugh, Excalibur shining even brighter in his grip as if the sacred blade was somehow enjoying her master's enthusiasm for their theatrical performance. Todoroki, however, remained as aloof as always. This was just a fluke, a lucky break. He raised his hand again, focusing more power into his attack. This time, ice spikes burst forth from all the walls simultaneously, creating a deadly cage of frozen projectiles heading directly toward Arthur from every angle. There was no way anyone could dodge or destroy all of them at once. And yet, impossibly, they crumbled before reaching him. Each one cut, mere inches from impaling his body, or at least what Todoroki thought would impale his body. Is this all you can do, heroes? Maybe try to work together to get a better advantage. Arthur called out, his voice still carrying the theatrical villain accent, though Todoroki couldn't help but tilt his head. This didn't sound so much like a villain monologue, but rather like advice. Work together. Todoroki thought. He didn't need help. He was perfectly capable of handling this alone. More ice was released from his right side, this time in a continuous stream rather than individual attacks. Arthur sighed at that response, his breath visible in the increasingly cold air. The ice crumbled just as easily as before. Shoji, do you want to give it a shot? Arthur asked, turning slightly toward the multi-armed student who had been hanging back near the entrance. Shoji began, clearly uncertain about what to do in this situation. He really wanted to help if anything to show what he was capable, but Todoroki had told him to simply hang back. He didn't get a chance to answer as ice suddenly enclosed around Arthur's leg from below, rising up like a serpent to trap him in place. This time, Todoroki had attacked from an unexpected angle, using the floor itself as his weapon. Arthur looked down at his enclosed leg, his muscles building for an instant, breaking the ice that was trying to coil around him. So Shoji, what do you say? Before he could finish, he was cut off by a cold voice. Are you going to stay in that spot? Arthur smiled at that question, and for a moment his theatrical villain persona dropped completely, replaced by something more genuine and friendly. Why, it looks like you catch on quick, Arthur said, planting his feet more firmly and raising Excalibur slightly. You're right, I won't move from this point, you guys make me move from this spot, and you win. Shoji, stay where you are, Todoroki commanded, his voice returning to its cold, controlled tone. Shoji, you don't have to listen to him, Arthur said, his villain accent completely gone now, replaced by genuine concern. You can move if you want. I promise I won't let any harm come to you. The sincerity in Arthur's voice was unmistakable, and it only made Shoji want to stay even more rooted to his spot than he already was. There was something unsettling about a villain who could change mannerisms at the drop of a hat. It freaked Shoji out. Todoroki, however, took a deep breath, frost forming around his mouth. Then he slammed his left foot forward with tremendous force, and ice spikes burst from the floor in a coordinated wave. But this time, Todoroki didn't stay behind his attack. Instead, he ran with the ice spikes, using more ice behind his feet to propel him forward at increased speed, essentially surfing on his own creation. Arthur's blade flashed in Todoroki's vision, a mere microcosm of time, as he slashed all the spikes in twain, each cut effortless. The sacred sword had cut through the ice like knife through hot butter, which shouldn't have been surprising by this point. And it wasn't. Todoroki had expected exactly this response. Arthur was clearly faster and stronger than he was, but by rooting himself to that specific spot, he couldn't make full use of that superior speed. And Todoroki was right, his hand shot forward, aiming for Arthur's chest while the vigilante was still completing his defensive cuts. His palm made contact with Arthur's metal-plated chest, and Todoroki released his quirk into the armor. Ice began to form over the armor, bursting outward like a frozen flower trying to penetrate the metal plating. The frost spread rapidly, encasing Arthur's torso in a shell of ice. It was Todoroki's win. Or so he thought. Before the ice could fully set, before it could truly trap him, Excalibur's hilt moved faster than the eye could follow. The pommel of the sacred sword met Todoroki's temple with a controlled but decisive impact. The ice shattered as Todoroki was knocked to the side, the ice no longer spreading, and as Arthur released mana burst in his chest, what little ice had encased him got destroyed to bits. You okay? Arthur asked immediately, his concern genuine as he watched Todoroki struggle to regain his footing. I'm fine, Todoroki said, trying to stand up despite the way his legs wobbled beneath him. He really wasn't fine. Getting hit by the metal pommel of a sword across the face did that to a person. His vision was slightly blurred and his head was ringing. You're also out, Arthur pointed out gently, indicating the black tape that was now wrapped around Todoroki's wrist, evidence that he'd been captured according to the exercise rules. Arthur then turned toward Shoji with an almost questioning expression, his theatrical villain persona completely abandoned now. So I guess it's your turn, he asked, sounding more like he was inviting Shoji to dance than threatening him with doom. Shoji took a moment to assess the situation. His partner was down. Arthur hadn't moved from his spot but had just demonstrated he could defend against even coordinated attacks. The smart thing would be to try a different approach entirely. Who was he kidding? There was no other approach. Shoji made his mind and barreled toward Arthur with surprising speed, using his multiple arms to propel himself forward while also preparing to grapple. If ice couldn't move Arthur, maybe raw physical force could. Arthur smiled as Shoji charged. The smile, however genuine it was, sent a chill across Shoji's spine. However, to the person whom the smile was directed to, it made her stomach flutter. Something, or rather someone that only Arthur could see, was moving toward Shoji pretty fast, an invisible figure, Toru. However, Shoji's multitude of ears weren't just for show. His enhanced hearing picked up the subtle sound of footsteps on ice, the barely audible whisper of fabric moving through air. He turned around just in time to see villain tape appear from nowhere, floating in midair as if manipulated by a ghost. But his quick reaction only helped him identify the threat, it didn't help him avoid it. The tape wrapped around his hand quick, in a matter of seconds, marking him as captured just as surely as his partner. Ha! The villainous element of surprise never fails, came Toru's voice from seemingly empty air, filled with triumphant glee. Toru walked over to where she'd left her gloves and boots, her footsteps now clearly visible in the frost that had accumulated on the floor. As she put on her costume pieces, her hands and feet gradually became visible again. She made a victory sign with her right hand as she let out her best villainous voice, which somehow managed to be both menacing and adorable at the same time. Villains for the win. A/N, NGL. This chapter was a slog to write, no matter how much fun it may have been. You may be wondering why. Well, remember when I told you yesterday I was going out with some friends? Yeah, well, I couldn't exactly bring my writing PC with me. Yeah, you're thinking right, I wrote this shit on my phone. Now you can tell why this was a slog to write. Still, the last 3 paragraphs made it all worth it. Villains for the win. No bonus chapter cause I'd have to write it on my phone, and I'm not fucking doing that again. THX for reading. Author out. Chapter 26, Battle Trial, 3. Arthur POV. I finally moved from my spot, walking over to Todoroki, who still couldn't get his legs to stop wobbling. Do you want me to take you to the infirmary? I said, sheathing Excalibur. He shook his head. I'm fine. Yet as I looked at his face, the ice covering the left side, a part of it, broke, revealing his face. It was scarred. I panicked. Had I done that? I was sure I had controlled myself. I had hit him across the ice part of his face because I thought it would protect him more against the blow. The scar looked old though, plus it looked like a scar that came from a burn. Still, what if I had made it worse? What if my strike had reopened an old wound? My grip on Excalibur's hilt tightened unconsciously. Todoroki seemed to notice my panic, as ice covered the left side part of his face once more, the frozen mask reforming in a matter of seconds. I'm fine, really. I think I should take you to the infirmary, I said, stepping closer. I said I'm fine. With that he began to walk away. What's his problem? Toru asked, now at my side, her hands on her hips, her cheeks puffed. I do not know, Shoji replied, still with us, the black tape across his wrist stark against his skin. His multiple arms gestured helplessly, as if wanting to reach out but not knowing how. He needs someone to talk to, I muttered, watching Todoroki's retreating figure. Are you going to do it? Toru asked, her invisible head cocking to the side in that characteristic gesture I was learning to recognize. No, I don't think I'm the right person, especially after today. I do think I know someone, I said, looking towards Shoji. You're okay, right? Shoji stumbled at my words, straightening himself, like a cat that just got spooked. His mask covered most of his expression, but I could see his eyes darting to me. Physically, why yeah, he stammered at first, which made me wonder all the more about what had shaken him so badly. My pride is in the dirt though. I felt bad, well, worse. Hitting your scarred classmate across the face and then hearing fear in your other's classmate voice wasn't exactly a good sign. I'm sorry, I said, meaning it. No worries, you just give me something to work towards. Isn't that what our school motto says, plus ultra, surpassing yourself? I guess so, Toru said, her hand moving to her chin as if thinking hard on his words. The gesture was barely visible, just the slight displacement of air and the faint outline I could perceive, but it was becoming familiar. Oh, and you make a scary good villain, Arthur, Shoji added with what I suspected was a smile beneath his mask. With those parting words, Shoji began to walk away from us, his pace quickening to almost a run. I do. I asked Toru, genuinely surprised. I'd felt ridiculous the entire time, forcing out those theatrical villain laughs and dramatic pronouncements. It had felt like a poor imitation of the over-the-top villains I'd encountered during my vigilante work. Scary good, she said joyfully, raising a thumbs up at me. You finally got the villain laugh down. Yeah. I said, trailing off. The praise felt hollow somehow. Being good at playing a villain wasn't exactly something I wanted to excel at. Oh, Arthur. My feet are cold. I looked down at her boots. They were slightly covered in ice, probably from the aftermath of Todoroki's quirk during the fight. Small crystals clung to the rubber soles, and I could see how the cold would seep through even insulated footwear. Do you want me to take you to the infirmary? I asked, concerned. Frostbite was no joke, and I'd seen enough cold-related injuries during winter rescue operations, and while it didn't look like she was going to get it, I couldn't help but worry. No, nothing like that. I was just wondering if you could take me back to the basement, because it kind of hurts walking like this. I mean, I didn't mind since it was part of the trial, but now. She trailed off, shifting her weight from foot to foot in obvious discomfort. Oh sure, I said, immediately moving to pick her up in a princess carry. It was an automatic response. During my vigilante work, this had been the safest and most efficient way to transport injured or vulnerable people at high speeds. The position allowed me to protect their head and spine from the whiplash that came with my movement. You're gonna feel a lot of wind though, I warned, positioning my arms to cradle her securely. Hey Arthur, she said as I prepared to run. Yeah. Can you see me? Somewhat, I replied honestly. With that, I began to run. We flew past Shoji and Todoroki, who were still making their way down the floors at normal human speed. The familiar rush of acceleration, the way the world blurred around us, was invigorating. Wait, what do you mean by somewhat? Toru asked, her voice slightly strained against the wind. Well, I can't see you per se, but I can see the minute differences between you and the surrounding environment, so it's more like I can make a very, very good outline of you. It was hard to explain. Oh, she said, and I could feel something in her voice, something I had felt countless times in the voices of countless people I'd met before. Disappointment. I didn't have time to ask, as we were already in the basement along with the other students from our class. I placed her down gently, then looked around at the class. They were staring again. I really didn't like being the center of attention. It reminded me too much of the times reporters had tried to corner me during my vigilante work. Young Arthur, that was an excellent display. Same with you, young Toru. All Might boomed, his voice filling the basement space. You kept the heroes away from the nuclear bomb at all times, the ice only damaged the surroundings. I have no critiques. Thank you, I replied. Thank you, Toru echoed, and I could sense her straightening with pride. What about the fact that Arthur didn't move from his spot? Yayorozu asked, from behind All Might. I was wondering about that too, a short boy with purple balls for hair chimed in. I remembered him from the physical tests, Mineta, I thought. I mean, you're supposed to be this super fast guy and you don't move. It's weird to me. I wasn't sure what to say. The truth? That I had wanted them to perform well on the trial, that I had deliberately handicapped myself to give them a fairer chance. A lie. Something like I had wanted a challenge. No, that would sound condescending, like I was making fun of them. Oh, Toru said at my side, jumping in before I could formulate a response. That was part of our strategy, to destroy the hero's morale. I looked at Toru, grateful for the save. That explanation made sense within the context of the exercise, didn't it? Yeah, it did. Great plan, young Toru. All Might exclaimed, his enthusiasm genuine. She nodded enthusiastically, emotion probably only I could see. She was clearly pleased with the praise. We moved past All Might and rejoined our group of classmates, but as we did so, I heard her mutter beside me, her voice barely audible above the general chatter. So you really can't see me, huh? Again that disappointment. I really wish I could tell her that I could, but I wouldn't lie to someone like that. Not in the conventional sense, sorry, I replied quietly. It's fine. She said, a little sadly, which made a familiar ache settle in my chest. It was the same feeling I got when I arrived too late to prevent someone's injury, when I could do nothing to help because it was too late. Besides, you can still kind of see me. Her voice brightened slightly at the end, and I could see a small smile. That made the ache lessen somewhat, though it didn't disappear entirely. We finally made it back to our group of friends. Kirishima immediately jumped onto my shoulders with his characteristic enthusiasm. Dude, we have to have a manly fight sometime, he declared, his sharp-toothed grin visible in my peripheral vision. Mina, on the other hand, crossed her arms and shook her head with mock exasperation. I really should have gone with unfair quirk for your nickname, "'Cause what you just did was totally unfair," she said, her voice only being able to be described as cheeky. The rest of the afternoon passed in a blur of more battle trials. Tsuyu teamed up with Tokoyami on the hero team, and their quirks, her frog-like abilities and the giant bird Shadow's power, made for a formidable combination that secured their victory. Mina and Aoyama also won their match as heroes. But not everyone was so fortunate. Kirishima had teamed up with Siro on the villain team against Kaminari and Jiro on the hero side. Siro seemingly countered Kaminari with his duct tape, leading to the hero's loss. Now Kaminari sat with the rest of us, sat at the fact that he had been the only one of us to lose. "It's just one exercise," I told him, placing a hand on his shoulder. "You'll have plenty more chances to show what you can do." Gradually, Kaminari's spirits lifted. As the day wound down and my classmates began heading back to their homes or the dormitories, I decided to have my usual talk with my usual person. It was turning out to be a habit now. A daily occurrence, which I couldn't think of not doing anymore. I launched myself into the air, landing softly on the familiar windowsill of Nizu's office. The window was open as always, and I could see the principal's silhouette against the warm light of his desk lamp. Nizu swiveled in his chair to look at me, his button-black eyes looking into my own. "We really should stop meeting by entering each other's spaces without the other's consent," he said, but there was no real reproach in his voice. "But if you do keep doing this, I maybe should start putting out crumpets or something similar. Lunch Rush says you have quite the appetite." "Todoroki," I said without preamble, my mind still focused on the image of that scar. "Kind of rude, but go on. Is he okay?" "Why do you ask?" Nizu tilted his head to the side, his mouse-like features expressing genuine curiosity. "I saw his scar." "Oh, you did? Do you know how he got it?" "Why, look at you, all invasive about someone else's past," Nizu said with a slight smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. "Why don't you ask him yourself?" "I don't want to know how he got it," I clarified, frustrated by the misunderstanding. "I want to know if you know." "I have a rough idea, yes." "Do you think he needs help?" "From you?" Nizu's voice carried a note of skepticism. "No, not from me. Psychological help, you know, from a therapist." Nizu paused at that, his small paw moving unconsciously to touch the scar that ran across his own right eye. The gesture was brief, but it still spoke volumes. "You believe in therapists," he said, and it wasn't quite a question. "I think scars almost always leave their mark not only on the body but on the person's psyche, and I believe talking it through with someone always helps." Nizu continued to scratch at his own scar as I spoke, his expression growing thoughtful. Just like you or myself, if Todoroki wants to talk about his past and his scar, then it's his freedom to do so," he said finally. "Anything else you want to tell me? Something about your suit perhaps?" I grabbed at my scarf, and after the latch released, it returned to its normal blue fabric form, the technological enhancements deactivating with a soft click. "The suit, it's perfect," I said, meaning every word. I knew it would be. I was low on time, so I could only really integrate tech into the scarf, but I'm glad it worked as intended. "It's perfect, Nizu." "Really?" As we sat there in the quiet of his office, I found myself looking at his scarred face in the lamplight. The mark across his eye was old, deeply healed but still prominent. I looked out of the window. The moon hung full in the darkened sky, bright and clear through the still office window, which let out a chilly air in. The night looked exactly like another full moon night. I looked back at Nizu, who was enthusiastically explaining the technological specifications of my suit's adaptive fabric system, his voice animated with the joy of someone sharing their passion. I really didn't understand anything. I released a tired sigh. "I guess I was going to do this." "Nizu," I said, interrupting his technical exposition. "Yeah, lad. How about I tell you a bit from my past? A/N, told you guys I would upload today, cut it a little close to the 6-hour mark though. Now on to this chapter. It was kind of hard to write for me, believe it or not. However, I did it nevertheless, and next chapter we getting into the juicy stuff. Some of Arthur's past. Sorry about the cliffhanger though, not really, mwahaha. Expect one of the bonus chapters tomorrow since I have a free day. In fact, it's so free, I may even upload thrice, the keyword there being may, don't uphold me to that. THX for reading. Author out. Chapter 27, A Boy's Past. Wait, what? Nizu almost fell from his chair, his small paws gripping the armrests as he caught himself before his adorable face met the ground, which it wouldn't have as I would have caught him. "I think I'm ready to tell you a part of my past." "Really?" His voice carried a note of disbelief, as if he'd been waiting for this moment but never truly expected it to come. Which I could understand. It wasn't as if I'd being particularly joyful about this, but I think I needed to talk it with someone. To get it off my chest. "Yes, really." "Well, okay then," he answered, shutting up there. He even put down his teacup on his coaster, the soft clink of porcelain against wood the only sound in the now agonizingly quiet room. His attention was fully on me, those black button eyes focused staring into my own, which made me wonder if I was doing the right thing. I released a sigh. I grabbed Excalibur's hilt so as to calm myself and spoke. Well then, I guess we should start where everything starts, at the beginning. I paused, gathering my thoughts. I was born May 4, 2186. My father was Haruto Tadashi. He died 3 years after I was born. I don't remember much from my father. In fact, all I do remember from him is because of my mom. She always said the same thing. He was always willing to help. He was kind. He was quirkless. My voice died in my throat as I felt bile at the back of my throat. It burnt. It was as if my own body was doing everything in its power to stop me from speaking. I wish I could have. My hands closed into fists, my knuckles white under my gauntlets. He died in a villain attack. He was collateral damage. He shouldn't have died, but he did, because that's how this world works. I stopped speaking. Gathering my thoughts once more, the bile still at the back of my throat. After my father died, I awakened my quirk, my hand went over my heart, feeling its steady beating. It's called Dragon's Heart. My heart mutated, it reinforced my body beyond measure. The more I grew, the stronger I got. That's because this heart didn't just pump out blood, it pumped an energy. I'm not sure how. My mother decided to call it mana. I expected Nisa to ask questions at this point, but he didn't. He remained quiet, like a statue. He listened and did nothing more. My mom wasn't the same after Dad died. I could tell even when I was young, however I didn't know how much she was suffering until 5 years later. However, the first day I should have noticed something was wrong was about 9 years ago. I took a shaky breath. I remember it clearly now, though I tried so hard to forget. The office seemed to fade around me as I let myself sink back into that memory, back to when I was innocent, back when I was just a child. A stronger one than normal, but still a child. Flashback, 9 years ago. Narration POV, A/N. I'm using narration to point to how much Arthur has dissociated from his past self. Mom, I'm hungry, a 6-year-old Arthur muttered in Victoria's arms, his smile whined as his stomach grumbled. Victoria Tadashi looked down at her son, her tired blue eyes, so much like his own, softening as she gazed at the blonde hair that fell into his face. Just wait a little bit, my precious knight. Arthur nodded his head solemnly, as he was set down on the cracked pavement outside their apartment building. The building wasn't much to look at. Weathered concrete. Rusted railings. And more importantly, it was affordable on a single mother's salary. Victoria dug through her pockets, her fingers shaking just for a moment. She grabbed her keys, and they shook in her hand with a rattle until she found the right one. The lock was old and stubborn, requiring her to jiggle the key just so before it finally gave way. There we go, she whispered. Arthur of course heard it. The apartment wasn't big. 3 rooms total, a combined living room and kitchen, 1 bedroom, and a bathroom barely large enough to turn around in. The furniture was second-hand, the walls needed painting, and the carpet had seen better decades. It wasn't expensive. It certainly wasn't luxurious. It was, however, home. Arthur's home. Victoria's home. You go to the sofa, okay, Arthur, she said in English now. She always spoke in English when they were at home. Arthur shook his head. I want to help you, Mom. Arthur looked up to his now smiling mother, even though her smile couldn't quite reach her eyes. Well then, come on. Let's go make dinner. Arthur's face lit up as he grabbed his mother's hand, his small fingers intertwining with hers. They walked in tandem to their kitchen, which was small like the rest of the apartment. The appliances were old, even their stove still used gas. Let's make your favorite today. Tomato with meatballs. Yay. Arthur yelled, his voice echoing off the close walls with pure joy. You know the ingredients, right? Victoria asked, even though she probably hadn't need to. They'd made this dish dozens of times together, and Arthur had memorized every step. Arthur nodded enthusiastically as he ran to the fridge with the boundless energy given to him by his dragon heart. He opened it and carefully grabbed an egg, making sure not to crack it, then the ground beef wrapped in white butcher paper, and finally the fresh parsley they'd bought from the market that morning. He closed the fridge behind him with his hip, his arms full but his smile even fuller. Victoria meanwhile opened a cupboard filled with spices. She grabbed the ones she needed. Cumin, salt and pepper, and pine nuts. Arthur set everything on the counter, having to stand on his tiptoes to reach the surface properly. His determination to help despite his small stature was both endearing to say the least. After arranging the ingredients, so his mother had room to work with, he went for the crushed tomato in a can, while his mother grabbed the sugar from its place beside the flour. Victoria turned on 2 of the stove's burners, the gas igniting with small blue flames. She grabbed 2 pans from the cabinet below, one large, one slightly larger, along with a lid for the smaller one. She placed 1 pan on each burner and set the lid aside for the moment, then poured a little oil in the first pan, just enough to cover the bottom, and a lot of oil in the second, around 2 fingers height worth. As she let the oil start to heat up, she went over to the garlic. She selected a plump clove and began peeling it with her fingers pricked at the edges and threw the skin into the trash. Arthur meanwhile had dragged a chair from the dinner table with a scraping sound against the wooden floor. He positioned it in front of the counter, climbed up and grabbed a large aluminum bowl. He began pouring the ground beef into it, carefully removing the plastic wrapping as he did so, his tongue poking out slightly in concentration. Victoria minced the garlic and placed it in the hot pan, listening to the immediate satisfying sizzle that meant the oil was ready. The smell of garlic hitting hot oil filled the kitchen, which made Arthur ruffle his nose. "I hate the smell of clover." "I'm sorry, little one," she said, ruffling his hair with a small smile. She then grabbed the crushed tomato can, popped it open with their old can opener, and poured it in. The tomato sauce jumped and bubbled at the sudden contact with heat, and a few drops splattered onto her hand, but she didn't panic. Instead, she quickly placed the lid on the pan. "How are you doing, Arthur?" she asked. "I did everything," he announced proudly. By that, he meant that he had measured out the appropriate amount of cumin with the small spoon they kept specifically for spices, added salt and pepper, poured in the pine nuts, without eating any. Well, that was a lie, he did eat 3. Cracked the egg and placed it in the bowl, only getting a little shell that he'd carefully fished out, and finally poured in the appropriate amount of fresh parsley that would add green and flavor to the dish. "Do you want me to mix it for you?" Victoria asked, knowing the answer but giving him the choice anyway. Arthur nodded quickly, making a face at the thought of touching the raw meat mixture. Victoria laughed. "So you still don't like how the ground beef feels on your hands?" He nodded again, more vigorously this time, making his blonde hair bounce. "Well, all right then," she said with another soft laugh. Before she grabbed the bowl, she took a spoonful of sugar, opened the lid, and tossed it into the bubbling sauce. She grabbed the bowl and plunged her hands into the mixture, her fingers working to combine all the ingredients into a cohesive whole. The sensation was exactly as Arthur had imagined, cold, squishy, and distinctly unpleasant. It looks disgusting," Arthur observed. "Kids never lied after all." "It feels even worse," she agreed with a smile. "But it's delicious once it's all finished, isn't it?" Arthur nodded, his mouth already somewhat dry as he salivated at the thought of the meatballs. After mixing everything thoroughly with her hands, Victoria lowered the heat on the second pan and began picking up portions of the mixture, rolling them between her palms into perfect spheres before carefully placing them in the sizzling oil. Arthur meanwhile had taken it upon himself to clean up and set the table. He placed the plastic wrapping in the trash can, returned the spices to their designated spots in the cupboard with military precision, put the sugar back in its dispensary, and carefully carried the chair back to where it belonged at the dinner table. "I'll start setting the table," Arthur announced, grabbing their tablecloth, a simple white cotton one with small blue flowers. Their table wasn't like most Japanese tables. It was European style, standing on 4 legs rather than sitting low to the ground. Victoria had insisted on it because they both found it more comfortable than sitting on the floor, and because neither of them could master chopsticks effectively without fumbling around for an hour and letting their food get cold. Arthur placed the tablecloth, smoothing out the wrinkles with his small hands, which took a lot more time which he cared to admit. He then gathered 2 plates from the cabinet, 2 sets of forks and knives from the drawer, a glass bottle of water from the refrigerator, and cloth napkins for both of them. "Mom, the table's ready." Arthur called from his seat, his legs swinging with excitement. "Be right there, sweetie," Victoria called back, her voice warm with affection. Arthur swung his legs on the chair, happily anticipating what was going to be another perfect evening eating his favorite food with his favorite person in the world. The kitchen smelled amazing, the table looked perfect, and his mother was humming softly a song she always sung to him before bed, a sound that meant everything was right in his small world. However, crash! The sound shattered the peaceful evening like glass breaking against stone. Arthur heard the unmistakable noise of a plate hitting the ground and shattering into pieces. Every hair on the back of his neck stood up, and with the enhanced speed that came from his developing quirk, he arrived in the kitchen before the last piece of ceramic had finished bouncing. His mother was kneeling on the floor, a broken plate in fragments around her, perfectly round meatballs scattered across the wood. But it wasn't the broken plate that made Arthur's breath catch in his throat. It was his mother. Her left arm was spasming uncontrollably, tremors running from her shoulder to her fingertips. Her right leg was twitching, the muscles jumping beneath her skin in a way only he could see. However, it was her face, which scared Arthur the most. It was pale, almost gray, and she was crying. This had been the first time he had even seen his mother cry. She looked up to see Arthur staring at her, his blue eyes wide with confusion and fear. "I'm sorry, Arthur." "I'm so sorry, Arthur," she whispered, her voice breaking on his name. Arthur, however, didn't hesitate. He walked over to his kneeling mother, his fear dissipating, he walked over the broken ceramics. He wrapped his small arms around her trembling neck and held her. "It's okay, Mom. The floor is clean. We can just pick them up." His mother didn't hug him back immediately. Instead, Arthur felt his shoulder become wet as tears soaked through his shirt. "I'm so sorry, Arthur. This wasn't supposed to happen. I'm supposed to take care of you." Arthur tightened his small arms around her. "Don't worry, Mom," he murmured against her hair, his shoulder growing even wetter with her tears. "I'll take care of you." A/N. God, my eyes were teary in this chapter. It may just be because I know everything, but it really hit me in my own feels, even though I wrote it. The first part of his past has been somewhat revealed. I loved writing this chapter, loved it. Up there with chapter 13 on how much I enjoyed writing it. Oh, and the meatball recipe actually works. It's something I cook usually and it's really fucking good, so take that with you, lol. Now on to other things. Arthur as class president. I'm leaning towards yes, since he is supposed to be a leader. A king. So I think class president is a good way to start that. Vote on the paragraphs. Yes, class president. No, just a normal student. Oh, sorry for this being late, I was sure I had put it on a timer but I guess not, lol. Expect a bonus chapter in a few hours since I'm almost done with it. THX for reading. THX for all the stones, I really appreciate it. Author out. Chapter 28, A Boy's Past, 2, bonus chapter. Come on, Mom, you sit at the table. I'll clean this up. Please. Get up. But she didn't get up, she continued to cry, her leg spasmed again, more violently this time. The tremors ran through her entire body like electricity, and Arthur could see her fighting against them, her jaw clenched tight as she tried to maintain some semblance of control. She cried into her child's shoulder. Arthur could feel tears soaking through his shirt, warm at first, then growing cold against his skin. But he stayed there letting his mother cry, his small arms wrapped around her trembling neck. "Okay, don't get up. I'll stay here for as long as it takes." She wailed, a sound that seemed to come from somewhere deep inside her chest, raw and broken. She screamed, not words but intelligible whimpers that rattled. Her fists pounded weakly against the floor, and Arthur winced as he heard her knuckles scrape against the rough wood. She kicked, her legs jerking spasmodically, and one of the fallen meatballs rolled further across the floor. Arthur held her through it all, his enhanced hearing picking up every hitched breath, every sob that caught in her throat. He could hear their neighbors moving around in the apartments next to theirs, the muffled sound of a television, someone washing dishes. Normal sounds of normal people living normal lives, while his world crumbled in the kitchen of their tiny home. The spasms gradually lessened, her breathing slowly evening out as exhaustion took hold. Her grip on his shirt loosened, and her head grew heavy against his shoulder. Then she slept. Arthur, merely 6, looked down at his mother's face. Even in sleep, her brow was furrowed with pain, and tear tracks had dried on her cheeks. Very carefully, he shifted his position, sliding one arm under her knees and the other behind her back. His quirk-enhanced strength made it easy to lift her, though he moved slowly, testing each step to make sure he wouldn't stumble. The bedroom was only a few steps away, but it felt like a journey across an ocean. He had to turn sideways to get through the narrow doorway, and he held his breath as the old hinges creaked softly. Their bed was low to the ground, a simple mattress on a wooden frame that his father had built before Arthur was born. He settled her down gently, pulling the worn quilt up to her chin. He caressed his mother's hair, the brown strands soft between his fingers. She had always told him he had his father's hair color, that same wheat blonde. But her hair was darker now than in the old photos, as if the color had drained out of it along with everything else. "Don't worry, Mom," he whispered softly, his voice barely audible even to his own enhanced ears. "I'll take care of you." He walked out of the room, closing the door with care, waiting for the soft click that meant it was properly shut. Back in the kitchen living room, the scene of devastation awaited him. The broken plate lay scattered across the floor and the meatballs had rolled in different directions, some still steaming slightly, others already beginning to cool. Arthur grabbed one of the 2 plates he had set on the table and knelt down on the floor. One by one, he began picking up the meatballs. Some were easy to retrieve, still round and intact. Others had broken apart when they hit the floor, and he had to scoop up the pieces with his fingers. When he had gathered all the salvageable food onto the plate, he stood and placed it carefully on the table. He knelt again and began picking up the ceramic shards. Most were large pieces, chunks of what had once been the rim or the center of the plate. But as he worked his way inward, toward where the impact had been strongest, the pieces grew smaller and sharper. He reached for a particularly jagged shard, and as his fingers closed around it, he felt the sharp edge slice into his palm. Pain shot through his hand, and he dropped the piece instinctively. It hit the floor and shattered into even smaller fragments. Arthur looked at his palm. A thin red line ran across it, already beginning to well up with blood. A single drop formed and hung for a moment before falling to splatter on the wood beside his knee. Without thinking, he put his finger in his mouth, tasting the metallic tang of his own blood. When he pulled it out moments later, the cut was gone. Arthur looked at the remaining ceramic pieces scattered across the floor. He gathered them all, every last fragment, using the enhanced vision that came with his quirk to spot even the smallest shards. He swept the area with his hands repeatedly, feeling for anything his eyes might have missed. When he was finally satisfied that he had found every piece, he carried them to the trash can and carefully dropped them in, listening to the faint tinkle as they settled among the other garbage. The plate of tomato sauce still sat on the counter where his mother had left it when the episode began. The sauce had formed a slight skin on top as it cooled, but when he carried it to the table, his enhanced nose could still smell the garlic. He took a seat at the table. There he sat alone. Arthur poured tomato sauce onto his plate, watching it spread in slow ripples across the ceramic. The sauce was thick and rich, the way his mother always made it, with just enough sugar to balance the acidity of the tomatoes. He added several meatballs, arranging them carefully around the plate. He picked up his fork and speared one of the meatballs, dipping it into the sauce. Then he bit into the meatball. The meat was lukewarm at best, the fat beginning to congeal into white specks throughout the ground beef. The sauce had cooled as well. There he ate alone. "It's cold," he murmured in the quiet of the room. There he cried alone. It was a whimper. He had never cried before. At least he never remembered doing so. It was awful. His eyes stung and burned, and his face felt hot and swollen. His breathing became labored, coming in short gasps that made his chest ache. His nose began to run, and he had to wipe it on his sleeve because he couldn't see well enough to find a napkin. He hated it. And yet he ate. In the cold. In the suffocating silence. He ate, forcing each bite down even though the food tasted salty because of his tears. Because it was his mother's food, made with her hands and her love. When he was finished, he carried both plates to the small dishwasher beside the sink. He didn't want to accidentally wake his mother, who was sleeping peacefully. So instead of going to his own room, he walked to the living area and settled onto their small sofa. The cushions were worn and soft. And there he slept alone. But sleep didn't come easily. He tossed and turned on the narrow couch. He cried again, softer this time, muffling the sound against the sofa cushions. Finally, the sweet calm of sleep took him, pulling him down into dreams. He awoke the next morning to sunlight streaming through their small living room window. His neck was stiff from sleeping on the sofa, and his clothes were wrinkled from tossing and turning. The apartment was quiet, almost peaceful in the morning light, and for a moment he could almost pretend that the previous evening had been nothing more than a bad dream. He walked carefully to his mother's room, his bare feet silent on the cold wood. The door was still closed, just as he had left it. He pressed his ear against the wood, using his enhanced hearing to listen for any sign of distress. But all he could hear was the slow, steady rhythm of her breathing. It was Sunday, so there was no school. Arthur made his way to the kitchen and prepared his breakfast the way he always did on weekend mornings, a glass of milk. While he waited for his mother to wake, he settled in front of the television, keeping the volume low enough that his enhanced hearing could pick up every word while still being quiet enough not to disturb her. The hours passed slow. Arthur found himself checking the clock on the wall repeatedly, watching the hands move with agonizing slowness toward noon. Finally, when the sun had climbed high enough to fill their small apartment with warm, golden light, he heard movement from the bedroom. The soft creak of bed springs, the whisper of feet on floor, the quiet sound of the door handle turning. His mother emerged from the room. Her face still showed the faint traces of the previous night's tears, red-rimmed eyes, slightly swollen cheeks that Arthur thought only he would be able to see with his enhanced vision. She wore a smile. It scared Arthur more than her tears had. "Hey Aki," she said, her voice bright and cheerful in a way that felt forced. "How were the meatballs?" Arthur felt his throat close up. "Sorry I had to go sleep early and couldn't have dinner with you," she continued, settling onto the sofa beside him as if nothing had happened. "I think I had a little bit of a fever." "So how were they?" Arthur wanted to cry again, wanted to ask her about the plate and the spasms and the way she had held onto him. But her smile held him captive, it stopped him from doing anything that could make her sad. "They were perfect, Mom," he said instead, the lie tasting bitter on his tongue. She smiled, and it reached her eyes this time, or at least Arthur chose to believe it did. She ruffled his hair with fingers that only trembled slightly. "So what are we watching?" she asked, settling more comfortably against the sofa cushions. "Looney Tunes. They still have this. I remember watching this when I was a kid in Birmingham. Let's turn up the volume a bit." As they sat there in what felt like comfortable silence, she looked at him. "What do you want for breakfast?" she asked, rising from the sofa with movements that were almost normal. "I already had milk," Arthur replied, holding up his empty glass. Then how about some toast?" Arthur nodded, not trusting his voice. "Perfect. What do you want on them?" "Ham." I'll bring them in a moment. Thanks, Mom. She smiled again. Arthur heard everything as she moved around the kitchen. The soft whoosh of the refrigerator door opening, the crinkle of plastic as she unwrapped the ham, the gentle thud of the bread hitting the cutting board. He heard her slice the bread quickly. The crackling of bread as it heated and browned. The pop of the toaster. He heard as his mother poured a little bit of oil on each slice and put 2 slices of ham on each. He heard her walking toward him, her footsteps light on the wood, and turned to accept the plate she offered. The toast was golden brown, with thin slices of ham arranged neatly on top. Thanks, Mom. Anything for my little knight, she said, ruffling his hair again. Then the moment was shattered by the harsh ring of the doorbell. I'll go get it. She walked to the door, with not a care in the world. Arthur heard the chain rattle as she undid it, the deadbolt sliding back. Arthur turned to look and felt his stomach drop. A huge man stood in their doorway, so large he seemed to fill the entire frame. He had dark skin, a black suit that felt a size too small, and black sunglasses that hid his eyes. Even though Arthur knew it was rude, his curiosity and growing sense of alarm got the better of him. He listened in, his enhanced hearing picking up every word even though they spoke in low voices. You're Victoria Tadashi, right? The man's voice was deep and official, the kind of voice that belonged to someone who was used to being obeyed. That's right. And who are you? I'm Junpei Mamoru. I'm here from social services. Your doctor has notified us of your worsening condition. I'd like to talk a bit with your son. Social services, his mother asked, and Arthur heard her voice crack slightly. She turned to look at him, her eyes wide with something that might have been panic. Oh, yes, come in. I'm sorry. The men lumbered through their small doorway, and Arthur was amazed he managed to fit at all. He approached Arthur and knelt down, bringing his enormous frame closer to eye level. Even kneeling, he was still taller than Arthur sitting on the sofa. Hello, Aki, he said, his voice gentle, soft, a weird distinction to his physicality. Arthur looked away from the television reluctantly, meeting the man's hidden gaze behind those dark glasses. What is that you're eating? Toast with ham. Yeah. Arthur kept his voice neutral, though his heart was racing. Aki, I'd like to ask you some questions. The man's voice took on a more serious tone. Has your mother demonstrated weird behavior? Happy in one moment, sad in another. Arthur's mind thought of last night. The spams. The crying. Then he did something he never thought he would do, but had already done once today, something that went against who he was as a person. He lied. No. Why? No reason. We're just worried about you, is all. Thank you. You can go back to watching your cartoons. Mamoru stood up, his knees creaking with the effort, and walked back toward Arthur's mother. Arthur pretended to focus on the television screen, but every fiber of his being was concentrated on the conversation happening behind him. Everything seems to be in order, Mamoru said, his voice carrying clearly in the small space. We'll be watching you closely. With those parting words, the man lumbered toward the door, taking his oppressive presence with him. Arthur heard the door close, heard his mother slide the chain back into place and turn the deadbolt. Victoria leaned against the door for a moment, and Arthur heard her release a shaky breath. Tisk, damn nuisances, she muttered, her voice filled with anger. Arthur looked at his mother as she walked back toward him, noting the way her hands shook slightly. Mom, what was that about? He asked, though part of him already knew he wouldn't get an answer. Don't worry about it, she replied, walking up to him and ruffling his hair again, but her hands this time curled in his hair, clinging to him. Just eat your breakfast. We'll go to the park today, okay? She walked to her room without waiting for a response, closing the door behind her with a soft click. Arthur was left alone again, staring at his cooling toast. He felt like crying, but he had no tears to give. He murmured his response even though she could no longer hear him. Okay. A/N, sup ladies and gents, I got the bonus chapter out. Hope you all enjoyed it. Now on to other things. The idea was to end the part of his past he says to Nizu here, but I started thinking about the emotional impact and how it would be lessened if the other part of his past wasn't fresh in your guys' memory. So what would you guys prefer? THX for reading. Author out. Chapter 29, A Fan Like No Other. Arthur POV. I quietened down. I had much more to say, but it didn't feel right to say, and so I stopped. Well, lad. Thank you. Thank you. For sharing. I know it must have been difficult for you. I grabbed Excalibur's hilt. Yeah, it was. Whenever you're ready to tell me more, I'll be here. Thank you, Nizu. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Nizu was quiet instead of his usual snarky yet composed self, and he gazed at me with a smile which weirdly I didn't find creepy. I shifted uncomfortably, not used to this kind of vulnerability. The memories I'd shared were like wounds that had never properly healed, and exposing them to the light felt both relieving and terrifying. Part of me wanted to tell him everything, about that final night, about how I'd found Excalibur in Avalon, about the choices I'd made that turned me from a broken child into a vigilante. But another part of me, the bigger part, the scared child I had been, held me back. The past has a way of shaping us, Nisa said quietly, his voice lacking its usual theatrical flair. Sometimes in ways we don't expect. But what matters isn't what happened to us, but what we choose to do with those experiences. I nodded, the atmosphere became awkward once more. Finally I spoke. Well then I'll be going off to bed. Night Nizu. Night lad. With that I began to walk away. It really felt like I was going to tell him everything, but the closer I got to the end, the more I thought otherwise. Some things were things only I would know. At least for now. I walked around UA, night had fallen and the halls were mostly empty. I finally made it to the dorms at UA, weirdly however in front of my dorm room was a girl. The same girl who almost hit me this morning. Still in her UA uniform and a backpack slung on her back. My enhanced hearing had picked up her presence from 3 floors down, but I'd assumed she was just passing by. Seeing her stationed directly outside my door was unexpected. One foot was tapping the floor constantly and her hands were fidgeting behind her back. She turned to me, and her face lit up. Her smile was so wide it looked like it might hurt. Then she flew over to me, golden circles of energy pushing her off the ground. Hey, I was waiting for you. I wanted to formally apologize for this morning, I was late to class you see, she said, the words tumbling out of her mouth like water from a broken dam. Oh, and I also wanted to ask you a few questions. What is your quirk? Is it the sword? And why do you always carry it around? But if it is the sword, what grants you your physical strength? Do you know about your fan club, the round table? How many people have you saved? How did you get your charges dropped? Why did you decide to stop being a vigilante? And what's it like living here? Do you miss the vigilante life? Are you planning to become an underground hero or a spotlight hero? What's your favorite rescue you've ever done? She rambled one question after another, in a never-ending stream, her enthusiasm so infectious that I found myself smiling despite my heavy talk with Nisa just moments before. However, one question rumbled in my head. My fan club. Aha, she said excitedly, pulling out her phone from a pocket in her uniform. I'm the vice president. See. She jammed her phone in front of my face, and I had to lean back slightly to focus on what she was showing me. I could see it, thousands upon thousands of texts, between thousands of people. All discussing me. It was weird. The messages scrolled by too fast for me to read individual ones, but I caught fragments. Arthur saved my sister. Did you see the news about UA? He's so cool. I hope he becomes a pro hero soon. The sheer volume was overwhelming. I'd known people talked about my vigilante work, JJJ had been proof of that, but seeing it laid out like this, seeing how many people actually cared, was surreal. There are thousands of people in here, I said, my voice slightly awed. 23,412 members as of this morning, she said proudly. We get new people joining every day. Most of them are people you've saved, or family members of people you've saved, or just people who admire what you did. Our President Gentle Love is the best though, they always stand up for you in comment sections especially with that awful JJJ, she grumbled, closing her fist with enough force that I could hear her knuckles crack. Have you seen it? It's awful. He keeps going on and on about how vigilantes are dangerous and how you're setting a bad example. It makes me so angry. You've saved more people than most pro heroes. Well thank you, I said, not really sure how else to respond to the revelation that I had an army of internet defenders. Maybe I should have clicked on one of JJJ's videos sometime. Aha, she said nodding enthusiastically, her hair bouncing with the motion. Actually, I wanted to ask you something else. Another question. I braced myself for another rapid-fire interrogation. Could you give me a few more autographs? A lot of your fans would really appreciate it. Out of nowhere the same book and pen as this morning appeared in her hands. The backpack on her back now hung open, and I could see it was stuffed with what looked like dozens of identical notebooks. Sure. And so I began signing. One page after another. Arthur, with a squiggly line stretching below the name from the last R. However, it didn't stop Nijire from asking questions. If anything, having something to occupy her hands seemed to free up her mouth even more. So, how come you're living in the UA dorms? Does your family also live outside Musurafu? I paused in my signing for just a moment before continuing. No, they lived here, they passed, I said finishing my 4th autograph. Her face immediately fell, her exuberant energy dampening. Oh, sorry about that. I didn't mean to, I should have thought. Don't worry about it, I said quickly, not wanting her to feel bad about an innocent question. It was a long time ago. Still, I'm sorry. That must have been really hard. I handed her the notebook back and she immediately produced another one. This girl had come prepared. So how come you actually stopped being a vigilante? She asked, her voice softer now, more careful. A multitude of reasons, I said, starting on the new batch of signatures. It was easier to talk while my hands were busy. I didn't want to inspire copycats first of all. The legal issues were also problematic. I wanted to do more good, and sometimes that meant working within the system instead of around it, maybe to change it so it could be better. And how did you meet Nizu? I heard rumors but. He came to me in a hospital after I dropped Mirko the rabbit hero there after she tried to bring me in. Her eyes widened. You fought Mirko? And won. She's like, super strong. It wasn't really a fight, I said, remembering the brief encounter in the forest. More of a misunderstanding that got resolved quickly. Do you know what hero agency you want to enter when you graduate? Hero agency. Yeah, all heroes need a hero agency. Or are you going to start your own? Yeah, you'll probably do that right. Her excitement was building again, her earlier awkwardness forgotten. I'd always worked alone, it was simpler and faster. Then again the idea of having Nizu in my ear while I saved people did bring a smile to my face. I'm not sure, I haven't thought that far ahead. Right now I'm focused on my provisional hero license. Makes sense. One step at a time, right? How many autographs did you want exactly? I asked, looking at the growing pile of signed notebooks. It would be great to have around 250. 250. I was currently on number 78. This was going to take a while. Okay then. Time passed, I signed signature after signature and she asked question after question. Is Arthur your real name? Yes. Sort of. Arthur Pendragon was the name on all my official documents now, but that was a fabrication created by Nizu and the Hero Public Safety Commission. That's so cool. Then for the first time in almost 20 minutes she went quiet, which made me look up from the page I was signing. She took in a shaky breath and asked her next question. Do you remember me? From this morning? Yes. No, not this morning. You saved me. My hand stilled completely. I looked at her. I really didn't. It was around 5 years ago. Your first year as a recognized vigilante, she said softer. I had much shorter hair. She curled her hair up with one hand, showing me how it might have looked cropped close to her head. I was much shorter too. I never forgot a face. But I had never thought to think that the face itself had changed so dramatically. 5 years was a long time in a teenager's life, the difference between a 12-year-old and a 17-year-old was vast. Yet as I looked at her, accounting for the changes that time would have wrought, realization began to dawn. The avalanche. The small figure buried in the snow, blue-lipped and barely conscious. The desperate flight to the nearest hospital, racing against time and hypothermia. I do remember you. The Akita Prefecture. The snow avalanche. She nodded, her eyes bright with tears that didn't quite fall. I knew you'd remember, I just knew. The memory came flooding back with crystal clarity. I had heard it and dashed at the noise in a matter of minutes. Heroes had already been there, they would have gotten her out, but I did it instead. I'm sorry, I didn't recognize you earlier. Oh, don't worry about it, I was 12 then. I looked completely different. But I never forgot you. How could I? She took a shaky breath. I forgot to say thank you then, you know I was kind of caught up in the whole deal. So thank you. Thank you for everything. I smiled at her words. And sorry for the pestering, but bye, she yelled, suddenly grabbing the pen and the latest notebook from my hands. You weren't pestering, I muttered, watching her form as she flew away toward the girls' section of the dormitories. I wonder how much time she had been waiting at my door. I hoped it wasn't long. I sighed, went into my room, and fell asleep without changing my clothes. Somehow I was tired, even though Avalon should have taken care of that. It had been an emotional day. I awoke the next morning, changed my clothes and made my way to Class 1A. I said hello to my classmates, and took my seat, Aizawa walking in. Be quiet everyone. I'd like to say well done on the battle trial yesterday, I'm sure you're all quite tired. I have a few criticisms, but I'll just say the two biggest gripes I have. Bakugo, stop acting like a 7-year-old, Midoriya, get your quirk under control, Aizawa said, his voice as tired as always. Now let's get on with the homeroom notices. I'm sorry for springing this on you. But we need to choose a class president. Finally something school-like. Kirishima yelled, which earned a glare from Aizawa. However, that glare didn't do much as my classmates soon began shouting and raising their hands. I'd be a great class president. It's a position only for my glamorous self, of course. That's a leader position, right? Be quiet, I heard a yell from Ida. This is a task laden with responsibility where you must carry and pull everyone else's weight. Just because you like to do it, doesn't mean you can. It is a holy office that requires the great esteem and trust of those around you. The only true leader will emerge from a democratic choice reflecting the will of the people. We must decide by a vote. You lofty fucker. It's still too early to have developed any true trust between each other, right? So you asked. And everyone will just vote for themselves, Kirishima added. And that's why the person who earns the most votes will be truly worthy of the position, right? Is it okay if we do it like this, sensei? I don't really much care, as long as you do it before the deadline. Okay, how do we decide the votes? Kaminari asked. How about we write them in small pieces of paper, and we put them all in a bowl and then we count the points of each one? Fine by me, just be quick, Aizawa said, grabbing a chalk and beginning to write the names of each student on the board. I grabbed a notebook of my own and tore a small piece of paper. I started to think, who would make the best class president? According to Ida, this was someone who was going to take a lot of responsibility, so it should be natural that a smart person got the job, but who's a smart person? I looked at each person who sat on the table, my gaze landed on Yaoyorozu. Her analysis of the trials from yesterday was exemplary, plus she seemed to radiate an air of confidence. Yes, she'd be the perfect class president. So I wrote it down. Folded the paper in two, and at that moment Aizawa passed over my seat with a glass bowl, papers already in it. I threw my own in. It didn't take long before all of the papers were in the bowl. So who wants to start writing down the count on the board? I'll do it, Yaoyorozu said, standing up from her seat and picking up a piece of chalk. Aizawa grabbed a piece of paper from the bowl and announced the first vote. Arthur. A/N, I wonder if you guys can guess who actually voted for Arthur. You can rule out a few students of 1A but not all of them. Also, yeah, I decided on dividing it in two. We'll finish his past sooner rather than later, but not right now, mainly because it wouldn't be in character for Arthur to tell him about all of it. His past shall remain a mystery for the foreseeable future. Oh, and Nijire and the club thing, I actually had it planned, lol. Just that since Arthur doesn't use social media, cause all he gets are videos about JJJ smearing his name, which he doesn't watch, Arthur doesn't let the hate get to him, lol, he never had the time to find out. Also, you guys can probably guess who the club president is, I mean it's pretty damn obvious. That is all for today. I'll try to get out a bonus chapter out today too, but no promises. THX for reading. Author out. Chapter 30, Politics Are Awful, bonus chapter. Arthur POV. The points got tallied one by one. When it was all said and done, I was confused beyond measure. Arthur Pendragon, 4 votes. Momo Yaoyorozu, 3 votes. Izuka Midoriya, 3 votes. Who voted for me? I didn't want this. You've got to be shitting me. Bakugo yelled, his voice echoing through the classroom as his fist slammed against his desk, small explosions crackling from his palms. I looked at the names with 0 votes spread across the board. It was almost more surprising who hadn't gotten any votes than who had. Ochako Uraraka, 0 votes. Toru Hagakure, 0 votes. Ejiro Kirishima, 0 votes. Denki Kaminari, 0 votes. Tenya Ida, 0 votes. Shoto Todoroki, 0 votes. And the last one. Mizo Shoji, 0 points. The sight of Ida's name with 0 votes particularly stung. He'd been the one to suggest the democratic process in the first place, speaking so passionately about the sacred nature of leadership. Yet here he was, having received not a single vote from his classmates. Who voted for that shithead, Deku? Bakugo continued his tirade, whirling around to glare at various classmates. I couldn't stop myself. Language. The word came out before I could think about it. The entire class fell silent, turning to stare at me with expressions ranging from amused to bewildered. Language. Kaminari asked, a smile spreading across his face as he tried to suppress a laugh. Heat crept up my neck as I realized how that must have sounded. I know, it just came out. I scratched the back of my head, feeling oddly embarrassed. Thankfully my embarrassment passed, as someone made a commotion. 0 points, Ida said, his voice carrying a note of dejection as his arms trembled at his sides. I see how it is, of course, since I insisted on the sacredness of the role. His usually robotic demeanor had cracked, it honestly looked like he was about to cry, it made me feel bad. You voted for somebody else, Yaoyorozu observed, her tone somewhat sympathetic. Even though you wanted the job so badly. What are you doing, Ida? Wait, Mina said, raising her hand with her characteristic enthusiasm. So Arthur's gonna be class president, but who's gonna be vice president? Both Midoriya and Yaoyorozu got 3 points. I could feel their gazes, 19 total, they all wanted me to choose. At least that was what it felt like. This was already more responsibility than I'd bargained for, and we hadn't even started classes properly yet. Ask your new president, it's his responsibility now, Aizawa said, his voice muffled as he crawled back into his yellow sleeping bag like a hermit crab settling itself in a new shell. The dismissive way he said it made it clear he wanted nothing to do with our class politics, or maybe he had wanted nothing to do with our class in general. Honestly, I couldn't tell yet. So who are you gonna make vice president? Yaoyorozu asked, her posture straight and professional as always. Why yeah, Midoriya stuttered, his hands fidgeting with the corner of his notebook. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he waited for my answer. I looked at both of them, their obvious desire for the position. They both clearly wanted this more than I did. The logical part of me immediately thought of Yaoyorozu. I had voted for her, after all. But as I looked at Midoriya, sweating bullets and trying to hide how much he wanted this opportunity, I thought of All Might. This was his protege, at least, I was fairly certain he was. All Might had spoken about choosing someone who embodied what it meant to be a true hero. Maybe this could be valuable experience for Midoriya. Then again, was it fair to make such an important decision based on speculation? What if I was wrong about the connection between All Might and Midoriya? And even if I wasn't it wrong to take the opportunity from Yaoyorozu just because she wasn't All Might's student? I could just abdicate, couldn't I? I looked at the points on the chalkboard again, my eyes lingering on the people with zeros. Ida's disappointed face, Kirishima's understanding nod. They had cast their votes, placed their trust in the democratic process. 4 people had specifically chosen me for this role. Could I really just throw that trust aside? But if I stayed as president, could I really choose between these two? Both had merit. Both deserved consideration. Wait. An idea formed in my mind. I didn't have to make this choice alone. In fact, wasn't that the whole point of democracy that Ida had been talking about? I have decided, I announced, standing up from my seat. The classroom fell silent again, everyone leaning forward slightly to hear my verdict. This will be decided by vote. This time just between Midoriya and Yaoyorozu, no one else. No one can put in a blank vote. Murmurs were heard across the classroom. I heard all of them. That is fine by me, Yaoyorozu said, her tone professional as always. If she was disappointed not to be chosen outright, she hid it well. Same here, Midoriya managed, though his stutter betrayed his nervousness. From within his sleeping bag cocoon, Aizawa's muffled voice emerged. I'm not picking up the bowl this time. Of course he wouldn't. I sighed and stood up, grabbing the glass bowl from his desk. I will be the only one not putting a vote this time. It seemed fair, as the person making the decision, I should remain neutral in the final vote. I walked around the classroom, collecting votes one by one. Some of my classmates had clearly already made up their minds, dropping their folded papers in quickly. Others hesitated, weighing their options carefully before casting their ballots. Kaminari flashed me a thumbs up as I passed his desk. Kirishima gave me what I was beginning to recognize as his signature sharp-toothed grin. Toru waved enthusiastically, even though only I could see that since she was wearing her UA uniform which didn't have gloves. When I reached Bakugo's desk, he practically threw his paper into the bowl with more force than necessary, muttering something under his breath that I chose not to pursue. Finally, I had collected all 19 votes. Standing at the front of the classroom, I began unfolding papers and tallying the results on the board next to the original vote counts. Izuka Midoriya, I called out, making a mark. Then another. Momo Yaoyorozu. More marks appeared as I worked through the pile. I could hear someone, probably Midoriya, breathing heavily behind me. When I finished counting, I stepped back to reveal the final tally. Izuka Midoriya, 8 votes. Momo Yaoyorozu, 11 votes. Well then, I guess it's decided, Aizawa said, finally emerging from his sleeping bag like some kind of tired butterfly emerging from a yellow cocoon. Your class president will be Arthur Pendragon and your vice president shall be Momo Yaoyorozu. I turned to face the class, seeing a mix of reactions. Yaoyorozu looked pleased if a little disappointed, maybe from the fact she hadn't got to be president. Midoriya looked even more disappointed and was trying to hide it well, which wasn't all that well. Thank you for your trust, I said, bowing slightly to the class. I'll do my best to live up to your expectations. The class period ended after that, and we transitioned into our other subjects. Arts with Midnight was an experience. The R-rated hero's teaching style was as flamboyant as her hero persona, and I found myself trying not to blush at some of her more colorful explanations of artistic expression. Mathematics with ectoplasm was more straightforward, though his multiple clones made the lesson feel surreal. Having the same teacher repeated 6 times around the classroom took some getting used to. Finally, it was time for lunch. As I rose to follow my usual group, I felt a presence beside my desk. We need to start planning this year's activities, Yaoyorozu said without preamble, her posture as straight and professional as always. We also need to form the entire student council and establish communication with Class 1B's president and vice president. The way she said it made it sound like we had months of work ahead of us, all needing to be completed immediately. I could already feel the weight of responsibility settling on my shoulders like a heavy cape. Aha, I said, nodding along while feeling slightly overwhelmed by the sudden influx of duties. Can we do that after lunch though? Are you that hungry? She asked, tilting her head slightly as if the concept of prioritizing food over student government was foreign to her. Not really, no, but... I trailed off, glancing toward where Kaminari, Kirishima, and the others were waiting by the door. They were my anchor to normal teenage life, to the friendships Nizu had encouraged me to build. I promised to eat with my friends. She followed my gaze and seemed to understand. Her expression softened slightly. Fine, we will reconvene after lunch. I smiled at that concession, grateful that she was willing to accommodate what probably seemed like a trivial social commitment to someone as driven as her. Following my group out the door, I jumped onto Kaminari's shoulders with perhaps more enthusiasm than the situation warranted. To lunch, I declared, pointing dramatically toward the cafeteria. Hey Arthur, I've noticed these last few days, but you're a bit of a foodie, aren't you? Ribbit, Tsuyu said, direct as always. Foodie? I asked, unfamiliar with the term. It means you enjoy food much more than the usual person, she explained patiently. Prince Foodie, another nickname for you, Mina said, snapping her fingers with satisfaction at her linguistic creativity. We all looked at her with expressions that probably said everything about the quality of that particular nickname. Not great, huh, she said, deflating slightly. Not really, no, we all replied in unison, which only made her laugh. Also, you guys were the ones who voted for me, right? I asked as we walked toward the cafeteria, genuinely curious about who had put their faith in me. Yep, Kaminari said, his voice slightly muffled since I was still perched on his shoulders. It was a tough choice, but I figured I shouldn't vote for myself. Yep, I mean I thought your vigilante experience would be good for being president of the hero course, Kirishima added, his reasoning echoing Kaminari's. Plus, you've got that natural protective instinct that would be good for looking out for the class. Yeah, I just thought you were the best choice, Toru said. You always seem to know what to do in difficult situations. No, sorry, I just don't know you well enough yet, Tsuyu said with her characteristic honesty. I voted for myself. Nah, sorry fam, but I wanted to be class president so I just voted for myself, Mina added with a sheepish grin. Can't blame a girl for having ambitions. Well, thanks, I said, feeling a warmth in my chest at their explanations. I'll try to live up to your expectations. May I repeat, I didn't vote for you, so I have no expectations, but I wish you luck anyway, Tsuyu said in her straightforward manner, which somehow made her well wishes feel more genuine. We entered the lunchroom, and I immediately felt my enhanced senses pick up the incredible array of smells wafting from the kitchen. Without hesitation, I dashed to the line, my friends calling out behind me as I loaded my tray with what probably constituted enough food for 3 normal people, although then again what counted as normal in this quirk-populated society. Finding a free table, I quickly claimed our seats before diving into the meal. God, this is so good, I said between bites, my appreciation for UA's culinary program growing with each meal. The rest of the group settled around the table, and we fell into conversation. It was during these moments that I truly understood what Nizu had been trying to teach me about balance. This, sitting with friends, sharing a meal, laughing at ridiculous stories, this was what normal teenage life looked like. This was what I'd been missing during my years as a vigilante. As lunch was winding down, I noticed Yayorozu approaching our table. We'll need to start talking about the schedule this evening, she said without preamble. Sure, you tell me the time and the place, I replied, wiping my mouth with a napkin. Just stay in class after the last class. I raised a thumbs up in acknowledgement. Understood. A/N, yeah, Arthur is gonna have a hard time with this president shit, he isn't built for it, at least not fully, he's charismatic just kind of awkward, you know, since he was alone for 7 years of his life where socializing was the most important part, lol. Also, this is the bonus chapter from the top 5, 2 down, just 2 more to go. Woohoo. THX for reading. Author out. Chapter 31, Class 1B. I wanted to kill myself. Okay, that was a bit too far. Still, I looked at Yayorozu, the afternoon light filtering through the windows. It should have made her look like some kind of ethereal beauty, but all I saw was a demon in human skin. Okay, that was also a bit too far, but point stands. We had been waiting for 3 hours, and during those 3 hours I had been lectured in and I don't remember how many steps planned for the future year and class activities. Hence why I wanted to kill myself. How much longer? I asked, my voice carrying a hint of desperation that I tried to suppress. She looked at the clock hanging above the blackboard, its second hand ticking away with an almost mocking rhythm. Not much longer. They said they would come to Class 1A as soon as they could. As soon as they could. Today, right? I asked, already dreading the answer. She turned from me, suddenly finding the empty desks around us incredibly fascinating. Please tell me they told you they would come today, I asked, my grip on Excalibur's hilt tightening unconsciously. She remained quiet, her silence speaking volumes. Yaoyorozu. She remained quiet, even more so if that was possible. You there? No, she answered, her voice barely above a whisper. No, you aren't there, or no, they didn't specify today. The latter. I sighed, letting my head fall back against my chair. The classroom felt impossibly large with just the two of us in it. Great. It's not my fault, okay, she yelled, turning back to me, her composure finally cracking. Her usually perfect posture had devolved into something more wild, like she hadn't expected my question. They tell you as soon as possible, it's reasonable to assume they meant today. But why not ask them just to be sure? I didn't see you doing it. You got me there, I answered, my arms now crossed on the table, my head changing position to rest above them. Maybe it was because of the fact I ate minimally as a vigilante and slept nothing at all, but I loved both of those activities, and I would admit that loud and proudly. Right now, all I could think about was the warm bed waiting for me in my dorm room and the dinner I was missing. The silence stretched between us again, punctuated by the ticking of the clock. Tick. Tock. Tick. Tock. I know it shouldn't have, but it was getting on my nerves. Especially since I could also hear Kaminari's distinctive laugh echoing from somewhere down the hallway, probably joking around with Kirishima and the others. A pang of longing hit me. I could have been with them, enjoying a normal evening instead of sitting here in a bureaucratic purgatory which hadn't even begun. Arthur, Yaoyorozu said quietly, breaking the silence. I'm sorry. I should have been more specific with them. I lifted my head to look at her. The frustration that had been building up in my chest suddenly felt petty. I was getting too drunk on a normal life, and yet as I saw her, the reason why I had a vigilante in the first place rose in my mind. So I apologized. It's fine, I said, meaning it. We're both new to this whole leadership thing, right? We're bound to make mistakes. Guess I need to learn patience along with restraint, huh? Restraint? Yaoyorozu asked. Before I could respond, we heard a rustle from the door, the hinges creaking. I smiled, relief flooding through me. Finally. I burst from my seat and in front of the door, my speed probably unnecessary, but my patience had worn thin. In front of me were two people. A girl and a boy. The girl had rounded teal eyes with white pupils and long orange hair tied into a high ponytail on the left side of her head. Her bangs were split into 3 clumps around her eyes, and some of her hair stuck up in large tufts at the top of her head. The boy, on the other hand, was short. Sorry, but that was the first thing that came to mind. Other than that, he was a bit chubby, had icy blue hair that shaped his round face along with large eyes but small black pupils. His eyes widened when he saw me, and I saw him suddenly get nervous. Hello, I began, trying to channel some of the diplomatic energy Yaoyorozu had been drilling into me for the past 3 hours. I'm Arthur Pendragon, president of Class 1A. You've already met Yaoyorozu, she's the vice president. It's a pleasure to meet you. I was expecting myself to be awkward, which I still kind of felt, but oddly I wasn't that scared of introducing myself like I had been on the first day of school. Can't believe the school let in a vigilante, the girl said, her expression serious. My face fell. Okay, maybe I should have been more careful about my introduction. Great, here we go again. I braced myself for another lecture about how vigilantism was wrong and dangerous, and the girl, whose face was scrunched up, suddenly smiled, her entire demeanor shifting like a switch had been flipped. I'm joking, Itsuka Kendo, big fan, also class president of Class 1B. My face lit up again, relief and embarrassment mixing in equal measure. Great, she kind of felt like Mina, just not as unruly. She also didn't seem like the kind of girl who would use words like fam or boy. You really had me going there for a second, I admitted, rubbing the back of my neck. Sorry, couldn't resist. The look on your face was priceless. Kendo grinned. But seriously, what you did as a vigilante was pretty impressive. Even if it was technically illegal. Hi, the boy began, his voice soft but clear. I'm Nirenjiki Shota, it's nice to meet you. He held up his hand with a slight bow, more formal than Kendo's casual introduction. I gladly shook it, his hand was a bit sweaty but I didn't mind. Nice to meet you too. Sorry for coming so late, Shota said, releasing his grip. Oh, don't worry about it, I answered. I'm sure you came as soon as you could. They nodded. We should probably take our seats, Yaoyorozu said, her voice carrying that slight edge of formality she used when she wanted to get things back on track. Our seats? I asked, looking around the empty classroom. We hadn't exactly planned out a seating arrangement. I think she just means we should sit close to talk, Kendo said, already moving toward the front of the classroom where our desks were arranged. Yeah, that, Yaoyorozu nodded, looking slightly flustered that her suggestion hadn't been as clear as she'd intended. So we pulled up the chairs, rearranging them into a rough circle near the windows. So what exactly did you call us here for? Kendo asked, settling into her chair, her legs spreading wide. Don't get me wrong, I always appreciate meeting new people, but this is a bit weird. Yaoyorozu looked at me, her eyes carrying that familiar weight of expectation. Yeah, we had talked about this, I was supposed to take the lead on the actual discussion. I coughed, trying to give out an air of professionalism that I definitely didn't feel. Well, we thought it would be a nice step forward for us to get to know each other better as we will be operating together to plan certain school events performed by our classes. The words came easy, if anything they were a bit rehearsed, but Yaoyorozu had made me practice this opening at least 5 times. Okay look, not that I mind any of this, Kendo said, leaning back in her chair, but we are kind of rival classes. Rivals. I muttered before I could stop myself. Don't get me wrong, I have no problem with any of you, in fact most of Class 1B doesn't have a problem with you, Kendo continued, but the heroics department has always had some rivalry between both classes. In fact there is a certain classmate of ours that has been pretty vocal about hating your guts. I pointed at Yaoyorozu then at myself, genuinely confused. Our guts. Not you specifically, Shota added with a slight chuckle. He just dislikes that you're named Class 1A. Something about alphabetical superiority being arbitrary and unfair. Oh. I guess I could understand that. In fact, thinking about it, Bakugo would most likely be the same if he were in Class 1B. He'd probably say something like, why do those 2-bit fucking extras get to be A, huh? They should die. I almost laughed as I thought about it, picturing Bakugo's explosive reaction to being placed in what he would think would be the inferior alphabetical position. We still wish to have a smooth relationship, so our future endeavors are fruitful, Yaoyorozu said, slipping back into her formal tone. We believe that having a rivalry like other years have had will be worse for all of us in the future, since we will most likely work together during our agency internships. It wouldn't make sense to have bad blood between us. I really hadn't thought about all of that. The idea of working alongside these people in the future, maybe even depending on them in dangerous situations, made the whole rivalry thing seem pretty stupid. Plus, I added, if we're all going to be heroes, shouldn't we be focusing on working together rather than competing against each other? I mean, villains don't care which class we came from. Kendo and Shota exchanged a look. Yeah, that makes sense, Shota finally said. So what do you say? Want to work together to make the best of this year? I asked. Both Kendo and Shota looked at each other again. Then they turned back to us with matching smiles. Sure, why not, Kendo said. Could be interesting to shake things up. I think that is a great idea, Shota added. Yaoyorozu beamed at their responses, her relief practically radiating from her. Great, then I'll make a chat group between the 4 of us, so we can coordinate and plan. We handed Yaoyorozu our numbers. I realized, looking at my phone, that I didn't have a lot of contacts. Nizu, Toru, Mina, Tsuyu, Kirishima, and Kaminari, that was pretty much it. All of which I had given proper surnames for their contact names. Nizu Principal. The others I named them with their names and UA at the end. Now what were the chances I would run into another person who was named exactly like them and I would get their number? Probably no one. But you could never be too sure. After giving out our contact information and appropriately naming them in my contacts as their name plus UA as a surname, we fell into an awkward silence. Guess, that's all for today, Shota said, rising from his chair with a small bow. He was really polite. Indeed, Yaoyorozu added as she rose from her own chair, bowing in response while smoothing down her skirt. We'll keep in touch, Kendo said as she and Shota walked toward the door. Thank you both for coming, I replied. Even if the timing was a bit unclear. Kendo laughed. No worries. We'll make sure to be more specific next time. I could see Yaoyorozu get as red as a tomato at my side. As they left, I heard Kendo saying something to Shota about that Monoma guy and how he was going to have a field day if he ever found out about this helping each other deal. I made a mental note to ask about this Monoma person later. Yaoyorozu and I stared at the now closed door, the classroom suddenly feeling very empty again. Hey Yaoyorozu. Yes, Arthur. This president and vice president stuff is going to be a lot of work. Isn't it? Most definitely. I sighed and gripped Excalibur's hilt, hard. Thought so. A/N, I apologize profusely for the incredibly late chapter. It was kind of hard to write, then I had to make dinner, a few things kept popping up and before I knew it. Bam. Either way, I've uploaded so it's fine. The daily streak will continue. Oh, as for this chapter, I feel like I have most of the relationship threads done, so we can advance quicker from now on, or at least I hope so. The main 4 are Nizu and Arthur. Arthur and his friend group. Arthur and his fan club, only Nijire as of now, though he has met one other person who is in his fan club, they just haven't disclosed it, and finally the president cabinet of Class 1A and 1B. I've also started to realize how many damn girls are around Arthur lol. Thank God this isn't a smut or harem cause he would be collecting them like Pokemon if that were the case, but no, in this story people won't be degenerates aside from Mineta though I have a plan for him. Kaminari is also a bit of a degenerate but Arthur's holiness will rub off him sooner or later. That's pretty much it, expect a bonus chapter tomorrow, most likely. THX for reading. Author out. Chapter 32, Rescue Trial. For the foundational skill of heroics we'll study today, it was decided you'll be supervised by a 3-man team comprising of All Might, myself and someone else. Sensei, what will we be doing? Siro asked, raising his hand, his entire body seemingly shaking with excitement. Be the hero everyone needs, whether it's a flood or any other natural disaster. It's the trial of rescue. Aizawa yelled with a lot more energy than I or probably anyone else from the class expected from him. He also took out a red card with bold yellow letter which said, Rescue. Rescue. I wondered how it was going to work exactly. Maybe they had someone whose quirk allowed them to replicate terrain. Trial of rescue, sounds a bit more difficult this time around, Kaminari said, his usual carefree demeanor slightly tempered by what sounded like genuine concern. Totally, Mina added, bouncing slightly in her seat. Despite her enthusiasm, I could see the way her pink hands fidgeted with her desk, she was nervous too. If it's a flood, then that environment is my specialty, ribbit, ribbit. Tsuyu's matter-of-fact tone carried its usual confidence, but there was something else there. Pride, maybe. It made sense, having a quirk perfectly suited for a specific disaster scenario would be reassuring. Hey Tsuyu, why is it that you say ribbit so much? Toru asked, her invisible form leaning forward with curiosity that I could somehow sense even without seeing her face. I found myself genuinely curious about the answer too. It was one of those small details about my classmates or something more intimate in this case, something I hoped I could call a friendship, that I'd noticed but never thought to ask about. Before we could get an answer, Aizawa spoke up once more, his tired voice somehow echoing in the room. It made him sound like Present Mike in some way, just a tired version of him. Don't get ahead of yourselves. That shut us all up instantly. As I was saying, he continued, his gaze sweeping across the classroom, the tiredness returning to his eyes. This time it's entirely up to you whether or not you wear your hero costume. Some of your costumes probably aren't adapted to the task at hand after all. I thought of mine, the titanium alloy plate armor Nizu had designed. Sure, it was a bit bulky, but it wasn't as if it weighed me down thanks to my enhanced strength. More importantly, Excalibur and Avalon fit naturally with the medieval knight aesthetic. I simply decided to go with it. The training grounds for this trial are fairly far away, so we'll go there by bus. That's all, go get prepared. We all went over to change ourselves, the locker room buzzing with nervous energy and excited chatter. I could hear fragments of conversation as everyone discussed what they thought the rescue trial would entail. I hope there's not too much swimming. Wonder if we'll work in teams. Bet Arthur's gonna show off again. That last comment made me pause as I adjusted Excalibur's position on my belt. Show off? I'd been trying to restrain myself, to not overshadow my classmates too much. Was I failing at that? The thought troubled me as I secured the blue scarf around my neck. We came out of the main UA building to find a bus waiting for us. It looked like any other school bus, yellow all around. The most distinct thing about it was the symbol of UA at the front of it. All of us had changed into our hero costumes aside from Midoriya, who was wearing a standard UA tracksuit. Okay, I yelled, trying to project the authority that apparently came with being class president. Please file in line according to your number seats. Shithead, why should I listen to you? Bakugo's explosive temper flared immediately, which made me want to sigh. I didn't, but God did I want to. I looked at Bakugo for a moment, meeting his glare steadily. For a moment, I wondered if he was going to try to start something right here, right now. A tiny, minuscule, teensy-winsy part of me almost hoped he would, at least then I'd have a clear way to respond. His ferocity suddenly muted as he withdrew from my gaze. He also muttered something under his breath. I caught the words fucking extras and show-off bastard, but didn't really mind it. Bakugo's anger seemed to be his default response to everything. As long as he didn't attack or injure one of our classmates in a non-exercise activity, I would do nothing. With that, the doors opened and we all made our way in. I was seated straight in the middle of Mina and Kaminari. I held Excalibur sheathed in Avalon between my knees, point facing the ground, mainly because it occupied part of the other person's seat space if I kept them at my waist. The bus's interior was unsurprisingly comfortable, with plush seats and large windows that offered a great view of the passing groundscape. The engine of the bus rumbled to life and we were off. Dude, why didn't you just run there? Kaminari asked, his elbow gently nudging my armored side. I mean, wouldn't it be much faster? The question caught me off guard. It would be faster, significantly so. I could probably make it to wherever we were going in a fraction of the time it would take the bus. But that wasn't really the point, was it? It would, but I wouldn't want to leave you all behind now, would I? I answered, and realized as I said it that I meant it. Tsuyu spoke up with her usual forwardness, thankfully not to me, her large, froggish eyes fixed on Midoriya with an intensity that made him visibly squirm. Midoriya, your quirk reminds me of All Might's. I began to think about that observation. I mean, All Might's quirk was a simple enhancement but at extreme levels. There were bound to be hundreds of quirks similar to it in principle, but then again, Midoriya's was on another level of raw strength, again, remarkably similar to All Might's. Now that I was thinking about All Might, I couldn't help but compare him to myself. I suspected All might have me beat in pure physical strength. I might be able to match him if I used Mana Burst continuously, but as I was now, relying mainly on my base enhanced abilities, I didn't think I could compete with his raw strength. My greatest advantages were my speed, which I think I had over him, and, of course, Excalibur and Avalon. Kirishima, however, also said something that addressed a crucial difference between All Might and Midoriya, one that was clear as day to anyone who'd watched Midoriya use his quirk. But All Might never gets hurt when he uses his quirk, so that's where the likeness ends. Yeah, Arthur is more like All Might in that regard, Aoyama said, his eyes somehow managing to twinkle even though he didn't have a quirk that should have done that. Kirishima sighed, his sharp-toothed smile almost falling. I'm kinda jealous. I mean, I love my hardening quirk, but it ain't gonna make anyone roar with excitement. I guess it isn't very flashy. I found myself wanting to contradict him. Well, I think it's a great quirk, Midoriya said earnestly. Definitely a quirk that'll be of great use as a pro hero. Talking about pro heroes, you can't forget that being a pro hero is also a popularity contest, Aoyama interrupted, striking a pose even while seated. So a quirk like mine, Naval Laser, is incredibly flashy and strong enough for a pro hero quirk. Too bad your stomach could collapse, Mina said, laughing at her own comment. That comment, however, made me worry about Aoyama more than I wanted to admit. Quirks that harmed the user were always problematic in the long run. If we're gonna talk about flashy and strong, Arthur, Bakugo and Todoroki are also strong contenders, someone said. I think it was Kirishima again. I think Tokoyami's is also up there, I interrupted, glancing toward our perpetually shadowed classmate. To be honest, I found his quirk the coolest of our class. Tokoyami himself suddenly sat up straight at my words, a look of surprise crossing his bird-like features. At least I think it was surprise, because he had bird-like features, it was hard to get a read on him. We're almost there, so all of you settle down, Aizawa yelled from the front of the bus. We all came out of the bus to see a giant building, its doors opened wide in what seemed like a welcoming gesture. When we walked through, my classmates and I couldn't help but be amazed by the sheer scale of what lay before us. The facility consisted of a dome-shaped building composed of 8 main sections, with 6 of them emulating particular disaster scenarios. It was like someone had taken every possible emergency situation and created perfect training environments for each one. No wonder we had to drive all the way here. The entrance to the building consisted of a large blue gate located to the north. The central area connected all the simulation areas as well as the main entrance, serving as a hub from which we could access any of the disaster zones. I began to take into account each section. The ruins zone, located in the northeast, simulated a destroyed urban environment with buildings found in precarious conditions, some tilted at dangerous angles, others partially collapsed. A landslide zone to the east simulated sloped terrain with assorted debris scattered about. The mountain zone to the south simulated a rocky, mountainous area filled with cliffs and narrow passages that would challenge any rescue operation. The conflagration zone to the southwest simulated an urban environment that was constantly on fire. I didn't know how they had done that. A flood zone to the west simulated a maritime environment complete with a lake, a ship, and even what looked like a waterslide. The downpour zone to the northwest simulated an urban environment constantly hit by heavy rainfall and strong winds. Again, I had no clue how they had built it. Still, it was incredible, a marvel of engineering, which made me wonder if Nizu had something to do with it. In front of us stood one of the teachers for this trial, someone I actually recognized because I had seen her multiple times when I arrived at scenes ravaged by natural disasters. In fact, I was pretty sure she had been there during the snow avalanche that fell on that town in Akita Prefecture, the one where I had rescued Nijire. This is a practical training area I created to simulate all kinds of accidents and disasters, and the name is the ultimate space for jams. It's Space Hero 13. Midoriya yelled, excited beyond measure. He's the gentlemanly hero who does phenomenal work with disaster relief, Uraraka added, almost as excited as Midoriya. She. Gentlemanly. I said, more aloud than I would have liked. The words slipped out before I could stop them. Uraraka turned to me, her round face scrunched up in confusion as if wondering what I meant. Is that private information? I asked 13 directly. Not really, no. He's a she, I clarified. Impossible. Uraraka yelled, her eyes almost bulging out of their sockets. Then what about the gentlemanly reputation and the posters and the... She continued to ramble, no longer minding us. How do you even know? 13 asked me. I have really good ears. It was the simplest explanation, plus it was honest. 2 points. And those good ears also picked up something else at that moment, Mina's voice from somewhere behind me. Your nickname should really be Unfair Quirk, like seriously. Before we begin, 13 said, her voice taking on a more serious tone, just one thing or two, or three, or four. I'm certain you're all quite aware, but my quirk is called Black Hole. No matter what material may get sucked into its vortex, I'm afraid it turns it all into dust. Now that's a quirk that's perfect for removing wreckage and saving people injured by disasters, Midoriya yelled again. I wondered what made him stutter and what didn't, because this was most definitely the latter of the two scenarios. Yes, it is, 13 agreed. However, it is also a quirk that can be easily used to kill people. In that regard, it's no different from any quirk from any other person in here. Naturally, in this society of superhumans, quirks are strictly regulated and the requirements for their lawful use are enforced. I'm sure some of you know that better than others. I felt the gazes of my classmates settle on me. Yeah, I get it. I was a vigilante. I used my quirk without a license. The point was made. She went on to explain the lessons from the previous 2 classes and what we were supposed to learn today, emphasizing that this lesson was about how our quirks do not exist to hurt others but to help people. That is all. You have my gratitude for listening so intently and patiently, she finished, performing a respectful bow. It looked like she was expecting applause, which she did receive from Midoriya. She probably would have also received some from Uraraka, but she was still muttering the same thing over and over again under her breath. He is a she. He is a she. Suddenly, I felt something was very wrong. It started as a prickle at the back of my neck. An instinct. And then I saw it, a black swirl materializing in the central plaza below us, dark like a moonless sky. Through that swirl, I could see beyond to a group of figures that made my blood run cold. Villains. Boom. A/N, yeah, sorry for the late chapter again, God, I'm getting these out way too late. Either way, don't worry, I won't leave you guys in a cliffhanger, it won't take me long to finish today's bonus chapter. 4 or 5 hours most likely. Oh, some of you may be wondering why the Villain League didn't attack All Might before the USJ incident, like in the battle trial for example, since they got the curriculum much earlier. Well, the reason for that is because ground beta is much closer to UA, so reinforcements would have come much faster. That's all for now. THX for reading. Author out. Chapter 33, Rescue Trial, 2, Bonus Chapter. Narration POV. Shigaraki scratched at his neck. Finally. After so long. He was going to kill the symbol of peace. That was the plan, however, as they crossed the warp gate Kurogiri had made, one of the few ways to completely pass UA's defense system, they were stopped. By a child. Boom. A sonic boom rattled his ears, the force of it sending several of the weaker villains stumbling backward. Then a gold light passed in front of him like a comet blazing through the dome, making him stop. It made all the others stop in their tracks too. When the golden light was gone, a deep cut was laid in front of them, stretching across the concrete floor like a chasm. A warning carved into the very foundation of the building. And at the other side of the cut was the child in question. Get back to where you came, I don't want to hurt you. The vigilante, Arthur. Shigaraki's eyes widened behind the hand mask covering his face. Even through all of Sensei's planning, seeing the legendary speed in person was something else entirely. The boy had simply appeared, struck, and positioned himself between villains and students. He scratched at his neck, the sound harsh as some of his skin peeled off. A smile spread across his face, the edges of it being the only part visible since the rest was covered by the hand placed on his face. You're fast, Shigaraki said, his voice carrying a mixture of admiration and malice. His eyes moved to the students behind Arthur, cataloging their terrified faces with satisfaction. Too bad we have someone faster. Arthur POV. I felt it then, something wash over me like a wave. My enhanced senses screamed danger as I looked towards where the sensation had originated. At the man's sides were 2 villains, both grinning wildly with expressions that belonged in nightmares. They were black in color, their skin tough and thick, like the hide of a rhino. They had bird-like mouths, sharp beyond measure, and their brains were grotesquely exposed, pulsing with visible veins. However, one was much thinner than the other, almost skeletal in build. The thin one was where I felt the wrongness emanating from. Something was very, very wrong here. I moved towards him, muscles coiling with familiar power, but I felt it immediately, my speed had changed. It felt like moving through molasses. Like trying to run underwater. Every step that should have covered meters barely managed inches. My enhanced perception could see everything in perfect clarity, but my body refused to respond at the speeds I was accustomed to. I blinked and the thin villain appeared in front of me, their left arm performing a wide hook that seemed to move at normal speed, which meant it was impossibly fast for my current state. My perception could see it coming, the trajectory clear as day, and as I moved to react to it, raising Excalibur to my side in what should have been an effortless block, I realized with growing horror that I couldn't. I was too slow. The realization hit me harder than the punch about to connect with my ribs. For years my speed had been what had allowed me to work as a vigilante. It had saved thousands of lives, ended countless battles before they could truly begin. It was as much a part of me as breathing. And now it was gone. Bam. I felt the creature's fist land on my ribs, the titanium alloy of my armor crumpling like paper under the impact. The force drove the air from my lungs and sent me skidding backward across the concrete. Pain flared through my side as Avalon immediately began working to repair the damage, but the shock of being hit, truly hit, left me reeling. The other bird-like villain dashed at me too, this one bulkier and slower than its companion, but against my current compromised speed, it might as well have been a blur. I raised Excalibur defensively, but even that felt sluggish. The blade caught some of the force, but not enough. The creature's fist connected with my face, sending my head snapping to the side. Blood filled my mouth as my enhanced hearing picked up the gasps and screams from my classmates behind me. I needed to fight. Narration POV. Shigaraki had expected it to go well, but not this well. His grin widened even more, the expression stretching unnaturally as it threatened to tear at the edges of his lips. The upper Nomu, specifically designed to counter Arthur's greatest advantage, his legendary speed. Sensei had been very particular about this one's development. Quirk, Trick Room. It allowed the holder to swap speeds with someone they gazed upon for 15 minutes. A quirk stolen from a young boy, it wasn't that good of a quirk, the only person it worked for was someone impossibly fast, someone whose speed couldn't be matched no matter what quirks were given. Someone like Arthur. And now Arthur was stuck with the Nomu's artificially limited speed, something Sensei had been careful to enhance the least he could while still keeping the Nomu at a functional level strength-wise to contend with the other Nomus. Shigaraki's eyes swept over the scene, taking in Arthur's struggle and the horror on the students' faces. Then he looked toward the entrance where the teachers stood frozen if for just a few seconds. He realized something that made his stomach twist with disappointment. All Might wasn't here. I was sure this class was the one the symbol of peace should be in, he said, scratching at his neck with increasing agitation, peeling even more of his skin. The sound stayed in their ears, like a catchy tune. I wonder if we kill some of his students, whether he'll show up. Aizawa, still positioned at the entrance part of the building with the students clustered behind him, quickly assessed the situation. Arthur had jumped into action and now that seemed to be a hassle. 13, try contacting the school, he commanded, never taking his eyes off the battle below. Though I don't see it happening since they have a way around our sensors, probably have an electromagnetic quirk user. Kaminari, you try to contact UA too. He activated his capture weapon, the gray scarf unfurling as if it were alive. I'll go help Arthur. With that, he launched himself into action, using his scarf to swing down toward the central plaza. Behind him, he could hear Midoriya yelling something, probably a warning or analysis, but there wasn't time to listen. Every second Arthur fought at reduced capacity was another second closer to catastrophe. Come on, we have to get out of here and get help. Ida yelled, his engines already revving as he looked at the battle unfolding below. I'm afraid I can't let that happen, a voice like smoke interrupted. Kurogiri materialized as a swirling black vortex behind the clustered students, the only thing that could be seen were two yellow eyes seemingly glowing. Greetings. We are the League of Villains, he said with a politeness no one should have expected from a villain. I apologize for the presumption, but we took it upon ourselves to enter UA in order to engage with All Might, the symbol of peace. We were wondering if we might be allowed the opportunity to extinguish him, you see. His form began to expand, spreading like spilled ink across a cloth. Was Mr. All Might not meant to be in attendance at this juncture? Perchance has something been altered? Well, setting that aside. The villain's voice took on a more sinister tone. This is my role. Bakugo and Kirishima reacted instantly. Bakugo's palms crackled with stored sweat as he launched himself forward. Die, he roared, releasing a massive explosion directly at the center of Kurogiri's mass. Kirishima was right behind him, his skin hardening to its maximum durability as he threw a devastating right hook. Bet you didn't think we'd be able to do you in before you got the chance. Yeah, this is why you fuckers should learn not to fucking monologue. Bakugo added, his explosion still echoing through the dome. However, their attacks passed harmlessly through Kurogiri's shadowy form, the flames and impact dispersing into nothing. That was quite perilous, Kurogiri said, sounding almost impressed. To be expected of UA students. Though you may be students, you are also the hero world's golden eggs. 13 raised her hand toward Kurogiri, her quirk activating. It's no use. Run, you two. But it was too late. Kurogiri's form expanded exponentially, enveloping the entire group in swirling darkness. You will be scattered, Kurogiri said, his voice coming from everywhere and nowhere, like wind in a morning spring. Torn apart and deposited across this facility, where my associates wait to greet you individually. Then they disappeared from their positions, moved to the 6 zones of the USJ facility. Arthur POV. Boom. Another impact sent me sprawling across the concrete. They were strong, their strength alone was more than Mirko's. It was as if they had been designed to seemingly output the most physical damage possible. I looked at the thin bird villain. It felt like they had multiple quirks, but that wasn't possible. I rose slowly, feeling Avalon healing the damage I had sustained. It wasn't much but still much more than I was used to. I looked towards the 2 bird-like villains, who were grinning like maniacs, their beaks unhinged in expressions of pure predatory joy. And yet I felt no ill will from them. No villain-like satisfaction. It was like they couldn't feel. Like they were, artificial. Beings made solely for combat. Beings made solely to combat me. Behind them, I could see my classmates disappearing into one of the villain's portals. I wanted to go help, but I was too slow. Aizawa was fighting his way down toward me, but he was still too far away. 13 was trying to fight a villain, with glowing yellow eyes, the one which could teleport. I gnashed my teeth. The thin Noma cracked its neck, the sound like breaking bones. I gripped Excalibur tighter, feeling her familiar weight in my hands. I couldn't afford to hold back. Not this time. But as I looked at the grinning faces of my opponents, I also knew deep inside me, I couldn't afford to go all out. I could kill them. I wouldn't kill them. I needed to go fast, I needed to do something, I had to do something I had never done before. My heart beat, like a drum. The sound rattled my ears. It beat louder and louder. The bird villains stopped dead in their tracks. It beat and beat. Louder and louder. I felt it in my veins. Mana. It coursed, and then it burst. The instant came and went. But I released another burst. And another. And another. Continuous bursts. My muscles coiled, my legs sprung. No matter my speed, I could amplify it if only for an instant. An instant my heart could make last forever. I normally never say this, I don't like saying it, but I can't think of anything else, I said, twirling Excalibur in my hand as I disappeared and reappeared in front of them. Excalibur raised high. Frick you. A/N, I fell asleep. Yeah, not much else to it. Sorry about that. Here's the bonus chapter, it was 13 hours instead of the 5 but oh well, here you go, I hope you enjoyed it. Oh and yeah AFO planned for Arthur, I mean can you imagine if he didn't prepare for him? Arthur has shown speeds that surpassed a Prime All Might, running through Japan at Mach 14 and being able to keep those speeds 24/7. So they built a Noma specifically for Arthur. I hope you all enjoyed it. THX for reading. Author out. Chapter 34, Rescue Trial, 3. Excalibur fell. I unleashed another mana burst, this time in my arms. It drove them forward. I didn't want to do it. But I couldn't stay put here, while the others fought, it was too much of a risk. I couldn't risk them getting hurt. The sacred metal met the big being's blackened skin, it met no resistance. The blade tore through skin, muscle, bone, and tendon. A sickening splat reached my ears as the villain's hand fell to the floor, its blood was dark red, it was thick and it pooled around the severed appendage. I didn't have much time to worry as the thinner one was already dashing at me, its exposed brain pulsing with visible veins as it moved with inhuman speed, my speed. My heart beat like a war drum. My calves bulged with enhanced muscle fiber. Its clawed hand scratched the edge of my nose, leaving a thin line of blood that pooled for an instant before Avalon's healing took effect. The metallic taste filled my mouth. However, as I gazed at the two of them, my mind reeled in disbelief. The big one's hand. It had regenerated completely. Fresh flesh and bone had grown back as if nothing had happened. Their beaks unhinged even more, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth, and they pounced upon me with renewed fury. How? What quirk would allow them to have all these abilities? Enhanced strength, change speeds with someone else, and now regeneration. It was almost like they had multiple quirks, which should have been impossible. The very thought sent a chill down my spine. My heart beat again, the sound echoing in my enhanced ears. Excalibur flashed in my hands. 2 hands and a leg fell to the floor with wet thuds. Neither creature missed a step, they continued to run at me, their missing limbs regenerating in mere seconds. Almost as fast as Avalon's healing factor, maybe faster. The sight was grotesque, unnatural. Flesh and bone knitting together in real time, sinew stretching and connecting. This time, however, the thin one didn't swing at me. Instead, it ran past me, heading directly to the center of the arena. Where Aizawa was fighting against most of the villain group, his capture weapon whipping through the air as he tried to neutralize multiple opponents at once. My blood ran cold. No. My heart beat like thunder, I turned as fast as I could manage with my compromised speed, but... Bam. I felt a punch connect with my spine, the impact sending shockwaves through my titanium armor. The force launched me forward, my feet leaving the ground as I flew through the air. Avalon immediately began repairing the damage to my vertebrae and surrounding tissue, but the lost momentum was precious time I couldn't afford. I regained my footing and burst forward with everything I had, my legs pumping with enhanced mana as I desperately tried to close the distance. But as I did so, I could see the big one running at my side, keeping pace with me despite its bulk. Its palm stretched wide to grab me, each finger ending in wicked claws that gleamed in the facility's artificial lighting. I slashed with Excalibur again, the sacred blade whipping through the air. The creature's arm fell with a sickening thud, dark arterial blood spraying across the concrete floor. It hadn't taken long. Microseconds at most. But with my speed in the thin one's hands, that was more than enough time. I watched in horror as it reached Aizawa, who was locked in combat with 3 other villains. The underground hero's attention was divided, his quirk active as he tried to neutralize multiple opponents simultaneously. The thin Nomo's leg drew back. I saw it happening in slow motion, my enhanced perception allowing me to witness every terrible detail. The creature's muscles coiled like springs. Then it kicked. The impact sent Aizawa flying like a rag doll, his capture weapon trailing behind him as he sailed through the air. His body crashed into the water zone with a tremendous splash, disappearing beneath the surface of the artificial lake. I gnashed my teeth so hard I thought they might crack. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. In the center of it all stood the man with 14 severed hands attached to his body. His head turned slowly, his gaze boring into mine through the gaps between fingers. I can't believe it, he said, his voice carrying easily across the battlefield. You shouldn't be that fast anymore. The upper Nomo's quirk should have you moving like a snail. I burst forward and appeared directly in front of him, close enough to see the dried blood under his fingernails from where he'd been scratching at his neck. This close, I could smell him. He smelled like death and decay. He didn't seem to have regeneration capabilities, so I couldn't risk slashing at him with Excalibur's edge. Instead, I used Mana Burst once more in my arms, feeling the familiar surge of power course through my muscles. I changed my grip on Excalibur, reversing the blade so I could strike with the pommel, and aimed for his temple, knocking him out. At least, that's what should have happened. Instead, the thin Nomo materialized between us, taking the full force of my blow directly to its skull. With its enhanced durability, my blow did nothing to it. The man behind it scratched at his neck again, the sound like sandpaper against wood. The Nomus should have made quick work of you by now, he said conversationally, as if this were a game. I'm starting to think Sensei overestimated their capabilities. I couldn't reply. My enhanced senses were screaming warnings from behind me. The big Nomu had flanked me during my exchange with its companion. I spun around, bringing the edge of Excalibur up to meet the creature's incoming fist. The sacred steel passed through its arm like it was made of paper, splitting it down the middle and carving a deep groove in its shoulder as the attack continued forward. Blood splattered everywhere. On my hair. On my carefully crafted armor. On my hands and face. So much blood. The metallic scent filled my nostrils, overwhelming my enhanced senses. For a moment, the present faded away, and I was transported back to that night. The night everything changed. The night when blood had stained everything I held dear. My head began to hurt, a sharp stabbing pain behind my eyes. I couldn't concentrate. Bam. The thin Nomo's fist connected with my leg while I was distracted by the flashback. The impact used my own enhanced speed against me, the force I normally generated now working in reverse. My knee buckled under the pressure, ligaments straining as I fell to one knee on the cracked concrete. Pain shot through my leg, but Avalon healed it in the next moment. The big Nomo seized the opportunity, its massive hand wrapping around the arm that wasn't holding Excalibur. Its grip was like a vice, crushing down on my titanium armor. It bent it inward, the metal scraped against my skin. It lifted me high overhead, my feet leaving the ground as I was suspended in the air like a trophy. Then it brought me down with tremendous force, slamming me into the concrete hard enough to create a spider web of cracks that spread outward from the point of impact. The crater was deep enough that I momentarily disappeared from view. I used Mana Burst again, feeling the familiar surge of power course through my body. Excalibur flashed once more in my grip, the sacred blade cutting through the hand that held me. Fingers and palms separated cleanly, falling away as I rolled desperately to the side. Just in time. The thin Nomo's foot smashed into the spot where I had been lying, pulverizing concrete and sending chunks of debris flying in all directions. If I had been even a fraction of a second slower, it would have caved in my skull. Or tried to. Avalon healed any damage I had sustained. The man behind the Noma said as he scratched at his neck again, the sound now grating on my nerves like the school clock. You're more resilient than anticipated. But resilience has its limits. His smile widened, becoming something truly terrifying. Nomo 2, he called out to the thin creature. Kill the students. The thin Nomu's grin stretched impossibly wide, its beak unhinging to reveal those rows of razor-sharp teeth. Then it dashed away, heading directly toward where my scattered classmates were fighting for their lives in the various disaster zones. Panic flooded through me. I needed to protect them. I burst once more, my legs coiling with enhanced mana as I prepared to give chase. But I couldn't move. My leg was caught in an iron grip. The big Nomu held me fast, its regenerated hand clamping down on my ankle with crushing force. It grinned up at me with those same terrible teeth. I couldn't let it end here. I turned Excalibur around once more, gripping it by the blade and striking the Nomu in the face with the heavy pommel. The impact caused its head to snap 90 degrees to the side with a sickening crack, and its grip on my leg finally released. But I felt at the moment my makeshift mace connected with its skull. Shock absorption. The force of my own attack had been dampened, absorbed by some quirk that rendered blunt trauma nearly useless. From somewhere in the facility, I heard it. Agig. A scream of pure anguish, high-pitched and filled with terror. One of my classmates was in mortal danger. The sound made my body rattle. Every instinct in my body, everything I had experienced in my years as a vigilante, screamed at me to abandon this fight and help whoever was screaming. I couldn't stay here playing games with these artificial monsters. I had to protect them. I burst once more, my heart hammering against my ribs. Narration POV. Shigaraki smiled with genuine pleasure, the expression visible even behind the severed hand that covered most of his face. Nomu 1, he called out to the big creature that was just recovering from Arthur's pommel strike. Go in the other direction as Nomu 2. Kill whoever you find. The artificial human grinned with those terrible teeth, then began running toward a different zone, one filled with burning buildings where orange flames licked at the artificial sky. Kurogiri materialized at Shigaraki's. Tamura Shigaraki, he said in a polite tone that seemed so at odds with their current situation. Kurogiri, did you kill 13? Shigaraki asked, still watching Arthur's desperate attempts to be in multiple places at once. I put 13 out of action, but there were students I was unable to disperse during the initial attack, and one of them was able to run away. Shigaraki's expression changed instantly. Huh. He began scratching at his neck with renewed vigor, the sound becoming more frantic as pieces of dead skin flaked away under his fingernails. Then he began to chuckle, the sound low and eerie. Kurogiri, you. He began, his voice dropping. If you weren't our warp gate, I would have crushed you to pieces already. We can't win against dozens of pro heroes. Shigaraki's gaze returned to where bursts of gold and black light were racing across the entire facility as Arthur desperately tried to protect everyone simultaneously. Especially since 8 of the 15 minutes of Trick Room have already passed, and that vigilante still isn't dead. It's game over, man. It's game over this time. He paused, considering their options. However, before we go, let's smash some of their pride. With that declaration, Shigaraki dashed toward the flood zone, his hand stretching toward Tsuyu's face. He activated his quirk which would reduce her to nothing but dust. Midoriya quivered with terror, his broken finger still throbbing from his earlier use to defeat the villains in the flood zone. Tsuyu was frozen in shock, her large eyes wide with the recognition of impending death. However, Shigaraki's hand stopped millimeters away from her face. Damn it, you bastard, you're still alive, Aizawa, Shigaraki suddenly said. From where he had been embedded in the concrete by the thin Nomu's devastating kick, Aizawa looked up at Shigaraki with blood streaming down his face. His capture weapon was torn and dirty, and his quirk-canceling eyes were struggling to focus, but he was still breathing. Midoriya smashed forward with his right arm expecting it to break but to at least push Shigaraki away. But neither of those things happened. The big Nomu had appeared at Shigaraki's side taking the blow for him and then it threw a punch of its own. Arthur POV. I couldn't keep this up. I wasn't getting tired, Avalon prevented that. I wasn't using more mana than I possessed, my enhanced heart provided a seemingly endless supply. I wasn't even significantly damaged, every injury was healing faster than it could accumulate. But I just wasn't fast enough. Even with continuous mana bursts, even with perfect timing and flawless execution, I couldn't be in multiple places at once. Not with this artificially limited speed. The sole reason I had been able to protect anyone at all was because I was bursting at exactly the right moments, in perfect succession, reading the battlefield with supernatural precision. But it didn't matter how fresh I was, how much power I had left, or how perfectly I could predict my opponent's moves. One mistake, one moment of imperfect timing, and someone could die. And that mistake was about to happen. I had just finished with impaling the thin Nomu into a wall of the facility, it couldn't move at least for now. I turned and my enhanced vision caught it in horrifying detail. At the water zone. The other Nomu. It drew back its enormous fist, muscles coiling. The punch was aimed directly at Tsuyu. At this distance, with this trajectory, the impact would pulverize her. It would kill her. And I was too far away. Even with mana burst, even with everything I had, I couldn't cover the distance in time. My compromised speed made it impossible. I would arrive seconds too late to witness the death of one of my classmates. The big Nomu's fist began to move forward with devastating force. Tsuyu didn't move. Or more likely couldn't. Time seemed to slow as my enhanced perception caught every terrible detail. I couldn't reach her. But maybe I didn't have to reach her myself. Maybe I could send something faster. The thought formed in my mind. Throughout my entire career as a vigilante, I had maintained one absolute rule: I would not kill. No matter how evil the villain, no matter how desperate the situation, I would find another way. It was the line that separated heroes from murderers, the principle that let me sleep at night the few nights I did, a promise I had made. But as I watched that fist hurtle toward Tsuyu's defenseless form, I threw those all away. I could sacrifice food. I could sacrifice sleep. And I could sacrifice this. I'm sorry, I muttered, raising Excalibur high above my head with both hands. The sacred blade began to glow brighter and brighter. Even the shadows dissipated in the holy light. This was the holy sword's ultimate technique. A strike that could cross any distance, pierce any defense, and end any threat. A strike that would travel faster than even my enhanced speed ever could. A strike that would kill. The light grew brighter, making the entire facility glow gold. The Nomu's fist was mere inches from Tsuyu's face. I had no choice left. I brought the blade down with every ounce of power I possessed. The mana burst through Excalibur, a streak of pure golden light that would reach its target instantly. I yelled at the top of my lungs, the sound echoing through the facility as I chose Tsuyu's life over my own morality. Excalibur. A/N. I did use Excalibur, even had to tell a comment that would be too extreme for a Nomu LOL, even though I knew I was going to use it. Also, yeah, this chapter was incredibly fun to write. Honestly, I love putting protagonists in compromising situations, something I can't do much since Arthur is so OP. Oh, and as you guys could guess, if he had no trouble with killing, he would have literally killed every single villain the millisecond they stepped into USJ, and they would have been able to do nothing. But this is the price of morality. THX for reading. See you lads and ladies tomorrow. Author out. Chapter 35, Rescue Trial, 4. Narration POV. The build-up was instantaneous. Arthur's mana surged through Excalibur like liquid fire, the sacred blade drinking in the energy hungrily. For a moment that stretched into eternity, the sword seemed to bring in all the light of creation for this simple action. A simple swing of the blade. Then came the release. The beam of light erupted from Excalibur's edge like the birth of a star. It wasn't just bright, it was pure. A column of radiant energy cut through the facility from top to bottom, ceiling to floor. Every single person in the facility instinctively squinted against the overwhelming radiance, their pupils contracting to pinpricks. And yet, paradoxically, none could tear their gazes away from the light. It drew them in like moths to flame, as if their very souls recognized something divine from the light. Something that demanded reverence. Something that demanded being witnessed. The light carved its path without being impeded. Where it touched, matter ceased to exist. The idea of obstacles was not even a suggestion to Excalibur's light. The concrete floor parted like water. The reinforced steel supports of the facility's infrastructure offered no resistance. The beam traveled in a perfectly straight line, so much so it looked like it had been drawn with a ruler wielded by the hand of God himself. And in its path stood the Nomu. The artificial being, created through months of careful engineering, designed specifically to be the ultimate weapon against all might, the symbol of peace. It lasted exactly as long as everything else in the light's path. Less than a heartbeat. Less than a thought. Less than a prayer. The creature's regeneration quirk, its shock absorption, its enhanced strength, none of it mattered. None of it would ever matter. It simply wasn't anymore, save for a single arm that had been positioned just outside the beam's trajectory. The light disappeared just as quickly as it had arrived, leaving behind only the fading afterimage burned into every retina that had witnessed it. To those who had witnessed it could have been described as nothing else but a miracle from God himself. Except for one. Shigaraki blinked rapidly, trying to regain his vision. His mind struggled to process what had just occurred. Then he felt it. Pain. Sharp, immediate, overwhelming pain radiating from his left shoulder. He looked down quickly, and yet it felt like an eternity to the men in question, and as he gazed, the reason to why. His eyes widened. His entire left arm was gone. The wound was perfectly smooth, cauterized instantly by the incomprehensible heat of Arthur's attack. There was no blood, no ragged edges of torn flesh. The cut was as clean as could be. Ag! The scream tore from his throat, saliva spilled from his mouth and landing on the hand that covered his face. In his agony, his eyes swept the area frantically, searching for his trump cards, his guarantees of victory. His gaze fell on what remained of the upper Nomu, the one designed to kill the symbol of peace. A single arm from elbow to fingertips. That was all. Steam rose from the charcoal black flesh. Ag! Shigaraki screamed again, his remaining hand clawing frantically at his neck, drawing blood with his desperate scratching. The pain was beyond anything Sensei had prepared him for, beyond anything his twisted upbringing had conditioned him to endure. It was as if his soul had been burnt. His acts of evil judged. And this had been the result. Through his screams and the haze of agony, he managed to choke out a single word. Kurogiri. But even as he called for his escape route, his eyes were drawn inexorably to the figure standing above him, where the light had originated from. Arthur. No, Shigaraki's mind rebelled against using that name. The thing standing there, silhouetted against the dying light of destruction, couldn't be human. Humans couldn't be like that. Humans didn't move like that. Humans didn't possess that power. This had to be something else. A natural disaster given human form. A force of nature wearing the mask of a boy. What else could explain what he had just witnessed? It was a thing. Yes, that was the only word that fit. A thing with sky-blue eyes, a sword at his hand, and an expression so utterly hollow it made Shigaraki's soul recoil. And now that thing was looking directly at him. The creature, he refused to think of it as Arthur anymore, began to walk forward. Not rushing, not running with that impossible speed that had characterized their entire battle. Just walking. Step by step. Each footstep echoed across the facility. And yet as Shigaraki heard each step his body recoiled. Desperately, Shigaraki's eyes darted around, searching for the other Nomu. There had to be time left on the trick room quirk. At least 3 minutes, maybe more. The thin Nomu could still. His heart sank. The second Nomu, the one designed to kill Arthur while he was slowed, hung impaled against the facility's reinforced wall. Its body was twisted at impossible angles, it wasn't dead, as he could see the super regeneration working to fix its mangled body. The thing that had been Arthur continued its approach. The silence that had fallen over the facility was complete now. Even the distant sounds of the other zones had ceased, as if the entire world was holding its breath in the presence of something that transcended normal understanding. Except for Shigaraki's ragged breathing and the quiet panic in his voice as he whispered, "Kurogiri, quick, warp us away. Now, now." "Yes, Shigaraki," came the reply, tinged with something that might have been relief. Kurogiri's misty form wrapped around the impaled Nomu first, teleporting it away from its undignified position. Then the dark portal opened beside Shigaraki, ready to spirit him to safety. But even as the warp gate began to embrace him, even as escape beckoned, Shigaraki couldn't look away from those blue eyes. Those blue eyes. From that thing. It wouldn't leave his mind. As the portal closed and the League of Villains vanished from the USJ, Shigaraki knew with absolute certainty that those eyes would haunt him. In his dreams, in his waking moments, in every moment of his remaining life. The eyes of the thing that had taken his arm and shattered his certainty that he understood the limits of power in this world. Its eyes. Arthur POV. The mana faded from Excalibur's blade. I. The word hung in my mind, incomplete. I couldn't finish the thought. I. My head hurt. I. The repetition was all my mind could manage. A broken record of neurons. I. Had killed someone. The realization hit me, finally. My mind, which moments before had been wrestling with whether I should use Excalibur or not, suddenly went blank. Not empty, blank. I couldn't think. I couldn't hear. I couldn't feel. I could only see. And what I saw was the remaining arm of the Nomu, steam still rising from its blackened flesh, lying on the concrete like an accusation made manifest. Without conscious decision, my legs began to carry me forward. The world around me blurred at the edges, becoming a fog of indistinct colors. My enhanced senses didn't seem to work. Only the arm remained in my gaze. The fingers, relaxed in death. The palm, scarred from our battle. The elbow joint, ending in that perfectly cauterized edge where Excalibur's light had ended its existence. Step by step, I approached. Each footfall rattled my thoughts over and over. What I had done. What I had become. The distance closed with agonizing slowness, or perhaps I was simply moving slowly, I couldn't tell. When I reached the severed limb, I stood over it for a long moment. Slowly, with movements I had done many times before, with movements I had done whenever I visited the dead. I inserted Excalibur into the earth beside the arm. The sacred blade slid into concrete and steel as if they were soft clay, coming to rest with half of the steel inserted into the ground. Immediately, its gentle light began to emanate outward, casting everything in a soft, golden glow. It would have been calming if I were able to focus on it, that is. Instead, all I felt was myself falling into a pit. One I had fell into once before. And just like I had done then, my hand moved on its own. I reached down and carefully, reverently, lifted the severed arm. The flesh was still warm, just like it had been, still retaining that spark of life, the spark of change, the spark of a better tomorrow. And I had snuffed that light out. My knees buckled. I should have felt something at the impact, but I didn't. My entire world had narrowed to the weight in my hands, the proof of what I had become. The dam burst, just like it had then. "I'm sorry," I whispered, the words barely audible even to my enhanced hearing. The tears came then, hot and relentless. They fell on the blackened flesh, pulled in the palm of the severed hand, traced silver tracks down my cheeks to disappear into the collar of my armor. "I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry." I repeated them over and over, as if somehow the repetition could undo what had been done, could bring back what I had erased from existence. My breath came in ragged gasps between the apologies. My chest felt tight, constricted, it felt like my dragon heart was about to burst. Like my lungs were about to give out. Yet I knew that wasn't true. Avalon prevented that. And yet I still hurt. My head dipped lower, until the back of the severed hand touched my forehead. The contact was gentle, almost tender, just like it had been back then. "I'm so sorry." Through my tears and broken breathing, another word escaped. One that I hadn't consciously intended to say. One I hadn't even heard. "I'm so sorry, Mom." Narration POV. The students who had been scattered throughout the facility had found themselves drawn to the flood zone by the light. Midoriya, still in the water, had been the closest to the devastation. He had felt the heat of Excalibur's light wash over him, had seen the perfectly straight line carved into the facility's floor that ended mere millimeters from where he, Tsuyu, and Mineta had been cowering. The power was terrifying. And yet it had been controlled to perfection, ensuring that the beam stopped exactly where it needed to, protecting them even while destroying their enemies. But now, seeing Arthur broken and weeping over the remains of his victim, he couldn't think of that. Neither could Tsuyu or Mineta. Or anyone else who arrived at the scene. They all heard his whispered apologies, carried clearly through the unnatural silence that had fallen over the USJ. It repeated the same words over and over. "I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry." None of them moved. They stood frozen, bearing witness to something private and sacred and terrible. Even the normally boisterous members of their class remained silent. Aizawa, bloodied and battered, couldn't move from where the Nomo had thrown him, but his dark tired eyes landed on the scene just like the rest. Then, came a familiar voice from the facility's entrance. "I am here." All Might had arrived at last. But his timing, usually so perfect, hadn't been this time. He was too late, not to save the day, but to save Arthur from having to make the choice that was now tearing him apart. The symbol of peace, however, didn't know any of it. And through it all, Arthur continued his stammering of broken apologies. The last words they heard, everyone heard, were the same ones he had been saying with a simple addition. "I'm so sorry, Mom." A/N. Yeah, as you can probably tell, Arthur did not like making his choice. It was a choice had to make, doesn't mean he has to like it. In fact, as you can probably tell, it's left him and everyone surrounding him in shock. Solely Nomu, Shigaraki and Kurogiri were able to escape, and not without losses. Excalibur indulged a bit too much in the evil radiating from Shigaraki, lol. Welp, we'll see what happens with Arthur. Next time on Dragon Ball. Oh wait, wrong verse. Either way. THX for reading. Send those stones. Author out. Chapter 36, A Little Time with Your Favorite Principal. Narration POV. Kaminari had been disoriented. One moment he was standing with his classmates at the entrance to USJ, the next a villain had suddenly surrounded them with swirling darkness and teleported them away. Then he found himself along with Yaoyorozu and Jairu in the mountain area of USJ, rocky terrain stretching out before them with jagged cliffs and loose debris scattered everywhere. Villains emerged from behind the rocky outcroppings, grinning like some kind of villains from kid TV shows. Kaminari felt his palms grow sweaty as electricity began to crackle between his fingers involuntarily. The fight was chaotic to say the least. Jairu grabbed Yaoyorozu's arm and whispered something urgent in her ear. Kaminari couldn't hear what they were planning. "Kaminari." Jairu called out. "We need you to discharge all your electricity." "All of it?" he asked, his voice cracking slightly. "Trust us," Yaoyorozu said, already creating something with her quirk, rubber insulation blanket 100 millimeters thick, that she quickly wrapped around herself and Jairu. Understanding dawned on him, and he smiled, a wide grin. "I get ya. In that case, I can be incredibly strong." Electricity exploded around him in a brilliant display of golden sparks and crackling energy. The voltage coursed through every villain in the immediate area, their screams echoing off the mountainous terrain as they collapsed, twitching and unconscious. Of course, that level of electrical discharge came with a side effect Kaminari was all too familiar with. His brain felt like it had been scrambled, thoughts becoming sluggish and disconnected. He was barely aware of his surroundings when he saw something that made his foggy mind focus enough to yell in terror. Something moving incredibly fast was approaching him. No, not just fast, it was like watching a black blur coming at him. AF. It wasn't a manly yell. Not that Kaminari minded that at the moment. He saw it getting closer and closer, and through his electrical haze, he remembered what the creepy hand-covered villain had called these things. A Nomu. This one was thin, almost skeletal, with exposed brain matter and a beak-like mouth. He could do nothing but watch as the distance closed, and when the creature was so close that he could see the liquid moving around in the thing's retina, the Nomu suddenly went flying as a sonic boom rattled his bones and threw him to the rocky ground. There Arthur was, standing where the Nomu had been like some hero from legend. His blue cape billowed behind him, his sword glowed with that familiar sacred light. However, his eyes were different, they could only be described by one word: they were focused. Arthur burst again from his spot with another sonic boom that made Kaminari's ears ring. The golden blur that was Arthur collided with the black mass of the Nomu, and they began to engage in combat that was almost impossible for normal eyes to follow. Jairu and Yayorozu, who had been protected from Kaminari's electrical discharge by the rubber insulation, quickly made their way to his side. From their elevated position in the mountain zone, they had a clear view of the entire facility, and what they saw was both awe-inspiring and terrifying. The battle was like watching three streaks of light, two black and one gold, creating boom after boom as they collided at speeds that they almost couldn't register. Each impact sent shockwaves through the facility, rattling the very foundations of the USJ. "We need to get down there and help the others," Yayorozu said, creating a rope and grappling equipment. As they descended the mountain, heading toward where they could see other classmates scattered throughout the facility, Jairu kept glancing back at the battle taking place all over the facility. "They are," Jairu said, her voice trailing off as she watched another collision that sent one of the Nomas spiraling into a concrete wall. "Fast, yeah," Yayorozu replied. "But why isn't he killing them?" Kaminari, despite his electrical overload, managed to focus enough to follow their conversation. "Huh. Look closely," Yayorozu pointed as they reached the base of the mountain. "They keep regenerating from whatever injuries they sustain. See how that one's arm just grew back after Arthur cut it off." Indeed, as they watched, they could see limbs being severed and then regenerating within seconds, as if the creatures possessed some kind of advanced healing factor. "Then why not knock them out instead of killing them?" Jairu asked, plugging one of her earphone jacks into the ground to get a better sense of the battle's vibrations. "He's trying to," Yayorozu observed, "but he probably can't generate enough force in the brief moments he has with each one before having to engage the other." The battle raged on. Then suddenly, there was a change in the tempo of the fight. Arthur managed to catch the thin Nomu and drive it with tremendous force into one of the facility's walls. The impact was so powerful that cracks spiderwebbed out from the point of collision, and the creature was embedded so deeply that it seemed pinned there. "Looks like he found another way though," Yayorozu said, a note of relief creeping into her voice as she smiled. However, just as she finished saying that, the entire facility was suddenly drenched in golden light. It looked similar to the glow from Arthur's sword, it was just much, much more intense. Kaminari didn't know why, but every fiber of his being wanted to follow that light, to bask in its radiance. The light could only be described as beautiful, not even beautiful could describe it. Then it dissipated as quickly as it had appeared, leaving dark spots in their vision and a ringing in their ears. Then came a scream, one of agony. All of this had happened in the span of less than 2 minutes since Arthur had first saved them from the Nomu attack. Their gazes snapped toward the source of the scream. In the central area of the facility, they could see a figure, the villain with the creepy hand-covered face, clutching at where his left arm used to be. The limb was completely gone, cauterized at the shoulder by whatever force had created that golden light. But the villain escaped before they could see much more, disappearing into a swirling portal of darkness. The awe that the light had inspired in them had faded by now, replaced by something far more disturbing. In the central zone, they could see Arthur clearly now. He was on his knees, cradling something in his hands, what looked like the remains of one of the creatures he had been fighting. And he was crying. His shoulders shook with the force of his sobs, and they could hear him repeating the same phrase over and over, his voice carrying across the now silent facility. "I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry." It was then that they heard the familiar booming voice from the entrance. "I am here." All Might had arrived, but even Kaminari, in his electrically addled state, could see that the symbol of peace was too late. Kaminari, despite his overcharged condition, felt his feet moving almost of their own accord. He found himself walking toward Arthur. He wasn't the only one, other classmates who had survived their own encounters with villains throughout the facility were also converging on the central area. When he reached Arthur, Kaminari placed a hand on his shoulder, feeling the tremors running through the other boy's body. "We're here, buddy," he said, his voice still slightly slurred from his electrical overload. All Might himself began to walk toward them. But before the symbol of peace could reach them, Arthur suddenly disappeared from his spot with a sound like displaced air. Where he had been kneeling, only the severed hand of the larger Nomu remained, placed carefully on the ground as if it were something precious. So we're all just gonna stand around here like some kind of idiots? Bakugo said, his voice unusually subdued as he and Kirishima approached the group. Kaminari looked at his explosive classmate, noting that even Bakugo seemed kind of out of it. Young Bakugo is right, All Might said, though his voice lacked its usual enthusiasm. You should all go to the entrance and wait for the other teachers. As Jairu helped guide the still disoriented Kaminari toward the entrance, he could hear his classmates beginning to process what they had witnessed. At the entrance, Mina, Uraraka, Shoji, and several others were waiting, all looking shaken but alive. So none of us are going to talk about it? Mineta asked, his voice unusually small. About what? Todoroki asked, though his tone suggested he knew exactly what Mineta was referring to. The light, Mineta continued. I mean, come on. That was insane, wasn't it? I've never seen anything like that before. It was like looking at the goddamn sun. Down in the central area, All Might worked quickly to gather the unconscious villains, piling them up at the center of the facility. He also retrieved Aizawa, who had been badly injured during the attack and had fallen unconscious near the flood zone. When he had secured the area, he pulled out his phone and scrolled through his contacts until he found the number he was looking for. Nizu. He pressed the contact, bringing the phone to his ear as it rang. After a moment, a familiar squeaky voice answered. Nizu, the cutest principal speaking. Do you know where Arthur could be? All Might asked without preamble. He isn't at USJ. No, some stuff happened. All Might could hear the creak of a door opening through the phone, probably Nizu's office door, followed by a familiar voice calling out urgently. Principal Nizu, villains are attacking USJ. Put me on speaker, please Nizu, All Might requested. You're on. Young Ida, don't worry, the villain situation has been resolved. But still, bring the other teachers over. We need medical support and cleanup crews. Well, you heard him, Nizu said to Ida. Now please get out of my office. All Might heard the door creak again as Ida presumably left. You could have been a little nicer about it, All Might observed. Don't give me lectures about manners right now, Nizu replied, his voice taking on an edge that All Might rarely heard. You were talking about Arthur. What happened to him? That's the problem, I'm not entirely sure myself. He dealt with the villains, but then. I didn't have time to ask him what was wrong before he disappeared. Do you have any idea where he might have gone? He looked like he needed help. There was a pause on the other end of the line, and All Might could almost hear the gears turning in Nizu's hyper-intelligent mind. I think I have some idea, Nizu said finally. Thank you for bringing this to my attention. He hung up. In Nizu's office, the principal sat back in his chair for a moment, processing what All Might had told him. Then he jumped down from his seat, his playful demeanor missing. Please be there, he muttered to himself as he began walking through the hallways of UA. These were hallways he had walked through countless times, hallways he had personally designed when he took over the school, hallways he knew from memory better than anywhere else in the world. And right now, he hoped beyond hope that Arthur was somewhere in one of these hallways. He made his way to the dormitory section of the school, then specifically to the boys' wing. He walked down a specific corridor, finally stopped in front of a particular door. He knocked once. Twice. 3 times. When there was no response, he tried the doorknob. It was locked. Arthur, I know you're in there. Let me in, please. He stood in front of the door, considering his options. He could hear the faint sound of breathing from inside, confirming his suspicions. They told me you dealt with the villains, and that's good. I'm sure you felt some of that old vigilante adrenaline coming back. Must have been a familiar feeling after all this time trying to be a student. He paused, listening for any response. So come on, tell me, why are you hiding in there? Silence. Yeah, I'm not going to have a conversation with you through a door. We aren't in kindergarten, Arthur. He pulled a card from his suit jacket, a master key that would open any room in the school. He was about to place it on the electronic pad when he suddenly heard Arthur's voice from inside, barely above a whisper. Please don't come in. Nizu could hear the pauses between the words, the way Arthur's voice caught and broke. He recognized the signs, Arthur was crying, and had probably been doing so for some time. Please, Nizu. The desperation in Arthur's voice almost made him reconsider, but his concern for the boy overrode any desire to respect his privacy at the moment. I'm sorry, lad. I'm going to have to disappoint you here. He placed the card against the door's electronic lock. The mechanism beeped softly, and he turned the knob, opening the door slowly. What he saw inside made his heart clench with sympathy and concern. The room was dark, the shutters were drawn tight, blocking out any natural light from outside. The only illumination came from Arthur's sword, which was glowing with its usual sacred radiance. Arthur himself was sitting on his bed, back pressed against the wall, cradling Excalibur like a child might hold a favorite stuffed animal. Nisa closed the door quietly behind him and approached the bed carefully. Arthur's face was streaked with tears, his usually bright blue eyes red-rimmed and hollow. His entire body seemed to shake with the force of his suppressed sobs. Without a word, Nisa grabbed the chair from Arthur's desk and pushed it next to the bed, settling himself into it. "I'm not going to say anything if you don't want me to," Nisa said gently, "but it's not good to cry alone." Arthur continued to cradle his sword, tears continuing to fall as small gasps escaped him in the silence of the room. Minutes passed in silence. Nisa simply sat there. Finally, Arthur's voice broke through the quiet, so soft that even Nisa's mouse-like hearing had to strain to catch the words. "I killed someone. A/N, this situation feels kind of familiar, doesn't it, like chapter 1 but in reverse. Also extremely sorry for the late chapter got held up by some really bothersome stuff. Honestly tried my best with the reaction so it didn't feel like I was just glazing Arthur through Kaminari, so sorry about that. Oh, I also saw we were at the number 1 spot for a few hours, which was pretty cool, now we are done to number 3, not a problem there. I hope you guys and gals enjoyed this chapter. THX for reading. See you tomorrow. Author out. Chapter 37, A Little Time with Your Favorite Principal, 2. Arthur POV. I killed someone. The words hung in the air like a death sentence. Even saying them out loud made my chest tighten, made my mind quiver, my reality thrown into a loop. Nisa leaned forward in his chair, it creaked, my enhanced hearing didn't help the situation as I could hear even the beats of Nisa's heart in the room. "Who did you kill?" he asked, his tone taking an almost fatherly quality that I hadn't heard from him before. I killed a villain. They called him Nomu. I didn't have a choice. I couldn't do anything else. Tsuyu was going to die otherwise. I didn't want to. They took away my speed and... The words tumbled out of me in a broken rush, each one feeling like glass in my throat. My breathing became labored as the memories crashed over me again, the blood, the way the light had simply disintegrated everything in its path, the sickening silence afterward. Calm down, lad. I know your aversion to violence better than anyone, I know you wouldn't have killed them if there was no other choice. Nizu's voice was steady. Take your time. Breathe. I tried to follow his advice, but each breath felt shallow, insufficient. I released a small hiccup, my eyes getting teary again as the image of that severed arm flashed through my mind. The way the fingers had curled slightly, as if still reaching for something. God, I hated crying. I hated how weak it made me feel, how exposed and vulnerable. So let's start from the beginning. What happened exactly? And so I explained, everything. From the moment the villains warped in through that swirling black portal, to discovering that my speed, my greatest asset, the thing that had allowed me to save thousands of people over the years, had been stolen from me, I even told him I had it back now. I told him about the desperate fight between the two Nomas, how they regenerated from every wound I inflicted, how their artificial grins never wavered even as I cut them apart again and again. I described the growing desperation as I realized I couldn't be everywhere at once, couldn't protect everyone with my compromised abilities. They didn't feel human, I said, my voice barely above a whisper. When I looked at them, there was nothing there. No malice, no satisfaction, no spark. They were like machines designed solely for destruction. But that doesn't make it right, does it? That doesn't change what I did. I explained how I'd tried everything, but they just kept regenerating, kept coming. And then Shigaraki had ordered one of them to kill the students, and I'd seen Tsuyu's terrified face, and I'd made a choice that would haunt me forever. And then I used Excalibur, I finished, my grip tightening on the sacred blade until my knuckles went white. There was nothing left but that arm. I killed something, and its only remains are a goddamn arm. Okay then, Nisa said, sighing deeply. He was quiet for a long moment, and I could practically hear the gears turning in that hyper-intelligent mind of his. Finally he spoke. You didn't have any other choice, I'm sorry you had to do it, but it wasn't immoral. You took a life to save another. That's the harsh reality of what we sometimes have to do. No, don't you get it? The words exploded out of me with more force than I'd intended. Heroes don't kill. It's the one rule. The only rule that matters. And I broke it. I'm supposed to be better than that. I'm supposed to find another way. That's what heroes do, they save everyone, even the villains. My voice cracked on the last word, and I felt fresh tears threatening to spill over. All might never kills. None of the great heroes do. They find a way to win without taking lives. And here I am, on my first real test as a student, as someone trying to become a proper hero, and I became exactly what I swore I'd never become. Arthur, down here in the real world, people are tasked with making hard decisions every day. I couldn't possibly understand the depths of what you must be feeling right now. Just because I'm smart doesn't mean I can understand your struggles, what you've been through, and much less how it all makes you feel. I can only listen and try to offer what wisdom I can. Nizu paused, seeming to choose his next words very carefully. But if I'm able to tell you something, it's this. This world isn't black and white, no matter how much we might wish it were. This world is made up of countless shades of gray, and sometimes we're forced to navigate through the darkest ones. What you did wasn't wrong. It was just hard. Impossibly, unfairly hard. But that's exactly the problem, I protested, my voice rising again. Everyone expects heroes to make the hard choices look easy. They expect us to find the perfect solution every time, to save everyone without compromise. How can I call myself a hero when I couldn't even do that in my first real crisis? Arthur, Nizu continued, interrupting me with a gentleness that somehow cut through my spiraling thoughts. Do you want to know something that they don't teach in hero schools? Before I could reply, he continued anyway. Heroes aren't perfect, no matter what society might expect from you, no matter what the media portrays, no matter what the history books say. This isn't really taught here because it's an uncomfortable truth, but heroes, just like police officers, just like soldiers, are legally authorized to use lethal force if the situation is deemed necessary. From what you told me, this was unequivocally one of those situations. The room fell into a heavy silence. Again my goddamn enhanced senses plagued me, I could hear the beating of two hearts. Then I spoke, my voice barely audible in the quiet room. For all our rejoicing of courage and valor, nothing stains the soul more indelibly than killing. Never have I felt so vile as when standing victorious on a battlefield. The thrill of victory fades quickly. What lingers long after, is always ugly. Never again, I say. My head shook as I said the words, trying to dissuade the memories that tried to surface. What is that? Nizu asked, tilting his head with genuine curiosity. My mom used to say that to me, I replied, unconsciously touching the blue scarf around my neck, the one Nizu had given me. Your mother used to tell you about killing people. His voice carried a note of surprise, perhaps even concern. No, I shook my head quickly. It was part of a story she used to read to me, when she could. When she was having good days. She had this book about knights and heroes, and there was this one character who had to kill to protect others. He said those words after his first battle. Mom always made sure to read that part with extra emphasis, like she wanted me to understand something important. The memory was bittersweet, my mother's voice, clear and strong on one of her lucid days, reading to me by the light of our old lamp. Back when she could still hold a book steady, before the tremors got too bad. Again silence. Nizu, I began, once more. Have you ever killed before? Why are you asking that? He replied faster than I thought he would. Because you talk about this like it's just another tactical decision. You mention gray areas and hard choices like they're abstract concepts. But it's not abstract when you're the one holding the weapon. It's not theoretical when you're the one who has to live with what you've done. I hugged Excalibur closer to my chest, feeling her warm light against my armor. It's horrible, Nizu. To snuff out the light of potential change like that. Everyone deserves a second chance, maybe even a third or fourth. I got one, didn't I? When you found me, when you offered me this opportunity at UA, you were giving me a chance to change, to become better than what I was. You can't possibly equate your wrongdoings to this villain, can you? I'm not, I said quickly, but you talk about this world of black and white, about how the world has hard decisions, how nothing is simple. But sometimes it is that simple. I've seen it, Nizu. I've seen change happen. Real, meaningful change. It's real and it's wonderful. I pressed my forehead against Excalibur's flat blade, feeling the cool metal against my skin. It's the only thing that rivals Excalibur's beauty, watching someone transform themselves, watching them choose to be better. So you're saying that if this villain had shown that spark of change, you think that given that knowledge, you would have pulled the trigger? Would Arthur the Vigilante have killed someone if he knew that person could change? The question hung in the air for a moment. I thought about all the villains I'd encountered over the years, all the ones I'd talked down or subdued without permanent harm. I had never been forced to make a decision like today. I could always overpower anything or anyone that stood near me. I could speak and talk to people who were struggling. I could ease someone's day by helping carry their groceries. Still, would I have pulled the trigger? No, I admitted, the word barely a whisper. No, I wouldn't have. Then what's the problem? The problem is that I didn't see a spark of change in that thing. I felt nothing from it but a constant state of programmed carnage, the need to kill, to fight, to destroy. It didn't feel like I was facing something human at all. I don't even know what it really was. I could only tell myself that when I finally released Excalibur's full power. I paused, gathering my thoughts as the weight of my next words settled on me. But what if I'm wrong? What if there was something human buried deep inside that artificial shell, and I just couldn't see it? What if I gave up too quickly? And even if I am right, even if it truly was just a weapon in human form, who am I to make that decision? I'm not judge, jury, and executioner. I'm supposed to be a hero. So what do you want to do, Arthur? Do you want to stay cooped up in this room forever, paralyzed by doubt and self-recrimination? No, I replied without hesitation. That much I was certain of. Then what? What comes next? I don't know what I want, I admitted, and the honesty of it was almost liberating. I don't know how to move forward from this. I don't know how to be a hero when I've done something that feels so fundamentally unheroic. Well then, that's your choice to make, he said, jumping down from the chair. But you should know that the police will likely want to talk to you about what happened. They'll want a full report, and they won't conduct that interview through a door or in this darkened room. So while I hate to pressure you, I suggest you start thinking about how you want to handle the conversation. He began to walk towards the door, reaching up to grab the knob. The sight of his small frame stretching to reach it would have been amusing under different circumstances. However, he stopped just before opening it and turned back to me. Oh, and to answer one of your earlier questions, he said, his voice rougher all of a sudden. Yes, I have killed before. More than once, actually. With those parting words, he turned the knob and closed the door behind him, leaving me alone with my thoughts in the gentle light of Excalibur. I gripped the sacred blade tighter, drawing comfort from its familiar weight and warmth. Thanks to her light, I could clearly see Avalon resting at my side, her presence a reminder of healing and protection. She would allow me to endure through this. I could see my hands just as clearly because of the illumination, and I studied them in the soft glow. I knew they weren't actually stained. Avalon would have healed any physical marks, but when I looked at them, the images overlapped with memories from the terrible night so many years ago. The night that had changed everything. The night that had led me to Excalibur and Avalon in the first place. And just like that night, when I looked at my hands in the sacred light, all I could see was blood. Narration POV. God, that kid is going to be the death of me, Nizu muttered as he walked down the hallway, his small feet making barely audible sounds on the polished floor. Why are you so damn morally upright? You did good, for heaven's sake. You saved your classmate, your friend. Don't be so beat up about it. He paused outside the dormitory building, looking up at the window that he knew belonged to Arthur's room. Even from here, he could see the faint golden glow seeping through the closed shutters. Should I get him a therapist? He did say he thought therapists worked. No, I won't do that. Not yet, anyway. He needs to process this on his own terms first. Nizu's ears twitched as he considered his options. Think of something else, Nizu. Think. How do you help someone who's too good for their own good? How do you teach a hero that sometimes being a hero means making impossible choices? The principal stood there for a long moment, his hyper-intelligent mind racing through possibilities and scenarios. Whatever approach he chose would need to be perfect. He didn't know what Arthur was to him, but he hated him seeing this way. Damn it, he whispered to the empty hallway. Why couldn't you have just been a normal problem child? A/N, sup ladies and gents. So I was talking with one of you guys yesterday in Bleep's server. We were discussing how Arthur would take this whole killing thing. I won't talk much about that, but in the end we talked about a few other things. I think we know what hero Arthur is most like from DC, Shazam with a mix of Superman. But mostly Shazam, a boy with pure heart given the power to defeat almost any threat. Papa Nizu is having some problems with Arthur, as you can see. I mean, they are really different morally wise, as was seen in the UA practical exam. Plus you may have seen it, but I think I have 7 references in this chapter. Yeah. I didn't realize how many references I write into my chapters. Normally you guys get a few but never all of them, so let's see how many you got this time. Just wanted to say that send those stones. That's pretty much it. See you lads and ladies tomorrow. THX for reading. Author out. Chapter 38, A Little Time with Your Favorite Principal, 3. Narration POV. Nizu walked down the halls. He made his way slowly out of the building, his mind weirdly blank. He had no idea where to go with Arthur, so while he didn't like doing it, he was going to do as he said and let Arthur figure out what he wanted on his own. He finally came out of the building of UA and to the school grounds. He waited there, for almost half an hour, his button-like eyes fixed on the road leading to UA. However, while he couldn't think about how to help Arthur as he waited, he continued to replay a few details in his head. Heroes don't kill. It's the one rule. The only rule. And I broke it. Such black and white thinking. Such moral absolutism. It was both Arthur's greatest strength and his most dangerous weakness. Nizu had seen it before, heroes who thought the world operated on simple principles, only to be crushed when reality proved otherwise. But Arthur was different. His moral compass wasn't naive optimism, then again maybe it was. There was naivete there sure, but that wasn't it, at least not fully. The sound of engines pulled him from his thoughts. A bus was coming his way, followed closely by 2 police cars. He waited there, adjusting his tie with one paw while the other remained clasped behind his back. His usual smile, the one that unnerved most people with its too wide grin and glinting eyes, not that he knew that. The vehicles stopped in front of him with a collective hiss of brakes and the soft rumble of engines winding down. Students began to file out of the bus like soldiers returning from battle. Some moved with the shaky legs of adrenaline come down, others looked done with the day, not that he would blame them, others were pretty normal all things considered. Teachers emerged next. They were again all fine. Except for Aizawa and 13 who were on All Might's back, with Recovery Girl at his side, she had done what she could, now they needed to stay in the UA facilities. Police officers stepped out of their vehicles last. Among them, Nizu recognized Detective Naomasa Tsukachi, one of the few people who knew about All Might's true condition. "Hello everyone," Nizu called out, his voice carrying the characteristic squeak that somehow commanded attention despite its pitch. "Please direct to the infirmary those of you who have suffered injuries which Recovery Girl couldn't patch up on site." He looked at Aizawa's and 13's state and couldn't help but have a knot forming in his chest. "Please All Might, bring them and come back quickly," he instructed. All Might nodded, his usual booming voice replaced by grim silence as he burst away with his injured colleagues. Nizu's gaze swept over the students, cataloging each face, noting who was missing. Aside from Izuku Midoriya, who sported freshly wrapped fingers courtesy of Recovery Girl, everyone else appeared physically unharmed. Mentally and emotionally, however, was another matter entirely. His attention shifted to the teachers present. Recovery Girl stood among them. "Yes, I know," she said before he could speak. "Take care, Nizu." With that, she began to walk toward the building, so as to take care of the teachers. The police approached the clustered students. Detective Tsukachi stepped forward. "We'd like for students to remain here so we can receive a full report," he announced. A few other officers are already at the scene. "USJ will be closed for investigation, I can't tell you how long that will take." "Don't worry about closing USJ, Nizu replied, he really couldn't care less about a facility. "As for your report and their testimonies, go ahead." Tsukachi's expression shifted slightly. "That's a problem. We've taken initial reports just to understand the situation, but one of the students is missing. Arthur Pendragon." Nizu felt his tail twitch. "Yes, I've been made aware. He seems to have had a significant part to play in this incident." The understatement of the century, Nizu thought wryly. "Well, sorry to disappoint, but I have no clue where Arthur could be," he said, which was technically true. He knew Arthur was in his room, but not exactly where in his room, so it wasn't quite a lie, not that it would matter if he lied. It was his sister who held the quirk, polygraph. "Nizu." "Honest to God," he replied. "Fine. When you do find him, please tell him to come down to the station. We have some questions for him." "Will do so." Nizu stood there as the students gave their testimonies, one by one recounting their experiences with varying degrees of coherence and emotional stability. Some looked annoyed, Bakugo, predictably, seemed more frustrated by the delay than traumatized by the experience. Others struggled to find the right words, clearly torn between honesty and uncertainty about what they should reveal. Kaminari and Hagakure especially had trouble stringing their words together. But despite the variations in their individual experiences, all their stories converged on the same crucial point, Arthur killing one of the two Nomas. The weight of that revelation settled over the assembled group like a heavy blanket. These students had just witnessed their classmate, someone they'd known for mere days, take a life to save theirs. That kind of burden wasn't something a curriculum could prepare anyone for. "Okay, I think you've badgered them enough," Nizu finally interjected when he saw the exhaustion creeping into his students' faces. "Students, please go back inside and pack your things. The rest of the day's classes are cancelled. I'm deeply sorry this happened." The students filed past him one after another, their voices mixing into a low murmur of whispered conversations and shared trauma. Nizu wasn't typically one to eavesdrop, his enhanced hearing meant he got enough unwanted information already, but he caught fragments anyway. He walked over to Tsukachi once the last student had passed. "Bring that kid down to the station soon." "He'll go there when I find him," Nizu replied smoothly. "Until then, I guess you'll just have to wait." The words had barely left his mouth when the person in question appeared in front of them, as if summoned by their conversation. Arthur stood there in casual clothes rather than his hero gear, his eyes still reddened from crying but no longer holding the broken look Nizu had witnessed in his room. Nearly 2 hours had passed since their conversation, and while Arthur still looked fragile, Nizu could tell Arthur was much better. He felt a surge of pride mixed with concern. "Strong kid." "I'm sorry for leaving the scene," Arthur said, his voice steady despite everything. "Force of habit. Can we do the testimony here?" Tsukachi shook his head. "I'd appreciate it more if we went down to the station for yours." "I'll go down with you to the station," Arthur replied, his grip on Excalibur tightening. "Thank you for your cooperation." As Arthur headed toward the back seat of a police car, Nizu felt that familiar protective instinct surge. "I'm coming with." Without waiting for permission, he ran after them and jumped headfirst into the seat, his small stature making the maneuver look more comical than dignified. But Arthur needed an advocate, and Nizu had appointed himself to that role long ago. They sat in silence as the police car navigated through Musudafu's streets. Nizu watched Arthur from his peripheral vision, noting how the boy's grip on Excalibur's hilt never loosened. The weight of taking a life wasn't something that disappeared with time or reasoning. Nizu knew that from personal experience, though his own circumstances had been very different from Arthur's. Still, the fundamental truth remained: killing changed you, whether it was justified or not, whether you had a choice or not. It was your choice what to make of that change. Finally, the car came to a stop outside the police station. Arthur moved to open the door, but Nizu stopped him with a gentle paw on his arm. Little secret, but cop cars are like limousines, they open the doors for you. It was a small attempt at levity, and Arthur's faint smile suggested it had worked, at least marginally. The detective opened the door for them just like Nizu had said, and they stepped out onto the pavement. Please come with me. They crossed through the doors of the police station, but their progress was immediately halted by two officers who stepped forward with apologetic but firm expressions. I'm sorry, but we can't allow weapons in the premises, one of them said, his gaze fixed on Arthur's sword. Arthur squinted at the men, and then he said something which left Nizu befuddled, for two reasons, the first being that Arthur had been gloomy ever since he came out of his room, but now he was smiling a bit, and second because of the contents of what he said. Hey, I remember you. You're the one I told that Miss Takamura needed someone to listen to her. So did you guys find her someone? The transformation in the officer was immediate and striking. His official demeanor was all but replaced by a reddened face and some stammering. Oh yes, I didn't expect you to, never mind, yes, I did find her help. That's good, Arthur whispered. Help is good. Your weapon, the other officer prompted, bringing them back to the immediate issue. Arthur looked down at Excalibur and Avalon, his grip tightening almost imperceptibly around the sword's pommel while his fingers traced the crossguard. None of you can hold them, and I'm not leaving them on the ground. Nizu's befuddlement grew. Nizu already knew Arthur was attached to his hero equipment more than most, but this sounded like a different thing altogether. I'm sorry, we can't hold them. Tsukachi asked, his confusion evident. You can't, no. I'd let you try, but they don't like leaving my side. Aha, Tsukachi said, clearly processing this unusual request. Nizu. Nizu looked between Arthur and the detective, weighing options and calculating the best approach. Arthur's earlier breakdown had been triggered, at least in part, by being separated from his usual sources of comfort and strength. Forcing him to abandon his weapons now could undo whatever progress had been made. Please, if any of my good graces count for anything, don't have him leave them on the ground. And it isn't like he's being detained, is he? Tsukachi scratched the back of his head. After a moment of internal debate, he sighed. Well then, just please don't draw it, Arthur. I won't draw her, don't worry, Arthur replied, and again Nizu noted the gendered pronoun. It hadn't been the first time he had heard it, and yet he had never asked him why. Still, Nizu had to let his inquiries go, as with that resolved, they walked into the building proper. Tsukachi led them down a corridor lined with interview rooms, each one designed to be as non-threatening as possible. Sit there, Tsukachi instructed, opening the door to one such room. Nizu started to follow Arthur inside, but Tsukachi's hand on his shoulder stopped him. You can't. He's a minor. He needs a guardian at least. The protective edge in Nizu's voice surprised him with its intensity. I let you bring the sword in. You give me this. Nizu was prepared to argue further. Arthur had been through enough today without facing an official interrogation alone, but the boy himself intervened. Nizu, it's fine. Really, Arthur said, managing another small smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. You stay out here. The door closed behind him with a soft click, which Nizu didn't like one bit. No siree. Come on, Tsukachi said, his voice gentler now. You don't have to stay here. We'll go behind the glass, you can watch from there. Thank you, Tsukachi. Don't worry about it. They made their way to the observation room, where Nizu settled into a chair that was comically oversized for his small frame. Through the one-way glass, he could see Arthur sitting alone at the metal table, his posture straight and yet relaxed. Soon, another person entered the interview room, and Nizu recognized her immediately. She had mid to lower back length, jet black hair parted to the right, green eyes, and a distinctive beauty mark at the corner of her mouth. She was wearing a professional one-piece suit, and she had papers in her hands which she placed down on the table before taking seat. Makoto Tsukachi. Naomesa's younger sister and holder of the quirk polygraph, the ability to detect lies by monitoring the physiological signals of any person she touches. It had caveats like most quirks, for example the person had to be relaxed to fool her and she had to be very careful with her questions, so as to leave no wiggle room. She moved around in her chair for a bit, before settling down, then she looked at Arthur and smiled. Then she began. So you're Arthur. Nice to finally meet you. A/N, Arthur is a big boy, no more self-wallowing. I mean, maybe he gets a nightmare or two, but he can deal with nightmares. He has a few of those already, and if he can't, well, he has Avalon, he doesn't need the sleep. I think 2 hours is a good amount of time to somewhat come to terms with everything. He still is pretty sad, but yeah, he won't stay in his room. Now he's going to the police station as a witness, no less. THX for reading. Hope you enjoyed it. Author out. Chapter 39, Notice. Yeah, another of these. Sorry, I'm out surfing with some friends and we're probably going to eat dinner later, so the chapter is going to be incredibly late. I should have wrote it this morning, but I went to the gym, studied some stuff, then had to make lunch for the fam, made curry, it was fucking delicious, so yeah, all that. Once again, sorry. Expect the chapter in like 9 hours maybe. I will upload today though, so don't worry about that. That's pretty much it, just wanted to give a heads up. Thanks again for all the support, I really appreciate it. Author out. Chapter 40, Brother and Sister. Arthur POV. I looked upon the woman seated in front of me. She looked kind. That was just the feel I got from her, though. I could be wrong. So you're Arthur. Nice to finally meet you, she said, offering what seemed like a genuine smile. Her green eyes, no, they weren't green, I realized, they were dark brown, almost black. She was wearing contact lenses. Look, I'm not going to lie to you, I don't work for the police. I'm Makoto Tsukachi, general manager of the Captain Celebrity Corporation. I'm also the younger sister of the detective who brought you here. I tilted my head slightly. Captain Celebrity Corporation. I'd heard that name before, but couldn't place it exactly. They called me in to ask you some questions, probably because I have the quirk polygraph which allows me to detect lies, she continued, setting her papers down on the metal table between us. I don't have any ill will towards you for your past as a vigilante. I'm also not as stuck up as my brother. Despite everything that had happened today, despite the weight of what I'd done at USJ still pressing down on my chest like a stone, I wanted to laugh at that. The detective did seem pretty strict. Well, now that you know everything, we can start. I hope you will be as truthful with me as I am with you. She looked down at her stack of papers, flipping through a few pages before settling on one. Let's see, first question. Your name is Arthur Pendragon, right? No, it isn't. She looked up at me, raising an eyebrow but not seeming particularly surprised. What's your real name then? Can't tell you that. My fingers found their way to Excalibur's hilt beneath the table. Alrighty then, she said with a slight shrug. Next question. Let's see. The reports from your classmates are here, but honestly, they're just telling me to ask you about your own testimony. So. She gestured with her hand. Your testimony? I took a breath, organizing my thoughts. The events at USJ felt both crystal clear and impossibly distant, like remembering a nightmare after waking up. I heard the swirling of the warp gate and saw it a moment later, so I decided to confront the villains on my own accord. I carved a line in the ground and told them to head back. I'm guessing they didn't listen to you. Yeah, I sighed, my grip tightening on Excalibur's pommel. They didn't. In fact, me talking with them is what led to one of the villains using his quirk on me. The person who I think was the leader called one of them Noma 2, and that one, it stole my speed and used it for himself. The memory of that moment still made my stomach twist. The sudden sluggishness, the horrible realization that my greatest asset had been turned against me. God, if only I could turn back time. I should have used Mana Burst, which along with my speed would have allowed me to instantly knock them out. Just like I had done with Mirko. Noma 2? Makoto asked, making a note on her paper. Yes. Why do you think he called it Noma 2? I paused, thinking back to those artificial-looking creatures with their exposed brains and bird-like features, which I though should have been a mutant-type quirk. I'm not sure. Maybe his quirk took away his rationality and he could only be bossed around like that. The point is there was another one called Noma 1. They both teamed up to fight me, however the fight was difficult as they could regenerate whatever part one cut off. My voice caught slightly on those last words. I really hadn't liked that part either. I couldn't incapacitate them, at least not quickly. Wait, Makoto interjected, looking up from her notes. You said they took away your speed. How were you able to keep up? I found a workaround. I didn't elaborate on the continuous mana bursts, I didn't think it was necessary for them to know. The point is that the leader, whose name was Shigaraki, I overheard it being said, told the Nomas to attack my classmates and teachers all around USJ. So I had to divide my attention even more to keep them safe, and I didn't have the time to knock them out properly. The frustration of that moment came flooding back. God, if only. However, with my speed compromised, it was only a matter of time until something went wrong. And did it? I closed my eyes for a moment, seeing Tsuyu's terrified face, the Nomu's fist inching closer and closer. Almost. I was able to incapacitate Noma 2, but to do that, Noma 1 got a lot more time and was about to kill one of my classmates. A friend. Tsuyu Azui. My voice grew quieter. So I had no choice but to kill him from far away as I wouldn't make it in time. The only thing that remains is an arm of Noma 1. After that, I blanked out, and before I knew it, the villains were gone and my speed was back. Makoto was quiet for a moment, studying my face. When she spoke again, her voice was gentler. Where did you go after finishing the fight? Actually, the better question is why didn't you stay at the facility? I needed to get away from the arm. Why? I felt my throat tighten and gripped Excalibur's hilt even tighter, my knuckles turning white. I had never killed before. I needed time to process it. And did you get it? The time. Yes. I paused. I don't like it, but it was necessary action. My fingers rattled as I gripped Excalibur tighter. The more I talked about it, the more I wanted to bolt away, to run until my legs gave out and dissipate my worries in the wind hitting my face, making my hair run wild. But I couldn't run from this. Not from what I'd done. What was done, and yet I thought once more. God, if only. I looked towards the window at our side. I had been overhearing them talk for a bit now, and finally I decided to look at them. I was done for today with this fiasco. Is that all? Narration POV. Naomasa took an instinctive step back as the boy turned to look directly at him through the supposedly opaque glass. It wasn't as if Arthur was mad, or angry, or aggressive in any way, shape, or form. There was just something about those blue eyes that made Naomasa feel exposed, like he was the one being interrogated. Can he see us? He asked Nizu, his voice barely above a whisper. He shouldn't be able to, no. However, he should be able to hear Dash. I can see you, Arthur said clearly, his voice carrying easily through the glass. I can also hear you, yes. You are right on that account, Nizu. Nizu blinked several times, his small paws coming together in a gesture that might have been embarrassment if anyone else had been doing it. I guess my calculations were wrong. I mean, I knew his enhanced hearing was on another level, but his eyesight is too, I guess. Arthur's voice came through again, tinged with what might have been the faintest hint of impatience. May I repeat, is that all? Makoto glanced toward the window, then back at Arthur with something that looked like approval. Yes, that is all, she said, standing up from her seat. Arthur did as well, he really wanted to get out of here. She opened the door, and Arthur paused in the doorway, offering her a small bow instinctively, his polite demeanor showing through even at this time. Thank you, he said. No problem, Makoto replied, her smile never leaving her face. Nizu and Naomasa emerged from their observation room, and Nizu immediately ran over to Arthur, jumping up to give him a small pat on the back that was probably meant to be encouraging. You did great, Nizu said with that distinctly eerie smile of his, which made everyone in the room except Arthur visibly shiver. Arthur, for his part, simply smiled back with what looked like genuine affection. Yes, thank you for answering all of our questions, Naomasa said, extending his hand towards Arthur. I'm sorry for disappearing from the scene, Arthur said as he shook the detective's hand. I know I shouldn't have done that. The important part is that you came forward. They walked toward the exit together, their footsteps echoing in the institutional hallway. The conversation was light, almost casual. We'll have a car bring you back to UA, Naomasa offered as they reached the main entrance. Thank you, both Nizu and Arthur said in unison, which might have been funny under different circumstances. It didn't take long for a police car to arrive. As Arthur and Nizu settled into the back seat and the vehicle pulled away from the curb, Naomasa found himself watching until it disappeared around a corner. When he was sure they were far enough away, Naomasa finally spoke. That kid is something else, huh, Makoto? I mean seriously, I don't want to say it, but I kind of got spooked when he turned to the glass. Makoto remained silent. Action spoke louder than words after all, and her action was stepping on her brother's shoe with her heel, applying enough pressure to make him yelp. Ow. Damn it. Why did you do that? You wanted me to ask a kid these questions, she said, her voice rising as she waved the papers still clutched in her hand. I know you're a stickler for the rules, but geez, Naomasa. Her brother rubbed his foot, looking genuinely confused by her anger. He was still a vigilante. Who's to say he didn't have partners? Seriously, do you know how many vigilantes have risen because of him? I get that you have a soft spot for vigilantism, like you did with the Narahata vigilantes, but those are routine questions. Well, I didn't ask them, Makoto shot back, since they had nothing to do with the case at hand, did they? Naomasa considered this for a moment, his expression slowly shifting from defensive to thoughtful. I guess not, he replied with a sigh. Seriously, you're going to become a walking board if you get any stricter. I get it. A/N, sorry for the incredibly late chapter, I know I said I would update in 9 hours, but I was fucking beat after everything and I decided not to rush the chapter. You'll still get the next chapter at the normal time, I think so at least. Also, I'm sure some of you didn't see this coming. The police actually asking questions only to do with the case at hand and no badgering Arthur about his past, impossible. Well, actually they would have badgered him, but Makoto ain't like that. Let's pray for Makoto and thank her for not making Arthur feel worse than he already does. Oh, I loved writing the dynamic between Naomasa and Makoto as a brother myself. That's pretty much it. I hope you enjoyed this chapter as much as I enjoyed writing it. THX for reading. Author out. Chapter 41, Aftermath. Narration POV. Well then, let's begin, Aizawa said from the front of the classroom. He was surrounded by bandages like an ancient mummy brought to life, white cloth wrapped around nearly every visible part of his body. His right arm was encased in a cast that extended from his shoulder to his fingertips, held in place by a sling that made even the simplest movements awkward and painful. However, the more important, and more concerning, thing was that his right leg was encased in a cast entirely, a bulky white prison that forced him to be in a wheelchair. The students of Class 1A sat in uncomfortable silence, their usual morning chatter replaced by worried glances at their teacher's condition. Some fidgeted in their seats, others stared at their desks. Aizawa didn't want to worry his students, but the truth was something he couldn't escape from, no matter how much he tried to push it to the back of his mind. He would never be able to walk right again. The bones in his leg had been shattered beyond what any normal medical intervention could repair, the fractures spiderwebbing through the bone like cracks in glass. Even Recovery Girl's powerful healing quirk had reached its limits with his injuries. The fact that he hadn't died because of Nomotu's devastating hit was a miracle in and of itself, something that defied all logical explanation. After all, he had been struck at speeds no human should have been able to withstand, speeds that should have liquefied his organs and turned his bones to powder. Thankfully, his capture weapon had been able to absorb and redistribute most of the kinetic energy, the specially designed fibers acting like a primitive shock absorber. Without it, there would have been nothing left of him to heal. But even with that protection, his hero career was effectively over. He might be able to walk with the help of a cane eventually, maybe even run short distances if he was lucky and dedicated to physical therapy. But the days of swinging through the air on his capture weapon, of engaging villains in close-quarters combat, of being the underground hero known as Eraserhead, those days were behind him now. So I think we must first begin talking about yesterday, Aizawa continued. You all experienced your first ever fight against villains yesterday. I want you to know that you all did great. Each and every one of you showed courage, quick thinking, and the kind of heroic spirit that UA looks for in its students. He paused, letting his gaze sweep across the classroom. Bakugo sat with his arms crossed, his usual scowl tempered by something that might have been concern. Midoriya was looking down at his desk twirling his thumbs. Each and every one was doing something to take their minds off it. However, Aizawa continued, you not only experienced your first battle with villains, but rather you witnessed the grim reality of this world. The truth that every pro hero must eventually face, you can't save everyone. Arthur shifted in his seat. Sometimes you will have to make impossible choices. Sometimes you will have to kill to save others. And while I know some of the more idealistic among you may have problems with this concept, this is the harsh truth of the world we live in. Heroes are not perfect beings who can solve every problem with a smile and a catchphrase. We are human. We make hard choices. We bear the weight of those choices. The classroom was so quiet it felt like an entirely different place. Aizawa bowed his head towards Arthur's seat. All I can say is thank you, Arthur. Thank you for protecting your classmates at all costs. Arthur bowed his own head toward Aizawa, slightly, almost nothing at all. Now, Aizawa said, straightening as much as his injuries would allow, let's move on from the grim reality we all live in. After all, the battle still isn't over. This got several worried reactions from the students. It isn't? Uraraka asked, her voice slightly higher than usual. Wait, battle. Kirishima echoed, his usual enthusiasm dampened by concern. Please tell me it's not more villains. Mineta practically shrieked from his seat, already looking around for places to hide. Aizawa allowed himself a small, tired smile, not that they could see it underneath the bandages. UA Sports Festival is approaching, boys and girls. The shift in the classroom's atmosphere was immediate and almost comical. The tension dissipated instantly and smiles suddenly appeared upon the students' faces. Oh yeah, I completely forgot this was a school. Mina yelled from her seat, slapping her forehead dramatically. Wait, hold up, Mineta said, still shivering in his seat despite the change in topic. That sounds like something villains will try to infiltrate, right? I mean, if they got into USJ, what's stopping them from attacking during a public event? It was a valid concern, one that had undoubtedly been discussed extensively by the faculty and administration. The USJ attack had shown that UA's security, while impressive, was not impenetrable. On the contrary, Aizawa replied, since we're going ahead with the festival, it means that the school is confident it has all its ducks in a row when it comes to crisis control. The administration, the Hero Public Safety Commission, and local law enforcement have all worked together to ensure maximum security. I hear police presence will be 5 times greater than normal, for example. Some classmates looked at each other still worried, mainly Midoriya and Mineta. What you all should be thinking about is what a huge opportunity the UA Sports Festival represents for each of you. This isn't some event that'll be brought to a halt by the likes of villains. This is your chance to show the world what you're made of. No, please, Mineta whimpered, if villains can appear anywhere, can we halt it? For the love of God. Hey Arthur, Kirishima called out, turning in his seat to face the blonde boy, you ever seen the sports festival before? Arthur looked up from where he had been staring at his desk, seeming to come back to the present moment. Not really, no, he answered honestly. At least I don't remember ever watching it. Huh, really Arthur? Mina said as she leaned back in her chair, making it balance precariously on its back 2 legs. You live under a rock or some shit. You never tried coke, never watched YouTube regularly, never seen the UA Sports Festival. She paused, counting on her fingers. Man, your bucket list must be huge then. Arthur released a small smile but didn't say much. Kaminari, ever the diplomat of their friend group, quickly jumped in. Hey, that just means you get to experience all this stuff for the first time. And you'll experience it by actually being in it, I mean you have to admit that is pretty cool. Aizawa's voice cut through their chatter before the conversation could continue down that path. Our sports festival is one of Japan's biggest events, he announced. In the days before quirks became mainstream, the Olympics was the sporting event that whipped the entire nation into a frenzy of enthusiasm. Athletes from around the world would gather to compete, and the whole country would stop to watch. He gestured with his uninjured arm. But now, as you all know, those international competitions just don't cut it anymore. When everyone has superpowers, the old records and achievements seem almost quaint by comparison. So what has taken the Olympics place in Japan? What event captures the nation's attention and imagination? The UA Sports Festival, several students answered in unison. Exactly. The UA Sports Festival. The country's top heroes are sure to be watching, Yaoyorozu said eagerly, her formality gone for just a second, she hadn't even raised her hand to speak. They'll be scouting us for potential recruitment into their hero agencies. This sparked a new wave of discussion among the students. Kaminari leaned to the side. I'm thinking I might follow the tactic of going as a sidekick for a pro heroes squad after graduating. But there's loads of people who get stuck as sidekicks and miss their chance to break out as solo heroes, and you seem just that type of dumbass, Kaminari. Ugh. Kaminari said, gripping his heart. The important thing, Aizawa interrupted, bringing the class back to focus, is understanding what this opportunity represents. Naturally, entering the squad of a famous pro hero will get you higher status and more experience. He paused, letting his words settle like a stew. But remember this, time is limited. You have 3 chances to get noticed by pros during your time here. 3 sports festivals. That is all. You only get this chance once a year for 3 years. If you truly want to be a pro hero, if you want the best agencies to fight over you rather than settling for whoever will take you, this is where you must shine. With that sobering thought, the class ended. The students moved through their subsequent periods, second period with present mix instructing English, third period with ectoplasms teaching mathematics, and finally fourth period with modern literature taught by Cementos. As the morning classes concluded and lunch period approached, the conversations naturally turned back to the upcoming sports festival. Groups formed and reformed as students discussed strategy, worried about competition, and shared their dreams of which heroes they hoped would notice them. Come on, man, Kirishima said as he slapped Arthur on the back with perhaps a bit more force than necessary, trying to jar his friend out of the melancholy that had seemed to settle over him like morning fog. Stop being so gloomy. You haven't said more than 10 words the entire day. Get excited. 3 weeks. Then it's time for the UA Sports Festival. Arthur looked up at his red-haired friend, managing a small smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. I know. So what pro hero would you guys want to get noticed by? Kaminari asked, trying to keep the conversation moving in a positive direction. He didn't like seeing his friend bummed out. Crimson Riot. Kirishima declared immediately, not waiting for others to answer first. It would be so damn manly to work under him. The way he never backs down, even if he's sacred, it's so manly. Tears actually appeared at the edges of his eyes as he spoke about his idol, the passion in his voice unmistakable. Isn't he on the verge of retirement? Tsuyu asked with her usual directness, her large eyes blinking slowly. I heard he's been talking about passing the torch to the next generation. So? Kirishima shot back without missing a beat. It's even manlier for him to keep being a man among heroes at his age. Experience like that is priceless. I'm not sure about a specific hero, Mina chimed in, her chair still balancing on the back 2 legs, but getting noticed by Ryuki would be sweet. Having a female role model in the top 10 would be amazing. So Arthur, Kaminari asked, how about you? What hero would you want to get noticed by? Arthur was quiet for a moment. The truth was he didn't know much about heroes. He knew the top 10 sure, but he didn't know what they specialized in or anything like that. A hero that goes to any crime, no matter how small. That's who I want to get noticed by. It was a simple answer. Still, it couldn't have been a more Arthur-like reply. That sounds like Endeavor, doesn't it? Toru suggested. Yeah, he has more solved cases and arrests than even All Might, Kaminari added, nodding thoughtfully. Being number 2 in the hero rankings isn't just for show. Guy's a workhorse apparently. Arthur, however, didn't really engage much with the rest of the conversation. He knew it was rude to tune out his friends, especially when they were clearly trying to include him and lift his spirits, but it was hard for him to act normal. Especially since he could tell, in the subtle ways people looked at him, in the tiny pauses before they spoke to him, in the careful way some classmates chose their words around him now. The way some students looked at him had changed since USJ. Not all of them, his core friend group remained the same, but others now looked at him like he was a wolf in sheep's clothing. Like he was something dangerous that happened to be on their side. It made him feel awful. He knew, logically, that they were probably just trying to process what had happened, same as him. Killing someone, even a villain, even something like Nomu, wasn't something that should come easily to anyone. But understanding something intellectually and feeling comfortable with it emotionally were two very different things. Kaminari, Mina, Toru, Kirishima, and Tsuyu had all made efforts to treat him normally, to include him in conversations, to act like nothing had changed. He was grateful for that, more grateful than he could express. But he could also sense the effort it required, the conscious decision to not let the events at USJ color their interactions with him. As students began to file out of the classroom and to the cafeteria, Arthur found himself walking alongside Tsuyu. As they both got out of class, Tsuyu turned toward Arthur. Her large eyes blinking slowly and her froggish features were accentuated against the brightness of the hallway. Thank you, Arthur, she said simply, a smile gracing her face. For saving me. Arthur looked at her. He smiled back. And for the first time since the incident, his smile reached his eyes. Anytime, he replied, and meant it completely. Tsuyu nodded once, her smile widening, before she began to walk toward the rest of their group. Arthur watched her go, and as he did, he felt something settle in his chest. A certainty that cut through the doubt and self-recrimination that had been plaguing him since yesterday. It was worth it. A/N, sup ladies and gents. I know sorry about the inconsistency, don't have much of an excuse, and for that I apologize. So on to this chapter. Yes, some students are kind of scared of Arthur. I mean, the power he showed was on another level. Some of course don't really care, mainly people like Bakugo, Todoroki, Yaoyorozu, weirdly enough Shoji, and a few more, but as you can expect some others do, cough Midoriya cough. Either way, I had two choices. Write the 3 weeks leading to the UA Sports Festival or skip it. I was kind of leaning to the former NGL, but now seeing as we are approaching the 50 chapter mark, I'm thinking I won't. We'll head straight to the sports festival, maybe I write one intermediary chapter, maybe, but don't expect an arc or something like that. That's pretty much it for today. Thanks for reading. I hope you enjoyed reading this as much as I enjoyed writing it. Oh, and send those stones, lol, they really get my dopamine going, same with comments, basically anything that lets me see you dudes and dudettes are enjoying this. Author out. Chapter 42, Aftermath, 2. Arthur POV. However, once Tsuyu and I crossed the door to class, we stopped. I hadn't realized, maybe because my mind has been elsewhere, but all of Class 1A was being blocked at the other side of the door by students. The hallway was packed. Students from different classes had gathered, creating a wall of bodies that stretched from one end of the corridor to the other. Some were whispering among themselves, others were openly staring at us with expressions ranging from curiosity to barely concealed hostility. I could hear the heartbeats of each and every one once I came to my senses, and my senses were pretty good. They're checking us out, before the battle, fucking extras, Bakugo said at the front of 1A. It's pointless for you guys to even try, so why don't you all just fuck off? I sighed. Of all the ways this could have gone, Bakugo had to choose the most inflammatory approach possible. I could see the tension rising in the crowd, faces darkening at his words. Some students were already clenching their fists. I heard more than a few muttered curses directed our way, and worse than that, I could literally hear their heartbeats quicken as their rage built up. Bakugo was a headache sometimes. I guess I was class president, so I'd have to take charge, right? That's what presidents do, isn't it? Handle diplomatic crises caused by their explosive classmates. I moved to the front, to be alongside Bakugo, careful not to jostle anyone as I navigated through my clustered classmates. Kirishima gave me an encouraging nod, while Kaminari whispered good luck, man, as I passed. I came to see what the famous Class A was like, but you guys seem pretty arrogant. A purple spiky-haired kid moved to the front of the crowd. His eyes were in one way, tired. Dark circles underneath them suggested he hadn't been sleeping well, and there was something almost hollow about his gaze. He kind of reminded me of Aizawa-sensei, if Aizawa-sensei was a student and had even less patience for nonsense. Are all the students in the hero course like this? The crowd murmured in agreement. May I repeat? This was a headache, maybe even a headache and a half. Bakugo and the kid stared at each other intently, and I could see that familiar look in Bakugo's eyes, the one that usually preceded explosions and property damage. His hands were already starting to smoke slightly, small wisps curling up from his palms. Again I wanted to sigh. This was exactly what we didn't need right now. Oh, and speaking about headaches, more specifically the head part. My hand reached towards Bakugo's head, my palm made contact with his spiky blonde hair, and then I pulled it downward, making him bow towards the student. I could feel his muscles tense under my grip, like a coiled spring ready to explode, but I maintained the pressure. I'm sorry, you see Bakugo is rather intense, as you can see, he has no ill will towards you, I said, keeping my voice like I did whenever I went out as a vigilante, reassuring, firm. Don't you, Bakugo? Bakugo's hands began to sparkle, small bursts of ignition coming from his sweat. The acrid smell of nitroglycerin filled the air, and several students in the crowd took a step back. His red eyes met my blue ones, and for a moment I thought my actions had been counterintuitive and he was going to explode, literally and figuratively. He, in God's good graces, actually stayed quiet. His hands fell to his sides as the sparks never got anything more than that. I could hear him grinding his teeth, but he didn't say a word or make any aggressive moves. I lifted his head from the bow and let go, but kept myself positioned between him and the purple-haired student, just in case. Tisk, I heard Bakugo click his tongue but didn't mind it. At least he wasn't screaming death threats or telling them that they were extras, or some other thing like that. Hello, I'm Arthur Pendragon, class president of 1A, nice to meet you, I said, extending my hand for a handshake towards the purple-haired student. He looked at my hand with those tired eyes, may I repeat, they looked almost exactly the same as Aizawa. It made me feel bad, that he wasn't sleeping well. His own hand started to rise, stretched out toward mine, however just as he was about to grab my own, his hand went to the back of his neck, then he began to scratch. The gesture was weird, making me tilt my head to the side. Why had he done that? At least some of you have some manners, he said, his voice carrying that same tired quality as his eyes. Still, seeing something like this makes me disillusioned. There are quite a few people who enrolled in general studies or other courses because they didn't make it into the hero courses. Did you know that? I nodded. I figured as much. The practical exam isn't exactly designed to showcase every type of quirk effectively. Kind of sorry about that. The school has left those of us a chance, he continued, his gaze sweeping over not just me but the entire class behind me. Depending on the results of the sports festival, they'll consider our transfer to the hero course. Sounds like something Nizu would do, I interrupted, unable to help myself. He loves competition. He'll probably be watching while he sips tea. No, not probably, it's definitely while he's drinking tea. Probably Earl Grey, knowing him. People began to look at me weirdly, students from both the crowd and my own class. Even the purple-haired guy looked at me strangely for a moment, his tired expression shifting to something more confused, before his eyes returned to that weary look. Behind me, I heard Mina whisper to Kaminari, does he just know the principal personally or something? Wait, hadn't I told them about my relationship with Nizu? I was sure oh wait, no, I was misremembering. Weirdly enough, the only person who knew about how close Nizu and I were was probably Nijire. She had asked me, and I hadn't seen a reason not to answer. And it seems they may also transfer people out, the student continued, ignoring my tangent. If nothing else, a general ed kid like me is thinking. Hey, why don't I try pulling the rug out from under those heroic kids while they're on their high horses? His voice grew more intense, both of his hands falling to his pockets, his tired eyes looked into mine. Consider it a declaration of war. Some students were nodding enthusiastically, while others were cracking their knuckles or stretching, as if preparing for a fight right here in the hallway. I looked at him for a bit, processing his words, then I smiled. Look, I get it, I began, again my voice exactly the same as I had when I had been a vigilante. The practical entrance exam doesn't exactly give everyone a fair advantage, since some quirks aren't meant to be used against robots. I saw his eyes narrow slightly at my words, and I wondered if I'd hit closer to home than I'd intended. But it is what it is, I continued. You were given a chance to change into the hero course, and that's great. That's more than fair, actually. But you guys don't need to come to our class, block the door, and create bad blood, especially since if you do transfer to the hero course, we'll be classmates. The crowd was listening intently now, their earlier hostility tempered a bit. After all, I was being quite reasonable, and it was true. Why create conflict? I get it, this was a competition, but actually getting mad at each other helped no one, least of all ourselves. So, please let us through, as I'm getting quite hungry and I'd like to get lunch, along with my compatriots, I said, gesturing to my classmates behind me. I could hear Kaminari's stomach growling in agreement, which drew a few snickers from the crowd. As for the UA Sports Festival, I wish you the best of luck. I struck my hand out once more, making it clear that this was a genuine offer of respect. Again the purple-haired kid looked down at my hand with that tired gaze. Was he Aizawa's secret child or something, because it was uncanny. It's rude not to shake a person's hand and introduce themselves, I said gently. I mean, you've already said your monologue, so what do you say? After a moment's hesitation, he grabbed my hand. His grip was firm. Name's Hitoshi Shinso. Nice to meet you, Hitoshi Shinso, I said, giving his hand a solid shake. Nice to meet you too, Arthur Pendragon. With that, he began to walk away, and the crowd gathering around 1A parted around him like water. The tension in the hallway decreased noticeably, though it didn't disappear entirely. As for the rest of you, I said, addressing the remaining students, it was nice meeting you and I wish you the best of luck for the UA Sports Festival, but I think it's time for you ladies and gentlemen to go. I paused, letting my gaze sweep across the crowd. Now. The effect thankfully was immediate and they began to shuffle away from our class. The hallway slowly returned to normal foot traffic levels. I was about to turn to look at my classmates, feeling pretty good about how I'd handled the situation, but before I could do so, I heard a person yell from somewhere behind the dispersing crowd. God, what now? We were gonna miss lunch at this rate. Hey. 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 I'm from Class B, I heard you knocked around with villains or whatever, so I came to hear it directly from you. The voice was loud, enthusiastic, and completely oblivious to the fact that I had just spent several minutes trying to de-escalate a tense situation. Several students who had been walking away stopped and turned back, drawn by the commotion. Please. Lunch. I couldn't restrain myself anymore. Stop yelling, for the love of God, we get it. I called back, my diplomatic patience finally reaching its limit. Now please be quiet or I'll go talk to Kendo about you, whoever you are. Yayorozu, please tell me who he is. Yayorozu walked over to my side with that efficient stride of hers, already pulling out her phone. She opened it up and quickly scrolled through what looked like a chat group, then whispered in my ear. He looks like Tetsu from what Kendo and Shota sent us in the class president group chat. Thank you, Yayorozu, I said, then raised my voice again. Now you, Tetsu. Head back to your own class or to lunch, but stop holding up the crowd. Or I'll snitch to Kendo or to your teacher. You hear me? I'll snitch. The threat of involving Kendo, who was apparently well regarded as a responsible class president, had an immediate effect. Tetsu suddenly reddened, and he bolted without another word. Yeah, that's what I thought. I called after his retreating form, then turned to the rest of Class 1A, who were all just staring at me with various expressions. Mina and Kaminari were wearing particularly weird smiles on their faces, the kind that suggested they were either impressed or plotting something. Probably both. As for us, I announced, throwing my arms wide in a gesture of triumph, we go to lunch. NGL kind of disappointed with the Power Stones, we didn't crack the top 10 unfortunately. I understand it's probably because I don't have any Power Stone goals like I used to, but honestly I probably couldn't keep up that rate as I'm starting college soon, like in a week's time. Also that Leo the Lion King story just absorbs Power Stones. 1.6k, that's insane, lol. It's also probably cause we lost a lot of readers, like a lot, but not much I can do there since at the end of the day this is my story, and I want Arthur to develop from the perfect naive hero archetype to something more like Proto-Arthur. Still I will do one thing, I will put 2 Power Stone goals. Top 5 and top 3. I think that's fair and an actual rate I can keep up with. I hope this doesn't sound like I'm whining. I still thank everyone for the comments and support. Thankfully I could rant about this since I don't have much to say about this chapter aside from the fact that Arthur, while not great at school, or planning stuff or socially, is pretty fucking good at de-escalating conflicts since he mostly did that when he worked as a vigilante. That's pretty much it for today. I hope you enjoyed reading this chapter as much as I enjoyed writing it. THX for reading. Author out. Chapter 43, Aftermath, 3. A week had gone by since the incident at USJ. Everyone was training hard for the incoming festival. The training rooms at UA had been booked solid, with students pushing themselves to their limits in preparation for what would be their first real chance to showcase their abilities to the professional hero world. I, however, was a bit meh about it all. I didn't really care about the festival, but since everyone was training hard it wasn't like we could hang out a lot. So just like today. I'd been spending most of my evenings with a certain someone. Huh, so what do you say? Nijire's ponytails jumped up as she floated towards me, her usual boundless energy undimmed by the late hour. To what? Club meeting. Seriously, look at these. She jammed her phone in my face, nearly bonking me in the nose with the device. The screen was filled with messages from what appeared to be an incredibly active group chat. The president is super jealous. I leaned back slightly to get the phone in focus and looked at the replies. The messages came from just two people, Nijire, whose username was also just Nijire, and the seemingly president of my fan club. Still weird to think I had one of those. Gentle love. Their messages felt weirdly disconnected, like two completely different people were typing. I wish you the greatest of times. I'm sure getting to know Arthur has been wonderful. Please extend my regards and let him know that his heroic actions at USJ have only increased our admiration. It's so unfair, it's really unfair. Why does Nijire get to hang out with him all the time? I demand equal time. This is discrimination. I blinked, reading the messages again to make sure I wasn't seeing things. The contrast was jarring. Not to be mean, but does your president have a personality disorder? Nijire looked at her phone, tilting her head thoughtfully. Her expression was completely serious, as if she was genuinely considering the question. No, I don't think so. Maybe I should ask. She began typing, while muttering aloud as she composed her message. Hey, do you have a personality disorder? Question from Arthur. My eyes widened as I watched her fingers move across the screen. You're not actually going to send that, are you? Huh, what? She looked up at me from the screen, blinking in confusion. I looked at her screen and saw that the message had already been sent, complete with a little checkmark indicating delivery. Gosh darn it. I smiled despite myself. Guess I wasn't the only one who could learn about restraint. The response came almost immediately. What kind of question is that? I'll have you know I'm perfectly normal. Though I suppose the stress of managing a fan club dedicated to such an incredible individual could drive anyone to extremes. Followed by, please disregard the previous message. I was momentarily overcome with emotion. To answer your inquiry, I am in perfect mental health, thank you for your concern. I raised an eyebrow. Okay, that's something. Nijire put her phone in a pocket in her UA sportswear. So what ya doing? Walking with you. I said, the sentence almost sounding like a question. No, what ya doing for the sports festival? Have any clue who you want to get noticed by? It was a question I had already been asked, and my answer remained unchanged. No clue, if I'm being honest. You. This is going to be my final year, so as you can tell, I'm gonna have some fun with it, plus it's not like I have to get noticed as I'm already in an internship under Ryukyu. The 9th pro hero, right? Yeah, she's been a great mentor, couldn't ask for more if I'm being honest. She's strong, dependable, and humble, plus she actually assigns me hero work, even if it's hard. Most other students who are in an internship only go on patrol and stuff like that. I get actual action. Her eyes lit up as she spoke about her mentor, not that her eyes didn't light up at almost every other instant she spoke, but this time they were even brighter. She actually sounds good, I muttered, remembering that Mina had also mentioned wanting to get noticed by Ryukyu. Honestly, based on what Nijire was saying, she didn't sound so bad. How did the last 2 sports festivals go for you? They were great, I loved doing them. Last year I got 2nd place, Mirio is a tough cookie. Permeation is just. She shook her head admiringly. It's honestly unfair sometimes. Permeation. It basically allows him to phase through objects, thereby avoiding all damage. Avoiding all damage, huh? I muttered as I looked towards Avalon hanging at my side, which made me smile slightly. Sounds like a great quirk. It is, it's amazing. The way he uses it is like nothing I've ever seen. He can phase through the ground and then solidify just his fist to attack from below, or he can let attacks pass through him and then immediately counter. I'm sure he'll get to be rank 1 in the future. That's his goal. She put her hand to her chin, as if thinking for a moment. Her ponytail swayed gently in the evening breeze. No, I don't think so. His goal is to save 1 million people, but if you save 1 million people, I'm sure you'll get to be top 1, right? 1 million, huh? I thought of my own count. 18,412. The number was burned into my memory. All my years as a vigilante and I hadn't even saved 20,000 people. Still, I smiled. That was an amazing goal. Thinking about Mirio, I'm sure he's training for the sports festival in the facilities. Wanna go see? She asked as she floated in front of me, her golden spirals beneath her feet landing on my shoes. I thought back to what he had told me before he left when we had first met at Nizu's office. Wanna spar sometime? Are you sure he wouldn't mind? I asked, looking into her eyes. They were such a bright blue, full of enthusiasm and life. It was hard to imagine her ever being discouraged or defeated. Mind? Mirio, she laughed, the sound echoing in my ears, it was almost melodic. No, of course not. He loves meeting new people and he's always up for a challenge. Come on, let's go. She grabbed my hand and dragged me along, humming a little tune as we went. Her grip was surprisingly strong, and I had to quicken my pace, not that I couldn't, to keep up with her floating form. We walked down one hallway, crossed another, went down a flight of stairs, and in no time we were standing in front of a door marked Advanced Training Facility C. Nijire opened it with her keycard, the electronic lock beeping softly as it disengaged. The doors slid open with a soft mechanical whir, and I could hear the sounds of someone training from within. I looked inside to see a fully equipped gym that was much more advanced than anything I'd seen before. There were tons of machines designed specifically for quirk training, holographic projectors for scenario simulation, and a boxing ring that was much larger than normal, probably to accommodate students with size enhancement quirks. Facing one machine and releasing one punch after another without pause, was none other than Mirio, the sole person in the entire facility. He was punching so hard it made me wonder if his quirk provided him some strength enhancement, but then I remembered what Nijire had said, and unless Mirio's quirk was like Nomu's, I didn't see that as a possibility. He had built his strength, little by little. Mirio! Nijire yelled as she floated over to him, garnering his attention immediately. Her voice echoed slightly in the large space. Mirio stopped what he was doing, turned to us, and broke into the characteristic wide smile that seemed to light up his entire face. "Hey Nijire," he yelled back, even though she had already floated over to be just a few feet in front of him. "Arthur, hello to you too." "Wait, Arthur." I looked at the smiling Mirio more carefully. He knew my real name was Aki Tadashi. I'd told him and Nisa that during our first meeting. Could he have forgotten about my real name? Then he winked at me, with a knowing smile, and I realized he hadn't forgotten at all. He was simply being considerate, using the name I was comfortable with in front of Nijire. "Hello Mirio. So what are you both doing here?" "Well Nijire, I guess I know," he said, wiping his face with a towel from a nearby rack. "But what about you Arthur? Shouldn't you be training for the sports festival like everyone else?" I shrugged. "I've been doing some training, but nothing too intensive. I suppose I should be more concerned about it." "I brought him," Nijire said, her smile bright. "Where's Amajiki?" "I was expecting him to be here too. He had to go home for something. Family dinner, I think. You know how he gets about maintaining his routines." "Amajiki?" I asked, the name slipping out before I could stop it. "Aha," Mirio said, gesturing to include Nijire in his explanation. "Together with Amajiki, we are the big three of UA. The three strongest students in the entire school." I found myself curious about this Amajiki person, wondering what kind of person he was. Mirio was energetic, Nijire was too, maybe he was the same. Yeah, I was sure he was. I mean, how else were you supposed to keep up with them? My thoughts about this Amajiki were interrupted by Mirio. He patted me on the shoulder, once, twice, thrice, each pat surprisingly firm. "Well, it's nice seeing you Arthur. Wanna spar?" The invitation hung in the air for not even a second. "Sure, why not?" Nijire's voice cut through what we were saying, but we didn't pay it much attention. Instead, Mirio walked over to the boxing ring and gestured for me to follow. I did, climbing up onto the padded platform. The ring was indeed massive, easily 3 times the size of a normal boxing ring. The ropes were reinforced with some kind of metal cable, and the mat beneath our feet had a strange, almost bouncy quality to it. "So do we use quirks? Or?" I asked, trailing off as I tried to gauge what kind of sparring match he had in mind. Nijire still stood at her original spot near the entrance, looking increasingly concerned. "Of course with the use of our quirks," Mirio said, beginning to stretch his arms and roll his shoulders. "That's the only way to really test ourselves, right?" "Okay then." I reached for Excalibur's hilt, but I once more remembered what Nijire had said about Mirio's quirk. Phasing through things. Yeah, I didn't need to draw Excalibur. At that moment, Nijire finally broke out of her stupor. Wait, why are you fighting?" I turned to her, so did Mirio. "He asked me to." I asked him to. We spoke simultaneously, which seemed to only make her more confused. Still, that was going to be the explanation she was going to get, because without any other words, Mirio began to run at me across the ring. Just a straight charge, and I let him. And then suddenly, as he got within a few feet of me, he was naked. A/N, bribery works wonders on you guys and gals, huh? We jumped 11 spots since yesterday. Expect the top 5 bonus chapter soon. Probably not today as I gotta go to the doctor. Don't worry guys and gals, it's nothing serious, but soon. Also yeah, Mirio finally got that spar he wanted, now let's see how he does. This is probably gonna be one of the better fights as Arthur doesn't really have a way to get past permeation, either through physical time or because of Excalibur. Last thing before I go. Arthur and Nijire sitting in a tree, I'm joking. I don't want to make any jumps on relationships, but she feels like the best right now. See you all tomorrow. Keep sending those power stones, I appreciate it. THX for reading. Author out. Chapter 44, Aftermath, 4. Arthur POV. He was naked. Why was he naked? Immediately I shut my eyes, my face burning with embarrassment. This was definitely not what I had expected when Mirio asked to spar. I felt the wind on my skin as something moved past me at incredible speed. I tried to listen carefully, using my enhanced hearing to track where Mirio was coming from, but I realized something strange. I could hear something moving, but it was too small, too subtle to be Mirio's full body. It was like only parts of him were making contact with the air. However, just as I was processing this information, I felt the air in front of me shift dramatically as something large displaced it. Even with my eyes tightly shut, I could tell exactly what it was, a fist, moving fast and aimed directly at my face. My enhanced reflexes kicked in, and I let myself fall backward in a smooth motion. I felt the rush of wind pass over my face where Mirio's punch would have connected, missing me by mere millimeters, then it was gone. Narration POV. Mirio knew Arthur was faster than him, much, much faster. In fact, Arthur's speed was so overwhelming that if he had begun the match by rushing forward immediately, Mirio doubted he could have activated his permeation quirk in time to avoid the attack. The vigilante's reflexes were simply too sharp, his movements too swift for most people to even perceive, let alone counter. However, Mirio also understood that because of Arthur's incredible speed, this match would probably end in a frustrating stalemate. Arthur could easily outmaneuver him even in this enclosed space, dancing around his attacks indefinitely without ever being caught. So Mirio decided to use the one advantage he had, the element of surprise. And thankfully, since he wasn't wearing his hero suit designed to work with his quirk, the surprise came naturally. His regular clothes permeated right through his body as he activated his quirk, leaving him completely exposed, which he knew would be shocking enough to throw off even someone as experienced as Arthur. Taking in one massive breath to sustain himself, Mirio began to rush toward Arthur. Only the soles of his feet and his eyes remained solid, allowing him to run and see his target. Everything else phased through the material world. He drew back his arm and punched forward with all his strength. At the exact moment his fist was mere millimeters away from Arthur's face, he made his knuckles and fingers, basically his entire hand, solid again. This was it. All or nothing. Mirio had to hope that Arthur was distracted enough by the unexpected nudity and the confusion of fighting an opponent he couldn't physically touch. The punch moved closer and closer, cutting through the air. Wait, cut. Do fists cut air? Questions for another time. However, just as it was about to strike Arthur square in the face, the blonde boy fell backward in a perfectly controlled motion, avoiding the punch with an almost casual grace. Mirio quickly distanced himself from Arthur and deactivated his quirk on his torso so he could draw another breath. He made his larynx, vocal cords, and mouth solid once again so he could speak. Didn't work, huh? He said, genuinely impressed despite his failed attack. He also deactivated the quirk on his ears so he could hear Arthur's response. Why are you naked? Nijire, why is he naked? Arthur shouted, his voice cracking slightly with embarrassment and confusion. He kept his eyes firmly shut, his face burning red. It's part of his quirk. Nijire yelled back from where she was outside the ring. Mirio on the other hand made his throat and mouth normal and laughed, a sound full of genuine amusement and no embarrassment whatsoever. He took in a deep breath and made his whole body phase through the floor. He sunk as he ran towards him. Then reappeared behind him, once more making his fist normal so as to strike. Arthur, his eyes still closed, sidestepped the attack smoothly. In the same motion, he spun around and launched his own counterattack, his hand shooting toward where he estimated Mirio's wrist would be. But his fingers closed around nothing but air. His hand passed right through where Mirio should have been. I was sure that. Arthur began, then immediately cut himself off as he sensed another attack coming from a completely different angle. He sidestepped once more, frustration beginning to build. Again, he tried grabbing Mirio's wrist. But obviously, it didn't work. Arthur's own hand passing harmlessly through Mirio like he wasn't even there. Arthur POV. Yeah, I had to think of some other way, because what I was doing wasn't working. I thought for a moment, Mirio's quirk. Permeation. It allowed him to phase through everything. It sounded like a powerful quirk, but thinking about it, doesn't that mean that air, sound, even light would phase through him? He wouldn't be able to breathe, hear, or even see. So how come he could keep fighting, and how come I felt the air shift inches from me from his punches but I couldn't reach him? Could he really control what exact parts of his body to permeate at the exact right time, all the time? That sounded harder than even when I had used continuous mana bursts to fight against both Nomus when my speed was taken from me. I stepped to the side once more. Mirio was incredible, huh? I smiled, a plan forming in my mind. But if he needed to breathe, then there had to be moments, however brief, where parts of his respiratory system became solid. And if I could hear those moments. I focused all of my enhanced hearing, filtering out the ambient noise of the gym, Nijire's quiet commentary from outside the ring, the beeps and boops of the training machinery. I stepped to the side as I felt another punch whistle past my ear, but this time I was listening for something specific. I sidestepped again, moved forward a step, moved back, ducked low as I sensed an attack aimed at my head. All the while, I was concentrating on the subtle sounds of human physiology, the intake and release of breath, the slight sound of air moving through lungs. Then I heard it. Fnuff. It was quiet, but to my now focused ears it sounded like a freight train, the unmistakable sound of someone taking a breath. And more importantly, I could pinpoint exactly where it was coming from. My heart rate spiked as I prepared to use Mana Burst. The familiar energy coursed through my system, reaching my leg muscles and exploding outward in a controlled burst of speed and power. In an instant, I moved to where I had heard the breathing. I pulled back my fist and punched forward, but I was careful to control my strength. This was a sparring match with a classmate, and Mirio, however good he was, still didn't have enhanced durability. I didn't want to seriously hurt Mirio. Bam. The impact of flesh meeting flesh told me I had connected. My fist had found its target. Then came the sound of his body landing on the floor. Mirio, you okay? I called out, immediately concerned that I might have hit him harder than intended despite my restraint. I could hear his body functions clearly now, his heartbeat, his breathing, the subtle sounds of his circulatory system. He wasn't in that phasing mode anymore, which meant he was fully solid and therefore fully vulnerable. He was also still naked though, so I kept my eyes firmly shut. I heard his feet shuffle against the mat as he pushed himself back to a standing position. He coughed a couple of times, clearing his throat. I'm fine, cough, I'm fine, cough, he said, though I could hear the slight strain in his voice. Sorry for hitting you so hard, I said, genuinely apologetic. Even with my restraint, my enhanced strength could pack quite a punch. Don't worry, I can take it. Mirio replied, and I could hear him slapping something, probably his own chest, at least I hope it was his chest. Are you still naked? I asked hesitantly, really hoping the answer was no. No, not anymore. Don't worry, I put my clothes back on, he assured me. I opened my eyes timidly, peeking through barely separated eyelids. I sighed with relief when I saw he was wearing pants. Thank God for small mercies. So how come you knew where I was with your eyes closed? Mirio asked as he walked forward, seemingly none the worse for wear from our brief scuffle. I have good ears, I replied simply. You have good ears, huh? He repeated, clearly impressed. Yeah, I could hear when you took a breath, even if it was for less than a second. So before you could even finish drawing that breath, I used my speed to rush at you. Yeah, I understand your tactic now. Still, that was amazing, Mirio said with that ever-present smile of his. He extended his hand toward me. God, his smile really did look like All Might's. Nice spar, he called out enthusiastically. Yeah, nice spar, I agreed, shaking his hand firmly. That was amazing. Both of you did great. I heard Nijire's excited voice as she flew over to us, landing gracefully behind me. She placed her hands on my shoulders and used me for support as she lifted herself up slightly, her enthusiasm bubbling over. How did you know that permeation wouldn't allow him to breathe though? Also, how much can your ears actually listen to? Oh, and are your other senses enhanced as well? What is your strongest sense? What about? It was more of an educated guess than actual knowledge, I interrupted gently, smiling at her rapid-fire questioning style that I'd grown accustomed to over the past week. As for my hearing range, I'm not entirely sure, it depends on how much I focus on it. I can definitely pick up things most people can't. And yes, my other senses are enhanced too, though I'd say my sight is probably the strongest overall. It's the most important sense for maintaining my speed safely, need to see where I'm going, after all. We continued talking for a while longer, discussing both Mirio's permeation quirk and my own enhanced abilities, then we talked about more normal things, like school life, their hero agencies. Wait, was that normal? The sun had fully set. Mirio finally announced that he needed to head home. Thanks for the spar, Arthur. We should definitely do this again sometime, he said, gathering his things. Absolutely. It was a good challenge, I replied. After Mirio left, Nijire walked with me back toward the dormitories, our conversation ending as we fell into comfortable silence. We walked side by side. Something I realized was that when you walked along with someone, one of you almost always ended in the rhythm of the other. Night, Nijire, I said, cutting through the silence as I reached my door and pulled out my keycard to unlock it. She began to float away toward the girls' section of the dormitory, which was located deeper in the building. Good night, Arthur. A/N, sorry for the late chapter. Also yeah, even though Mirio can phase through anything, his body is still normal, well as normal as my bodies are, because some of the shit they do makes me think they have super strength and durability. Use the dokes knowing but can't prove it meme. I think that I am gonna start the sports festival on the next one. Oh, and those bonus chapters, just remember not to fall from the 5th or 3rd place before they reset and you shall receive them. That's it for today. THX for reading. See you all tomorrow. Author out. Chapter 45, Sports Festival. Narration POV. A week had passed. A stadium. In the stands, the crowds roar, young or old, men or women, all of them were excited, for the sports festival had begun. The anticipation was electric, crackling through the air like lightning. Vendors moved through the aisles selling merchandise, particularly there was one yelling. Butt scratcher, get your butt scratcher here. Burrs catcher. A man in the stand raised his hand, yelling back. Butt scratcher. The men walked over handing over the butt scratcher and saying. Butt scratcher. The men grabbed the butt scratcher and handing him a bill, replying back, butt scratcher. The vendor nodded his head towards the men and began yelling once more. Butt scratcher. Another man far away and stood up, yelling. Okay, we can move to another person yelling. President Mick's voice reverberated across the stadium. No matter the roaring of the crowds, his voice could be heard. His energy was infectious as always, even over the butt scratcher vendor. On the screens he emoted towards the crowd. The UA Sports Festival. The huge battle where fledgling heroes sharpen their swords once a year. This is it, folks. The moment we've all been waiting for. His voice crescendoed as he continued. Anyway, these are the guys, right? The miraculous new stars who overcame enemy attacks with their hearts of steel. The crowd's response was deafening. Parents pointed excitedly at the screens, professional heroes in the VIP sections leaned forward with interest, and talent scouts frantically scribbled notes in their notebooks. These were the ones who had garnered all of their attention for several reasons. Of course because they had faced villains, but also because there were several students who stood out of the rest. Of course those two were Shoto Todoroki, son of the number 2 pro hero Endeavor, and Arthur Pendragon, the previous number 1 vigilante of Japan. Hero Course, Class 1A. 20 students walked across one of the gates. They all wore the same dark blue UA tracksuit, designed by Nizu himself and made with fabric which could withstand quite the explosive quirks. The students weirdly enough didn't look worried at first glance, they all stepped forward with apparent confidence. However, as they walked and the true scale of the crowd became apparent, their reactions began to change. Seriously, isn't this too many people? Izuku said, without stammering for once, though he started to look nervous as his green eyes swept across the massive stadium. The sheer number of faces staring down at them was overwhelming, easily 50,000 people, maybe more. Yes, will we be able to showcase our best with these many people watching? Ida asked, his typically rigid posture becoming even more formal as a coping mechanism. He looked like a robot with rust. I'm getting pumped, Kirishima said, his sharp-toothed grin widening as he looked up at the crowd. Unlike his classmates, the attention seemed to energize him rather than intimidate him. This is so manly. Arthur, however, said nothing, his face seemingly calm, but something only 3 people noticed said otherwise. He was gripping Excalibur's hilt tightly. The noise of the crowd was almost overwhelming to his enhanced hearing, a constant roar that he had to actively filter out to maintain his composure. Toru, walking beside him, was one of the 3 who could tell he was quite nervous. President Mike continued with his introductions, his voice somehow growing even more energetic. They haven't been getting as much airtime, but this class is also full of talent. Don't sleep on these rising stars. Hero Course Class 1B. Out of another gate, Class 1B walked out with their own brand of determination. Tetsu was glaring daggers towards Arthur. Kendo noticed this and gave him a warning look, which made him squirm back like a puppy that got bullied. Aside from that weird interaction, all of them were composed and ready. Out of the 4 remaining gates, more students walked out as President Mike announced them with equal enthusiasm. Next up, General Studies. Class C, D, and E. Support classes F, G, and H are here too. And finally, Business Courses classes I, J, and K. All of UA's first years are here now. The crowd roared once more, the sound echoing off the stadium walls and creating a thunderous symphony of excitement, though if you focused you could hear someone yell butt scratcher. Arthur had to resist the urge to cover his ears as the noise hit him in waves. All the first-year students, nearly 300 in total, gathered at the flat square at the center of the stadium. They formed a massive group, shoulder to shoulder. They stood facing a small platform, where Midnight Sensei walked on with her never-ending confidence. Once she got to the top, she raised one of her feather fans into the air. The crowd quietened, if only for a moment, allowing Midnight to be heard. Time for the player pledge. Her voice carried across the stadium, the microphone making her voice reverberate. However, she wasn't alone on the stage as, behind her, clung to her back, something unexpected happened. Poking out his mouse-like head was none other than Principal Nizu himself, looking surprisingly comfortable perched on the R-rated hero's shoulders. Which also dug his face into Midnight's microphone and yelled with his squeaky voice, which made more than a few people on the stand say aw. Representing the students is Bakugo Katsuki from Class 1A, who earned first place in the entrance exam. Arthur looked as Bakugo walked towards the stadium, hands in his pockets, his spiky blonde hair, even spikier if that was possible. Arthur prayed to God that Bakugo would control himself and not say something that would make the entire school hate Class 1A. His enhanced senses also heard murmured comments from other students, particularly from the general course students. TSK, he only got first place in the hero course. What's so special about that? Bet he thinks he's hot stuff. However, the comments died out quickly enough. Just in time to hear whatever Bakugo was going to say. Arthur held his breath, hoping against hope that his explosive classmate would keep things civil. I pledge, Bakugo began, his voice surprisingly calm, which actually calmed Arthur too. Maybe Bakugo had learned some restraint after all. To be number one. Arthur sighed in relief. That wasn't a bad pledge at all. It was confident but not insulting. At least that was what he thought. However, he couldn't have been more wrong about how it would be received. All students of Class 1A paled simultaneously, as if they'd just watched their social standing crumble before their eyes. Meanwhile, all the other students began yelling towards Bakugo with renewed fury. Don't be so full of yourselves, Class A. You sludge bastard. Who do you think you are? Arrogant heroic classes. Arthur looked around in confusion, the hostility washing over him like a tide. He whispered towards Kaminari, who was seemingly about to cry from embarrassment. Was it that bad? Arthur, he basically said he was going to beat everyone, Kaminari whispered back, his voice strained. I mean, yeah, Arthur replied, genuinely confused. Isn't that the point of this, to win? Sure, he could have said it in a better manner, but does everyone have to get this riled up? Kaminari didn't answer, instead he pointed towards Ida, who had walked to the front of their group. And with those robotic movements he was known for, began waving one of his arms up and down in distress. Why are you being so disgraceful? Ida called out, his voice carrying his genuine mortification. Guess it really did garner that kind of reaction, Arthur thought ruefully. Bakugo didn't mind the hostile crowd at all. Instead, he turned and looked directly at Arthur, his voice maintaining that same unnervingly calm tone. You're all going to be stepping stones for me to bounce off of. If anything, this made the situation worse. The crowd's boos grew louder, and Arthur could actually tell for once. How overconfident can you get? Tetsu began, his metal skin starting to activate again, but before he could finish his outburst, Kendo appeared behind him and delivered a light but effective karate chop to his head. Don't act like that, you already went ballistic last time, she scolded. He said he wouldn't snitch, Tetsu protested, rubbing his head, as he glared towards Arthur. Which made the person in question look slightly away. He didn't, now be quiet and concentrate on the festival, Kendo replied firmly. Tetsu quietened down, but his glare remained fixed on Arthur. Bakugo jumped off the platform. Nizu and Midnight looked at each other, a moment of silent communication passing between them, before shrugging their shoulders at the same time. The principal's expression was unreadable, though Arthur thought he detected a hint of amusement in his beady eyes. Midnight brought the microphone back to her lips and spoke up, her voice cutting through the lingering tension. Now let's get started right away. The first game is what you'd call a qualifier. The anticipation in the stadium grew once more as she continued. She brought the microphone to Nizu, who was now fully sitting on her shoulder, his legs dangling and hitting her bosom. The principal's squeaky voice filled the stadium. Every year many drink their tears here, and I happily drink with them. His cheerful delivery of such ominous words sent a chill through the student body. Both Nizu and Midnight spoke into the microphone at once, their voices harmonizing in an almost theatrical way. Now here is the first fateful game. This year it's. A massive holographic screen materialized behind them, dominating the backdrop of the stage. A digital slot machine appeared in the center, its reel spinning rapidly through various challenges and obstacles. The tension was unbearable as students watched their fate being decided by chance. The reel spun faster and faster. Arthur saw all of them, his enhanced sight solely making him more nervous as he watched each option fly by, until finally slowing down with a satisfying electronic ding that echoed throughout the stadium. Both Nizu and Midnight yelled into the microphone with showmanship which had obviously been practiced. This. They both turned dramatically toward the holographic screen, which now displayed the selected challenge in bold, glowing letters. An obstacle race. The hologram shifted and expanded, showing a detailed 3D map of the course that would challenge the students. All 11 classes will participate in this race, Midnight continued, her voice taking still as theatrical as she pointed with her fans to the hologram. The course will be the outer circumference of this area, about 4 kilometers. Our school's selling point is freedom. Nizu added, his small form somehow commanding despite his size. Both Midnight and Nizu's atmosphere suddenly grew eerily serious as they leaned into the microphone, their voices dropping to an almost threatening whisper that somehow still carried to every corner of the stadium. As long as you stay on the course, it doesn't matter what you do. The implications hung heavy in the air. No rules, everything was fair game. Well, almost everything. You couldn't go killing your classmates. However, that wasn't the end of it, as Nizu suddenly began to laugh, the sound starting as a chuckle but quickly escalating into something almost manic. Ha 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 ha. The laugh echoed through the stadium, causing several students to take involuntary steps backward. It was the laugh of someone who genuinely enjoyed watching others struggle against impossible odds. However, he immediately composed himself as if nothing had happened, releasing a polite cough into the microphone. His expression returned to its usual pleasant demeanor so quickly that some students wondered if they'd imagined the momentary glimpse of his true nature. Midnight coughed as well, a signal that it was time to move on, and she spoke once more, this time by herself. Now take your places, everyone. Either way, this chapter wasn't much. If anything, there are a few differences in how people react because of Arthur's existence, but that's pretty much it. Oh, the butt scratcher may have gone on for too long. I had to end it abruptly cause I had almost 200 more words of that joke/reference. Either way, I hope you all enjoyed this chapter. Send those stones, ladies and gents. THX for reading. Author out. Chapter 46, Sports Festival, 2. Narration POV. Nizu and Midnight got out of the platform. Part of the floor opened up underneath to swallow the metal contraption. The students meanwhile made their way to one of the gates that went to the outside. 3 green lights lit above it. The atmosphere in the stadium became even more electric if that was possible. Thousands of spectators filled the stands, their voices creating a thunderous roar that seemed to shake the very foundation of the arena. Among the crowd, cameras from every major news network in Japan captured every angle. Arthur's grip on Excalibur tightened, as his enhanced vision allowed him to look at each spectator, one by one. One of the lights went out. The crowd's roar intensified, and Arthur could see students from the other courses start to prepare themselves. The one thing that weirded him was the general studies student Shinso, who Arthur still believed to be the secret son of Aizawa, who was asking questions to other students. The next light went out. This is it, Kirishima muttered beside him, his skin beginning to harden slightly in preparation. Time to show them how manly Class 1A really is. That just sounds wrong, Tsuyu added. Then the last light went out. At that moment both Nizu and Midnight yelled at the top of their lungs into the microphone, their voices carrying across the entire stadium and broadcasting to millions of viewers across Japan. Start. The students rushed into the corridor like a dam had burst, the narrow passageway immediately becoming a chaotic bottleneck of bodies, quirks, and desperation. Okay, here's the play-by-play, Present Mick's voice boomed across the stadium, his enthusiasm infectious. Are you ready to do the commentary, Mummy Men? Present Mike said as he turned to Aizawa, who was seated beside him in the commentary booth. You're the one who forced me to do this, Aizawa answered, his voice carrying its usual tired tone. Let's get started right away, Mummy Men. What should we pay attention to in the early stages? This part right now, Aizawa answered simply, his bandaged form leaning forward slightly as he observed the developing situation. In the corridor below, a complete fiasco was unfolding exactly as anyone with half a brain could have expected. The students were piling over each other, the narrow space forcing them into close contact whether they wanted it or not. This close together most didn't want to risk using their quirks, especially since aside from the hero courses the rest hadn't practiced much with their quirks. It's too narrow, someone from Class 1C shouted, his voice strained as he tried to push through the mass of bodies. Hey. Watch where you're putting your hands, a girl from support class yelled indignantly. Ouch. Someone just stepped on my foot. Be careful, you fuck, came an angry voice that sounded suspiciously like it might belong to a certain explosive blonde edition. But there was one student who still wasn't running into the corridor with the rest. Instead, he waited outside the gate, sword at his waist, and blonde ruffled hair. Arthur stood perfectly still, his enhanced senses taking in every detail of the chaos before him. He could hear individual heartbeats accelerating with stress, could see the micro-expressions of frustration and determination on dozens of faces. He honestly wanted to make them stop so they would stop trampling over each other, but he stayed as silent as he was still. A lot of the crowd wondered why he wasn't moving with the rest. Why isn't the vigilante moving? Is he scared? Maybe he's planning something. But they couldn't question that for long as, inside the corridor, the temperature suddenly dropped several degrees and ice began spreading across the floor and walls. Students who had been pushing and shoving suddenly found themselves trapped, their feet frozen to the ground, their arms pinned against icy walls. Shouts of surprise and frustration echoed through the narrow space as dozens of competitors found themselves immobilized. What the hell, Dash? I can't move. My feet are stuck. At the front of the mass, the first person to emerge from the corridor was Todoroki, his heterochromatic eyes cold and focused as ice continued to burst from his feet, creating an impromptu skating surface that propelled him forward with impressive speed. His strategy was immediately clear to anyone watching: create an obstacle for everyone else while giving himself a significant head start. However, not everyone was caught by Todoroki's ice attack. Most of Class 1A, having experienced his quirk during their battle trial and general training, had anticipated something like this and managed to avoid the worst of it. A few students from other classes had also been quick enough or lucky enough to escape the freezing trap. These survivors continued to rush across the now fully open track that circled the stadium's outer perimeter. Finally, Arthur moved from his spot and began walking towards the corridor at an almost leisurely pace. Even though he was now dead last among all the competitors, he did something which immediately drew the attention of every camera, every spectator, and every pro hero in attendance. He slowly drew Excalibur from Avalon. The sacred blade glowed with that sacred radiance. The crowd fell into a hushed silence. They were enthralled by the blade in Arthur's hand. As he finally reached the entrance to the ice-filled corridor, Arthur raised the sword high above his head. For a moment, he paused, and those with the sharpest eyes could see him mouth what looked like an apology. Then he slammed Excalibur down, driving its point into the ground with tremendous force. Boom. The impact sent a shockwave through the ice. Every crystal, every frozen surface, every icy barrier that Todoroki had created shattered instantly into thousands of harmless fragments that caught the light like falling snow. All the trapped students were suddenly free, some falling forward as they hadn't expected to be released so abruptly from their frozen prisons. The sudden liberation caught many off guard, and there was a moment of confusion before they realized what had happened and began running once more. Incredible. President Mick's voice boomed across the stadium, his usual enthusiasm cranked up to 11. Arthur Pendragon has just freed every single trapped student with one strike. That's what I call sportsmanship. Aizawa added, seemingly thinking of something. It didn't matter much for the immediate race standings though, as most of Class 1A was already making significant progress around the track. At the front, Todoroki maintained his lead, his ice skating technique allowing him to move with remarkable speed across the terrain. More surprisingly, he was being followed closely by Mineta, who had somehow managed to use his sticky balls to create a form of locomotion that was keeping him competitive with much more obviously powerful quirks. I've outwitted you, Todoroki. Mineta yelled with uncharacteristic confidence, his usual perverted demeanor replaced by somehow still perverted determination. How pathetic. Take this. My special attack. He continued as he grabbed one of the purple spheres that served as his hair, whipping his arm back dramatically. Gra-. His victory cry was cut off abruptly as something massive erupted from the ground directly in front of him. A towering metallic green robot with a single, glowing red eye materialized from what had appeared to be solid earth. Hero Corps students knew what it was, a one-pointer from the practical exam. The robot's fist swung into the tiny student. In the narrow corridor Arthur still hadn't finished crossing, he instantly disappeared from where he had been standing. A sonic boom resounded out, the shockwave so powerful it would have deafened anyone who was still in that enclosed space. The air itself seemed to crack as Arthur moved at speeds that no human eye could track. The crowd looked to the massive screens positioned around the stadium, and a blur of gold suddenly appeared behind Mineta, scooping up the small student who had been sent spiraling. At that same instant, the robot which had punched him was cut cleanly in half, its form toppling as its system sparked and died. Mineta looked around bewildered, and in a bit of pain. What happened? He stammered, clearly not having processed the speed at which events had just unfolded. Are you okay? Arthur asked, his voice gentle, even though he was talking to Mineta of all people. Yeah, I'm fine, Mineta replied. That's good. Arthur said simply, setting the smaller student down carefully on a patch of ground that was once more being covered by ice created by Todoroki's continued advance. Arthur POV. I knew it. I just knew that Nizu would have added something like this to the obstacle course. I love the guy, but seriously, his idea of fun and everyone else's were clearly very different things. Would it have been too much for it to be a normal obstacle race? I looked down towards Mineta once more, who was already beginning to run. At that moment, a deep rumbling sound reached my ears, much deeper and more ominous than the single robot that had just attacked Mineta. I looked towards the course ahead, and my enhanced vision immediately picked up what was causing the disturbance. Multiple zero-point robots were rising from concealed positions all along the track. 1, 2, and 3-point robots were also beginning to appear around this section of the field, their red eyes glowing as their targeting systems came online. Targets acquired, their robotic voices rang out. I could hear President Mick's voice booming across the stadium as he provided commentary for the millions watching. Obstacles have shown up suddenly. Starting with the first barrier. Robo Inferno. Even from here, I could hear the nervous mutterings of my classmates as they encountered the robotic opposition. Aren't those the zero-point villains from the entrance exam? Kaminari yelled, and I could hear the note of panic in his voice as he took a step back from the mechanical giants. Seriously, the hero course had to fight those, came a voice from one of the general studies students. This is what they meant by obstacles, another student asked, the question carrying a note of disbelief. There are way too many, someone else complained. Todoroki, however, had a completely different reaction. He didn't stop running toward the zero-point robots, and with my enhanced hearing, I caught him muttering under his breath as he approached the mechanical barrier. So these are what they used in the general entrance exam. His voice carried a note of almost dismissiveness, which given how strong he was, I could somewhat understand. I watched as Todoroki placed his right hand on the ground, ice beginning to crawl up his arm in preparation for a major attack. If they went through all this trouble, I wish they would have prepared something better, he said, and I could hear an almost frustrated quality to his voice. Since my stupid old man is watching. The last words were barely a whisper, but my enhanced hearing caught them clearly. Was it normal to call your father stupid? Todoroki whipped his hand forward, and ice followed the motion, bursting from the ground. The frozen water spread across the ground in a massive wave, covering the first 4 zero-point robots that blocked the track. Within seconds, they were encased in ice thick enough to immobilize their massive forms completely. Then he began running underneath them, using his own attack as cover as he continued his advance. He stopped them. I heard someone from the general class yell, their voice filled with amazement at the display of power. But that wasn't the only thing I heard. My sensitive ears caught the sounds of stressed metal, creaks, cracks, groans, as the robot's internal systems struggled against the sudden temperature change. The ice was so thick and the cold so intense that it was actually affecting the robot's structural integrity. Then the mechanical giants began falling forward, their frozen joints unable to support their massive weight. Good gosh, there's gotta be a better way to do this. Mana burst through my legs, and I reappeared in front of the falling robots in an instant. Excalibur flashed in a series of movements too fast for normal eyes to follow, and just like I had done during the practical exam, I reduced the mechanical giants to harmless dust and fragments. The crowd erupted in cheers and amazement, but I didn't much care for that. I looked around the students just in case to see if any of them were injured. Thankfully none were. What they did was run. Seeing that the path was clear, they ran and ran and ran. I could see more robots gathering further along the course, and as I landed back on the ground, Bakugo flew past me with explosions propelling him from his palms. His technique was crude but effective, and he was making good time despite the obstacles. More and more students rushed past me. Most stopping soon as they met the next robots. I watched them go one by one, feeling that familiar urge to help, to protect, to ensure that everyone made it through safely. Restrain yourself, Arthur, they are training to be heroes, I said to myself, the words barely audible even to my own enhanced hearing. Just stay back to help if necessary. Let them deal with the robots on their own. A/N, yeah Arthur, isn't taking this very seriously especially since it's just a qualifier, so it doesn't very much matter what position he gets as long as he qualifies. What's important to him is that the students are safe, so while he won't be coddling as he'll let them deal on the robots on their own, if he sees that someone can't, he may help them. Arthur is still a goody two-shoes at heart. I'll probably upload the top 5 chapter, later today, in 6 hours most likely. And the obstacle race will most likely be 2 more chapters, since the robots are the main thing that scares Arthur. You'll see what he does for the next 2 sections lol. I thank you all for the continued support, seriously I can't thank you all enough. See you all tomorrow. THX for reading. Author out. Chapter 47, Sports Festival, 3. Arthur POV. I stood there, watching as more students rushed past me, their faces etched with determination. Each one had their own way of dealing with the robotic obstacles ahead. It was fascinating, really, seeing how different quirks approached the same problem. Kirishima hardened his entire body and simply barreled through the smaller robots, his fists creating satisfying crunches of metal with each impact. Nothing can stop my hardening, he yelled enthusiastically, though I noticed he was careful to avoid the larger zero-pointers entirely. Kaminari discharged electricity in controlled bursts, short-circuiting the 1- and 2-pointers that got too close. I kind of wanted to see him overloading. Yayarosa said it made him quite funny. Everyone is doing well, I muttered. Sure, a part of me wanted to help them, to deal with all the robots, but I wasn't supposed to do that, and as I could see them face the robots fully, I realized something I should have realized long ago. Probably in the villain attack. Everyone here wanted to be heroes. They were doing their best and me coddling wasn't helping them, and so I watched. Yayarosa created a cannon from her fat, firing at the zero-pointers ahead of most of the runners. Their faces got caved in, exploding in a mess of steel and circuits. That's some serious power, I muttered at her side. She looked at me. How come you aren't going forward? Taking in the sights. You really should stop worrying about everyone else. With your speed you'd have finished already. I'm not worrying, just wanted to see what you all could do. Whatever you say, President, Yayarosa replied as under her feet skates materialized and she began to run forward. Whatever you say, Vice President. I began walking forward at a normal pace, keeping my eyes on everyone. If someone truly needed help, I'd be there in an instant, but for now. Ida shot past me like a blue comet, his engines roaring. He weaved past the robots, it didn't matter if they were online or destroyed, he didn't bother about them, simply outmaneuvering everything in his path. Present Mick's voice boomed overhead. And Ida Tenya from Class 1A rockets through the Robo Inferno. But wait, what's this? Todoroki is still in the lead. I could see it from here. Todoroki had created an ice path that elevated him above most of the obstacles, sliding forward with remarkable speed. Behind him, Bakugo was keeping pace with continuous explosions, the sound like rolling thunder. As I walked through the wreckage of robots that others had destroyed, I heard a familiar voice. Dark Shadow. Tokoyami's sentient quirk erupted from his body, grabbing onto taller pieces of debris and swinging him forward like some gothic version of a certain spider-themed hero from my mom's old comic books. More and more students passed me. I didn't mind. In fact, I found myself smiling slightly. They were all doing amazingly well without any help. The crowd must have been confused. Why was the vigilante who'd been so fast, who'd saved so many, just walking? I could hear some of their murmurs with my enhanced hearing. What's he doing? Is he injured? Maybe he's conserving energy. No, I just wanted to see them succeed on their own. Was that so hard to understand? Finally, the last of the robots in this section had been dealt with or bypassed. I picked up my pace slightly, jogging now rather than walking. As I did, I saw Mineta ahead, using his sticky balls to bounce from debris to debris. He'd recovered well from his earlier scare. The first barrier's a piece of cake if you fought the real thing before, someone yelled triumphantly. But then I heard it. The gasps, the sudden stops. I looked ahead and saw what had caused the reaction. The second obstacle. The students who had rushed ahead came to an abrupt halt at the edge of a massive canyon. The chasm stretched out before them, seemingly bottomless, with only thin tight ropes connecting their side to the other. The ropes swayed ominously in the wind. The fall. Present Mike announced dramatically. Students must cross by walking on these tight ropes. But be careful, one wrong step and you're out. Eliminated, several students exclaimed in horror. Todoroki didn't hesitate. He encased the rope in ice and began sliding across, his balance perfect despite the narrow surface. Bakugo simply flew over, explosions propelling him forward. Those two don't even need the ropes, someone complained. But not everyone had such convenient quirks. Many students approached the tight ropes with visible trepidation. I reached the edge of the fall and stopped. This was interesting. How would those without mobility quirks handle this? Tsuyu shot her tongue out, wrapping it around one of the support posts on the other side and swinging across like it was nothing. Ribbit, she said simply as she landed. Uraraka had made herself weightless and was carefully pulling herself along one of the ropes, hand over hand. One of the students who was constantly yelling, "My baby," was shooting herself forward with hover boots and grapplers. But then I saw something that made my chest tighten. One of the general core students, a girl with green hair, was halfway across when her foot slipped. No, she screamed as she fell. I was already moving when I saw it. Metal cables shot out from the canyon walls, wrapping around her safely and beginning to pull her to the side. Of course. Nizu wouldn't actually let them fall to their deaths. The elimination was probably just being pulled to a safe zone where they couldn't continue the race. I relaxed. Thank God, I whispered, though I noticed my hands were shaking slightly. Even knowing they were safe, watching someone fall still affected me. I walked onto another rope at normal speed. Well, normal for someone with enhanced balance and spatial awareness. The rope barely swayed under my feet as I crossed. More students were finding creative solutions. Mina sadly was one of the few who could do nothing as her acid would have burnt through the ropes. Wait, why didn't she burn the ropes after she crossed? That way less people would be able to get through, meh. I guess it doesn't matter. I watched as more students fell and were caught by the safety cables. Each time, my instinct was to move, to save them, but I forced myself to remain still. They were safe. 10 minutes passed. 15. The majority of students had either crossed or been eliminated. The leaders were probably already at the third obstacle by now. I finally made it past the fall as well. And everyone has finally made it through the fall or has been eliminated. Present Mick's voice boomed. I could hear explosions in the distance. The third obstacle must be intense if it was causing that much noise. I jogged forward, passing a few students who were catching their breath after the crossing. They looked at me with mixtures of confusion and frustration. "Why aren't you trying to win?" one of them asked. I paused, turning to look at him. He was from the general course, covered in sweat and dirt from the obstacles. "Who says I'm not?" I replied, then continued jogging. As I rounded a corner, the third obstacle came into view, and I had to stop for a moment to take it in. A massive field stretched out before me, and even from here, I could see the slight bumps in the dirt that indicated mines. Dozens of students were carefully picking their way through, some triggering explosions that sent them flying backward with bright pink smoke. The minefield. Present Mike was absolutely loving this. A carpet of mines. They're not lethal, but getting blown by one will definitely push you back. I watched as Todoroki and Bakugo fought at the front of the pack, their conflict actually slowing them both down. Every time one would pull ahead, the other would attack, forcing them to defend or dodge. Then I saw something that made me lean forward with interest. Midoriya had grabbed a piece of robot armor from the first obstacle, one of the plates from the zero-pointers that had been destroyed. He was doing something with it, digging at a spot where multiple mines were clustered together. "What are you planning?" I murmured, genuinely curious. Then he jumped on it. The explosion was massive, pink smoke billowing up as Midoriya was launched into the air, using the metal plate like some kind of shield surfboard. He soared over to Todoroki and Bakugo, who both looked up in shock. "What the hell?" Bakugo's voice carried even from this distance. Midoriya flew through the air, and for a moment, I thought he'd miscalculated. He was coming down too steep, too fast. But then, just as Todoroki and Bakugo rushed to catch up, he slammed the plate down again, triggering another cluster of mines that both stopped his rivals and propelled him forward one more time. I couldn't help it. I laughed. Actually laughed out loud. As Midoriya crossed into the stadium, followed closely by Todoroki and Bakugo, I decided I'd waited long enough. Most of the mines had blown already, and either way they wouldn't have caused any problem to the remaining students. I took a breath, feeling my heart begin to beat faster. I grinned. God, I love to run. "All right then," I said, rolling my shoulders. I burst forward. The world slowed to a crawl around me. Students picking their way through the minefield seemed frozen in place. The explosions from triggered mines hung in the air like pink clouds, their expansion barely visible. I weaved between the students, careful not to create a sonic boom that would send them flying. My feet found the safe spots between mines instinctively. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. I crossed the finish line and immediately slowed to a normal jog, then a walk, breathing normally despite the speed I'd just maintained. The crowd's roar was deafening, though I could pick out the confusion in it. Why had I waited so long just to take 4th place? "And Arthur crosses in 4th. Present, Mike announced. After spending most of the race walking, he crosses the entire minefield in under 4 seconds. I looked up at the leaderboard. 1st, Midoriya. 2nd, Todoroki. 3rd, Bakugo. Perfect. They deserved those top spots. They'd fought for them, schemed for them, earned them. I heard footsteps behind me as more students began crossing the finish line. Each one looking exhausted but triumphant. Kaminari stumbled across the line and immediately collapsed next to me. "Dude," he panted, "what was that about? You could have won easily." I shrugged, watching as more and more students finished. "Maybe. But where's the fun in that?" He stared at me like I'd grown a second head. "The fun? It's a competition." Was he mad? I decided to ask. "Are you mad?" Before he could respond, Midnight's voice rang out across the stadium. "The first 42 to finish will advance to the next round." I looked at the board again. 42. I'd made it, despite my deliberate delay. That was all that mattered. "I'm not mad," Kaminari finally said. I don't know, it feels bad." I didn't know what to say at that. Was what I had done really that bad? Did this competition really matter this much? As we gathered in the center of the stadium for the announcement of the second event, I caught Midoriya looking at me with a puzzled expression. He opened his mouth as if to ask something, then seemed to think better of it. Bakugo, on the other hand, had no such restraint. He stomped over to me, his face twisted in anger. "What the fuck was that about, Arthur?" he demanded. "You think you're too good to compete properly?" I met his gaze calmly. "I competed. I finished 4th. You walked most of the fucking race. And I still beat 38 other people," I pointed out, trying to defuse the situation. "Besides, you got 3rd place. Aren't you happy about that?" His head snapped to Todoroki and Midoriya, then back at me. "I'll fucking beat you. Next time don't hold back." He glared at me for a long moment, then clicked his tongue and stalked away. Maybe I should have just rushed to finish the race, because Kaminari first and Bakugo now. I couldn't help but think if what I had done was really that bad. Did it invalidate their efforts? It wasn't like they didn't push themselves to get their spots right. Nizu's voice brought me back to the present. He was on the platform again with Midnight, that eerily cheerful smile on his face. "Well then, contestants. I hope you're ready for the second event. We know what it is. But you don't." The holographic screen appeared again, the slot machine beginning to spin. Round and round it went, until finally. Cavalry battle. The crowd erupted in cheers. I looked at the screen, reading the rules as Midnight explained them. Teams of 2 to 4 people. Point values based on placement in the obstacle race. The person in first place. 10 million points. Midoriya's strangled cry echoed across the stadium. I looked at my own point value. 4th place, 195 points. Not bad. As students began eyeing each other, already forming alliances and teams, I found myself oddly calm. Who would want to team up with me? And more importantly, who did I want to team up with? The 15-minute preparation period began, and immediately I was surrounded by students wanting to recruit me for their teams. But through the crowd, I caught sight of a familiar invisible form, or rather, a pair of floating gloves and boots. Well, that was what everyone else could see. "Hey, Arthur!" Toru called out, waving enthusiastically. "Want to team up?" I smiled, remembering our villain roleplay. "Sure, why not? Who else?" I was thinking we could ask Dash. "Can I join your team?" We turned to who had asked the question, Shinsho. I replied before Toru. "Sure, why not? A/N, sup ladies and gents. I hope you enjoyed this chapter. A reader fucking figured it out last chapter, but Arthur's unnecessary help is kind of straining his relationships with some of Class 1A. I mean, Arthur doesn't understand why, but to more than a few it feels like he's belittling them. This isn't the last we see of this conflict with his classmates. Arthur will have to grow up sooner or later. God, I can't wait for you guys and gals to see what Arthur has turned into by the end of the story. I hope you all enjoyed this chapter. See you all tomorrow. Send those stones. THX for reading. Author out. Chapter 48, Sports Festival, 4. Arthur POV. Sure, why not? I felt something wash over me. It. What was I thinking of? What was I doing? What was I dash? Oh yeah, the cavalry battle. Great. Shinso said with that tired smile of his. I think we'll make a good team. I nodded, though for some reason I felt slightly disoriented. Maybe it was the excitement of the festival getting to me. We still need one more person, Toru said, her gloveless hands pointing around, not that anyone but me could see that. Any ideas? I looked around the field, students were forming teams left and right. I could see Midoriya, who was struggling to find teammates, except for Ochiko, probably because of his 10 million point bounty. Bakugo was aggressively recruiting people, his usual explosive personality on full display. Todoroki had already assembled what looked like a formidable team with Ida, Yaoyorozu, and Kaminari. I had wanted to ask Kirishima, Kaminari, Mina, Tsuyu, or even Yaoyorozu, but they all seemed to want to not be in a team with me for some reason, which made me think back to what Kaminari said. Wait, what was I thinking about? Oh yeah, recruiting someone. That's what I should be doing. How about him? Shinso said, pointing toward a tall, muscular guy with light brown hair who was standing alone, looking somewhat dejected. Rikido Sato, Toru said, then quietened down, which I found weird. Before I could add anything, Shinso was already walking over to Sato. Hey, want to join our team? Shinso called out. Sato looked up, his expression brightening. Really? You'd want me? Of course, Shinso replied. We could use your strength. That sounds great. I'm in. As Sato jogged over to us, I noticed something odd in his expression for just a moment, a brief blankness that flickered across his features before settling into enthusiastic agreement. But it passed so quickly I thought I might have imagined it. All right, team strategy time, Toru said, though her enthusiasm seemed to have dimmed slightly. Just what was going? What was I doing? So how should we set this up? Sato asked, his voice carrying a strange monotone quality that hadn't been there moments before. I think Toru should be our rider, Shinso suggested. Her invisibility will make it harder for other teams to target our headband. That makes sense, I agreed, though the words felt like they were coming from somewhere outside myself. And with her quirk, she can move around more freely on top without being seen. I like it, Toru said, though I could hear uncertainty in her voice. So who goes where? Sato should take the front, Shinso continued, his voice taking on an oddly commanding tone. His strength will help us push through other teams. Arthur, you take the left side, you can push us with your speed if necessary. I'll take the right and hang on to Sato when we speed up. Something about the way Shinso was taking charge felt natural, almost compulsive to follow. My body seemed to want to agree before my mind had even processed his words. I shrugged it off, telling myself he seemed to have good tactical sense. Sounds like a plan, Sato said, his voice maintaining that same flat quality as he began pulling out candy and sugar cubes, consuming them rapidly to fuel his quirk. Around us, other teams were finalizing their strategies. It wasn't long before the 15 minutes were up and each of the teams were ready. We got into position as midnight began the final countdown. I crouched down on the left side, feeling Toru's weight settle on my shoulders. She was lighter than I'd expected, which made sense given her build, and my own strength. Remember, Shinso said as we formed up, his voice carrying that same commanding undertone, the goal is to protect our headband and grab 2 others, that'll be enough. Stay coordinated. Right, Sato and I said in perfect unison, which struck me as more than slightly odd. When had we started speaking in sync? And why did my voice sound so empty? Are you ready? Midnight shouted from the platform, her voice cutting through my growing confusion. The crowd roared in response, their excitement a stark contrast to the strange fog that seemed to be settling over my thoughts. Begin. Immediately, chaos erupted across the field. Teams rushed toward each other. Most were heading toward Midoriya's team, drawn like moths to the flame of those 10 million points, but several others were targeting what they perceived as easier prey. We were one of those teams. Forward. Shinso commanded, and without thinking, our team moved as one. My legs carried me forward before I'd consciously decided to move. That should have been my first major warning sign, but the thought slipped away like water through my fingers. I could see Team Kendo approaching from our right. I knew Kendo's quirk, but I had no clue about the rest. Still, something made me on edge. Incoming, I called out, pointing toward them, my voice still carrying that strange monotone quality that was becoming increasingly unsettling. Arthur, circle left, Shinso ordered. Sato, prepare to charge. My legs moved before I consciously decided to follow the command. Something felt deeply off about that automatic response, but I didn't have time to analyze it as Team Kendo closed in fast. Big fist. Kendo shouted, her hands growing to enormous proportions as she reached for our headband on Toru's neck. Arthur, protect the headband, Shinso said, his voice cutting through the battle noise with unusual clarity. My outside leg moved with explosive force, slamming into Kendo's enlarged hands. But something was wrong, I was bringing too much force to bear. Why wasn't I controlling my strength properly? The impact was far harder than necessary. Bam. Kendo's hands were knocked overhead with such force that she nearly fell off her horse's shoulders, her team wobbling dangerously. Sorry. I called out instinctively, but Shinso's next command cut off any further apology. Rush forward, Sato. Arthur, move us forward. We did as we were told, and I felt my enhanced speed kick in. But wait, I needed to slow down. I was going to move too fast for the others to keep up. Why was my body not responding to my mental commands properly? Toru, grabbed their headband. I could see her almost invisible form, identifiable only by our team's headband that swung around her neck, stretching forward to grab Kendo's. But before she could make contact, I spotted something that made my enhanced senses scream danger. Spores. Tiny, nearly invisible particles were beginning to drift from one of the girls on Kendo's team. I pulled all of us back sharply, even though my body seemed to resist the action. Arthur, what are you doing? Move forward, Shinso said, his voice carrying an edge of frustration. I felt a compulsion to obey, a strange pressure in my mind that wanted me to follow his orders without question. But my instincts overrode whatever was trying to control me. Then mushrooms exploded all around us in a burst of white and brown, sprouting instantly from where the spores had landed. If I hadn't pulled us back, they would have engulfed our entire team. Great job, Komori, Kendo said excitedly to the spore user. She uses spores, I said, my voice coming out more monotone than I intended, the words feeling disconnected from my thoughts. Once they touch a surface, they grow instantly into full mushrooms. Huh, Toru said, and I noticed our headband suddenly began to float up slightly, a light pink aura surrounding it. She grabbed it quickly, pulling it down securely to her neck again. It flew up on its own, Toru said monotone. TSK, they may have a telekinetic, we need to be fast, Shinso said, clicking his tongue in annoyance. Arthur, push us forward. Toru, get ready to grab their headband. I did as I was told, and I ran, fast, too fast. Why? Why was I following orders so automatically? Shinso hung on tightly to Sato as we moved forward with supernatural speed. Toru had her hand stretched forward, reaching for Kendo's team's points. Boom. In the blink of an eye, we were behind them, and Toru had successfully grabbed their headband. Damn it, we lost. Turn back, girls, Kendo said with good sportsmanship despite the setback. Move quick, Sato, Shinso ordered, and so we began to run at a pace all the horses could maintain. But our success was short-lived. Vines suddenly burst forward from the ground in thick, writhing masses. Ha, no snitching this time. Tetsu's voice boomed as his team barreled toward us with renewed determination. The vines, Shiozaki's quirk, started to encircle us in increasingly tight spirals. Arthur, cut them with your sword, Shinso commanded. That order made me stop dead in my tracks, causing our entire team to stumble. Something about being told to draw Excalibur felt fundamentally wrong. Arthur, Shinso said again, his voice taking on that strange compelling quality. Despite my reluctance, my hand moved to Excalibur's hilt, and I drew her sacred blade. I slashed at the approaching vines, her edge cutting through them like they were made of paper. But even as I fought, questions raced through my mind. Why had I drawn her? The vines weren't that dangerous, I could have dealt with them with my bare hands. The ground beneath us suddenly softened and gave way as another quirk user, another horse from Tetsu's team, it turned the solid earth into something like quicksand. We began to sink. Ha! We got you now. Tetsu crowed triumphantly. Sato, Shinso said simply. Without hesitation, Sato's sugar-enhanced strength activated, and he pulled us up from the softened ground. I helped as well, my enhanced physical abilities making the task easier than it should have been. But Team Kendo had circled back around. 2 giant hands appeared in front of us, Kendo's enlarged fists blocking our path. Behind us, more vines were sprouting and reaching for us. I slashed again with Excalibur, clearing our immediate vicinity. Tetsu's metallic hand shot out toward Toru's headbands on her neck. Toru, fall back, Shinso said. She did as she was told, that same instant, automatic obedience that had been plaguing our entire team. My free hand moved on its own this time without a command, it was more an instinct, my normal one at least, just as Shinso's did, and we caught her as she leaned backward to avoid Tetsu's grasp. Kendo's giant hands clasped around us, or at least tried to, as Sato pushed against both of them with his enhanced strength, the muscles in his arms bulging with sugar-fueled power. Arthur, can you jump and push us all up? Shinso asked. I did as I was told, my legs even though they were partially trapped in the softened material, burst with mana. My enhanced strength allowed me to grab all of them by different parts of their shirts, or they grabbed onto my body for support. We flew into the air in a graceful arc, leaving both opposing teams behind and below us. Shit, this may have been a bad idea, Shinso muttered as we reached the apex of our jump. I sheathed Excalibur automatically. Why had I used her at all? She wasn't necessary for dealing with vines and softened ground. A nagging voice in the back of my mind was screaming that something was very, very wrong with this entire situation. I looked toward the timer displayed on the stadium screens. 6 minutes left. According to the scoreboard, we were in 3rd place, a respectable position, more than enough to qualify. Around us, I could see the other teams engaged in their own conflicts. Midoriya's team was being relentlessly pursued by multiple groups, all drawn to those 10 million points. Bakugo's team was aggressively hunting down another team. And Todoroki's own team was the closest to Midoriya's. Gravity finally took hold of us, and the ground rushed up to meet our falling forms. We fell. A/N, yeah, Arthur isn't immune to mind control as you can see, and since he's keeping everything at bay he hasn't had a big enough knockback to pull him out of it. I know a lot of you may not like it, but I talked it extensively with a few people and yeah, Arthur shouldn't be able to stop it, Avalon or not. Also this cavalry battle shit is way too fucking hard to write. Like I seriously didn't know what I was doing half the time, this came out late because I kept rewriting the chapter over and over. I did my best and I hope you all enjoyed it. We finished this week in 4th place, so I have to give you guys a bonus chapter. I may write it today but with how hard this cavalry shit is to write, that isn't a certainty. THX for reading. See you all guys in the next chapter. Author out. Chapter 49, Sports Festival, 5, bonus chapter. Arthur POV. We arched across the sky, falling bit by bit. Arthur makes sure Toru doesn't touch the ground. Boom. We landed on the other side of the platform, my legs absorbing most of the impact. The jarring sensation of hitting the ground sent a shock through my system, and suddenly, the fog that had been on my mind was lifted. Toru was on my shoulders, Sato was in front of me and Shinso was at my side. Arthur, push us to the closest team, Shinso commanded. My body didn't move. For the first time since the battle started, I felt like myself again. My gaze moved to Shinso at my side, then to the rising Sato. What did you do to me? I asked, my voice sharper than I intended. Toru herself also seemed to perk up at that, her head turning as if she was shaking off confusion. Anyone else feel like the last 26 minutes were hazy? Sato also looked at us, his usual cheerful demeanor replaced by bewilderment. Yeah, it's been the same for me. Like I was watching someone else control my body. I looked at Shinso again, pieces clicking together in my mind. His quirk. The way we'd all followed his commands without question. The compulsive need to obey that I'd felt. What did you do to us? TSK, I didn't account on the impact breaking it, damn, Shinso muttered, his tired eyes avoiding our gazes. What did you do? The game is still going on, we've fallen to 4th, can we just focus on it, he said, pointing toward the scoreboard. I looked up. He was right, while we'd been in the air, other teams had been fighting. Team Bakugo was still at 0 points, the one constant, but a few other teams mainly those made from Class 1B had been able to steal some headbands. Still that didn't change what had happened. I didn't say anything more to Shinso. Instead, I helped Sato get back into position and went back to my spot on the left. No one talk to him for now, I said quietly to Toru and Sato. I think he can mess with our heads when we respond to him. Shinso, get in position. We're at a good place right now, we'll stay out of the other team's way and run down the remainder of the time. Shinso's eyes bore into me, anger, disappointment, or frustration. But he took his position on the right side without argument. The field had become a chaotic battleground. Most teams were converging on Midoriya's group, drawn by the massive point total like moths to a flame. Team Todoroki was closest. Yaoyorozu was creating items on Todoroki's back while he froze everything in their path. Team Bakugo was being even more aggressive, with Bakugo himself roaring commands as Kirishima and Siro supported him. Explosions echoed across the field as they blasted through other teams' defenses. They were barreling against Team Monoma. "We need to move," I said to my team. "Standing still makes us an easy target." But even as I said it, I realized the other teams seemed to be ignoring us. That was fine by me. I'd learned something about Shinsho that made me not want to work with him anymore, but I wasn't going to sabotage our team's chances because of it. Toru and Sato didn't deserve that. Except for one, of course. Team Tetsutisu. Vines erupted from the ground, while the ground itself softened. They rose to grab Toru's headbands. I burst with my speed pushing us forward. We flew past them. Sato breaking apart with his strong body whatever vines lay in front of us. For minutes left, Present Mick's voice boomed across the stadium. That's when everything went crazy. All teams rushed at Midoriya. Team Todoroki was in front. Kaminari, who was part of Team Todoroki, suddenly discharged a massive burst of electricity. The attack was so large it encompassed multiple teams, mainly those that were behind them. The only one that didn't was Team Todoroki, as Yaoyorozu made an insulating blanket to protect them sleeves. The stunned teams were suddenly encased in ice to their legs. Them being stunned had allowed Todoroki to freeze them all. Then out of nowhere, I heard Ida yell something like Recipe Roko burst, but I tuned that out. Instead I stared at one of the frozen teams. Led by Shota, the vice president of Class 1B. I made a decision. Shinsho, grab onto Sato tight. You too, Toru. I put my hand on Sato's back and prepared for one final sprint. We're going for one. I spotted Team Shota from Class 1B in the distance. They had accumulated several headbands throughout the battle and were trying to run down the clock. Hold on tight, I warned, then burst forward. The world blurred around us as we covered the distance in seconds. Toru's invisible hands shot out towards Shota's team, who tried to pull away but couldn't. Bam. We grabbed two more. Pushing us to second place. 1 minute left. I burst forward once more to the edge of the platform. There we watched the final time tick away. I noticed as Tokoyami was able to steal one of the headbands from Todoroki. Bakugo jumped from his own team as he tried to grab the 10 million headband. 3, 2, 1. None of the three clashed. Instead Bakugo fell to the ground as the timer reached 0. The entire stadium fell silent for a moment before erupting in cheers. Teams slowly came to a stop, everyone breathing hard and looking around to see where they'd ended up. I looked up at the scoreboard as the final tallies appeared. Team 1, Todoroki, 10,580 points. Team 2, Arthur, 1,795 points. Team 3, Bakugo, 1,255 points. Team 4, Midoriya, 820 points. We had made it. Despite everything that had happened, despite the mind control and the complications, we were advancing to the finals. But none of our team cheered. Instead, I helped Toru down from Sato's shoulders and we all turned to stare at Shinsho. That's the end of the second round, the cavalry battle. Midnight announced from the platform. In first place, Team Todoroki. In second place, Team Arthur. In third place, Team Bakugo. And in fourth place, Team Midoriya. My mind tuned out the celebration. The entire team was staring Shinsho down, and he looked back at us with that same tired expression he always wore. Without a word, he began to walk away from us. Toru and Sato looked like they wanted to say something, but I stopped them. You guys go celebrate, I said quietly. I'll talk with him. They nodded at me, understanding the gravity of what had happened. As they walked away, I disappeared from my spot, reappearing in front of Shinsho and grabbing him. I dashed away from the stadium, holding his neck carefully so he wouldn't get hurt, and burst through the gates until we were alone in one of the tunnels. What did you do to us? I asked, setting him down. He didn't even seem disoriented at the fact I had just moved at speeds just below sound. His voice and gaze were as tired as always. I made us win. For the first time in forever, I activated Avalon's barrier. I couldn't risk it happening again. You messed with my mind. Their minds. So. My hands started to shake. So. Shinsho took a step back at the sudden change in my voice. You violated our minds. You made us puppets. I continued, my voice rising. Do you have any idea what that feels like? To lose control of your own body, your own thoughts. Minds are sacred. They make us who we are. They are a fickle thing, and you played with it. Get away from me, he said, his tired eyes meeting mine. No. His eyes widened slightly, and I felt that familiar pressure against my thoughts again. You tried to do it again, I murmured, stepping closer to him, which made him step back. You just tried to control me again. My grip tightened and I could see fear creep into his tired eyes for the first time. You made me draw Excalibur against my classmates. My voice echoed through the tunnel. Without my permission. Without my choice. Do you understand what that means? Excalibur. She's not just a weapon. I was yelling now, all pretense of calm gone. She's. You wouldn't understand. But you made me use her against people I shouldn't have. Shinsho tried to escape but I stepped closer and made him step back. Let me go. Why? So you can try to mind control me again. I wouldn't. Wouldn't what? The words exploded out of me. You already did it. For 24 minutes you puppeteered 3 people like we were toys. Like we didn't matter. I released him so suddenly he stumbled backward, hitting the wall. You have a perfect quirk, he said, but his voice was smaller now. You are the boy who has it all. Perfect. I laughed, but there was no humor in it. You think this is perfect? You think any of this has been easy? You know what it is to see someone deteriorate bit by bit and do nothing to stop it. No matter how much you console them, their mind goes. No matter how much you care for them, their mind goes even more. I stopped, took in a breath, then I slowly unsheathed Excalibur, her sacred light bathing both of us. Shinsho flinched back. You know what's perfect, Shinsho? Choice. The ability to decide for yourself what you do with your life, with your body, with your mind. And you took that away from us like it meant nothing. What are you going to do? He asked, and for the first time there was genuine fear in his voice. Grab her. What? I'm telling you to grab her, I said, holding Excalibur out to him. Go ahead. Take her. He didn't move. Instead he looked at me like I'd lost my mind. Grab her, I said again, my voice calmer but still intense. Again he didn't move, his gaze fell to Excalibur, but he stayed where he was. I had given him a choice, something he hadn't given to Toru or Sato or myself. I had given him a choice, and he couldn't take it. I sheathed Excalibur, the tunnel falling back into dim lighting. You know why you can't take her? I asked, my anger finally starting to cool into something colder. Because deep down, you know what you did was wrong. You know you violated us. Your teammates. Teammates? Ha, don't make me laugh. Yes, teammates. The anger flared again. Sure we don't know each other but I agreed to have you in my team. We were supposed to trust each other. Work together. Instead you. I wanted us to win. God, I hate competitions. Winning isn't an excuse, I stepped closer to him. It isn't an excuse to steal our agency. By making Toru and Sato and me into things instead of people. It's my quirk, he said weakly. It's your choice. I roared. Quirks don't make choices, people do. You chose to violate our minds. You chose to treat us like objects. You chose to betray the one thing that makes us human. Shinsho was pressed against the tunnel wall now, staring at me with wide eyes. You could have asked, I said, my voice finally dropping. You could have used it on our opponents. You could have coordinated with us like a normal person. But instead you decided our consent didn't matter. I turned away from him, my whole body shaking with residual anger. You want to be part of the hero course, right? I asked without looking back. Then think about what it means to be a hero. Because heroes don't steal people's choices. They give them. They give them the choice of a better tomorrow. I took a step toward the exit, then stopped. And if you ever try to control my mind again, I said, my voice quiet but carrying absolute conviction, I will make sure you regret it. With that, I burst out of the tunnel and back toward the stadium, leaving Shinsho alone in the darkness. God, I hate anything related to the mind. God, I hate what he did to us. God, how I wish things could be different. A/N, bonus chapter, I actually had a lot of fun writing this chapter, like a lot. I hope some of you noticed the foreshadowing I laid it in pretty thick. Also yeah, Arthur obviously didn't like getting mind controlled, in fact he doesn't like anything mind related, like he really doesn't like it, especially since Shinsho did it to other people too. Like it was on the level of if someone killed an innocent man in front of him. He would have gone fucking ballistic, if it went on for much longer. Also yeah, Avalon can protect against mental manipulation but only when it's active, which it almost never is, cause why would it be? So everyone can now kindly calm the fuck down about mind control, lol. Oh, and also stuff like choice is a pretty big deal, it's why he was so distraught when he killed, cause he took away the choice from someone else. I'm bringing everything back, it all just fits so well, it's scrumptious. That's pretty much it. I hope you ladies and gents enjoyed this bonus chapter. Wait, no, not it. The goals for this week are the same as last one. being in the top 5 or top 3 by the end of the week. See you guys tomorrow with the usual rate. THX for reading. Author out. Chapter 50, Sports Festival, 6. Narration POV. Toru was more than a little nervous. She had never seen Arthur so mad. No, mad wasn't quite the right word. It was else, still she had never seen it from Arthur. She watched as the spot where he'd been standing remained empty for several long moments, the air still disturbed from his sudden departure with Shinsho. Sato stood beside her, rubbing his neck with obvious discomfort. That was. Sato began, then trailed off, unable to find the right words. Yeah, I didn't like it one bit, either, Toru finished for him, her voice uncharacteristically quiet. Just as she was about to say more, Arthur appeared before them, his sudden presence causing both of them to take an instinctive step back. His face was carefully neutral, but as his blue eyes found Sato and her, something softened in his expression, and a genuine smile bloomed across his face. Come on, don't be so down, he said, his voice warm and reassuring. Sure, we got controlled for most of it, but we won nevertheless. You both did great. Honestly, I don't think I did much, Sato said, scratching the back of his head while keeping his eyes downcast. His usual cheerful demeanor was completely absent, replaced by something that looked almost like shame. Arthur stepped closer to him, and he pat Sato on the shoulder, a little too hard maybe in Sato's opinion. You did great, Sato, really, Arthur said, his voice firm but kind. Don't beat yourself up about what happened. You couldn't have known about Shinsho's quirk, none of us could have. And that moment against Kendo. When you blocked both her giant hands while we were trapped. That was incredible. We wouldn't have made it without you. Sato looked up at that, a flicker of his usual smile returning. You really think so? I know so, Arthur replied, the smile on his face widening. It's time for the lunch break. Present Mick's voice suddenly boomed across the stadium, echoing off the walls. The announcement seemed to break whatever tension remained, and stars seemingly twinkled in Arthur's eyes at the words, a little saliva dropping from his mouth. Toru couldn't help but giggle at the sight. Even after everything that had happened, Arthur's love for food remained unchanged. Rikido waved them goodbye, his spirits visibly lifted. I'm going to meet my parents for a bit. They came all the way from Chiba to watch. See you guys after the break. Bye, Sato. Toru yelled excitedly, waving both her gloves enthusiastically. Tell them you did amazing. As Sato walked away, Toru turned to Arthur. Well then, let's go catch up with the rest. They're probably wondering where we are. She grabbed Arthur's hand and began pulling him towards where the rest of their friend group was gathering near the exit. She could feel the slight tension in his grip, the way his fingers twitched slightly as if he was still processing everything that had happened. Arthur POV. As Toru pulled me along, I couldn't help but notice how easily she'd bounced back from what Shinsho had done. Or maybe she hadn't, and this enthusiasm was her way of coping. Either way, I was grateful for her energy. We found our friends clustered together, all talking animatedly about the cavalry battle. Can't believe most of us made it, Kaminari said, his hair still slightly standing on end from his electrical discharge during the battle. Though I basically turned into an idiot after that big attack. Damn, I missed it again, I said. I couldn't believe I had missed all the times Kaminari overloaded. Yeah, you were all way and thumbs up, Mina laughed, mimicking his dopey expression. But honestly, I kind of feel like I didn't do much. I just got into Bakugo's team because my acid is a good counter against Todoroki's ice, so I don't know if it really reflects my abilities. You earned your place, Mina, Tsuyu said, direct as ever, her large eyes blinking slowly. I smiled as I heard them talk, their casual banter helping to wash away the bitter taste that my confrontation with Shinsho had left. But as they continued discussing what happened in the cavalry battle, my gaze moved to the only person from our group who wasn't with us yet. Kirishima. My enhanced vision picked him out easily. He was standing with Bakugo near the arena's edge, and even from this distance, I could see the serious expression on Kirishima's usually cheerful face. I watched as Bakugo suddenly turned and began walking away, leaving Kirishima standing alone for a moment before the red-haired boy shook his head and jogged over to us. What was that about? Kaminari asked immediately, his curiosity getting the better of him. It's nothing, Kirishima replied, his wide-toothed grin conspicuously absent. So, I said, trying to lighten the mood and distract myself from the lingering thoughts about Shinsho. I wish my stomach could have growled to indicate my feelings, but alas Avalon prevented that from happening. Lunch. Let's go. Toru yelled enthusiastically, and we began to walk out with the rest of the students. The crowd was thick, everyone buzzing with excitement about the upcoming final rounds, but as we moved through the mass of people, my enhanced hearing picked up something from Uraraka a few meters away. Where's Deku? She was asking, not with concern, but more so out of curiosity. I scanned the area and realized she was right. Deku, alongside Todoroki and Bakugo, were strangely missing from the exodus of students heading to lunch. That was odd, especially for Midoriya, who usually stuck close to his friends. Then I heard it, Deku's voice. "So, what did you want to talk about?" My head whipped toward the source of the sound. In a corridor that branched off from the main path, I could just make out Deku and Todoroki standing face to face. Their body language didn't seem immediately confrontational, but there was definitely tension there. I remembered Todoroki's declaration before the sports festival began, how he'd said he would beat Midoriya. Still, they didn't seem about to get into a fight, so I let it go. I heard Deku speak again, his voice nervous. "If we don't hurry up dash." The rest of his words were cut off as Kaminari slapped me on the shoulder, jolting me back to the present. "Yo dude, you okay? You look a little spaced out." "Still thinking about your superhuman appetite," he joked. "Oh, I'm fine," I replied, forcing my attention back to my friends. "Are you still thinking about the Shinsho thing?" Toru asked, and I could hear the concern in her voice even though I couldn't see her expression. "Shinsho thing?" Mina, Tsuyu, and Kirishima asked almost in unison, their curiosity piqued. "It's nothing really," I said quickly, not wanting to get into the details of what had happened. "And no, Toru, I'm not thinking about the Shinsho thing. Come on, let's hurry up or I won't be able to eat 9 servings of Lunch Rush's menu." 9 servings. Kirishima exclaimed, his mood lifting slightly. "Dude, where do you even put it all?" "Foodie to your core, huh?" Mina said with a knowing smile as we crossed into the main building. The cafeteria was already packed when we entered, the noise level almost overwhelming even for normal hearing. For me, it was like standing in the middle of a thunderstorm of conversations. I had to consciously dial down my enhanced hearing to focus on just our table. We found seats together, and I immediately began attacking my first tray of food with enthusiasm. I mean, Lunch Rush's cooking was on another level, it was so finger-licking good. However, just as I was finishing my third helping, Mineta suddenly appeared at our table, sidling up to Kaminari with an expression that could only be described as scheming. "So Kaminari, still up for it?" he asked in what he probably thought was a subtle whisper. Kaminari looked at Mineta, then back at us, then back at Mineta again, his face cycling through several expressions before settling on apologetic. "Sorry, dude, but no." "It's all right," Mineta replied, though his tone suggested it was anything but. He scampered off, shooting disappointed looks back at Kaminari. "What was all that about?" Tsuyu asked, her head tilting in that distinctive way of hers. "You guys don't want to know," Kaminari said quickly, a slight blush coloring his cheeks. "Trust me on this one." I finished eating the last bit of my yogurt, scraping the container clean. My stomach was already demanding more. "Well, I'm sure it couldn't have been that bad," I said, choosing to give Kaminari an out. "I'm gonna go get another serving. Anyone want anything?" "Dude, you inhale your food," Kirishima said, watching with amazement as I stacked my empty containers. "It's manly, don't get me wrong, but you're gonna choke one of these days, if you aren't careful." "Would it matter if I choked? I mean, Avalon should heal it, right?" I shrugged, standing up from my seat. "Back in a minute." I walked over to the serving line once more, which was thankfully empty as most students had already gotten their food. As I loaded up another tray, I noticed that neither Midoriya, Bakugo, nor Todoroki had arrived yet. Whatever conversation Todoroki had wanted to have with Midoriya must have been serious. I was just adding a 4th rice bowl to my tray when my enhanced hearing picked up on something that made me pause. Mineta's voice, coming from across the cafeteria. "Yaoyorozu, Jairu," he was saying, and something about his tone immediately put me on alert. Did you need something?" Yaoyorozu asked as she turned toward him, her usual composed demeanor in place. I could hear Mineta's heart rate spike dramatically as he turned and pointed to a group of girls from the general courses who were walking by. "Well, I'm sure you already know this, being a class rep and all, but they said that everyone has to wear those clothes to do a cheer battle in the afternoon." "Those clothes?" I followed his gesture and noticed the general course girls were carrying what looked like cheerleading uniforms. "I didn't hear anything about an event like that though," Yaoyorozu replied, her brow furrowing in confusion. Neither had I, and as class president, I definitely should have been informed. Then again, most of the information I had was thanks to Yaoyorozu. I should really thank her more for all the help she does. That's not the point though, the point is that I decided to walk over to them. "Hey Yaoyorozu, Jairu, Mineta," I said, keeping my voice casual. "What's this I hear about an event?" "Yeah, Mineta is saying dash," Yaoyorozu began. I didn't say it, Mineta interrupted quickly, his heart rate spiking even higher. I could practically hear the blood rushing through his veins. "I heard it from Aizawa-sensei." "Was he lying?" "I thought that maybe you'd forgotten," he continued, looking directly at Yaoyorozu, "so I'd tell you just in case." Yaoyorozu forgetting something. That was perhaps the most unbelievable phrase a human had ever spoken. I had seen her notebook, she had pretty much everything planned out perfectly to the most minute detail. "Hey Mineta," I said. "How about we just go to Aizawa-sensei? With my speed, we'll be able to go to him and clear this up in a jiffy." The color drained from Mineta's face. "Ah, hey Arthur, come with me for a sec," he said quickly, desperation, for some reason, creeping into his voice. I glanced at Yaoyorozu and Jairu, who were looking at us with increasing suspicion, then followed Mineta a few steps away. I had to lean down considerably to hear him as he whispered urgently. "Come on, Mun, don't you want to see the girls in cheerleading outfits?" he whispered, as if this was some grand conspiracy we should both be in on. "Think about it, Yaoyorozu, Mina, Toru, well, you can't see Toru, but the outfit would be visible and dash." The thought never crossed my mind, I interrupted firmly. "So, no. Really?" His eyes widened in disbelief. "You really don't want to see the girls dash?" "Mineta," I interrupted again, my patience finally running out. The events with Shinsho had left me with zero tolerance for manipulation today. Did Aizawa-sensei really say that they had to wear the outfits? Ah. "Please be honest," I said, my voice taking on an edge. "I've had enough manipulation for today, and again, we can just go to Aizawa-sensei right now. So please, don't lie to me." He seemed to shrink under my gaze, his shoulders slumping. "Okay, it's a lie. But come on, Arthur Dash." "Mineta, no." My voice was flat, final. "This isn't happening." He held his head down and began to walk away, muttering something about killjoys and no one understanding art. I didn't care enough to listen to the specifics. I walked back over to Yaoyorozu and Jairu, who were waiting with raised eyebrows. "So?" Yaoyorozu asked, though her tone suggested she'd already figured out what was going on. "You don't have to wear anything," I said simply. "It was just a misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding," Jairu repeated flatly, clearly not buying it but choosing not to press the issue. "Either way thanks, Arthur." "Don't worry about it," I replied, already looking down at my own tray of food, which I wanted to start digging into right away. "See you in the tournament, Yaoyorozu." "See you, Arthur." A/N, sorry for the late chapter, I got held up by college stuff, which I started today, kill me now, I ended at like 7 p.m., so I could do nothing about today's chapter. As for today's chapter, liked a lot of stuff about, mainly Kaminari being poisoned by Arthur and the rest of the group's goody two-shoesness. That's not a word BTW, but it works in the context, and yeah, Arthur also stopped Mineta's plan with destroying all of fan service with this one. Still don't understand how Momo believed Mineta though in the original, like seriously you're supposed to be the smartest person in your year. I know she's not great with people but still. I hope you all enjoyed the chapter, send those stones, if you want those bonus chapters. Author out. Chapter 51, Sports Festival, 7. Arthur POV. We all walked back into the stadium after a full filing lunch where I ate meat, rice, fish, noodles, yogurt, ice cream. Okay, this list was going on for too long, the point is that I was full. We passed through a gate settling ourselves in the center just like before. The crowds had quieted considerably compared to the cavalry battle. Now that lunch is over, it's finally time to reveal the last game. President Mick's voice boomed across the stadium, somehow managing to cut through even the crowd's murmuring. But before that, there's good news to all of you who didn't make it into the finals. This is just a sports festival. So we've prepared recreational games that everyone can participate in too. We've even brought real cheerleaders from America to cheer things up. I noticed several students from the general courses perk up at this announcement. At least they'd have something to do before the finals started. I also looked to the side where the cheerleaders from America were trying to ignite the crowds again. I couldn't believe Mineta wanted to make the girls from our class dress up like that. Alright everyone. Let's have fun competing in the recreational games. President Mike continued, his enthusiasm infectious even through the speakers. I looked up at the massive screen displaying the UA logo. The image flickered, then transformed into a tournament bracket design, 16 empty slots waiting to be filled with our names. When that's over, the 16 from the 4 teams that made it to the final round will duke it out tournament style, one-on-one. I already expected it, Kirishima said beside me, bouncing slightly on his feet with barely contained energy. His sharp teeth gleamed as he grinned. Still, it's awesome to think about the fact that I'm gonna stand on the stage I watch every year on TV. My whole family's watching. His excitement was contagious, but I couldn't shake the memory of my conversation with Nijire. She'd told me the tournament format changed every year, last year had been Chambara matches, she said I'd probably have done well in that, although I probably couldn't have used Excalibur. Midnight's heels clicked against the platform as she walked forward, a box held in her gloved hands. Now let's draw lots to determine the bracket, she announced, her voice carrying a theatrical flair that few people, her included, could pull off. Once the bracket is determined, we'll have the recreational games and then start. The 16 finalists can choose whether or not they want to participate in the recreation. I'm sure some of you want to rest or save your strength. She descended from the platform. The box she carried looked simple enough, just polished wood with the UA emblem burned into its surface. One by one, we all drew our lots. Once everyone had drawn, Midnight returned to the platform, her tablet now connected to the main screen. This is the bracket based on the results of drawing, she announced excitedly, waving one of her fans with a flourish. The screen lit up with names, and I felt the atmosphere around us shift as everyone looked up to their matches, students, pro heroes, teachers and crowd alike. Hitoshi Shinsho vs Izuka Midoriya. Shoto Todoroki vs Hanta Siro. Denki Kaminari vs Arthur Pendragon. Tenya Ida vs Meihatsum. Mina Ashido vs Toru Hagakure. Fumikage Tokoyami vs Momo Yaoyorozu. Rikido Sato vs Ejiro Kirishima. Katsuki Bakugo vs Achiko Uraraka. My eyes lingered on the first match. Shinsho vs Midoriya. After what had happened during the cavalry battle, I couldn't let Midoriya go into that fight blind. My gaze swept across the crowd of students until I found Shinsho. Our eyes met across the distance, his tired as always. He held my gaze for a moment, before he turned and began walking toward where the general course students were gathering. I honestly didn't like how he looked at me. I shook off the thought and looked for Midoriya. He was staring at the bracket with his mouth open, which made him look a little dumb. His finger was pressed to his lip. Midoriya, I called out, making my way over to him. He jumped slightly, he always seemed surprised when people approached him. Hey Arthur, hi. The stammering was still there, I wondered if he would ever get past it. Listen, about your match with Shinsho, I said, lowering my voice so only he could hear. Don't answer anything he says. His quirk can mess with your mind, it's some form of mental manipulation which I think is triggered by verbal response. His green eyes widened. Oh, okay, thanks for the advice. That's really helpful. I was wondering what his quirk might be since he's from general studies, so again thank you. No worries. Just remember, don't respond to him verbally, no matter what he says or does to provoke you. Good luck out there. Good luck to you too, he said, his gaze looking up to the screen once more, where I saw his name land on Todoroki's. I wondered what they had talked about. Thoughts for later, I guess. I walked back toward my friend group, who were still clustered around the bracket display. Tsuyu's large eyes tracked my movement, her head tilting in that distinctive way she had. What was all that about, Ribbit? She asked directly. It's nothing major, just giving Midoriya some heads up about his opponent, I said, trying to keep my tone casual. Shinsho's quirk could catch him off guard if he's not careful. But Kaminari wasn't paying attention to our conversation. He was still staring at the screen, his golden eyes fixed on our matchup, muttering under his breath. His usual cheerful demeanor had completely evaporated. Come on, man, he said, running his hands through his hair with its distinctive black lightning bolt streak. It was a 1 in 15 chance. Why am I so unlucky? Kaminari, are you okay? Toru asked, concern evident in her voice even though we couldn't see her expression. He didn't answer immediately, just kept staring at our names on the bracket like they might rearrange themselves if he looked hard enough. Why am I so unlucky? He repeated, his voice carrying genuine distress. Mina placed a sympathetic hand on his shoulder, her black and gold eyes soft with understanding. It had to happen to someone, Watts. Sorry it had to be you. But why me? He groaned, finally turning away from the screen. I mean, no offense Arthur, but you're literally impossible to beat. You took down those Nomas at USJ, you can move faster than anyone can see, and you have that sword that can cut through anything. Hey, Kirishima interjected, his tone both supportive and challenging. That's not manly, giving up before the fight even starts. Just do your best, that's all anyone can ask. But I could see Kaminari wasn't convinced. His shoulders slumped, and he kept glancing between me and the bracket. Then suddenly, his expression shifted, like he'd had an idea. Hey Tsuyu, he said, turning to her with newfound energy. Yeah, Kaminari. You're close with Midoriya, right? Is it true that he jots down notes about our class's quirks in that notebook of his? Tsuyu blinked slowly, considering. I think so, yeah. I've seen him writing during our matches. Why do you ask, Ribbit? No reason, Kaminari said quickly, too quickly. Just, give me a sec. Without another word, he jogged off toward where Midoriya was still standing. I didn't need to follow to hear their conversation, my enhanced hearing picked it up easily. Hey, Midoriya, Kaminari said, trying to sound casual but failing miserably. You wouldn't happen to have a page on that notebook of yours about Arthur's quirk, would you? I shook my head with a small smile. At least he was trying to prepare. Well, Tsuyu said, bringing my attention back to the group, I guess I'll be doing the recreational activities alone. Unless any of you want to join. I'll do them too, Mina said, stretching her arms above her head. Need to clear my head before the tournament. Plus, it might be fun. They usually have some pretty cool stuff. Same here, Toru added, her gloves gesturing enthusiastically. We should stick together. Make it a girls' thing before we have to fight each other. Count me in, Kirishima said, then paused. Wait, can I join the girls' thing? Of course. Mina laughed. You're practically one of the girls anyway with how much you hang out with us. I'll pass, I said, already thinking about where I wanted to go. I actually have to meet up with someone. See you guys for the tournament. All right, see you in the tournament then, Toru said, sounding a bit disappointed. Yeah, see you guys then, I assured her. Before anyone could ask any follow-up questions, I disappeared from my spot in a burst of speed, the world blurring around me for an instant before resolving into the interior of one of the stadium's private viewing rooms. The room was luxurious in an understated way, plush sofas, a small table with refreshments, and most importantly, a perfect view of the arena through floor-to-ceiling windows. And there, sitting on the central sofa with a china cup balanced delicately in his paws, was exactly who I'd expected to find. Nizu looked up as I appeared, his button eyes crinkling and taut eerie grin of his spreading across his face. Steam rose from his tea, carrying the scent of jasmine. I didn't know much about teas. Arthur, he said warmly, setting his cup on its saucer with a gentle clink. What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be down there with your friends? I know we told you that you didn't have to participate in the recreational games, but it's not like you're tired, right? The concern in his voice was genuine, and it made something warm bloom in my chest. Despite everything, despite his occasionally manipulative nature and his tendency toward theatrical cruelty in his lessons, Nizu had become something like family to me. The closest thing to a guardian I'd had since. No, I'm not tired, I replied, my smile widening slightly. I just wanted to have a talk with you, if that's possible. Sure, lad, he said immediately, patting the sofa cushion beside him with one paw. What do you want to talk about? A/N, hope you all enjoyed today's chapter. I don't have much to say it, other than the fact Kaminari is screwed lol. In the original he had to deal against someone that was his almost perfect counter and now he has to deal with this, my man can't catch a break. Oh, I was also thinking it over if Toru, Sato or Arthur would resign before the tournament like it happened in the OG with 2 members of Shinsho's team, but because of the last part of the cavalry battle where they were fully awake I don't think they would resign now. I hope you dudes and dudettes enjoyed this chapter. Send those stones, if you want extra chapters. THX for reading. Author out. Chapter 52, Sports Festival, 8. Arthur POV. So what did you want to talk about? I've been thinking about resigning. Nizu's teacup froze halfway to his lips. From the tournament? Kind of, yeah. I don't see much point in it. The silence stretched between us, broken only by the distant cheers from the recreational activities below. I could hear students laughing, and present mix enthusiastic commentary about someone successfully grabbing a rubber duck in under 30 seconds. Nizu jumped down from the sofa, he walked towards the floor-to-ceiling windows. From here, we had a perfect view of the stadium grounds where students were engaged in what looked like a massive scavenger hunt. I watched as someone from Class 1C triumphantly held up what appeared to be a plastic dinosaur. Why does there have to be a point? Nizu asked without turning to me, his reflection visible in the glass. I looked down at the stadium grounds, watching the controlled chaos below. Students were running around with pieces of paper, frantically searching for items, their faces bright with excitement and determination. It was nice. Oh, and Arthur, everything has a point, maybe not in the way you see it, but it does, Nizu continued, gesturing toward the students below with his teacup. What is the point of these recreational activities? It isn't like they excite the crowd a lot. I considered this. I watched as Kendo grabbed with her giant hands, a blonde student from Class 1B who I recognized as Monoma. The crowd's reaction was polite applause at best, nothing like the roaring they'd given the main events. The point is for the students to have fun. Bingo. Nizu's voice carried a note of satisfaction. But I won't be having fun in that tournament. The words came out more bitter than I'd intended. I didn't enjoy fighting for the sake of fighting, I never understood it, and after Shinsho's whole debacle I honestly didn't want to. Nizu turned around, his button-black eyes studying my face with that unsettling intelligence of his. Look Arthur, an opportunity has been granted to you. One which not many get. You may not see it as so let me give you a point. Your hero license. My ears perked up at that. The provisional license, the thing that would legitimize everything I'd been trying to do for years. I've been talking with the Hero Public Safety Commission, Nizu continued, settling back onto the sofa with a small grunt. The whole point of you coming to UA was to change your perception from a vigilante to a hero. Believe it or not, the incident at USJ actually helped your case, even though a lot of things weren't disclosed. Still, you proved yourself competent as always, but the public still sees you as you were. A vigilante. I nodded at his words. You want to get your provisional license, then make them see you as more than what you were. Nizu pointed down at the students, where I could see Tetsu from Class 1B doing what appeared to be an impromptu arm wrestling contest with someone from the support course. Make them see you as more than a teenager who took the law into his hands for some reason. The words settled on my shoulders. Out there in the stadium were thousands of people, millions more watching on television. Pro heroes, government officials, the families of my classmates. All of them watching. Make them see you as one of them. The best of them. So if I win this tournament, I'll be able to get my license sooner. It definitely wouldn't hurt your chances. Nizu took another sip of his tea. While we were talking and the recreational games were done, Sensei was done building the tournament platform, then Present Mix voice boomed, routing up the crowds once more. Hey guys, are you ready? A lot's happened, but it's now all come to this. A serious battle. You can only depend on yourself. Even if you're not a hero, you'll face lots of situations like that. You get it right. Heart, skill, body, wisdom, and knowledge. Use all of that to rush up. Fire burst from the corners of the stadium, the flames dancing high into the air and drawing roars of approval from the crowd. The recreational games had ended, and now the real show was about to begin. The finals that you've all been waiting for are finally starting. Match number 1. From the hero course, it's Izuku Midoriya. Versus someone who hasn't stood out much. From general studies, it's Hitoshi Shinsho. The rules are simple: force your opponent out of bounds or immobilize them. You can also win by making your opponent say, I give up. Bring on the injuries because we've got our very own recovery girl standing by. At that, I looked down at Avalon, the scabbard warm against my side. I had never tried it, but could she heal other people? The thought was interrupted by Present Mix's continuing announcement. Put your morals and ethics aside for a moment. But of course, anything life-threatening is crap. It's not allowed. I watched as Midoriya and Shinsho walked up onto the stage. From this high up, they looked small, but I could see the tension in both their stances. Midoriya's shoulders were tight with nerves, while Shinsho moved as tired as always. Sensei materialized a concrete chair to oversee the battle, his massive form settling onto it. Heroes should only use their fists to catch villains. The battle began. I heard Shinsho say something. Midoriya's reaction was immediate, his face twisting with anger as he shouted something back. I wanted to smack my forehead at that. I told him not to say anything, I muttered, Nizu turning to me, cocking his head to the side, but since I said nothing else his gaze turned back to the match below. Midoriya came to a full stop mid-charge, his face going completely blank. The same empty expression I remembered from the cavalry battle, the look of someone whose mind was no longer their own. Hitoshi Shinsho from General Studies has gotten the better of Izuku Midoriya from the hero course. Who would have imagined this? Will the bottom really overthrow the top? Next to me, Nizu leaned forward with interest. Fascinating quirk, he murmured. I can see why he's so determined to get into the hero course. I watched as Shinsho spoke again. Turn around and walk out. Midoriya began walking mechanically toward the edge of the platform. One step, then another, like a puppet on strings. The crowd had gone silent, none of them knew exactly what was going on. Just as Midoriya was about to step off the platform, every instinct I had screamed at me. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end, my enhanced senses picking up something that made my skin crawl. Boom. Midoriya's fingers twitched and his quirk activated, sending a shockwave through the air that I could feel even from our viewing box. His fingers broke with audible snaps, but the self-inflicted pain broke him free from Shinsho's control. Why? Shinsho's voice carried even up to our box, amplified by the stadium's acoustics. You shouldn't be able to move freely. First that Arthur and now you. What did you do? Midoriya stayed silent, and I could see Shinsho's frustration mounting. Despite my lingering anger over the mind control incident, I felt a pang of sympathy for him, however small it may have been. Say something, Shinsho continued, trying to bait Midoriya into responding, whose only response was running towards Shinsho. You can produce that much power by just moving your fingers. I'm jealous. Thanks to my quirk I've been behind from the start. People like you who have been blessed. He caught himself, stopping mid-sentence. Someone who's been born with the ideal quirk. Someone who's able to reach his goal. Midoriya finally reached Shinsho and began pushing him toward the edge of the platform. But Shinsho wasn't going down without a fight. He threw a solid punch that connected with Midoriya's face, making blood pour out his nose. Ooh, Nizu said, inclining forward in his chair a bit. Still, that didn't stop Midoriya. Shinsho targeted his broken fingers, striking them directly. Midoriya's grip loosened with a cry of pain, allowing Shinsho to spin him around and grab him by the face and chest. You get out. Shinsho yelled, pushing with everything he had. But Midoriya managed to grab Shinsho's wrist at the last second, using the same judo throw he'd employed against Bakugo during our battle trial. Shinsho went flying over Midoriya's shoulder, his leg dangling over the edge of the platform. He was out. Yahoo! Present Mick's voice boomed. That was kind of a boring first match, but we should praise them for a bravely fought match. Clap your hands. The crowd erupted in applause, though I could hear the undertone of confusion. Many of them probably hadn't understood what they'd just witnessed, the psychological battle that had taken place alongside the physical one. Nisa clapped politely beside me, and I found myself joining in. Despite everything, both fighters had given their all. But even over the thunderous applause, my enhanced hearing picked up the conversation between the two combatants as they stood on the platform. Why do you want to be a hero? Midoriya asked, his voice barely audible. Shinsho's response was quieter still, but I caught every word. You can't help the things you long for. Then, louder, though still meant only for Midoriya. Depending on the results, they'll consider my transfer into the hero course. Remember that. Even if it didn't work out this time, I definitely won't give up. I'll get into the hero course, get certified, and give them the choice of the better tomorrow that Bastard talked about. I flinched at the word bastard, knowing he was referring to me. But there was something in his voice, a determination that reminded me uncomfortably of myself. As Shinsho walked off the platform toward one of the exit gates, I found myself hoping that he would get another chance. Not because I'd forgiven him for the mind control, but because that kind of determination deserved recognition. That was a good match, Nisa said beside me, refilling his teacup from a small thermos. A little boring like Mike said, but still a good match. Both fighters did good, the blood was more than enough. I looked at him a bit weirdly. The platform was quickly cleared and reset for the next match. I watched as two familiar figures emerged from the tunnels. Next up it's these guys. Present Mick's voice carried renewed energy. Todoroki and Shiro walked onto the stage, their contrasting demeanors obvious even from our high vantage point. Shiro looked nervous but determined, while Todoroki moved with that same cold confidence he displayed throughout the festival. He's good. He's good. But what's with that plainness he just can't get rid of? From the hero course it's Hanta Shiro. Versus. Taking second, then first in the prelims. He wasn't recommended for admission for nothing. Also from the hero course, it's Shoto Todoroki. I could see Shiro crack his neck, trying to work out the tension. Even from this distance, his body language screamed that he knew he was outmatched. Well, I don't think I can really win. Shiro's voice carried faintly up to our box. Ready. Start. Present Mike announced. But I don't feel like losing either. Shiro finished, and immediately tape shot out from his elbows with impressive speed and precision. The tape wrapped around Todoroki in what should have been a perfect capture, forming a cocoon that would have immobilized most opponents. Shiro began spinning, using centrifugal force to fling Todoroki toward the boundary line. It was a good strategy. Against most opponents, it probably would have worked. But Todoroki wasn't most opponents. I saw his counterattack before anyone else in the stadium, my enhanced vision catching the telltale sign of his breath misting in the suddenly frigid air. Ice erupted from his right side like a glacier being born, following the tape back towards Shiro at incredible speed. In seconds, the entire left side of the stadium was encased in ice. The glacier stretched beyond the arena, almost reaching our viewing box before finally stopping. The temperature in our climate-controlled room dropped noticeably just from proximity. Down on the platform, Shiro was completely frozen, encased in ice from chest to feet. He looked like a statue, his expression frozen in surprise. Phew, Nizu whistled appreciatively. Strong quirk. You think we can use some of the ice from IT? A/N. Hope you all enjoyed this chapter. Next one it's finally gonna be our boy Kaminari's turn. Let's hope whatever info Deku was able to get into his notebook helps him out. It's not. Also, while Arthur is angry at Shinsho for controlling him, at the end of the day he is a kind soul and humanity has many things to teach us, mainly forgiveness. See you guys and gals tomorrow. Send those stones if you want those extra chaps. Cause we haven't even cracked the top 10 LOL. THX for reading. Author out. Chapter 53, Sports Festival, 9. Narration POV. Shiro, can you move? Midnight asked from her platform as she shivered, half of her body covered by some ice. Her breath came out in visible puffs, the temperature having dropped dramatically in mere seconds. Oh, of course not, Shiro replied, still encased in ice except for his face, shivering violently. His teeth chattered as he tried to speak. Ow. Shiro is immobilized. Present Mick's voice boomed across the stadium. Todoroki advances to the second round. The crowd sat in stunned silence for a moment, processing what they had just witnessed. The glacier that Todoroki created that big of an impact. It stretched beyond the bounds of the stadium itself, a monument to raw power that made many in the audience reconsider what they thought they knew about student capabilities. Todoroki began to walk towards the encased Zero, his footsteps echoing in the sudden quiet. But as he did so, the stands began to stir. Someone started clapping slowly, then another joined, and soon the entire stadium erupted in a sympathetic chant while applauding. "Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it." The chant grew louder, thousands of voices joining together in an unexpected show of support for the defeated student. Zero, despite being frozen solid, managed to crack a smile at the crowd's reaction. Todoroki finally made it in front of Zero and placed his left hand on the ice. Steam began to rise as the glacier started to melt, water running slowly across the arena floor. "Sorry I went overboard. I was angry." Zero didn't say anything, simply glad he was being let out of the ice. Todoroki's heterochromatic eyes instead moving upward to the stands. His gaze found his father, Endeavor, whose disapproving glare settled onto him. The number 2 hero's arms were crossed, safe to say he did not like the show. Todoroki's gaze turned to the side, initially wanting to look at Midoriya, but he caught the eyes of someone else, seated in a viewing box high above. Sky blue eyes met his mismatched ones. Arthur Pendragon. While Midoriya seemed to have caught All Might's attention, meaning he had to beat him to prove his point, the biggest obstacle would still be Arthur himself, at least in Todoroki's opinion. The vigilante-turned-student had already beat him once, and he was going to do his best so that wouldn't happen. The glacier he had formed finally melted completely, liberating Zero from his ice prison. The little water that was left of the glacier turning into steam and flying upwards, to join the rest of its H2O brethren. After it was done, Todoroki simply turned and walked off the stage. Zero followed. In the viewing box above, Nizu set down his teacup with a delicate clink. "Guess there's no ice for my tea after all," the principal mused. He turned towards Arthur, who was rooted at his spot. "Still not a twitch, huh, either in the round before or this one. Seems like you are learning." "Slowly, yeah," Arthur replied, as his gaze settled on Zero. Present Mick's voice filled the air once more. Narration POV. "Alright folks, I hope you brought your rubber boots because this next match is going to be electric." The pro hero was really getting into it now, practically bouncing in his announcer's booth. On one side, we have the human taser, the walking power plant, the guy who makes your hair stand on end, literally. From the hero course, it's the men of lightning, volts as you've never seen them, Denki Kaminari. Down below, Kaminari walked out into the stadium, trying his best to look confident. He waved to the crowd, throwing up peace signs and finger guns, and while most couldn't see it, there were a few who could. He was sweating bullets, and one of the few who could see it was also the cause of said perspiration. And on the other side. Present Mike continued, his excitement reaching fever pitch. "You all know him. You all love him. Well, not all of you, I'm talking about you, Triple J. The vigilante-turned-hero student, the boy who saved thousands, the one who walks the path of the sword. Give it up for Arthur Pendragon." The roar that erupted from the crowd was deafening. Arthur appeared on the stage in a burst of speed, not quite a sonic boom but fast enough that most people only saw a golden blur before he was standing there. He didn't wave or acknowledge the crowd, his hand resting naturally on Excalibur's hilt as it always did. In the stands, his classmates watched with varying expressions. "This isn't going to be much of a fight, is it?" Kirishima said, though his tone was sympathetic rather than dismissive. "Poor Kaminari," Mina added, shaking her head. "He was so nervous at lunch he could barely eat. And that's saying something, considering how much that boy usually puts away. If he sticks to the plan we made, he could actually do something," Midoriya said as he twirled his thumbs, a little embarrassed at the fact that he himself couldn't keep his own plan together in his match against Shinsho. Down on the field, the two friends faced each other across the arena. "Well then, I guess this is it, huh?" Kaminari said, running a hand through his hair in a nervous gesture. Electricity sparked between his fingers as he did so, his quirk responding to his emotional state. "I guess this is it," Arthur replied, his tone gentle. He could hear Kaminari's racing heartbeat, could see the micro-expressions of fear and determination warring on his friend's face. It was hard for him, in a way. He could hear how much Kaminari wanted this, but Arthur wanted it too. "No way you could let me win, right?" Kaminari asked, though his tone made it clear he already knew the answer. His blue eyes were apologetic but firm. "I'm sorry, but no." "Figured," Kaminari said, scratching his hair more vigorously now, static electricity making the strands stand on end. "Honestly, I would have been disappointed if you said yes." He took a deep breath, squaring his shoulders. "So I'm going to give it everything I've got. Don't you dare hold back on me, Arthur." Arthur smiled at that. Midnight raised her whip, the crack cutting through the crowd's murmur. "Both competitors ready?" They nodded. "Then. Start." Kaminari didn't hesitate. He'd thought about this moment, planned for it with Midoriya, knowing that his only chance was to go all out immediately. His arms shot skyward, electricity beginning to crackle around his entire body. The air itself crackled in anticipation, and several people in the front rows felt their hair standing on end. "It's all or nothing," he shouted, his voice carrying across the arena. "My ultimate move. Indiscriminate shock. 1.3 million volts." The explosion of electricity was instantaneous and all-encompassing. Lightning burst across the field in a spherical wave. The arena floor cracked and scored where the bolt struck, leaving burnt patterns across the concrete. It was, objectively, an incredible display of power. This was the level of UA's hero course. Arthur POV. I watched the lightning approach, my enhanced perception allowing me to see every individual bolt, every crackling tendril of electricity as it raced toward me. It was beautiful, in a way, however I didn't move from my spot. The truth was, I couldn't dodge it. Not completely. I tested my limits extensively with Nizu over the past 2 weeks. Even with continuous mana burst, I could reach just over Mach 145, faster than any known hero, faster than even All Might in his prime. But lightning. Lightning moved at Mach 352. I could minimize the contact, maybe, but some would hit me regardless. So I put my own plan into action. The first bolt struck me directly in the chest. 1.3 million volts coursed through my body, and I felt nothing. Well, not nothing exactly. I felt the electricity, felt it trying to disrupt my nervous system, trying to stop my heart, trying to cook me from the inside out. But Avalon was already at work, healing the damage faster than it could accumulate. My dragon heart, that mutated organ that was the source of my power, actually seemed to beat louder in response to the electrical stimulus. Interesting. The crowd watched as the lightning struck me, illuminating my form in brilliant white-blue light. To them, it must have looked like I was being destroyed, consumed by the electric storm. Arthur has been hit. Present Mick's voice boomed over the crackling of electricity. This could be the upset of the century. Is Kaminari about to? I moved. Narration POV. To the crowd, what happened next was almost impossible to follow. One moment, Arthur was standing still, being struck by lightning. The next, he was, everywhere. Lightning began striking multiple points across the field in rapid succession, but it wasn't random. Those with sharp enough eyes, or slow-motion cameras, would later realize they were seeing Arthur's afterimages, the lightning following his path as he moved at speeds that defied comprehension. A straight line towards Kaminari. In the span of a heartbeat, he reached his opponent. Kaminari. The electric user's eyes were wide, though whether from seeing Arthur appear before him or from the inevitable side effect of his maximum output was unclear. His expression was already beginning to slack, his brain overwhelmed by his own quirk's backlash. Arthur struck out in a precise stabbing motion, Excalibur still sheathed in Avalon. It was a gentle strike by his standards, enough to send his friend out of bounds without causing injury. Bam. The impact was still enough to lift Kaminari off his feet. He flew backward in a perfect arc, electricity still crackling around his body but already beginning to fade. As he sailed through the air, his expression had fully transformed into the dopey, vacant grin that his classmates had come to recognize as his way mode. He landed on the grass outside the ring, bouncing once before coming to rest flat on his back. Both his thumbs shot up in the air, and he let out a happy wee, despite having just lost. The entire exchange, from Kaminari's attack to his landing, had taken less than a single second. The stadium was silent for a moment, processing what they had just witnessed. Then the crowd exploded. Woohoo! That's what I'm talking about. That's what it's all about. Did you see that? He just tanked 1.3 million volts. Arthur, give me your babies. That last comment made Arthur visibly flinch on stage, his calm composure cracking for just a moment as he tried to identify where they had come from. He sadly did. Kaminari is out of bounds. Midnight announced, though she too seemed slightly stunned by what she'd witnessed. Arthur advances to the second round. Arthur immediately walked off the stage, heading toward where Kaminari had landed. His friend was still lying on the grass, giving enthusiastic thumbs up to no one in particular, occasionally letting out random sounds. You okay? Arthur asked, kneeling beside him. Mom, Kaminari said in a dazed voice, his eyes unfocused but somehow managing to look directly at Arthur. No, I'm not Mom, Arthur replied, a small smile crossing his face. He'd heard about Kaminari's way mode from the others but had never seen it in person. It was oddly endearing. Kaminari responded, as if this explained everything. Arthur carefully helped him to his feet, supporting most of his weight as Kaminari's legs seemed to have forgotten how to function properly. As they walked toward the medical station, Kaminari kept making happy sounds and occasionally trying to give finger guns to the crowd, though his coordination was so off he mostly just flailed his hands around. This was the first time Arthur had truly seen Kaminari's overload state, but it would most certainly not be the last. Oh, and Arthur wouldn't admit it to anyone, but he honestly thought it was a bit funny. A/N, yeah, sorry for not uploading these past days. I've been doing a lot of stuff lately, cause you know, college, kill me now. Plus I have also decided to start a secondary which I'll update every once a while. You can check it out, or don't, I can't force you guys and gals to do anything lol. So the secondary FIC, it's called Percy Jackson, Julius of the Nine. As you can probably tell by the title, it is a Percy Jackson FIC. I loved Rick stories when I was younger and this idea wouldn't leave my mind, so I just wrote it. One thing before you do try reading it, the protagonist has multiple personality disorder, so if that turns you off, don't read it lol, and no, it isn't just some quirk, I promise it ties into his character. If you wait for the payoff it'll be great. I think. As for this chapter, loved writing the fight, cause it's basically Arthur Aura farming lol. Either way, THX for reading. I hope you enjoyed it. Author out. Chapter 54, Sports Festival, 10. Arthur POV. I walked through the corridors leading to the Class 1A stands, my footsteps echoing off the concrete walls. Recovery Girl had told me that Kaminari would be fine, his way mode would dissipate in about an hour, and me flinging him off the stadium hadn't actually hurt him. Thank God. The relief I felt was genuine. Especially since even though I controlled myself, the speed I was going at would still drive a lot of force. So yeah, I was glad. As I climbed the stairs to our designated section, I could already hear the excited chatter of my classmates. Yeah, I had decided to spend the rest of the tournament watching alongside my classmates rather than Nizu. The principal's company was always entertaining, but right now I wanted to be with people my own age, people who understood what it was like to be down there on that stage. I emerged into the stands to find most of Class 1A already seated, their UA uniforms a sea of gray and blue against the stadium's concrete bleachers. The view from here was perfect, we could see the entire arena spread out below us like a gladiatorial amphitheater. To our right, separated by a concrete wall and about 20 feet of space, was another class section. I recognized a few voices, mainly Kendos, Shotas, and Tetsutetsus. Yeah, they were Class 1B, next year where this tournament is gonna be all Class B, just you wait, I heard someone say from the Class B stands. I stopped listening in after that, simply smiling at their perseverance. Toru waved from her spot, not that anyone could see that aside from me since she wasn't wearing gloves. Art. Mina also called out, waving me over with both hands too. I walked over to them, weaving between the rows of seats. Several of my classmates looked up as I passed. Is Kaminari okay? Toru asked as I took a seat between her and Kirishima. He's fine, I assured them, settling into the plastic stadium seat. Just needs to rest for a bit. Recovery Girl said the electricity didn't cause any real damage, and the impact was minimal. He'll be back to his usual self soon. That's a relief, Kirishima said, his sharp-toothed grin wide and genuine. Kaminari's a tough guy, but seeing him get launched like that, now he's manly, I'm sure he would have been fine no matter what. I nodded, my smile growing a little wider at that. Midoriya seemed to have been listening to our conversation from a few seats over, his green hair shaking with nervousness. But as my head turned to face him, he immediately looked away, a flush creeping up his neck. I guess he was embarrassed that he had replied to Shinsho when I'd specifically told him not to. Still, as I looked at him, I couldn't help but think about the thing which had activated my instinct. It wasn't something bad, but I wasn't sure what it had been either. So whose turn is it? I asked, settling in my seat a bit more and focusing on the field below. Of course, I wasn't answered by any of my classmates but by Present Mick's booming voice, which reverberated not just in my ears but seemed to shake the very foundations of the stadium. It's like he's the epitome of the middle of the pack. But don't let that fool you, this guy's got more determination than a freight train and legs that could outrun a bullet train. From the hero course, it's Tenya Ida. I watched as Ida strode onto the field with his characteristic rigid posture. Versus. Present Mike continued, building the suspense as the second figure emerged from the opposite tunnel. At the other side, a girl walked out with a confident swagger that immediately caught my attention. She had been on Midoriya's cavalry battle team if I remembered correctly, and she was absolutely loaded down with gadgets and equipment. Her name was fully equipped with support items. She's got more gear than a one-person army. From the support course, it's MHA. He's up against the support course, huh? Jairu said, her arms crossed as she leaned forward to get a better view. Her earphone jack swayed slightly with her movement. I wonder what kind of fight it will be, Tsuyu added, her index finger thoughtfully pressed to her chin. But from her looks it looks like she's going to use support items more than her quirk. What even was her quirk? I don't think I had seen her use it once, in either the cavalry battle or the obstacle race. She had used support items for both. However, now that I was talking about support gear, Hatsum wasn't the only one who was using it. Ida was wearing one too. The contraption on his back looked like some kind of stabilization system, and his legs had additional components I had no clue about. Ida's also fully equipped with support items. Present Mike yelled, his voice carrying a note of surprise. Midnight spoke up, her voice authoritative. That's generally against the rules for those in the hero course. Those who must use equipment must petition beforehand. At those words, I reflexively looked down at Excalibur and Avalon, remembering when I'd had to ask Nisa for permission to carry them during the festival. He had dismissively said yes, probably knowing I wouldn't actually cut a student but rather just wanted them close to me for comfort. I honestly couldn't think about separating myself from them. I completely forgot about that. Ida said, his voice carrying clearly across the arena as he gestured in that robotic manner of his. Arthur had his sword and Aoyama had his belt, so I thought it was fine. They both submitted a petition, Midnight replied matter-of-factly. I must apologize, Ida said as he bowed forward towards Midnight. However, my heart was moved by my opponent's sportsmanship. Even though she's from the support course, she said she wanted an even match since she made it this far. She said she wanted to fight fairly. So she gave me this equipment. I did not think I could ignore her fighting spirit. At those words, my attention fell on MHA with new interest. If she'd offered to share her equipment to make the fight fair, then she really was a kind soul. That level of sportsmanship was rare, especially in a competitive environment like this. Oh youth. Midnight moaned dramatically, which made me recoil slightly in my seat. The way she could switch from authoritative to whatever that was, always caught me off guard. She composed herself and waved one of her fans downward. I'll allow it. The match began with Midnight's signal, and immediately I could see that Ida was moving differently than usual. He was faster for one. Isn't that acceleration wonderful? May's voice suddenly boomed across the arena, and I realized she was also wearing a microphone and speaker system. Don't your legs feel tighter than usual? Well, that's to be expected. Those leg parts are helping the wearer's movements along by providing additional support and reducing strain on the muscles. Ida was closing in on her rapidly, his enhanced speed carrying him across the arena floor. I found myself wondering how she planned to evade someone that fast, especially while carrying all that equipment. And I. May grinned widely, reaching behind her back. A hydraulic cable shot out from her backpack with a sharp hiss of compressed air, the metal cable extending and then contracting rapidly to push her to the side just as Ida reached her position. Can evade with my hydraulic attachments. These babies can extend up to 15 feet and provide enough force to move a 200-pound person at significant speed. It looks more like a demonstration of her equipment than a fight, right? Tsuyu observed, tilting forward in her seat with interest. She was absolutely right. May wasn't even looking directly at Ida half the time, she was facing the crowd, gesturing enthusiastically as she explained each piece of equipment. Her hydraulic attachments seemed to have some kind of sensor system that allowed her to dodge automatically while she focused on her presentation. Ida slipped on the hydraulic cable, but just as he was about to fall, the equipment on his back turned him around and allowed him to regain his momentum. Something which May also explained to the crowd. The fight continued in this pattern, with Hatsum explaining each new support item she used while effortlessly evading Ida's increasingly frustrated attempts to catch her. When she demonstrated her electro shoes, boots that allowed her to jump impossibly high. Ida ran after her, planning to catch her wherever she landed, but before he could do so, Hatsum turned around, a gun in her hand. And shot. Bam. A red net wrapped around Ida. Again she explained the gadget while Ida tried his best to get out of it. Who developed all these items, she called out dramatically, spreading her arms wide. It was me, May Hatsum. Everyone looking for support items, the choice is clear, May Hatsum. May Hatsum. May Hatsum. Tsu, I really think she's trying to sell her support items, Mina added, her mouth dropping open in realization. 10 minutes passed with Ida trapped in the net while Hatsum explained each new gadget she revealed. Finally, after what seemed like an endless product showcase, Hatsum casually strolled toward the edge of the arena. I'm done presenting them, she announced cheerfully, stepping out of bounds without any fanfare. Finally. Bakugo yelled from several seats over, his voice carrying his usual explosive frustration. That bitch was up there for too long. Don't call her names, I said firmly, turning to face him. Something in my tone made him quiet down immediately, though I could see him grumbling under his breath, however I also couldn't help but murmur. But you're right, she did go on for too long. Hatsum is out of bounds. Ida moves on to the second round. Midnight announced as the net that had been entangling Ida suddenly released, probably another gadget of Hatsum's, or as she liked to call them, her babies. You tricked me. Ida yelled toward the departing Hatsum, his engine sputtering with indignation. I watched as Hatsum waved cheerfully at the crowd, completely unbothered by Ida's protests. She'd accomplished exactly what she'd set out to do, and she knew it. As the arena was cleared for the next match, Toru and Mina stood up from their seats, both of them looking nervous but determined. Good luck to both of you, Kirishima said, his wide-toothed grin encouraging and genuine. Make it a manly fight. I actually chuckled at that, though Kirishima only tilted his head to the side. Don't worry about it, Tsuyu said as she patted Kirishima on the shoulder. And like he said, good luck to both of you. Yeah, good luck, I added, waving them goodbye. Mina and Toru made their way down toward the arena entrance, and I could see them talking quietly together as they walked. A few minutes later, they emerged onto the stadium floor. Mina was stretching, as she warmed up her muscles. Toru, meanwhile, who was effectively invisible to most of the crowd, also made her way up with no sports uniform on. She was probably wearing her suit. The invisible woman herself, from the hero course, Toru Hagakure. Present Mick's voice boomed. Versus, will something come out of those horns? Also from the hero course, it's Mina Ashido. Mina grinned up at the crowd, waving enthusiastically and clearly feeding off their energy. Let the best girl win. Toru called out, her voice carrying clearly across the arena. Yeah. Mina replied, pumping her fist in the air. That's when we heard it, a voice that made all of us cringe simultaneously. Yes, women fight. You love to see it. Tear each other's clothes off. We all turned in unison to stare at the source of that inappropriate comment. Mineta. The girls in our section glared at him with expressions that could have melted steel, and I myself wanted to smack some sense into him, me. The guy who hated violence. I mean. Mineta started, apparently realizing from our reactions that he'd said something wrong. Just be quiet, Mineta, Ciro said firmly. Down in the arena, the match was beginning in earnest. Immediately, Mina began skating around on her acid, but not toward where Toru had been standing, not that she can't have known where she was. So she started spraying acid in wide arcs around herself, creating a gradually expanding circle of dangerous terrain. It was like watching a spider weave its web, but made of corrosive chemicals instead of silk. Mina was being pretty smart and making the terrain hard for Toru to walk through so she wouldn't be able to sneak up to her. I could see Toru, or rather, the slight distortion in the air where she was, trying to navigate the increasingly complex maze of acid patterns. She was being forced closer and closer to Mina with each passing second, her options for movement becoming more and more limited. There. Mina suddenly shouted, flinging a stream of acid toward what seemed like empty air to most of the crowd. A yelp of surprise confirmed she'd found her target. Seriously, how lucky could she get? Toru materialized partially as acid splashed across her leg, not enough to seriously hurt thanks to Mina's careful control of the pH level, but enough to mark her location and make her visible. Got you. Mina launched herself forward on an acid slide, surfing across her own creation. Her fist was drawn back for what looked like a finishing blow. However, just as she closed the distance, something unexpected happened. A bright flash suddenly surrounded both fighters. The light was blinding, causing Mina to stumble mid-slide as her vision was completely overwhelmed. The flash lasted only a moment, but it was enough. Toru slipped through Mina's compromised punch and struck forward with her own fist, the impact connecting solidly with Mina's midsection. Mina smiled even as she absorbed the hit, her combat instincts taking over. Her leg lifted in a counter kick, sweeping toward Toru's position. The kick connected with the leg that still had acid on it. Toru let out a small yelp of pain, but her hand was already moving. Another flash of light erupted from her position, even brighter than the first, completely blinding Mina once again. In that moment of confusion, Toru launched an uppercut that caught Mina perfectly, sending her flying just over the borderline of the arena. The crowd erupted as Midnight made the call. Mina Ashido is out of bounds. Toru Hagakure advances to the second round. A/N, hope you ladies and gents enjoyed this chapter. Loved writing the Mina and Toru fight. Also yes, I know that Toru should have learned how to manipulate light much later into the story, but I promise I have an explanation. You'll see next chap. Some of you may not like that I'm not skipping these fights, but I wanted to write them, so yeah. Either way, that's pretty much it for today. See you all tomorrow. THX for reading. Author out. Chapter 55, Sports Festival, 11. Arthur POV. Mina and Toru walked into the Class 1A stands, both looking a bit worse for wear but smiling nonetheless. Mina had a slight bruise forming on her jaw where Toru's uppercut had connected, while Toru was favoring her left leg where the acid had splashed. That was an amazing fight. Kirishima called out as they approached our section. Both of you were so manly out there. Thanks, Kirishima, Mina said, carefully settling into her seat next to me. Though I gotta say, Toru, you really caught me off guard with that light trick. Are you okay? I asked Mina, as I noticed her massaging her jaw. Yeah, I'm fine, she replied, working her jaw gently. Just didn't expect Invisible Girl here to pack such a punch. Same here, Toru added, though I could hear the slight wince in her voice as she sat down. That acid kick really stung. Thanks for not burning me though. I smiled, they seemed genuinely okay, just minor injuries that would heal quickly. Recovery girl could patch them up after the tournament if needed. So you're gonna explain what that light thing was about? Tsuyu asked, her large eyes fixed on where Toru sat. That was definitely not part of your quirk before. Toru looked down for a moment, and even though I couldn't see her face, I could see her cheeks were fuller. Was she embarrassed? Well actually it all started at the battle trial, she began, her voice growing more confident as she spoke. But the big push forward was actually at the USJ incident. She turned toward me, and I felt her invisible gaze. Well, when Arthur released that stream of light, it kind of interfered with my invisibility for only a second, then my hands glowed, and I kind of thought that I could manipulate it. My eyes widened slightly. I hadn't noticed its effect on Toru's quirk. Then again, I'd been a bit preoccupied with the aftermath of what I'd done. That's amazing. Why didn't you say anything? Kirishima asked, leaning forward with excitement. Well, I kinda wanted to keep it as a surprise for the sports festival just in case, Toru replied, and I could hear the shy smile in her voice as she pressed her fingers together. Plus, I wasn't even sure if I could do it consistently. So you can manipulate light, huh? I finally said, looking down at Excalibur resting at my side. I wondered what she would be able to do if I laid Excalibur in front of her. Yeah, kind of, Toru said somewhat shyly. Still bad at it, though. I spent the last 2 weeks trying to improve it. Most of the time I just ended up blinding myself. Mina laughed at that. Well, it worked out in the end. Yeah, you both did great, I added, smiling toward both Mina and Toru. Thanks, Art, Mina said, bumping my shoulder lightly. Still a little disappointed, don't get me wrong, she added, crossing her arms under her neck. We all turned our attention back to the arena. Let's move on to the 6th match. Present Mick's voice boomed across the stadium, his enthusiasm never wavering. The Dark Samurai accompanied by Dark Shadow. From the hero course, it's Fumikage Tokoyami. Tokoyami emerged from one of the tunnels, his bird-like head held high, his arms crossed in front of him, and Dark Shadow, nowhere in sight. Versus. All-purpose creation. She was admitted through recommendation, so her abilities are certified. From the hero course, it's Momo Yayorozu. Yayorozu walked out from the opposite tunnel, her posture perfect and her expression focused. If she has enough time, she could win, I murmured, watching as both contestants took their positions. But it's going to be hard either way. 6th match start. Midnight announced. The battle began exactly as I'd predicted. Dark Shadow erupted from Tokoyami like a living shadow, wait-like. He was a living shadow, wasn't he? The point is that it rushed toward Yayorozu with frightening speed for most people. She was ready though, a shield materialized from her arm just in time to block Dark Shadow's initial assault. The impact sent her skidding backward, but she maintained her footing. Almost immediately, a staff began forming from her other hand as she leaped to the side, trying to create distance between herself and her opponent. She's trying to buy time, Midoriya observed, his pencil moving rapidly across his notebook. But Dark Shadow is too fast for her to create anything substantial. Dark Shadow pursued her relentlessly, forcing Yayorozu to focus on defense rather than offense. She managed to complete the staff and used it to vault over Dark Shadow's reaching arms, but the sentient quirk was already turning to track her movement. Come on, Yayorozu. Jairu called out, though her voice was tense with worry. Dark Shadow slammed down toward Yayorozu from above. She raised her shield, but the force of the impact sent her sprawling across the ground. I winced as she hit the concrete, but she'd had the foresight to create a pillow from the back of her neck that expanded to cushion her fall. Smart, I muttered. Which was a given, since I was talking about Yayorozu of all people. Dark Shadow didn't give her a moment to recover, diving toward her again. Yayorozu rolled to the side, her staff splintering as Dark Shadow's claws raked across it. She doesn't have enough time to make something worthwhile, I said. But Yayorozu wasn't giving up. At the same time as Dark Shadow broke her staff, she slipped under it. A bola appeared in her free hand, a type of throwing weapon made of weights on the ends of interconnected cords that could entangle Tokoyami's legs. She threw it as hard as she could. Dark Shadow intercepted it easily, but those precious seconds gave Yayorozu the opening she needed. The fabric of her sports uniform around her stomach began to tear as something large began forming. Is that? Toru started to ask. A cannon, I breathed, impressed despite the dire situation. The cannon completed its formation and fired immediately. The concussive blast echoed through the stadium as a cannonball shot toward Tokoyami's position. For a moment, it looked like Yayorozu might actually pull off a victory. The cannonball was moving fast enough that even Dark Shadow might not be able to stop it. But I'd underestimated the sentient quirk. Dark Shadow suddenly expanded, growing larger and more imposing than I'd seen it before. It caught the cannonball mid-flight like it was nothing more than a baseball, then hurled it back toward the cannon with devastating force. The impact destroyed the cannon and sent Yaoyorozu tumbling out of bounds, her body hitting the grass beyond the platform with a dull thud. And Yaoyorozu is out of bounds. What a match! But one had to lose. Tokoyami advances to the second round. The crowd erupted in cheers, but our section was notably quieter. Yaoyorozu had fought brilliantly, but so had Tokoyami, and as Present Mike said, one had to lose. Phew, Mina whistled, breaking the silence. That was brutal. Yeah, that was intense, Toru added. Poor Yaoyorozu. She fought so smart, but... Dark Shadow was just a bad matchup against her, Midoriya muttered as he scribbled something in his notebook. If she'd had much more time to make long-range objects, she could have made a big enough cannon like the ones that took down the zero-pointers in the obstacle race. Or maybe multiple smaller cannons for sustained fire. The two combatants made their way back to the stands, Tokoyami's expression as unreadable as ever while Yaoyorozu looked visibly disappointed with her performance. Yaoyorozu sat down with a heavy sigh, next to Jairu, her posture finally breaking from the perfection it always was. It's fine, Jairu said quietly, placing a comforting hand on her friend's shoulder. You did great out there. Yaoyorozu smiled slightly at the encouragement, but I could see the frustration in her eyes. As class vice president and someone who'd gotten into UA through recommendations, she probably felt like she'd let people down. I wanted to say something encouraging, but something held me back. Sometimes people needed time to process their losses, and empty platitudes wouldn't help right now. Better not to remind her of her defeat and let her work it out on her own. Well then, I'm off, Kirishima said suddenly, slapping his chest with characteristic enthusiasm. The sound of his hand hitting his skin was like stone striking stone. Sato stood up as well, his usually cheerful expression replaced by one filled with determination. Time to get serious, he said, pulling a small bag of sugar cubes from his pocket. Kirishima extended his hand toward his opponent, his sharp-toothed grin wide and genuine. To a manly fight. Sato clasped the offered hand firmly, his own smile appearing. To a manly fight, he nodded with conviction. They both walked out of the stands together, chatting quietly as they headed toward the preparation areas. I found myself smiling at their camaraderie. It didn't take long for them to receive their grand introductions from Present Mike, whose energy seemed to be increasing rather than diminishing as the tournament progressed. The seventh match is a matchup of brawn against a slightly different brawn. Holy Present Mike, what a burn, I couldn't help but think. Manly and passionate hardening. From the hero course, it's Ajiro Kirishima. Versus. Let the sugar rush hit, it's Rikido Sato. Both contestants took their positions on the platform. Sato immediately opened his mouth and downed a significant portion of his sugar supply, his muscles visibly expanding as his quirk activated. The transformation was always slightly unsettling to watch, his body mass increasing in real time as the sugar converted to raw physical power. Kirishima, meanwhile, activated his hardening quirk. His skin took on its characteristic rough, rocky texture, and his already impressive physique became even more imposing as his body prepared to both deal and absorb tremendous punishment. Come on Kirishima. Mina yelled from the stands. One of the horn buddies has to win. The match began with both contestants charging straight at each other, no fancy tactics or complex strategies, just two powerhouses meeting head-on in the center of the platform. Kirishima threw a thunderous left hook while Sato countered with a devastating right cross. Their fists collided in the middle with a sound like boulders smashing together, sending small shockwaves through the platform. Toru exclaimed, and I could sense her leaning forward in excitement. Neither fighter gave ground from that initial clash. Instead, they began trading blows with increasing intensity, each punch powerful enough to have laid out most of their classmates. Kirishima's hardened skin sparked where Sato's enhanced strength connected, while Sato grunted with each of Kirishima's counterattacks. But as the exchange continued, I began to notice the subtle change. Hit after hit, they battered each other's bodies. While they were both similar strength-wise, Kirishima was able to keep up with the punishment much easier than Sato could. In fact, Sato was already slowing down, even though he kept pouring all the strength he could into each punch. And then I realized something that made me pause, my hand unconsciously moving to rest on Excalibur's hilt. The impulse to intervene, the overwhelming urge that had driven me for most of my life, that had made me want to rush to help no matter the situations, was gone. Not gone entirely, I corrected myself. But mellowed, controlled, as if my brain finally understood a subtle but crucial difference. These weren't people in mortal peril who needed saving. These were heroes. And I was going to be one of them. As if to punctuate my realization, Kirishima landed a particularly solid punch to Sato's face. Sato's body leaned back under the impact, his enhanced muscles finally reaching their limit. His eyes rolled back and he collapsed, the sugar crash hitting him like a freight train. Kirishima stood over his fallen friend for a moment, wobbling slightly from his own accumulated damage, before raising his fist triumphantly into the air. Brawn against brawn, well, brawn won. Sato is unable to move. Ajiro Kirishima advances to the next round. A/N. Welp, I hope you all enjoyed this. Also, as you can tell, I changed the Momo and Tokoyami fight cause I hated how it went in the original, especially when working under pressure is what Momo does best. I get her not being able to make big stuff because of time constraints, but still, it leaves a bad taste in my mouth. Oh, I also explained where Toru's light manipulation grew from and finally got more development from Arthur himself. All around, I enjoyed writing this chapter a lot. Send those stones if you guys and gals want bonus chapters. THX for reading. Author out. Chapter 56, I Want to Be Kind. And so the king decided, and it was, he would protect his people, today, tomorrow, and every day after that, so children could grow without the pain of loss, and elderly could enjoy their last days on this world. For that was his decree. For that was his home. For that was Avalon, the ever-distant utopia. Mom's voice was soft and ticklish in my ear, it made me giggle. She closed the book in front of me, its pages creased at the edges from use. So did you enjoy it, my little one? Mom said as she settled the book at her bedside, her cheek meeting mine. Her skin was warm, and I could feel her heartbeat against my back, steady, reassuring, alive. I did, Mom, I answered back, settling into her a bit more, her arms closing around me. It felt nice. So what do you want to be when you grow up? Mom asked, her voice taking on the playful tone she used when she was having a good day. A perfect king. A noble knight. She whispered into my ear, her breath tickling. What do you want to be? I didn't think about it much, I said the first thing that came to mind, the thing that felt true. Kind, I answered her simply. Mom's expression softened, and I saw something glisten at the corner of her eyes. Nothing beats kindness, she muttered, holding me closer if that was possible. It sits quietly beyond all things. I wanted to ask what she meant by that, but before I could. Her hand jerked forward. The book tumbled from her side, hitting the floor with a soft thud. Her entire body went rigid in my arms, muscles tensing like coiled springs. I felt her beginning to spasm, her limbs moving in ways she couldn't control. I didn't try to restrain her. I'd learned not to do that. Instead, I just settled a bit more into her, trying to provide her calm, trying to be an anchor in whatever storm was raging through her body. I heard her wails, low, anguished sounds that tore at my heart. I saw her extremities jerk wildly, fingers splaying and clenching. I felt her tears fall onto my scalp, hot and wet. And I wanted to cry. I wanted to wail with her, to scream at the unfairness of it all. But I didn't, because I knew that wouldn't show what I truly felt, how much I loved her, how she should know I would be there for her. Crying would make it about me, and right now, she needed me to be strong. So I stayed still. I counted her heartbeats, too fast, too erratic. I listened to her breathing, gasping, irregular. I memorized every second, because even in her pain, I didn't want to forget a single moment with her. Slowly, so slowly, she came to a stop. Her hands, which had been jerking uncontrollably, settled around me again. She hugged me tightly, so tightly I could barely breathe, but I didn't complain. I wished we could stay like that forever, locked in this moment where the episode was over and she was still here with me. She muttered something, her voice hoarse and broken. I wasn't sure if it was meant for me or if she was talking to herself, to God, to the universe that had dealt her this cruel hand. When the big things feel out of control, focus on what you love right under your nose. The words were barely audible, but I caught them with my enhanced hearing, something which had become stronger over the past few weeks. Oh, I like that, I muttered, trying to keep my voice light, trying to pull her back from whatever dark place she'd gone to. This storm will pass, she said, her voice so low that even I almost missed it. Her arms tightened around me again. Always remember you're enough, just as you are. Present day, UA Sports Festival. Woohoo. Voices reverberated in my ears, pulling me sharply back to the present. The memory faded quickly. I had almost forgotten it, with how quickly everything had changed in the past few months. Clapping thundered across the stadium, a wall of sound that would have been deafening to me if I hadn't learned how to control my enhanced senses. The awards ceremony. Midnight yelled from the platform, her voice cutting through the noise. I stood there on the raised podium, my heart beating slowly in my chest. To my left was the second-place platform, Bakugo standing on it, quiet if anything, he looked downcast about his loss. To my right, Todoroki occupied third place alongside Tokoyami, both of them looking composed despite their losses. Now for the medals. Midnight continued, her voice taking on that dramatic flair she was known for. Presenting them this year is, you know who. I looked up as a familiar silhouette appeared high above the stadium. Even without my enhanced vision, everyone would have recognized that distinctive frame. All Might. He dropped from the sky like a meteor, landing in the center of the platform with such force that the entire ground shook for only a moment. The crowd's roar intensified, if that was even possible. He stood there, chest puffed out, that trademark smile plastered across his face, medals clutched in his massive hands. He's everyone's hero, All Might. Present Mick's voice boomed. All Might approached Tokoyami and Todoroki first, placing bronze medals around their necks. He said something to each of them. I decided not to intrude. Then All Might moved to the second-place platform. Bakugo stood there, still radiating fury, his hands clenched into fists at his sides. All Might placed the silver medal around Bakugo's neck, and again I chose not to listen in as All Might spoke something into Bakugo's ear. Finally, All Might turned to me. The symbol of peace himself, the man who embodied what a hero should be, standing before me with a gold medal in his hands. Up close, I could see the fine lines around his eyes. He was what I had striven towards when I was a vigilante, but now as a realization dawned on me, something became clear. I bowed my head, allowing him to place the medal around my neck. It was a well-won victory, young Arthur, All Might said, his voice dropping to a more personal volume that only I could hear clearly over the crowd's noise. Thank you, All Might, I replied, straightening up to meet his eyes. All Might seemed to want to say something more, his mouth opening slightly, but I had already turned toward midnight. There was something I wanted to say. Maybe it was rude of me to do it, but I felt like I had to say it. May I say some words? I asked her. She looked surprised for a moment, then smiled and nodded. Yeah, most of the time first place gets a small speech, so go for it. Do you need a mic? She asked, handing out her own mic to me. No, it's fine, I told her. My voice could carry when I needed it to. Bakugo's head whipped toward me, his eyes narrowing dangerously. What the hell are you planning, you bastard, he hissed, but I ignored him. The stadium began to quiet as people realized I was about to speak. I looked up to the cabin where Nizu was waiting. He had rung me in to be the perfect hero. He also wanted me to have a balanced life. I was beyond grateful to him, even if he had manipulated me a bit, to get me where I was. I was grateful for having friends. Something I could only have done with his help, because of how I was before. I took a deep breath, feeling Excalibur's weight at my side and Avalon's comforting presence. I began, clearing my throat. I let my voice carry across the field, projecting it to every corner of the stadium. Good evening, everyone. The remaining conversations died down. Tens of thousands of eyes focused on me. Along with however many were watching from their television, my gaze finding a camera among the many. You may know me, I continued, but I'd like to say something now that I'm up here in front of you all. You may all think of me in different ways, a hero, a vigilante, a menace, a teen who took the law into his own hands. Some of you may even see me as a symbol of heroism. I paused, my hand unconsciously moving to grip Excalibur's hilt, but I stopped myself before it could fully reach her. Instead I settled my hand to my side once more. But I'd like to clear something up. My voice grew stronger, more certain. I don't want to be any of those. I don't want to be a hero. I don't want to be a law enforcer. I don't want to be a symbol. I could feel the confusion rippling through the crowd, not that I could blame them. Why be in a hero school if I didn't want to be a hero? Why be a vigilante? Why did I do any of this? I realized something while in these 2 months here, I said, thinking of Toru and Mina and Kirishima and Kaminari and Tsuyu. Thinking of Nizu and his tea and his eerie smile. Thinking of Nijire and her never-ending questions, the conversations of the fan club she continued to show me. Thinking of my classmates who'd fought so hard today, each one of them striving to be the best they could be. We don't need more of those. Not truly, anyways. I looked out across the sea of faces, each one a person with their own struggles, their own pain, their own dreams. What we need are friends. Someone to always be in our corner, to believe we can change and be better. Even when we don't believe in ourselves. Because sometimes we only do need that belief. The memory of my mother's arms around me, her words echoing in my mind. You're enough, just as you are. So I'll be that for you, I said, my voice softening but still carrying across the silent stadium. I'll be your friend. That's all I wish. Finally I let myself grip Excalibur's hilt, not with the hardness that came when I was nervous, but simply to show she was part of me, my equal along with Avalon. They were what made me, me. Thank you. The crowd, which had gone silent somewhere in the middle of my speech, stayed silent. The weight of that silence pressed down on me, and I began feeling a little awkward. Then one clap reached my ears. Clear and distinct among the thousands of heartbeats and breathing patterns I could hear. It was from someone in the crowd, someone I didn't even know. Then another clap joined it. Then another and another, and another. The clapping spread like wildfire. The sound built exponentially, growing from individual claps into a thunderous roar that shook the stadium foundations. I felt my heart swell, that familiar warmth spreading through my chest. I looked up at the sky, I felt tears forming at the edge of my eyes. I didn't let them fall, maybe because I was being watched by thousands, even if they were tears of joy. I heard my mother's voice in my head once more. What do you want to be when you grow up? I smiled, feeling tears prick at the corners of my eyes. I'm going to be kind, Mom. That was what I was. That was all I needed to be. Kind. A/N, boo, chapter. I got a scare out of you, didn't I? Either way, here we fucking go. As you can see, it's a skip to the end of the tournament, because I could not write the fights for the life of me, like I just couldn't. Each time I sat down, I wanted to pull my hair out. So I simply didn't. I skipped to the end, to this speech, to what kind of person Arthur wants to be. Not a hero but a friend, because sometimes that is all we really need. Companionship can go a long way after all. Either way, I hope you all enjoyed this chapter. THX for reading. Send those power stones. Author out.